Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Cat is back online. Central Realm, Realm King City, 10,000 Races Committee Headquarters. With the success of another leapfrog battle, the news was received here at the first time. Minister, a new leapfrog challenge was successful. In a luxurious office, a strange life with a human body but a planet's head looked at the visitor. Tell me about it, the planet head said, and then turned his head to look at the documents on the table again. The secretary said, the challenger is from the suspended realm, and he logged into the 10,000 Races battlefield in the Kanglin realm. This is the third time to participate in the 10,000 Races ranking battle, and the ranking has just been completed. It calls itself the King of the Iron-Eating Beast Tribe, 11. In the first battle, it defeated the Kanglin Green Dragon Tribe Quasi-God, whose race is ranked 9,212. In the second battle, it defeated the Refining Star Tribe Quasi-God, whose race is ranked 202. This time, it surpassed the Ice Killing Tribe Primary God, whose race is ranked 1,001,024. The most important thing is that it is only 4 years old according to the measured age. The minister of the new Star Race Resource Management Department of the 10,000 Races Committee, Dean of the Starman Tribe, did not react to the pile of information in front. In this position, he has received too much information about those who have succeeded in leapfrogging, from big clans, from newly promoted top-level gods, countless. If he wants to be noticed, then this leapfrog must have something more powerful. For example, he has defeated a powerful clan ranked in the top 10,000, rather than a weak clan ranked at the bottom. Another example is age. 4 years old, Dean said. Do you have the information about the power value of that primary god? About 40. Dean fell into thought. Interesting, but we need to observe it further. Let's start a new star project for it and encourage it to continue to participate in the 10,000 clan ranking battle and even leapfrog battle with more iron-eating beasts. We will arrange its opponent next. Kanglin Realm. The 10,000 Clan Committee Kanglin Branch, 11 and Chong Chong, received a warmer reception. The consumption of 11's battle was fully borne by the Kanglin Branch, and it was treated to a big meal. Contestant 11, there's news from the headquarters. Director Sen excitedly found 11, who was still eating and drinking, and Chong Chong, who was eating and drinking for free. How much? 11 raised his head. Congratulations, the Iron-Eating Beast Tribe has been successfully ranked, and the initial ranking is out, 11,111,111, all 11, auspicious, Director Sen said. However, after he finished speaking, 11 was shocked, and the food in his hand fell, with an unbelievable look on his face. What? Ranked over 10 million? How could it be so low? Did it succeed in the leapfrog battle? Chong Chong, leader 666 is it? The calculation is wrong. 11 was not convinced. Contestant 11, this initial ranking is already quite high. You must know that this represents not your personal racial strength, but the average racial strength of the iron-eating beastmen. Although your personal racial strength can compete with the top 100 star clans of the same level, other clansmen have no participation records. Normally speaking, if you want to have a good ranking in the 10,000 Races ranking battle, no matter it is a family, race, or ethnic group, you must have at least 5 participating representatives. In the 10,000 Races ranking battle, the number of participating races is calculated in hundreds of millions. This ranking is really not low. 11 was stunned, still a little sad. 10 million. It tried very hard to beat the Killin, even without considering the friendship of fellow townsmen. Director Sen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, but it's not a big problem. As long as you keep advancing to the god level and the super god level, even if you are the only one in the iron-eating beast clan who can beat it, you may not be unable to enter the top 10,000 or even the top 1,000 in the future. 11 felt that it was time to take over the iron-eating beast from Blue Star to play ranked games together. Ji Chong Chong was happy. 10 million, so low. Although it didn't participate in the competition, it should be considered a member of the Azure Dragon clan. The current ranking of the Azure Dragon clan is in the top 100. Just like Su Su, it didn't participate in the competition at all, but it was far ahead of 11 and stood on the shoulders of its predecessors. Ranking is not the most important thing. 11. The headquarters has already decided to launch a new star race training plan for the Iron Eater tribe. Next, as long as you continue to participate in the leapfrog battles and win in them, as long as other Iron Eater tribes also participate in the ranking battles and achieve good results, they will continue to accumulate wealth in the Iron Eater training fund, which can be used for withdrawal. This is the biggest reward after your efforts to win this victory. 11 sighed and said that it was good. It was good that in the future, ranking would not be a pure waste of food. There would be benefits. Director Mori laughed. As long as 11 was happy, he was also very happy. Discovering a new star race requires personal achievements. However, he looked at the messy table in silence. You two can eat too much? Why do you feel that you can eat more than the gods? Damn, no wonder you are so strong. Yeah, at home, Shiyu listened to the report from 11 and Chong Chong, nodded, and said, not bad. Unfortunately, the opponents in the cross-level battle are all from all over the world. Even if he encounters a good skill, he can't copy it. Let 11 go to solicit customers, which is too inefficient. Oh. Then you can play by yourself next, Shiyu said. 2 months later, we will go to participate in the Four Saints Conference. During this period, I will take care of Chong Chong, Chi-Tong, and the 3 guys. 11 said that he understood. He had helped him add points in the past half-month, so it was the turn of other teammates next. However, 11 was not going to continue the challenge. It found that it was still too reluctant to play against the god level. It was easy to overturn. If it weren't for the accelerated thinking and physical activation of the god and demon Yin, it would just restrain the Ice Killen's frozen god realm's restrictions on reaction, physical body, and energy. It would be very dangerous. The purpose of 11's participation in the 10,000 races ranking battle is to improve the ranking of the Iron-Eating Beast clan, not to defeat the enemy by itself, so it suddenly had a bold idea. The independence of the Bagua clones seems to be very strong. Compared with the clones, the beans-turning soldiers, and the Jiuli army, they are more like independent individuals. So it plans to find a day to try to find a bug and let the 8 clones disguise themselves as members of the Iron-Eating Beast tribe to participate in the ranking competition and compete with itself. 11 plans to plan this matter with Chong Chong and Shibeobeo. It is afraid of being discovered if it relies on itself. If it succeeds, then it will not have to carry everything for the Iron-Eating Beast tribe by itself. It can just command the clones to play the ranking every day. When the Iron-Eating Beast army of Blue Star comes, it can also be thrown to the clones for training. Perfect. Shock. The 8 different armored Iron-Eating Beasts that swept across the starry sky are actually the clones of the Panda King. 11 drooled just thinking about it. It feels similar to shock. The top 10 powerful players in the conferred God War are actually the contracted pets of the same person. It looked at Shiyu, raised its foot and patted the Beastmaster. It is worthy of us. Shiyu. On the day after the ice cream fight on the 11th, Shiyu didn't think much about it, but Lin Feng still called in person. Shiyu, I still underestimated you, Lin Feng muttered after calling. They actually fought to the Killen clan's home, and they fought against each other at a higher level. Damn, what happened? He was a legendary war god at the time, but he succeeded only after many pets joined together. Shiyu immediately realized what it was. Thanks to the Environmental Protection Association, I got a lot of resources to strengthen my pets. Shiyu smiled. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He was obviously also informed of the news that Shiyu cultivated a purifying star spirit and became the vice president of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association. Kong Di said that he couldn't be unbalanced by himself. If Kong Di, as a realm master, can be compared with Shiyu in official status, then Lin Feng, an idler hanging in the suspended realm, was obviously defeated by Shiyu. Then do you have any remaining resources? We gave you so many resources, you won't spend them all, right? Lin Feng asked. It is certainly fun to spend money and strengthen in a short period of time, but it is more cost-effective to extend the timeline. And, there is a little more. Lin Feng was silent. A little more? At the Four Saints Conference, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be a large number of transactions of faith objects. At that time, it should be barter, and each should take what they need. If you want to cultivate Azure Dragon in depth, you have to collect more faith objects. It is best to buy an epic faith object to strengthen Azure Dragon. The faith power on the faith objects that have remained from the last era is pure and contains extremely strong time power, which has a better effect on the amplification of the four saints. Don't forget the Four Saints Conference. This. I will prepare it. Shiyu nodded. As for resources, although he still has some now, it is estimated that he will be gone soon. He is also going to sprint in the next 2 months to use up all the remaining god-level crystals to strengthen the pets. By then, he estimated that he would have to find another way to make a living. As for how to get a large number of faith objects at the Four Sacred Beasts Conference, Shiyu can only pin his hopes on the ginseng baby, hoping to sell its cultivation fruit and reincarnation fruit at a good price. Well, there is also Susu's inheritance water drop, which is also a top-grade skill, and can even teach the perception of rules. Wait a minute. Senior Lin Feng, since the Kilin tribe has come to you, then the learning method of the blessing wind that I gave you, they really have no expression, no return gift. Shiyu couldn't help but say, this group of guys, how can they not be grateful? When it comes to this, Lin Feng also said helplessly, they should still be studying. You know the difficulty of learning your blessing of wind. Now their super god-level ancestors are leading a group of geniuses to study every day, but they haven't succeeded in their research yet. I'm afraid there will be no expression if there is no result. All this. Shiyu muttered, if he had known that he would sell it instead of giving it away. By the way, can he use Susu's inheritance water drop and combine it with Lin's blessing wind to make a blessing wind teaching crystal? This time, the Kilin tribe must be killed. Senior Lin Feng, are you familiar with the demon tribe? Shiyu thought of something again. What's wrong? I'm quite familiar with you, Lin Feng said. Shiyu pondered. Senior Lin Feng wouldn't have a concubine from the demon tribe. Shiyu remembered that when Senior Lin Feng was born, the Donghuang kingdom had already implemented monogamy. It's okay for the Emperor Kong, after all, he was born in ancient times and was an emperor. It's understandable that he had many wives and concubines, and having more children was also to strengthen the royal family to resist foreign enemies, but for Lin Feng, it's obvious that the ideological education conducted by Senior Shiniten didn't pass. I got a divine stone on Blue Star that sealed the demon cubs of the mythological era. The demon cubs inside should not have hatched yet. Do you think the demon tribe will be interested? If they are interested, they can let this little demon return to the tribe to avoid suffering on Blue Star. If they don't want it, I can also raise it on their behalf. As long as they pay a maintenance fee, I promise to train the little demon to the top god realm, not inferior to that iron-eating beast. Lin Feng, you want to sell the demon cubs, right? You are blackmailing me, right? The demons will definitely be interested. Do you have the divine stone with you? No, it's still on Blue Star. Senior Lin Feng, you can send someone to call a demigod named Teacher Ying from the eastern glory of Blue Star to King Kai. All my assets on Blue Star are stored with her. Ask her to bring all the resources here. Just say that I have established a firm foothold in King Kai and joined the major forces of King Kai. My status is enough to be compared with Senior Kongdi and Senior Lin Feng. Then she will dare to come here. Lin Feng? Why do you bring me along? And why do I feel like you are fooling Teacher Ying? Your status is high, but it is obviously still the status of a cub, and your own hard power is not enough to support it. Lin Feng said, okay, I'll let Kim Yu return to Blue Star when I have time. Then, Shiyu and Lin Feng chatted again and ended the call. At this time, Shiyu had already started to think about how to make money. He felt that the most urgent thing was to trick Teacher Maomao over first. Teacher Maomao's wishing skill was still powerful. He investigated and found that it seemed to be the innate skill of a certain starry sky clan, the Kaixing clan. It was very fierce. The astronomical gems picked up by Teacher Maomao might not have a simple origin. Even resources like the teleportation keystone can be wished for. With her as a catch-head military advisor, the speed of making money may be faster. Next, Shiyu counted the more than 100 god-level crystals in his hand and planned to consume them all within 2 months. He made a plan for himself to add points. First of all, the Star Sea contract and the origin fluctuation, the life god body and the control of wood should all be added first. These skills are all related to making money, which have an amplification effect and can also increase the efficiency of adding points. They are the foundation. Shen Baobao's reincarnation fruit, cultivation fruit, Susu's inheritance water drop, these 3 skills are the key to making money next, and they must be filled up. They are the results of the foundation. In addition, Chong Chong's Kinglong immortal body, creation field, Dragon Star Group, Chi Tong's Suzaku clone, and Xiaobing, GUI, and the 4 saints of the short-legged cat also need to be completed within 2 months. There will be many activities of the 4 saints evolvers at the 4 saints conference. It is always good to make their faith skills stronger. Finally, Lin has already promoted the 3 skills of wind control, wind spirit beads, and turning danger into good fortune, as well as mechanical spirit. These 4 skills must also be filled up, which determines whether it can successfully learn the Starry Sky Storm next. These skills are all what Shiyu plans to add points to in the next 2 months. The workload is very, very huge. After all, it involves several top-level and advanced divine skills. It is very difficult to add points to these skills. Therefore, Shiyu feels that the funds given to him by Lanzing and Kongdi will be consumed immediately. However, it was all worth it. As long as he could survive these 2 months and add the skills of his pets, and rely on the resources brought by their skills to feed back, Shiyu's own funds could be circulated. Although he could not add points as fiercely as now, as long as he got some investment from various places to maintain his daily livelihood, there should be no problem. Add points. On that day, Shiyu began to add points brutally, with the charming fruit of cultivation, eating after adding, sleeping after eating, and adding points after sleeping. During this period, in addition to the skill proficiency of his pets, Shiyu's own space enhancement talent and time enhancement talent were also rapidly upgraded. Although Shiyu did not want to toss about any epic ruins, in order to avoid any accidents, he still worked hard to improve the level of his time-passing defa. Blue Star. Phoenix Male Kimu, commissioned by Lin Feng, once again spent a piece of cosmic crystal and came to Donghuang, intending to bring back a batch of intelligence information first, and invite a native of Blue Star to Qingkai. Ancient Capital University. Excuse me, is Teacher Ying here? Phoenix Man descended on Ancient Capital University, telepathically covering the entire school, and transmitted his voice to all beings above the totem level. After a moment, a cat girl wearing a cheongsam and looking a little lazy appeared, looking at the Phoenix Man who looked familiar. Hey, it's you, the one defeated by Shiyu, Phoenix Man? Can you speak? Teacher Ying, right? That's right. I came here at the request of Shiyu. He is doing very well on Qingkai's planet. He joined a large organization and his status is already equal to that of the Sky Emperor. He has a bright future. He wants to invite you to Qingkai's planet to work with him on a great cause, and then ask you to bring all your resources and move. Gemcat, beware JPG boy, who are you fooling? He has only been away for 2 months. How can he be as good as the Sky Emperor who defeated the super god by leaps and bounds? Although Shiyu is indeed a monster, this speed is obviously more unscientific. I don't believe it. Do you believe it yourself? Gemcat asked. Phoenix Man was stunned by the question. These were all told to him by Lord Lin Feng. He was unwilling to believe it, but... No, said the Gemcat. Really? Shiyu said that with his current status, when you get there, you will have everything you want and your level will quickly reach the god level, even if it's the super god level or the emperor of the universe. It's not impossible to look forward to it. This was added by Phoenix Man himself in order to complete the task. I really don't want to go either. Only a fool would believe it. Gemcat was very Buddhist. Now she was the strongest on Blue Star. She went to Qingkai because she had nothing to do. The next day, Gemcat packed up her property, took the cosmic crystal sent by Phoenix Man, and embarked on the teleportation to Qingkai. The goal was the super god level. Thanks to Vera Boss for the Silver Alliance. Thanks to Poet Boss for being the leader. Chapter 552 Starry Sky Storm. Just have hands. Kanglin City, Environmental Protection Zone, Secret Villa, next to the Purification Lake. 11 is giving military training to the Bagua clones. There are 8 clones, Jin, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Eui. Each clone contains different powers. 11 has not yet fully mastered their abilities. The Bagua clones are very wonderful. The abilities mastered by the clones cannot be mastered by the original body. Unlike Dao Dao Bear, their abilities are inherited from 11, but now, the clones are separated from 11 and have their own abilities that the original body does not have. Although it is still under the control of 11's consciousness, it is equivalent to 11 having to redevelop many new abilities, which is very troublesome. Perhaps, after the proficiency of the skill is high, multiple abilities can be truly integrated into the original body. Shiyu said that in the view of the universe, Jin is the sky, Kun is the earth, Zhen is thunder, Sun is wind, Kan is water, Li is fire, Jin is mountain, and Dui is marsh. But in terms of the body, Jin is the head, Kun is the abdomen, Jin is the foot, Sun is the thigh, Kan is the ear, Li is the eye, Jin is the hand, and Dui is the mouth. So 11 believes that when the Bagua clones are trained to a high level, they can merge the Bagua clones themselves. Ying, under 11's scolding, the 8 clones were sweating profusely and bearing the pressure. Chong Chong was on the top of the pavilion, basking in the sun, watching the clones suffer, and refining Dragon Balls every day. Shen Bao was constantly making cultivation fruits and reincarnation fruits to sell. Su Su is still purifying the pollution source and working hard to make money. Chi Tong, Zioji, and Yuya, holding the inheritance water drops made by Su Su, respectively, input their own experience of the power of death, the power of destruction, and the power of the abyss, which is equivalent to recording online classes. These are also to be sold. However, although the memory drops were upgraded to inheritance drops, the power of rules was more profound, so even if they were used, they could not inherit 100% of the experience. Considering the level of the inheritance drops and the half-baked, incomplete experience of the prototype of rules of Qitong, if they wanted to learn, they would probably have to rely on their talent and understanding. It would be a blessing to have a 5% chance. But even so, Shiyu also believed that it could be sold at a good price. After all, the power of death, destruction, and abyss were rare and powerful. Even a 1% chance was enough for many gods to gamble. Qi and Xiaozi, who had nothing to do, were naturally called by Shiyu to train Xiaobing, Gui, and Dwarf Cat. With the occasional unassisted super-level skill points, the level of the baby teams has steadily increased and is close to the will of the Overlord. Perhaps in a few days, it will become a small Overlord. After a long time, Shiyu woke up from his deep sleep and first checked his strength progress. Through this sleep, his space enhancement talent was finally developed to level 9, and his time enhancement talent was also developed to level 7. It was really not easy. As expected of him, he works so hard even when sleeping. Is Rin here? Rin, it's the last time to add points. After waking up, Shiyu called out to Rin. I'm here, Rin, who was hiding in his own little space doing research. Came over immediately after hearing Shiyu's call, looking forward to it. A month has passed. It took more than half a month for Shen Bao's wood control, life body, world tree fruit, and Su Su's origin fluctuation to be upgraded to the stage of Mastery plus 11, which is the perfect state of quasi-divine skills. If it goes one step further, it can be promoted to divine skills. With the assistance of these functional divine skills, Shiyu's efficiency in adding points has been improved again, and Rin's several major skills have also been efficiently strengthened. Name, Lin, racial skills, quasi-god level, blessing of the wind, mastery plus 11, mechanical spirit, mastery plus 11, control of the wind, mastery plus 10, turn disaster into fortune, mastery plus 11, wind spirit pearl, mastery plus 11, professor skills, super level, myth revival, superb, 9-color divine light, superb, it has almost reached a very peak state, with 4 quasi-god skills perfect. However, although it looks powerful, Shiyu knows that if Lin participates in the conferred god battle in this state, although the results will not be bad, it is impossible to be in the top rank, or even in the top 100. There is still a lack of an absolute trump card that can make the final decision. As long as you have that, Lin will have the capital to compete in the top 10. This skill is naturally one of the cosmic disasters, Starry Sky Storm. Even if you look at the entire Kai King planet, there are not many super disaster skills mastered by the gods. After nearly 2 months in the Kanglin realm, Lin is finally fully prepared to try to learn Starry Sky Storm. After Shiyu completed the last point addition for Lin, and added the control of wind to Mastery plus 11, Lin was eager to try. It had already self-studied all the information about the Starry Sky Storm of the Kanglin Disaster Research Institute. At the same time, it also observed the simulated Starry Sky Storm of this Disaster Research Institute several times. Even the simulated Starry Sky Storm is as powerful as a god-level attack. Therefore, it would be very dangerous for Lin to contact this, but because of this, they will make so many preparations. The purpose is to find the law of the operation of the Starry Sky Storm when the time comes, to avoid damage, and absorb power at the same time to complete the study. I hope the goddess of luck will stand on our side and let you succeed at once, Shiyu said. Then let's go, Lin said. No hurry. There are still key assistants who haven't arrived. Shiyu opened his mouth, and soon, a familiar figure came to the outside of the villa park. The place you live is quite luxurious. The jewel cat girl looked at this place and was furious. After Shiyu tricked her to King Kai, she arrived at the suspended realm, but found that she couldn't find Shiyu at all. With the help of Senior Dragon God, she contacted Shiyu. Instead of taking her to eat and drink, he threw her directly into the suspended city and let her adapt to the environment of King Kai's planet. He would call her when he was done. Although the environment of King Kai's planet was indeed beyond the expectations of Jewel Cat, she liked it very much. The power of the starry sky was so strong that her wishing skills progressed rapidly. She felt that it was not difficult to reach the god level. However, she still felt that she was deceived by Shiyu. Fortunately, a month later, Shiyu finally called her over. "Are you done?" Jewel Cat came to the villa as if she had returned to her own home. She leisurely took the coconut that Shiyu picked from the coconut tree next to the purification lake and drank the coconut juice. "Ah, half of the work is done," Shiyu smiled and said, "because I missed Teacher Ying so much, I called you here in advance. I asked Shen Bao to prepare a feast for you. Now the fruit it makes is delicious. You still have a conscience," said the gem cat lady. Lin understood that Shiyu wanted to call Teacher Ying over and wished that it could successfully learn the starry sky storm and add another insurance. Poor Teacher Ying didn't know the purpose of being called here. She had already imagined the expression of Teacher Ying after knowing the truth. Comfortable, after a beautiful feast, the gem cat lady rubbed her belly, looking very satisfied, and said, "If there is such a meal every day, it is not in vain, that Teacher Ying," Shiyu said, "help me." The gem cat lady looked at the sincere expressions of Shiyu and Lin, and a big question mark appeared on her head. "Gem cat? What for?" "Help me make a wish," Shiyu said with a smile. The corner of Gem Cat's mouth twitched, and he said, okay, I knew you must have a trap waiting for me. Just say it, as long as it is within my ability." Teacher Ying's wishing skill consumes according to the difficulty of the wish. The more outrageous the wish, the greater the consumption. For example, getting a beautiful little skirt may not require much consumption for her. But if you wish to revive a beast master who just died, the consumption may be very huge. Of course, if it is too large and exceeds the limit of the body's tolerance, then the wish will fail and the body will not be damaged. Perhaps in the future, the wishing star skill can reach the level of making a wish at the cost of death, but now, Teacher Mao Mao has not mastered it. In addition, there is an interesting mechanism. Although the wish is outrageous, if you are very lucky and are very close to the wish, it will not consume much. For example, if you wish to pick up a super god level resource, if there is a super god level resource not far away in reality, very close, then the consumption will be much lower, but if there is no super god level resource around, and you force a wish, then the success rate will be slim. Therefore, the combination of the wishing skill and the luck skill will be a perfect combination skill. But luck is something that is unpredictable when Lin is not around. Therefore, unless it is daydreaming or drinking fake wine, the gem cat basically makes a relatively normal wish, so that it will not enter a terrible weak state. "It's a small matter," Shiyu said, "it's just that Lin is going to take a walk in the starry sky storm later. You just wish that it will not encounter any danger, gem cat. It's a simulation, an artificial simulation, not the one that killed the Kilin clan messenger. I plan to let it enter the starry sky storm to experience the starry sky storm and learn the starry sky storm. Please make another wish so that it can successfully learn it, gem cat." Is this something a normal beast master and a normal pet can do?" the gem cat said angrily. "Don't think I don't know what a star storm is, a cosmic disaster that even top gods are afraid of. It's not that I can't help you, but can you please not do dangerous things and then pin your hopes on me? It's very stressful." "Okay," Shiyu said, "don't worry, I don't count on you. I just think that one more layer of insurance is better than nothing, and we have done enough preparations ourselves, gem cat." "Damn, that's even more excessive." Kanglin City, Cosmic Disaster Research Institute. Shiyu came this time and told Dr. Rono in advance. In the institute, Dr. Rono and his granddaughter, who is Rin's assistant, Jin, immediately welcomed Shiyu in person. After all, Shiyu is a rare guest, so rare that, except for the first time he came with Kangdi, the rest of the time, Rin came to study by herself. This made Dr. Rono very confused. Does Shiyu really have a dream? Mr. Shiyu, Jin stood beside Dr. Rono and whispered to Xiaoyu. It was the first time she saw Dr. Lin's mechanic. She observed Xiaoyu carefully, wanting to see what was the difference between Xiaoyu and other mechanics, and how he could train a perfect researcher like Dr. Lin. Hello, Xiaoyu smiled slightly. He said to Dr. Rono, Dr. Rono, I came here this time to use the Starstorm simulation space. Dr. Rono smiled and said, no problem, but it shouldn't be that simple. The Starstorm simulation was extremely dangerous, but Lin had seen it several times, and he always took Lin to observe it together. This time Xiaoyu suddenly came here, and it felt like it was not just to watch the Starstorm again. Well, I plan to let Lin enter the Starstorm and experience the power of the Starstorm personally, Xiaoyu said. Oh, so. PFFT, Dr. Rono widened his eyes. Jin next to him also widened his eyes. What? The two said in unison. Xiaoyu smiled and said, I will go in with Lin, don't worry, Dr. Rono, nothing will happen. Lin has already learned the theory of Starstorm to the extreme. Without practice, it will be very difficult to make further progress, so this is what you are thinking. Dr. Rono pondered and hesitated. Okay, since Lin has analyzed it himself, it will be open to you. However, although it is just a simulated Starstorm, it is also extremely dangerous. It is not something that ordinary demigods can bear. You have to think about the risks, Xiaoyu said. Yes, it's only been 2 months, and you are going to try it. Dr. Rono shook his head. Young people are really impatient. After confirming the plan, Dr. Rono took Xiaoyu and the others to the alien space outside the simulated Starstorm. In the hall with a full sense of technology and a wall full of screens with flashing data, a portal connecting to another space was established. The other space behind the door is the simulation area of the Starstorm. Mr. Xiaoyu, Dr. Lin, do you really want to try? Jin said. In the Kanglin Research Institute, among the researchers who tried to contact the Starry Sky Storm, only Grandpa could maintain a 100% success rate. The best result of other researchers who tried was to return seriously injured. You are only demigod level, maybe it will be safer if you go at god level. It has been decided, Xiaoyu said. Rin has made sufficient preparations for this day, forget it, let them go. I can understand the feeling that the research progress is at a bottleneck and needs practice to break through. Dr. Rono kept setting parameters and said, Rin's research on the Starry Sky Storm has indeed surpassed all the researchers in this institute except me. With me in control, there will be no danger. Only with practice can we make progress. As he spoke, on the huge screen in the control room, in the picture connected to another space, a white wind ball had slowly condensed at one end. It was the prototype of the Starry Sky Storm, the juvenile form of the Starry Sky Storm that had not been infected with the power of the stars. Xiaoyu, after you go in, I will let the Starry Sky Storm grow. Be prepared. In 10 minutes, you will meet and continue to collide. If you can finally pass through the Starry Sky Storm, your level will be considered as a master. Even if you join the major space fleets, you can get a position as a navigator, Dr. Rono said. Okay, Xiaoyu took a deep breath. This is basically a simulation of what would happen if you encounter a Starry Sky Storm in the starry sky. It is also a qualification test for researchers studying Starry Sky Storms. Only those who can encounter Starry Sky Storms and successfully avoid core disasters can be considered as masters. After confirmation, Xiaoyu and Rin directly entered the simulation space. Under the gaze of Dr. Rono and Jin, Xiaoyu and Rin arrived at the safe zone. At this time, Rin has changed into new form, a small silver-white space battleship. This is the final form of Rin after she transformed herself into a Starry Sky life, and it is also the most suitable form for sailing in the universe. Now this battleship appearance, combined with the internal mechanical spirit of the ship girl body, is all of Rin. At this time, Xiaoyu had also disappeared and entered the warship. He merged with Lin and became the pilot. Grandpa, be careful. If there is any danger, rescue them in time. I know. Your grandpa is not old and blind. Dr. Rono looked at the screen and said, Jin, watch carefully. Watch how they can sail normally when encountering a Starry Sky Storm. This Lin, it should be no problem to successfully avoid the danger of the Starry Sky Storm. Otherwise, I would not let them use the simulation space with confidence. You should study hard. Yes, while the grandfather and the other were communicating, in the simulation space, the Starry Sky Storm was growing rapidly. The originally white eye of the storm began to be stained with red, green, blue, and yellow. The inside was no longer a simple gas flow, but a change in form caused by the interweaving of starry sky energy. Gas, electricity, heat, light. The moving and chaotic starry sky energy storm made the storm generated in the area where the vortex gas and starry sky radiation interacted look like a turbulent sea, moving violently in one direction. The vast starry sky storm contains amazing power. When it encounters a planet, it is enough to completely destroy the natural environment and civilization facilities inside in an instant. The disaster level is far higher than local earthquakes and local typhoons, and even exceeds the arrival of meteorites. In the universe, such a disaster is undoubtedly the sickle of the god of death. However, Shiyu took the space battleship, and after being ready, he still went forward bravely and chose to confront the simulated starry sky storm head-on. In the outside world, the small silver-white battleship was getting closer and closer to the starry sky storm. Dr. Raynor and Jin were staring at it. Dr. Raynor said, "Very good. The location chosen for entry is very good. It is worthy of Rin. Although the power of the storm at this location is not the weakest, it has the least impact on them." Boom. Shiyu and Rin plunged into the starry sky storm. In an instant, Rin felt that his own life form was greatly affected. The entire battleship began to shake, and instantly lost sight and direction, and the state was weakened by 30%. Ahem. Shiyu was also instantly dizzy when he encountered the star storm. He felt even more sick than teleporting to King Kai's planet. This was the result of Rin's perfect resistance to the first wave of impact. "Rin, how is the situation?" "It is recovering all functions and is currently under control," Rin said. The outside relied on turning danger into good fortune to absorb the power of the starstorm as a defensive device, and then injected the energy into the internal wind spirit B to deconstruct and analyze the power of the starstorm. Finally, the power of the world tree fruit was activated to enhance understanding. The rules were repeatedly practiced by advanced calculations. This was the method of learning the starstorm that Shiyu deduced from the skill illustrations for Rin. Because of the distraction of learning the starstorm, Rin could not spare too much energy to resist the starstorm and control the body at this time. He could only go with the flow. Of course, it was said to be going with the flow, but it was not to completely give up resistance. The storm shape has changed. Under the observation of Dr. Reno and Jin, Shiyu and his team had only entered the storm for a few seconds, and the storm shape had changed. This required Shiyu and his team to immediately find a new response strategy and change the route. Otherwise, it is very likely to be involved in the core area of the storm and encounter a stronger conflict. Watch carefully how they respond, Dr. Orono instructed his granddaughter. However, the next scene that made Dr. Orono feel annoyed appeared. Facing the sudden change of the storm's form, the battleship that Shiyu was riding on remained unchanged. He did not move at all. The chaotic storm seemed to pass by him. Shiyu avoided the battleship and let the battleship perfectly avoid the impact in the gap. Jin, not moving, is the best move. Dr. Orono was silent, and remembered something, and said, "Nonsense. If you encounter this situation in the future, you must not drive the battleship like this. The mortality rate is absolutely 99%. I forgot that Dr. Lin has the skill of luck. Can this also work, relying on luck? Let the strong impact zone of the starry sky storm bypass him." "Here it comes again," Jin suddenly said. "Two storms merged. The starry sky storm is unpredictable and needs to be careful at all times." Seeing this, Dr. Orono said, "This situation is the most difficult to deal with. If you don't have rich driving experience and a strong foundation, you will definitely suffer a heavy blow." As soon as he finished speaking, the strong storm impact that merged once again bypassed Lin, who was driving while learning to comprehend the starry sky storm. Dr. Renault. Jin, "Wow, old man, I want to learn this. It feels like driving a battleship through a starry sky storm like this. You just need hands." "I can't learn it." In the environmental protection area, the secret villa, the jewel cat girl lay weakly on the sofa. "I make a wish. In fact, it is so outrageous that Shiyu and Lin, relying on various unscientific means, strive for the best and most comfortable learning space." In this mode, they drove for 3 minutes and still did not encounter any danger. Of course, if you really encounter a danger that cannot be avoided by luck, Lin will also react quickly. Its computing ability can calculate what is real danger and what is seemingly dangerous. However, if you fully deal with the starry sky storm, There will be no such perfect learning environment as now. Let yourself study in the starry sky storm. This is undoubtedly the most daring but most efficient learning experience. Starry sky storms are very mysterious, Lin said. Master, the simulated starry sky storms should still be different from the real starry sky. It is not easy to comprehend the origin. Shiyu's scalp numbed and said, speak human language. He is under a lot of pressure now, okay? In order to let Lin study with peace of mind, he is the one driving the battleship now. Shiyu sat in the driving seat, looking at the blurred storm area in his sight, and sighed. Of course, for today, Shiyu also learned from Lin very advanced experience in driving a battleship through the starry sky storm, through the memory droplets. Although he is now in a state of constant response to changes, he still needs to do some operations. What is consumed is energy. Human language is a little difficult to learn, and it takes time, Lin said, but according to the deduction results, the success rate is as high as 95%. It is worthy of the learning method deduced by the master, Shiyu said. Don't be distracted, study hard, Lin said. You just made a mistake in operation, I will save it, Shiyu. Time passed by every second. Dr. Orono saw the most outrageous way to deal with the star storm in history, sailing in a straight line. Betting that they won't encounter the most dangerous area head-on. Isn't this a real gambler? He really relies on his good luck to do whatever he wants. He looked at his granddaughter who was full of admiration and felt that something was wrong. This is not a serious driving guide. The most dangerous thing is coming. Suddenly, Dr. Orono looked at the screen again. According to the simulation results, the star storm encountered a star. Under the influence of the star, multiple solar storms were branched out. The violent star storm escalated again, and the strong storm fluctuations swept out and covered the entire area. This time, they can't rely on luck. With such a scale, even the weakest energy area has to be dealt with by the demigod level. It is already a stage of testing defense facilities and will, if they pass this, then their level is close to mine, Dr. Orono said. His expression was stunned. Jin also had a stunned expression. Because, the starry sky storm that was supposed to run away suddenly opened a big hole at this time, just like sending off their king, creating an extremely safe passage, allowing Shiyu's warship to pass through. This, Dr. Orono was dumbfounded. Jin said in a daze, Grandpa, what did you just say? Impossible, absolutely impossible, Dr. Orono said in shock. My God, they control the starry sky storm. How is this possible? This is unscientific. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553 Lucky Cat. If luck could explain Shiyu and his team's escape from the worst hit areas of the storm, then now, luck can no longer explain it. The star storm opened a big hole by itself and sent the stray in to leave. Isn't this nonsense? In fact, this is not the first time that Dr. Orono has seen this situation. When he was studying in other realms, he also saw a master accomplish such a feat. In the simulated high-intensity star storm environment, like the Lord of the Storm, he controlled the star storm to avoid damage. The reason why he could do this is that the Doctor himself has mastered the star storm skills and can turn cosmic disasters into an ability. And now, Dr. Orono is sure that Lin and Shiyu in front of him seem to have done the same thing. Dr. Renault, thank you for your hard work. After Lin came out of the simulation space, Shiyu also came out of the battleship with a ray of light, and then thanked Dr. Renault. Shiyu is very happy now. Lin really learned the star storm. Whether it is luck, willpower, or the teaching method of the skill illustration, in short, these 2 months of preparation have not been in vain. This is a powerful disaster skill that can be used by a demigod level to attack a god level. From today on, Rin has completely taken off. You guys, at this time, Dr. Orono looked at Shiyu and Rin in silence, and Jin was already swallowing saliva crazily. You really mastered the star storm, Dr. Orono still couldn't believe it. After all, even he hadn't yet comprehended the true meaning of the star storm. I guess so, but it's not completely mastered. After all, it's just a simulated storm that I comprehended. It's still in the introductory stage. I still need to continue learning. Maybe when I see the real star storm, Rin can completely control this disaster. Rin said, Master is right, But this is still a good start. Putting aside other things, at least the level of the star storm can be increased by adding some power. This, Dr. Orono was incoherent. Didn't we agree to just enter the simulated space and get in touch with the star storm? How could he suddenly master it? He had a myocardial infarction. He had shuttled through the simulated storm so many times, but he still hadn't mastered it. Is this a genius? He had completely underestimated Shi Yu and Lin before. Wang Kong, what kind of monster did you bring? Not only him, but also all the space disaster research institutes in various places are probably confused. Another disaster mechanic is born. How did you do it? Dr. Orono raised his hands tremblingly, with a look of desire. Next to him, Dr. Orono's granddaughter panicked. Wait, Grandpa, I should be Dr. Lin's student. Get out of here. My method is only applicable to my own race, but I can share some superficial experience, Lin said. Enough. Thank you, Dr. Lin, Renault said excitedly, and then, he still looked at Shi Yu and Lin in disbelief. Aren't you excited? Do you know what this means? Shi Yu was stunned. Of course I am excited. Didn't you say before that mastering a kind of disaster can gain a very high status even in the headquarters of the Disaster Research Institute? Yes, Dr. Orono laughed wildly. You know, there are very few researchers in the Disaster Research Institute who can really master disasters. Ho ha, Brother Shi Yu, Sister Lin. You think that Brother Renault has not treated you badly in the past 2 months? Shi Yu and Lin suddenly felt that their seniority increased sharply, and they were once again upgraded to the same level as the Sky Emperor. Well, it is entirely thanks to Dr. Ronald's generous teaching that Lin and I can learn the star storm so quickly, Shi Yu said. In addition to the extra points, the knowledge and theories that Lin learned in the Institute and the opportunity to simulate the star storm many times were also particularly important. Then why don't you serve as Deputy Director of the Kanglin Disaster Research Institute? Next, I will recommend you to the headquarters. If nothing goes wrong, you will be able to obtain a large amount of research funds. This research fund will be divided into individuals and groups. If you join a certain institute, you can apply for more research funds. Of course, I don't want this fund at all, I just want the title. Dr. Orono rubbed his hands and negotiated. Rin, just serve as Deputy Director. After I retire, the Kanglin Research Institute will be yours. From now on, it will be up to you to decide where the annual research funds of the Kanglin Research Institute will be allocated. The construction of the disaster research institutes in the major first-level domains has huge investments and is managed by the headquarters. It does not belong to individuals. The director is rotated and a competent person takes the position. So Dr. Orono said that as long as he serves as a deputy director, the Kanglin Research Institute will belong to Lin in the future. It is entirely possible. Shi Yu and Lin fell into deep thought. Well, it really is this day again. After the Environmental Protection Association, the second official position. Dr. Renault, you're welcome, Shi Yu said. We'll listen to your arrangements, but, if there is new funding, will there be a chance to upgrade the facilities that simulate other cosmic disasters to the level of star storms? Dr. Orono said, of course. You still don't understand the status of mastering cosmic disaster skills in the Disaster Research Institute. Let me put it this way, as long as you reach the top god level and can perfectly control disaster skills, and then have the support of a certain faction, you may even have the qualifications to compete for the chief researcher at the Institute's headquarters. If you reach the super god level, then as long as the previous generation of chief retires or dies, and there are no competitors at the same level, the next generation of chief will be none other than you. This is already a position standing at the pinnacle of King Kai, Shi Yu muttered. Dr. Orono did say this last time, but this is still too far away. Now, he just wants to PY other doctors in the institute who master disasters, and copy other disaster skills over. Don't worry, as long as he gets the stepping stone to the upper field, it will be fine. Can you demonstrate the Starry Sky Storm skill? Dr. Rayner said. I want to see outside what the effect will be when I use it. No problem, Shi Yu nodded. The wind of the Starry Sky Storm is not the traditional wind on the blue star, but the cosmic wind generated by the interaction of the special force fields between the planets. The entire Starry Sky Storm skill is like an upgraded version of the Wind Spirit Pearl. Not only can it absorb various starry sky forces to improve the storm, but it can also use various starry sky forces like the power of nature to expand the scope of the disaster. Rumble. In an experimental building, Looking at the god-level venue ravaged by the starry sky storm, Dr. Renner and Jin swallowed their saliva, feeling that any junior god would be severely damaged if they encountered it. After Lin finished the experiment for Dr. Orono, Dr. Orono was extremely happy. This is it. In the next period of time, Shiyu, Lin, you will use the facilities of Kanglin Research Institute to complete a specific research report paper. This will be the key to your promotion. I will recommend the paper directly to the headquarters. If everything goes well, you will soon become a Doctor of Cosmic Disasters certified by the Disaster Research Institute. We disaster researchers are different from other professions. Our goal is to thoroughly study disasters and improve people's survival rate after encountering disasters in the universe. It is a great cause that benefits the entire universe. Therefore, your mastery of the star storm is not the key. The key is how to use this talent to benefit Kinkai. Therefore, the next paper should mainly involve your understanding of this aspect, whether it is military or interstellar navigation. It's fine, since you have mastered the star storm. Your insights in this area must be far beyond ordinary people. No problem, okay, Shiyu nodded. It is indeed different from other professions. For example, the Environmental Protection Association directly assesses personal purification ability, while the Disaster Research Institute seems to be the most important for the greater value derived from personal ability. I still have to write a paper. Oh, that's right. If everyone knew how to deal with the star storm, then the unlucky Kirin tribe who went to Blue Star to deliver the letter wouldn't have to die. It's too unfair to die in a traffic accident. Then Dr. Orono, we are a little tired today, so we will go back first. After a rest, we will start working. Shiyu suddenly had a headache. He was too tired to drive the battleship just now. Lin used a star storm, which consumed a lot of energy. Then go quickly and have a good rest, Dr. Orono said. After Shiyu and the others left, Dr. Orono suddenly remembered something and thought of a bad thing. Grandpa, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Jin looked at her old man and asked. Nothing. Dr. Orono suddenly remembered that Lao Wang seemed to have told him that Shiyu was also a 3-star purifier and the vice president of Kanglin Environmental Protection Association. Although Kongdi didn't say exactly why he became a 3-star purifier and the vice president, Dr. Orono always felt something was wrong. This shouldn't be considered as competing with the Environmental Protection Association for people, right? That's right, it definitely isn't. With such a good research and learning ability, it's obvious that he has a better future as a researcher. We need to prepare some gifts. I don't know if Shiyu has learned the god-level mechanical talent that enhances the ability of calculation and deduction. Wait, if Shiyu is a 3-star purifier, he must also be learning the exclusive talent of the Environmental Protection Association. Is this what Lao Wang said? A competition for energy. Environmental Protection Zone, Secret Villa. Shiyu and Lin came back exhausted. But after they entered the villa, they found a cat girl lying on the sofa, who seemed to be more tired than them. Teacher Ying, Shiyu called tentatively. I make a wish. A weak voice came from the sofa. Shiyu silently summoned the baby Shen, and soon he nursed the gem cat girl back to life. I'm so tired. Gem cat propped herself up from the sofa, rubbed her eyes, looked at Shiyu and the others unhappily, and said, What did you do? Why did I consume so much energy? I didn't do anything. I just rushed around in the starry sky storm, betting that the starry sky storm would not impact us, Shiyu said. Teacher Ying, you actually suffered such a serious backlash. It seems that we underestimated you. Your skills are really powerful, Gemcat. That's too much? Shiyu smiled and waved his hands and said, Anyway, thank you, Teacher Ying. Let Shen Bao make a big meal today. Go, go, woo woo woo. Gemcat really felt hungry. Go. Shiyu also directed Shen Bao, who had dark circles under his eyes. Yee, Shen Bao cried, and there was another mouth in the team, which was so annoying. No, wait, Gemcat suddenly realized something and said, You have mastered the star storm. Shiyu blew his hair with a rising air current and said calmly, That's right, don't you see who we are? The title of Doctor of Cosmic Disasters will be obtained in a while if nothing goes wrong. I am not only the Vice President of the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association and a 3-star purifier, but also the Vice Director of the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute and a Doctor of Cosmic Disasters. Don't worry, Teacher Cat, you will have a good time next time. Gemcat was more and more surprised. Although she didn't understand, she knew that she had seen this guy right. Sure enough, this guy is a monster wherever he goes. Then when will you let me become the Emperor of the Universe? She asked. Shiyu? What Emperor of the Universe? Didn't you promise that? The Phoenix Man said that I came here because you found a way to make me the Emperor of the Universe, Shiyu? It's not that I don't have it, I don't know it. Go find Phoenix Man. Gem Cat was angry. She knew it was a trick. What about the super god level? Shiyu, abba, Gem Cat? At most god level. Shen Bao, take out the cultivation fruit. Teacher Ying, this is the improved version of the cultivation fruit. As long as you eat it, you can automatically upgrade by sleeping. I specially prepared one for you. Would you like to try it? Yi, Shen Bao took out the cultivation fruit. The taste was not successfully improved, but it was improved to a variety that other life forms besides humans can eat. Is there such a good thing? Gem Cat's anger subsided in an instant, took the cultivation fruit from Shen Bao, and took a bite. The next second, her face turned blue and purple, and she fainted, and was killed instantly. Shiyu, Lin, and Shen Bao saw this and fell into deep thought. Rin, you think about how to write the paper. I guess Teacher Cat can sleep for 10 days or half a month, don't disturb her. Yi, sacrificing a cultivation fruit, saving several meals, Shen Bao felt it was not a loss. This fruit is really powerful. It is named anti-cat fruit. Okay, Lin said. She has already thought about it. She is going to write this paper from the perspective of cosmic disaster science and materials science, and study mechanical materials suitable for the mechanical department that can more perfectly resist the disaster of space storm. Although it may not be possible to update the major warships, and it is definitely not as good as the existing wisdom, but opening up a new idea should be able to prove their ability. Next, after completing the most important thing, Shiyu continued to prepare for the Four Saints Conference and added points to Chongchong, Qitong, Xiaobing, Gui, and Dwarf Cat. A week later, as the points were added, Shiyu also began to deduce a crucial skill, Faith Overdraft, Learning Pet, Chongchong, Name, Faith Overdraft, Effect, just make up for the power of faith in the future, you can overdraw the power of faith that you never have to strengthen your own faith skills. Deduction success rate, very low. Shiyu chose to deduce on Chongchong. As long as Chongchong learned it, it should be no problem to copy it directly and teach it to Suzaku, Zuanwu, and Beihu. After a long time, Shiyu lay weakly in front of Chongchong. At the same time, deduction success, exclusive learning method. The first step is to at least master the prototype of the spiritual rules. The second step is to successfully condense the spiritual body and establish a spiritual contract with a corresponding faith object containing strong traces of time. The third step is to take the oath flower, the crystal of the wish power, and the curse star to establish an oath and restriction. The stronger the control over the corresponding faith power, the higher the success rate. Is this the condition for learning Faith Overdraft? It seems. It's not very troublesome. After Shiyu and Chongchong received it, Chongchong was quite satisfied, at least there is no need to emasculate or anything. However, it seems that it will cost a lot again. Faith objects containing strong traces of time. What is a strong trace of time? Does it count for hundreds of years? Or millions of years? Or billions of years? Or should it be from the last era? It is impossible to determine now, so I can only try it when the time comes and prepare some. In addition, Chongchong has not mastered the spiritual rules. I have to find a place to copy them. Although it is also quite rare, this should not be a difficult rule to copy. Great, just as Shiyu and Chongchong were thinking, a joyful voice suddenly came from the villa outside. Teacher Ying, who had been sleeping for a week, finally woke up. At the same time, she exuded a strong aura and faint regular ripples. Shiyu and Chongchong were stunned, and immediately appeared and asked, Teacher Ying, what's the situation? You? The gem cat lady was extremely excited. Although the cultivation fruit is terrible, the effect is really good. Thanks to your face, I spent a lot of money on Blue Star to buy a heritage resource of the mind control skill from a resurrected beast. I was stuck at a bottleneck, but I didn't expect that I could master it after sleeping. From today on, I also have 2 quasi-divine skills. I'm so strong. So strong, quasi-divine skill of mind control. Shiyu and Chongchong felt incredible, and looked at the gem cat lady with green eyes. Teacher Ying, do you want us to accompany you to experiment with the skills? Chapter 554 Dragon and Butterfly. After Shiyu invited him, the gem cat excitedly dragged Shiyu away for a PK. It ended with Shiyu getting beaten. Because the gem cat didn't let Shiyu send his pet, Shiyu could only fight by himself. Although he had a fighting power comparable to that of a demigod, he was only close to the demigods at the lower limit of the demigods like those on Blue Star, and it was impossible for him to beat the gem cat of the space department. Chong Chong and other pets looked at Shiyu getting beaten, covering their faces, unable to bear to watch. Beastmaster, you've worked hard. But let him be beaten, anyway. The scale copy is in hand. Shiyu is satisfied. Teacher Ying, what do you think of the cultivation fruit? After being abused, Shiyu said with a bruised face. How did you make such a thing? The gem cat said. This was the most unpalatable thing she had ever eaten. It was simply a waste of her stomach, but when she thought of the effect of the cultivation fruit, she could level up even when she slept. She couldn't help but hesitate. If she could eat enough cultivation fruits and then sleep for tens of thousands of years, wouldn't she be able to reach the maximum level directly? Thinking about it this way, it was not unacceptable. What do you think? Shiyu asked. The gem cat understood. Most likely, Shiyu was also a lazy dog, so he squeezed the research ginseng to create such a magical fruit. Alice, a good ginseng baby was actually cultivated into lazy ginseng. This thing, can it fill you up? Gem cat asked. She now felt that this thing was like stinky tofu. The former smelled stinky but tasted good, while this one was stinky to eat but tasted good, which was hard to refuse. Of course not, Shiyu said, giving you one. I'm already very generous. That one is not easy to make. It takes divine energy crystals to quickly replenish the consumption. If it is restored naturally, the flowers will wither. However, I can sell it to you at a 10% discount on the cost price. The gem cat was stunned. Are you being too polite? Then follow the market price. Gem cat, is that what I mean? But the market price of this fruit, how much can it be sold for? The gem cat asked. Shiyu shook his head and said, I'm not sure either, but if it's not profitable, it's better not to sell it. I need to go to the plant association to identify it. I'll take Shenbeo there some other day. Whether it's the cultivation fruit or the reincarnation fruit, they are all new things developed by Shiyu. Shiyu needs an effect identification certificate, so that it will be convenient for him to sell them in the future. Like Lin's thesis, this also needs to be done before going out. I'll go, the gem cat girl volunteered. Shiyu fell into deep thought, then you go. With his time, he can just sleep more. Next, Shiyu commissioned Lin to buy things like vow flowers, wish crystals, and curse stars, and then got a good news and a bad news. The good news is that you can still buy them. This is the good thing about big places. There are all kinds of rare things. There are none in the Kanglin realm, and there are nearly 200 other first-level realms. There are more second-level and third-level realms without these nearly 200 first-level realms. Even if King Kai doesn't have it, King Kai has trade relations with countless planets in the universe, and any rare specialty can be found. In this case, it is too difficult to run out of stock. The bad news is that Susu's salary from working for more than a month using the Star Sea contract and the origin fluctuation has not been saved with this expenditure, but it may not be enough. Shiyu and his team have to pay a little. 3 extremely expensive god-level resources, the quality is close to level 11, Susu fainted under the bed. The Oath Flower, as the name suggests, can help the user establish a vow goal. The user moves towards this goal. The more determined the will, the greater the potential that can be burst out. The Wish Power Crystal, a crystal condensed by the powerful power of wish, has the function of making a wish, which is similar to the wishing stone obtained by Emperor Wu. The Cursed Star is a resource that exchanges for stronger power through self-curse. Shiyu finally understood that the mechanism of faith overdraft is very simple. After the user borrows the power of faith that he has never had, if he cannot pay it back within a certain period of time, he may become a dishonest person and enter a cursed state. We don't need to buy the crystal of wish power yet. Let's see if the cat can condense it. If it can, it's valuable, and we can let the cat work to support us. Shiyu looked at the resource prices on the internet and said, Lin, Teacher Ying has experience in establishing a global consortium on Blue Star. When we become the master of the realm and have our own territory, we can throw everything to Teacher Ying to manage and establish a realm mainly for business. Shiyu smiled, I thought so too. Kanglin Realm, another large area, the Plant Association. the gem cat lady, who was wearing a suit and looked very serious, and the Shen baby, who was wearing a doctoral hat, a leaf scarf, a white coat, and holding a bark book, came here together. The reincarnation fruit and the cultivation fruit are so powerful, you won't also want to be the vice president of the plant association, right? The gem cat lady whispered to Shen baby. Yet, Shen baby thought it was a good idea. The vice president of the Environmental Protection Association said that he was Shiyu's, but to put it bluntly, the Environmental Protection Association valued Susu's. The same goes for the Disaster Research Institute. To put it bluntly, it belongs to Lin. Shen Baobao felt that since two of the three sisters had successfully risen on King Kai's planet and embraced the thighs of big forces, how could it, Emperor Shen Gan, fall behind? Among the three brothers, it seems that only the 11th one relied on the potential of the race to obtain some kind of new star race plan support from the 10,000 Races Committee. It seems that it is not as good as Susu and Lin. In this case, then it depends on it to turn the tables. Gemcat and Shen Baobao stepped forward. But after just a moment, he came out, looking confused. Because today, the Plant Association has suspended all business due to special reasons. Died before the mission was accomplished? Gemcat and Shen Baobao asked when the business would be reopened, but there was no definite answer. I am so beautiful today, the resentment came from Gemcat and Shen Baobao. Both parties came out of the Plant Association angrily, and then Shen Baobao was stunned and saw an acquaintance nearby. Shen Baobao and Gemcat girl greeted each other and ran to the acquaintance. It was a young man in a dark green windbreaker and a green dragon, both of whom seemed to have just come out of the Plant Association. Shen Baobao ran to them. Sen Nian, Gorka, Sen Nian and Gorka turned around and looked at Shen Baobao, who was dressed strangely. In the Kanglan realm, there are countless plant species, so Shen Baobao didn't attract any extra attention except for his strange dress. In addition, the Kanglan realm has special laws that take good care of the plant life of various races, especially the plant life of the tonic race. Any race is not allowed to illegally harm the tonic plant race that breeds life, otherwise it is illegal and will be sanctioned. Other realms may not have this law, but in the Kanglan realm, this is the highest order. The reason is that the realm master of the Kanglan realm is a super god-level plant life, so it is normal for him to have a preference for the plant system. This is also the reason why Shen Bao dared to come out so boldly. Of course, the main reason is that with its current control combined with Shiyu's body control talent, it can be very low-key, and it is impossible to tell that it is a super auxiliary supplement with quasi-divine skills. In addition, Shen Bao also prepared a copy of the Space God Stone given by Kangdi, which is foolproof. Your Excellency is, Sen Nian said. I am Shen Xiandi, Shen Bao said, I heard 11 mention you. I am its good friend, and you are 11's friends, so we are also friends, Sen Nian, Green Dragon? Shen Xiandi, what a strange name, the style doesn't seem to be in this realm. But wait. 11's friend? Sen Nian and Green Dragon widened their eyes. They heard from Director Sen that 11 succeeded in the leapfrog battle and has become the focus of the headquarters of the 10,000 Races Committee. Among the top 50 in the conferred God War, there must be a seat for 11. Looking at the entire Kanglan realm, they are all the strongest geniuses. Faced with such a genius, Sen Nian and Green Dragon also understood why 11 and Chong Chong did not want to make friends with them before. They were not worthy. However, at this time, facing the words of Shen Baobao, Sen Nian and Green Dragon were stunned. Could it be that, behind the scenes, 11 had already regarded them as friends? Woo. 11 has them in his heart, bullshit. Sen Nian and Green Dragon had black lines on their faces. They felt that the iron-eating beast must have used the record of defeating them to make nonsense, and definitely did not introduce them like introducing friends. However, you should not hide a smiling person. Facing Shen Baobao who came to meet him, Green Dragon Gorka still asked in a friendly manner, so you are 11's friend, what's the matter? Do you know what happened to the Plant Association and why all business was suspended? Shen Baobao asked. Green Dragon said, you don't know. Shen Baobao shook his head. Sen Nian said, the Kanglan Plant Association organized a group of plant geniuses to go to the demon realm for training, but a sudden danger occurred. An ancient super god relic suddenly descended. Although the relic was finally cracked, the process caused heavy casualties among these geniuses who did not reach the god level. Even those who survived by chance had to rely on emergency reincarnation and turn into dying seeds to escape the crisis. Now the top leaders of the plant association should be trying to save them, but even if they are saved, they probably have to start from scratch, and they may not be able to recover their memories of their previous lives. For the new generation of the Kanglin realm, it can be said to be a major blow. After all, these guys are the darlings of those big families. He shrugged his shoulders. He was unlucky enough. Thinking carefully, it was safer to go to the 10,000 races ranking war. Shen Bao was also stunned. It was so miserable. Perhaps, they need a large number of reincarnation fruits, so that they can minimize the losses. At this time, the gem cat girl also walked slowly. The gem cat looked happy. Look, what did she hear? Isn't this a business opportunity? Seeing the gem cat girl, Sen Nian was startled, and his heartbeat accelerated. Wait, who is this beautiful cat girl? Who are you? I am its teacher. The gem cat put his hand on the doctoral hat of Shen Bao and said. Shen Bao? Oh, I guess so. After hearing what the gem cat said, Shen Bao seemed to be reminded of something. Yes, the genius plants of the plant association were forced to reincarnate into seeds and start from scratch. The forces that cultivated them must be heartbroken. At this time, can the reincarnation fruit that can awaken the memory and power of the previous life be sold well? The cultivation fruit can play an important role in this process and even after this process to help them improve their strength. Can this step directly open up the Kanglin realm market, and then get promoted and make a fortune, and reach the peak of Shen life? Reincarnation fruit? Teacher? Student? Sen Nian and Green Dragon looked at this strange teacher-student combination in confusion. Why is the teacher of a plant-based life a cat that is evolving towards a human form? Don't worry about it. Do you have relatives who are senior executives in the plant association? I have a good thing to sell. Can you contact the senior executives of the plant association? Shen Bao took out a fruit and shook it. Sen Nian, Gorka. Secret Villa. After Shiyu copied the quasi-divine skill of mind control, he began to teach Chong Chong first. In the past few days, he also taught other quasi-divine skills randomly. For example, the metal control of the short-legged cat was successfully taught to Shiai and Shitong. For example, the control of darkness was taught to Yu in addition to Shiai. The quasi-divine level of space control was not only installed on Chong Chong, but also given to Chitong and Lin, who had a good fit. After Lin transformed himself into a Starry Sky Life battleship, the main new addition was the space attribute, which made it easier for it to navigate in the universe. In addition to space control, there was also light control, which was taught together. Although they were all entry level, after teaching, their configurations immediately changed dramatically. Even though the number of quasi-divine skills is not as good as that of the small monster with 15 quasi-divine skills, such as Zhou Yakan, who ranked first in the conferred God's War, the difference in quality is absolutely negligible. Shiyu was optimizing the skill configuration while adding points to Chong Chong and Chitong, which was very efficient. Okay, although Shen Bao was not there, he still added points with the supplements he left behind. After Shiyu finished adding points to Chong Chong, both parties immediately thanked Teacher Mao for the gift. We'll think about the matter of the objects of faith when we reach the Four Saints Conference. You just need to condense the spirit body and wait, Shiyu said. We need to use the spirit rules to condense the spirit body. If you have any difficulties, tell me again and continue to add points. Chong Chong said that there was nothing difficult about this. Although it didn't know how to control the spirit before, its previous skills all included high-end uses of spirit power. Its attainments in spirit power were not low, but it just lacked an opportunity. Chong Chong immediately performed condensing the spirit body for Shiyu on the spot. The spirit body condensed by the spirit rules was like the nascent soul in the cultivation system, like a smaller version of a pet. Soon, a green cotton worm embryo slowly formed, and then, it emerged from the cocoon and became a beautiful spiritual body butterfly, which felt very similar to the fantasy butterfly. Then slowly, it planned to grow towards the current blue dragon form, but, at this moment, it got stuck. Chong Chong was sweating profusely, and the fantasy butterfly spirit body just stopped growing and could not turn into a dragon. Chong Chong, who wanted to know what was going on, immediately transformed into a fantasy dragon, drilled into the spiritual sea, found the spiritual body butterfly, and the two merged together. Soon, Chong Chong knew what was going on. At this point, Although it has evolved into blue dragon, in its heart, Chong Chong still thinks that it is a bug type, and it recognizes its identity as a green cotton worm. Therefore, it is not easy to shape the regular spirit body. As the saying goes, the body and mind are not in harmony. Chong Chong did not expect that he would get stuck in such a place. No. The green cotton worm is it, the illusion butterfly is it, and the azure dragon is also it. In order to successfully shape it, it transformed into the illusion dragon and immediately tried to merge with the spirit body of the illusion butterfly, trying to assimilate. You try first, I'll help you if it doesn't work. I'm going to sleep, Shi Yu yawned, feeling that it would take a long time for Chong Chong to condense a regular spirit body, so he should sleep first. This time, Shi Yu had a dream. He dreamed of the four-eyed owl on the blue planet. He dreamed that it was laughing wildly and shouting with relief, "It's you, Chong Chong." Then it completed the upgrade. Thanks to the leader of the underground Beijing boss. Chapter 555, produced by Emperor Shanshan. The Kanglin Plant Association was like a hospital delivery room at this time. Under the delivery of a group of highly skilled plant gods, the life seeds that were impregnated with various powers were transformed into young plants that were crying for food. They had lost their previous life power and memories, and could only grow again from their juvenile bodies. However, for these young plants, this was the best result. If not, they might have disappeared forever without leaving any trace. Daughter, the plant queen, who had the figure of a beautiful adult woman, green leaf wings, arms entangled by thorny vines, and rose-like hair covering her eyes and nose, sobbed silently when she saw her daughter turned into a green onion with eyes. This was the juvenile form of their clan. Could it be that they had to start raising children again? Only by raising a child can you know the pain. It's a pity, Ms. Manka, that its memory could not be recovered. It has been done its best to retain the racial talent, a green dragon said. Gani, a member of the Kanglin Green Dragon clan, a god-level member of the Plant Association, became a member of the medical team for the Plant Association's training accident because he mastered the rules of life and wood. I know, the Queen of Plants nodded silently, having already prepared herself mentally. Green Dragon Gani shook his head. There were still some reincarnation seeds in the nutrition room that needed to be saved, so it was not time to rest yet. However, just as he was about to return to the work area, a telepathy sounded in his heart across a long distance. Dad, I'm Gorka. Someone wants to see you, the president of the Plant Association. When Green Dragon Gani heard this voice, he looked into the distance. What was this brat doing? The other party claimed that they could help the plant lives that were forced to reincarnate quickly regain their previous life power and memory. What? Green Dragon Gani flew away from the spot and used telepathy to find the location of his son. After a while, he flew outside the Plant Association and landed in front of Shen Bao and the others. His eyes passed over Sennian and Gorka, and looked at Gem Cat Lady and Shen Bao. Gorka, what's going on? If you're lying, I'll break your wings, Green Dragon Gorka said bitterly. What does it have to do with me? I'm just delivering the message. It's them. Shen Bao looked at the more powerful green dragon flying over and took a deep breath. Good guy, you have people in the Plant Association too. Sure enough, it's the same everywhere. Every industry has been infiltrated by powerful families. Who are you? Gani asked Shen Bao and Gemcat. Sun Nian said, Godfather, they claim to have mastered a kind of ability called reincarnation fruit that can awaken the power and memory of the previous life. Are you sure? Green Dragon Gani said seriously, there is such an ability? At least the various races in the current Kanglin realm do not have such means. Perhaps the realm master can use his supernatural power to help the newly reincarnated plant-based demigod awaken the power and memory of his previous life, but the realm master is far away on the battlefield and it is impossible for him to come back for such a small matter. It is a small matter for the realm master, but it is a major accident for the Plant Association. If it is not handled properly, the loss is small. But the goodwill of the families that have deep cooperation with the Plant Association will be greatly affected. Therefore, the current president of the Plant Association has gone to seek help and plans to find a solution in other realms. However, the Plant Association has not found a solution yet, but someone actually said that he can solve it and took the initiative to come to the door. Well, Shen Bao pressed his doctoral hat, of course. What are your origins and what are your intentions? Do you know the price of lying? Green Dragon Gani said. It's just that we happen to have the resources you need and want to help people. Of course, we will not pay for nothing, Just give a reward, Gem Cat Lady said. Money. 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 You can only eat when he has money. Yee, we are from the suspended realm, Shen Bao Bao said. Green Dragon Gani's expression changed. The suspended realm? Why does it sound so familiar? Godfather, they said they are friends of the 11th member of the Iron-Eating Beast tribe who defeated Gorka, Sen said. Fuck, Green Dragon Gani said, why does it sound so familiar? It turns out that the Iron-Eating Beast that old Sen mentioned is also from the suspended realm. What's going on with this suspended realm? It has a strong presence recently. If what you said is true, it will be a great help. Come with me, I will take you to see the president, it said. Shen Bao Bao and Gem Cat looked at each other. Sure, at this time, in a meeting room of the Plant Association, a human with the appearance of an old woman looked sad. Around her, two scattered vice presidents of the Plant Association who had sent their pets to work were discussing countermeasures with her. President Feng, how is it? In this situation, we have found two resources that can solve it, the old lady president said. One is the 11th level resource 3 world soil, and the other is the 11th level resource forgotten galaxy water. Both resources are extremely expensive. There are 212 plant-based demigods who are forced to reincarnate this time, and the Plant Association cannot afford this loss. It is so expensive that it is more expensive than raising their reincarnated bodies to the demigod level again. Moreover, these resources are extremely rare. Even if we set up a connection and provide them with a purchasing channel, it is impossible to collect such a large number at once. The old lady president shook her head. From the perspective of the Plant Association, it seems that we can only give them some symbolic humanitarian compensation. Upon hearing this, the senior executives present were silent. Although this is not the best way to deal with it, it can only be done this way. President, just when the president of the Plant Association was at a loss, the Green Dragon Gani came to the outside of the meeting room with the ginseng baby and others, and called the president from the outside to the inside. Gani? Come here. The old lady president didn't quite understand why Gani was not helping over there and came here. Following her call, the Green Dragon Gani immediately brought the ginseng baby and others in. President, I met them outside. They said they can provide a large amount of resources called reincarnation fruit, which can awaken the power and memory of the previous life. After the Green Dragon Gani came in, he directly said to the president. Hearing this, the senior executives of the Plant Association were stunned and looked at Shen Bao Bao and the Gem Cat. Reincarnation fruit? What did you say? The old lady president looked at Shen Bao Bao. It's the reincarnation fruit, Shen Bao Bao said. If you need it, I can provide it in large quantities, but it's not easy to make one, and it's not free. Facing many with like eyes, Shen Bao Bao suddenly trembled. After he finished speaking, he felt that these people at the scene were looking at him with green eyes. You said you can make resources with this effect. The old lady president of the Plant Association looked at Shen Bao Bao. Do you have a real thing? Let me see it. Hearing this, Shen Bao Bao took out a reincarnation fruit that he had made before and gave it to the president of the Plant Association. After getting the reincarnation fruit, the president of the Plant Association immediately felt a special time force from it and was startled. Time-related fruit resources. After deeply exploring the essence of the power of the samsara fruit, President Feng gradually believed it, but now she was more curious about where this plant life of the time system came from. Except in the Kanglin realm, this kind of guy can't live long in other realms. It should be easy to help demigods awaken their past life power and memories, but it's a bit difficult for gods. Shen Bao Bao nodded. Are you sure this thing works? President Feng asked again. Of course, the Gem Cat lady said firmly. She regained her past life power through the samsara fruit. How could it be fake? Gani, among the geniuses who were forced to reincarnate this time, there are orphans with no background, right? Bring one, President Feng said to Green Dragon. Hearing this, Green Dragon understood that President Feng wanted to test the effect, so he turned around and left immediately. President, this is the god of food flower, a genius excavated from the frontier, and this time it was forced to reincarnate. In less than a minute, a young plant-type organism that looked like a bud was brought over by the Green Dragon. It was placed on the conference table with a bewildered look on its face. President Feng walked over to it, holding the reincarnation fruit, and said, Come, little guy, have a bite. Upon hearing this, the young god of food flower took a bite of the reincarnation fruit. The senior executives of the Plant Association present stared at it. After a moment, the young god of food flower was startled, and a white light filled its body. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, its momentum rose incredibly step by step, and soon it rose from the extraordinary level to the commander level, the monarch level, and the overlord level. Multiple regular ripples filled its body. As the white light dissipated, a flower-like god of food flower with arms and body with several ibis-like huge mouths appeared here. At this time, the god-eater flower had a confused expression and was making a sound with a headache. The samsara fruit in front of it seemed to be a fatal temptation to it. It ate it all in 2 or 3 bites, and then it got slightly better. "I'm not dead," it made a sound with a headache, opened its eyes and looked around. After seeing President Feng and others, it looked incredible. "President Feng. It was you who saved me." At this time, President Feng and others also exhaled slightly. It was really so useful. On King Kai, there are resources that can awaken the power and memory of the previous life, but they are extremely expensive and rare, just like the Forgotten Galaxy water and the 3 worlds oil before. And this plant-based life in the form of ginseng can actually manually create such resources? It's not us, it's. At this time, President Feng was about to say something, and the god-eater flower changed again. The power of the samsara fruit seemed to have not been fully activated. The light of time appeared on it again. The breath began to climb to the quasi-god level, and the limit was close to the god level. Ah! A huge cry came from the god-eater flower, as if the spiritual consciousness was impacted. Seeing this, Green Dragon Gani immediately asked, "What's going on?" "Don't worry, it should be that the fruit of reincarnation has awakened its power and memory from its previous life. This big flower has not only reincarnated this time, but its strongest stage should be at the god level." After the baby ginseng finished speaking, as expected, just as it said, the god of food flower began to evolve again. The originally bright red body full of huge mouths gradually became stained with white spots, and strong spatial fluctuations spread from it. President Feng and others showed incredible expressions. "Space rules," Green Dragon Gani said. "This guy has mastered the space rules. Although the god of food flower is a genius cultivated by the plant association, it has never mastered such a powerful divine skill as the space rules. But now, just by eating a reincarnation fruit, it has not only changed from the reincarnated cub form to the pre-life form, but also awakened the space-related rules divine skills, which immediately made the senior executives of the plant association present look stern. Then, they looked at the honest baby ginseng and the gem cat next to them, who were eager to try. At this time, the cat was a little excited. It felt that Shen Baobao's reincarnation fruit seemed to have been upgraded a lot. So, in addition to her previous life as a demigod cat, did she inherit the power of her previous life, or even the previous life before that? Maybe, in her previous life before that, she was a big boss in the universe. The god of food flower tried hard to recall something, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember it. Her power was slowly decreasing and she returned to the posture of the god of food flower, panting. The fruit given by Shen Baobao was not of high level and was not enough to support it. It completely awakened the power and memory of the previous life. At this moment, President Feng and others completely believed that the reincarnation fruit made by Shen Baobao in front of them could help those geniuses who were forced to reincarnate regain their power and memory. "Who are you?" At this time, President Feng spoke respectfully. Shen Baobao could win their respect with just this one move. This reincarnation fruit is not only something that can help the Kanglin Plant Association overcome the current difficulties, but also a resource of great strategic value, and a cash cow that can make a force very rich. "The suspended realm, Emperor Shenshin," Shen Baobao said. "Do you believe it now?" "I believe it, I believe it," President Feng said. "Can you really provide a large amount of reincarnation fruit?" "What's the price?" Shen Baobao fell into deep thought and said, "What price can you give?" "Regardless of the time cost, after the god-level reincarnation fruit is made with all the power of the wood control, life body, and the sun and moon together to store power, it will probably need half of the god-level energy crystal of the non-system, or 1/3 of the wood-level god-level energy crystal to replenish its physical energy." President Feng said, "How about 2 wood attribute god-level energy crystals?" Shen Baobao took a deep breath, a local tyrant. Although he was very satisfied, Shen Baobao still made an embarrassed expression. Seeing this, the gem cat next to him breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shen Baobao held on. "No one will bid high for the first time." President Feng smiled bitterly and said, Your Excellency Emperor Kanshin, to be honest, we really need a large number of reincarnation fruits, at least 200. If the price is too high, it will cause problems in the operation of the plant association, and judging from its appearance, relying on only one reincarnation fruit may not be enough to restore their full strength. At this time, the god of food flower has only been restored to the overlord level through the reincarnation fruit, and there is still a certain gap from the demigod level before reincarnation. At this time, the senior executives of the plant association present all knew that the price was too low. 2 pieces of god-level energy crystals are not enough to buy the 3 world soil and forgotten galaxy water. Maybe the level of the reincarnation fruit is not as good as those resources, but in terms of effect, there is almost no difference in this matter. President Feng was silent. If it was higher, it would not be impossible. The price she gave was to let the plant association buy it all by itself. If it was higher, those genius families would have to pay a part. Otherwise, you can discuss it again, the gem cat lady said. It has matching resources here, the gem cat said. It can also produce cultivation fruits. After the user eats it, he doesn't need to do anything. He can upgrade himself by sleeping. Combined with the samsara fruit, it won't take long for them to return to their peak or even become stronger. The senior executives of the plant association at the scene were slightly stunned. Huh? Sample, the gem cat said. This is a sample. It takes too much energy to make 2 together. It can only be supported by a large amount of supplements. Shen Baobao took out another cultivation fruit and put it on the table. Then, there was a business card. Here is our contact information. If you have considered it, you can contact us. Then, please help me, and help me identify the effects of the samsara fruit and the cultivation fruit. I want an effect identification certificate. Shen Baobao didn't expect that he could let the president of the plant association personally help him identify the effect. Let's go. The gem cat poked Emperor Shen Bian and gave them some time to communicate. Okay. Hearing this, President Feng also knew that they really needed time to consider it from all sides. After the conversation, Shen Baobao and gem cat left. Such a big deal cannot be concluded immediately. You have to give the other party some time. Even if the other party can pay, Shen Baobao does not have so much goods at this time. After Shen Baobao and gem cat left, the meeting room fell into silence. So, was it that Senior Shen Xiandi who saved me? On the table, the god of food flower was vague. You, eat this and see, maybe it can help you recover more strength. President Feng threw the cultivation fruit left by Shen Baobao to the god of food flower. She had confirmed the state of the god of food flower at this time, and she wanted to see what ability this cultivation fruit had. Okay, the god of food flower did not dare to disobey the president's order and ate the cultivation fruit directly. Then, a mixed odor emanated from its body, which almost made the senior executives of the plant association present have a heart attack. They suddenly covered their noses, and then saw that the god of food flower fell asleep with white eyes. President, you hurt me, god of food flower. President Feng? This, vomit, green dragon Gani was shocked. Why is it so smelly? President Feng almost thought that the ginseng baby had left some stink bomb. She immediately checked the god heater flower and confirmed that the stench was caused by the cultivation fruit just now. However, during the inspection, President Feng discovered that the plant body of the god heater flower had indeed begun to grow automatically at this time, and the speed was very fast. Just a few seconds of sleep might be comparable to several days of hard training. Other things were fine. This was because of the effect of the cultivation fruit, and also because the god heater flower had activated its original potential through the reincarnation fruit, which was to regain strength. President, after everyone exhaustedly cleaned up the stench, a senior executive said, President, the fruit of reincarnation must be obtained. Even if this incident did not happen, the fruit of reincarnation is of great significance to the Kanglin Plant Association. Resources that contain the power of time and awaken the power and memory of previous lives have always been high-end products and very expensive. Now that a lower-level substitute has finally appeared, it may be possible to open up a huge market. Yes, the other party just asked us to identify the effects of the fruit of reincarnation and the fruit of cultivation. Doesn't this mean that the other party is not a member of other plant associations? This is an opportunity. We must win over the Emperor of Heaven to the Kanglin Plant Association. If it joins other branches, we will lose a lot. Do I need you to tell me this? President Feng said. It's just easier said than done, a middle-aged man with green hair said. For the first transaction, we can unite those genius families, bleed heavily once, give this Emperor of Heaven enough benefits, and then use this to invite him to become the honorary vice president of the Plant Association. Having saved so many geniuses at once, the forces behind them should give their full support. The position of vice president was given for a reason, and it will not cause any controversy, and after Emperor Kanchan becomes the honorary vice president of the Kanglan Botanical Association, as long as we can convince him to obtain the agency sales rights and even the cultivation method of the fruit of reincarnation, then all the losses can be made up over time. Isn't it a bit abrupt to give the honorary vice president position to a stranger of unknown origin, said another purple-haired senior executive. She had been in the industry for so many years before she got the position of vice president. Let me think about it. The old lady president closed her eyes tightly and said, it's too much of a struggle for the Plant Association to invest in this resource alone, but if we let those families invest together, we have to let them confirm the effect of the fruit of reincarnation first. We can first buy a few fruits of reincarnation from that Emperor Shenpian at a high price and experiment with them. As she spoke, the god of food flower, which was sealed by everyone, suddenly broke through the seal, and its aura reached the quasi-god level. It even broke through in its sleep and returned to the peak. Everyone was silent. President Feng said, you can also buy a few of this stinky fruit. After Shen Bao and Gem Cat came back, Shi Yu woke up from his sleep and said, it seems that the harvest is good. Shen Bao explained the current situation of the Plant Association to Shi Yu and was very happy. This speed of making money is not inferior to the pigment, right? I didn't expect this thing to be so rare on King Kai's planet, and it can be sold at such a high price. At this time, Gem Cat Lady also felt that she had eaten a lot of incredible things, and she felt a pain in her flesh. Just after everyone finished chatting, Shen Bao got the message that the Plant Association wanted to buy a small batch of resources first, and the price was very high. After seeing it, Shi Yu and Shen Bao were very tempted. Shi Yu licked his lips and said, make them. These few days, you should make the reincarnation fruit and the cultivation fruit first. Shen Bao said he received it. A few days later, the Plant Association received the first batch of resources they wanted from Shen Bao and the Gem Cat, and called a group of reincarnated cubs and their elders to come to the experiment together. After eating the reincarnation fruit, this batch of young seedlings immediately awakened the power and memory of the previous lives, which surprised the forces behind them. Although the reincarnation fruit is expensive, it is much cheaper than the resources such as this oil of the 3 lives. In addition, the Plant Association is willing to pay part of the money. Even a small god-level family can easily afford it. Everyone, this is the resource provided by the Lord Shen Xiandi, the reincarnation fruit. President Feng looked at the geniuses of the Plant Association who had recovered one by one, and said with relief, I am resurrected, Dad, Mom, Teacher. After recovering from the reincarnation state, the plant demigods were also very excited. President Feng, who exactly is this Emperor Kanchan? The leaders of each family looked at their children with excitement and asked, great, this Emperor Kanchan has really helped a lot. Is it the senior Emperor Kanchan who saved us? The geniuses who were rescued were also grateful. President Feng nodded and said, yes, in addition to the fruit of reincarnation, it also prepared cultivation fruit for you. It is a fruit that can combine work and rest to improve strength efficiently. Combined with the fruit of reincarnation, I believe it won't take long for you to recover to the peak or even break through the peak. President, I don't know where the cultivation fruit is, so we bought it too, a god-level parent said. They have seen the effect of the fruit of reincarnation, so the cultivation fruit produced by Emperor Kanchan should not be much worse. President Feng had a strange expression on his face and said, wait a minute. After a while, several cultivation fruits were brought up. The resurrected geniuses of the Plant Association felt that it was great to be alive. They picked up the cultivation fruits one by one, but after a moment, their expressions turned purple and black. In order not to deceive, Shen Bao deliberately showed the taste of the cultivation fruit and the smell, in order to give buyers a psychological preparation and let them decide whether to buy it or not. It can be said that he is a conscientious merchant. This is the advice of the Gem Cat. Doing business is about integrity and consistency. So, there is a scene in front of us, where a bunch of geniuses of the Plant Association almost fainted after getting the cultivation fruit just by smelling it. Ugh, there were vomiting sounds one after another in the association, and many geniuses looked pale. Do they Really want to eat this? Eat it, it's okay. Your elders have already paid for you to buy it. Don't waste it. President Feng has seen very good results on the god of food flower. Although the value of this cultivation fruit is not as good as the reincarnation fruit, it is not bad. If it is popularized in the future, it will be of great help to the growth of the plant association. Under her command, this group of plant geniuses still hadn't made up their minds, with sad faces. How come this thing smells more disgusting than the feces and fertilizer of those mythical beasts? They don't want to eat it. If they want to eat this thing, it's better not to recover. They would rather be cubs again. Eat. The genius elders next to them also covered their noses and forced the order. President Feng can't lie to you. Anyway, they are not the ones who eat the fruit. If eating it can make their offspring stronger, they will also be happy to see it. It's impossible that other people's children eat it, but their own children don't eat it because of the taste. Would that fall behind a lot? Roll up. Chapter 556 The Universe Overlord Army is coming. A few days later. It was time for Shi Yu and Lin Feng to go to the Xianling realm to attend the Four Saints conference as agreed. During this period, Shi Yu and his pets worked overtime and had a very satisfying time. The transaction between Shen Baobao and the Plant Association was also carried out in an orderly manner. Although Shen Baobao had not yet produced enough reincarnation and cultivation fruits required by the Plant Association due to time issues, Shi Yu and his team had already made a lot of money. Soon his wealth returned to the peak, more than the resources given by the One-Star Will and the Lord of One Domain combined. Moreover, during this period, the effects of the reincarnation fruit and the cultivation fruit also spread in the Kanglin realm. Everyone knows that the accident in which many plant geniuses were forced to reincarnate due to the training organized by the Kanglin Plant Association has been saved by the reincarnation fruit made by a plant boss named Shen Xiandi. At the same time, an automatic hanging machine cultivation resource called cultivation fruit also became popular in the Kanglin realm. If the cultivation fruit only had the effect of efficient hanging machine cultivation, it might not be so popular now. The sudden explosion was still because of its stinky gimmick. Those geniuses who ate the cultivation fruit couldn't accept that they were the only ones eating such a disgusting thing, so they recommended it to their relatives and friends, which led to a surge in the number of reservations for the cultivation fruit at the Plant Association. This made Shi Yu realize that Teacher Cat really had a business mind. At some point, as long as the quality was good, some kind of curious attributes could often be used as a top marketing tool, which was much easier to spread than normal attributes. You really don't want to go? Before leaving for the Xianling realm, Shi Yu finally asked the gem cat girl who was lazily lying on the sofa. No, the gem cat used telekinesis to open the refrigerator, took out a bottle of fresh milk, and said salty fish. Then don't say that we didn't take you out to play in the end. Shi Yu remembered this guy. When he was on Blue Star, he was dissatisfied for a long time because he went out to travel several times without her. How could it be? The gem cat girl yawned and said, what's fun about the Four Saints conference? Now there's the cultivation fruit, although it's a little unpalatable, but she just wants to hang up here to practice. Besides, she hadn't even visited all the interesting places in the Hanging Realm and Kanglin Realm, so she wasn't very interested in going to the Xianling realm. Then let's go, Shi Yu shrugged. If he didn't want to go, then he didn't. While packing his luggage, Shi Yu greeted his pets. The Four Saints conference will last for a month. Shi Yu and his friends won't be back in the short term, and other things have been arranged. The trade fair of the Ginseng Baby and the Plant Association will be suspended for a while. Susu's purification task has always exceeded the target, and she has already completed the task of a 3-star purifier for decades. As for Lin's research paper, it has also been written and recently uploaded to the headquarters of the Disaster Research Institute. Senior Lin Feng, I'm leaving. After finishing his work before leaving, Shi Yu communicated with Senior Lin Feng and planned to leave. Level 1 Realm, Xianling Realm, Four Saints Ancient City. After going around in circles, Shi Yu and his group finally arrived here. In this ancient city, under a huge green dragon fountain, Shi Yu said directly after seeing Lin Feng, Senior Lin Feng, this place is so remote. I searched for a long time before I found it. Lin Feng laughed and said, haha, indeed, such a large relic is not in the main city, let's go first. I have found a place for you to stay. The event will not start until 2 days later. During this period, you can go shopping first. There will be some shops or auctions selling religious objects in the ancient city. You can participate in them by yourself. What about you, Senior Lin Feng? Shiyu was still thinking about going shopping with Lin Feng. When he was short of money, this senior couldn't just stand by and watch. Xiao Bai and I have an appointment to meet an old friend, so I won't go with you, but you can find me if you have anything, Lin Feng said. Shiyu? Xiao Bai. Shiyu knew that Senior Lin Feng had trained a white tiger on Blue Star. To be precise, it was a white tiger mother. It was not a white tiger mother that was a combination of a white tiger and a human beast master, but a white tiger mother that evolved into humanoid form. Its name was Xiao Bai. It was precisely because of this relationship that Senior Lin Feng obtained the initial qualification to participate in the Four Saints Conference. However, what Shiyu did not expect was that the other party really just called him casually, instead of wanting to personally instruct him. Mistake, Shiyu looked at his face. Yes, instructing the younger generation is not as fun as having a dinner party with a white tiger mother. Senior Lin Feng was very kind to bring him here. You are such a big man, you don't want me to take care of you by your side, do you? Lin Feng said. No, Senior Lin Feng, just go and do your own thing. Shiyu's mouth twitched. Then I'm relieved, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, buy more faith objects to prepare for the conferred God War, and then you can also participate in the Battle of the Four Saints Ruins. Don't worry too much, this is based on the level. Overlords fight with overlords, demigods fight with demigods, and true gods fight with true gods. Your King Long has that skill. With enough faith, the demigod level is almost invincible. Well, I'll see when the time comes, Shiyu said. The two chatted, and suddenly, the sky seemed to darken. A giant super space battleship, accompanied by a space ripple, descended from the starry sky. The appearance of the battleship attracted the attention of everyone in the Four Saints ancient city, and made the faces of humans and star creatures evolving towards the Four Saints solemn. Rumble. The battleship landed with an astonishing momentum, which disturbed many people. The way it came was extremely arrogant, but no one dared to show a dissatisfied expression. This, Lin Feng's expression also became serious, and he said, why are they here this time? This is, Shiyu saw the logo on the huge space battleship. It was a black bullhead logo with a pair of devil-like horns, which was very oppressive. It was the Star Army of the Universe Overlord. It was the Universe Overlord Army, Lin Feng said. I don't know which super god general under the Universe Overlord led the army. What are they doing here? Shiyu said. Lin Feng said, it may be for trading. Of course, the most likely reason is to crack the Four Saints relics. The Universe Overlord Army has always been very interested in the epic ruins. The Four Saints relics are very old and have appeared a long time ago. They should not be here for the first time, but the cracking of the Four Saints relics should have ended in failure before. This time they came again. Maybe they have a new method. Don't worry about them, as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke them. They dare not act recklessly on King Kai, Lin Feng said. Shiyu nodded. If they came to trade, it would be fine. He just wanted to buy a few planets from the Universe Overlord Army. And if they came for the Four Saints relics, Shiyu could only say, just be happy. Anyway, he had no desire for the Four Saints relics. No desire at all. That was impossible, but Shiyu had a plan, and the chances of cracking the relic were slim. According to Senior Lin Feng, the relic originated from the last cosmic era, and was built by the four cosmic gods subordinates as the Four Saints' ancient battlefield. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise were the four cosmic gods of the last cosmic era. In terms of strength, they were considered to be equal to the Dark King, the Queen of Insects, the Realm King, and the Beast King of the current era, and they gathered the faith of the entire universe. However, they were not powerful because the entire universe believed in them, but because they were powerful enough, they gained the faith of the entire universe. Therefore, with such a huge power of faith, the four cosmic gods themselves were actually of little use. Whether they had it or not, they were invincible, and they had long stood at the top of the universe. However, the power of faith was indeed a good power system. According to the archaeological discoveries of archaeologists in this era, the four sacred beasts like to transform their useless power of faith into rewards and give them to their followers. Among them, the Four Saints battlefield is a battlefield established by the subordinates of the four holy beasts against the forces of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise under this background. In the battlefield, entrants can fight on behalf of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, and the winner can divide the power of faith stored in the four saints' relics. This is an inherent mechanism left by the epic relics. As for other mechanisms, it is unknown. In addition to understanding this mechanism, no one can crack the other functions of this epic relics, and no one can become the master of the ruins of this epic relics. Slowly, the four saints' relics were jointly owned by the Archaeological Association of Qinghai and some of the four saints evolvers, and became the current event mode. All the four saints evolvers can come here to compete for the power of faith by paying a certain price during the opening of the four saints' relics. In the four saints' relics, the power of the four saints' faith is very huge, and the depth is still invisible. This is normal. After all, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise are the gods of the universe in the last era, and they have gained the faith of all creatures in the universe. The power of faith gathered under such a background, even if it is only a tiny part, can support a god level. For this reason, the Kai King Planet Archaeological Association, including the Army of the Universe Overlord, and some of the Four Saints families, have always wanted to crack this relic. Whoever can become the master of this relic can obtain a huge amount of faith power and become invincible. If the master of the relic is a believer of the Four Saints and can mobilize these powers of faith, then even if the master of the relic is a god level, it is enough to rely on such a huge power of faith to fight against the super god level, and make the super god life terrified. If a super god level becomes the master of the relic, I am afraid he will instantly become the first echelon of power under the universe god. How could Shiyu, who is in urgent need of the power of faith, not covet such a relic? If he could become the master of the relic, then he would probably not lack the power of faith for the rest of his life. The power of faith inherited from the last era is much more powerful than the power of faith condensed in this era. By then, even if he is still a demigod, he should be able to become a first-tier powerhouse, and his strength is not inferior to that of Kangdi, Lin Feng and others. Of course, Shiyu was just thinking about it. After all, if he became the master of the Four Saints relics, he would probably offend a large number of people, and all the Four Saints evolvers would want to peel off the skin of him, Chong, Chideng and others. It is hard to say whether he can resist these covetousness by relying on the increase in strength brought by becoming the master of the relic. Let's go. As the space battleship fell into the distance, Lin Feng said to Shiyu. Okay, Shiyu nodded. Next, Lin Feng took Shiyu to an ancient house with a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right in front of the door, and then he slipped away, leaving Shiyu in deep thought. Senior Lin Feng, I really don't want to stay with him for even a minute longer. He is so talented and so outstanding, shouldn't he be liked by the seniors? Senior Lin Feng, he is really unreliable, no wonder Senior Shenun doesn't like him, Shiyu muttered. Senior Lin Feng can get you a chance to participate in the Four Saints Conference, which is already very good. Ahem, I know, don't worry about him, let's go buy evolution resources for Xia Ebing, Giga, and Dwarf Cat first, Lin said. Akak, Shiyu shrugged. Go buy evolution resources for Xia Ebing, Giga, and Dwarf Cat. At present, the cultivation of Xia Ebing, Giga, and Dwarf Cat has reached the extreme level of the monarch. Even the will of the overlord has been obtained through the training of adding points, which can be regarded as the initial foundation for evolution. When the bug evolved into the blue dragon, it only had one more blue dragon field than them. Shiyu originally wanted to let them complete the evolution of Xuanwu and Beihu before coming here. However, after a little inquiry, he found that the Four Sacred Beasts Conference would have many supporting evolutionary resources specifically for the Four Sacred Beasts. In this case, Shiyu gave up the idea of blindly letting them evolve, and planned to come here to purchase some, and then help them evolve. In the ancient house that Lin Feng found, Shiyu yawned and called out all the pets except Qi, Shen Bao, and Su Su. Qi appeared because it was not suitable. If it was captured by the Universe Overlord Army, who would you go to for justice? As for Shen Bao and Su Su, they still had to work to support their families, and they also stayed in the beast taming space obediently. You guys just walk around, Lin, be responsible for buying Xia Ebing, Giga's evolutionary resources, and preparing the evolutionary plan. Yes, Master, Lin said. What about you? Rest, of course, Shiyu said. I've been teleporting to several realms. I'm exhausted. I'm going to lie down for a while. If you have anything, just call me. Anyway, the Four Saints ancient city is not very big, and my telepathy can cover the entire range. This is basically the same as going with you, Okay, Lin nodded helplessly, looked at Xiaobing, Giga, and the short-legged cat and said, "You three, come with me to buy evolutionary resources. Chong Chong, Chi-Tong, you guys come too. We also need to find the epic faith objects for Chong Chong to learn faith overdraft, and prepare some faith objects for Chi-Tong to consume in battle." Okay, Chong Chong and Chi-Tong expressed their understanding. They all like shopping. Oh, 11 felt that it seemed that he had nothing to do. It looked at Shi Yu and asked you if he needed a health massage. What is that? Shi Yu asked. Ying 11 raised his arms, and 8 armor bean bears appeared behind him, gathering together. Health massage, that is, a method of giving healthcare to fixed objects through the massage of the Bagua clone, is what he has just researched. Shi Yu pondered. Tai Chi, Bagua. It seems that they really have the ability to maintain health. Well, let's try it, Shi Yu said. Yeah, roar, meow yeah. Xiaoji and Xiaozi thought about it and decided not to join in the fun. They also chose to stay and planned to accompany Key to play in the beast control space. At this point, the team's tasks were assigned. Lin and the others took all their assets and ran to buy faith objects and evolution resources. 11 gave massages to the beast control master at home. Shinbei and Susu continued to make money, and Key, Xiaoji, Yaya and Xiaozi played mahjong in the beast control space. Let's go. The sword spirit Chi-Tong transformed into the form of a black-clad big sister, the sword princess of death, and the Suzaku clone landed on her shoulders. The excited turtles, Xiaobing, and the dwarf cats followed behind. The bugs maintained the form of the green cotton bugs, and the cute team too, as for Lin, maintained the form of battleship figurines and mini battleships, floating beside them like a toy. A team of people started to go out shopping, leaving 9 pandas to massage Shi Yu who was lying down. Be gentle. After a moment, Shi Yu let out a painful wail, and flames, water, lightning, and various forces surged towards him, making Shi Yu curse. Are you giving me a health massage? Are you refining my body for me? In the Four Saints ancient city, on the other side, after the battleships of the Universe Overlord Legion landed, the stairs connecting the battleships to the ground also fell. A team of 20 humanoid space life forms composed of gods, in various forms, wearing white-red K-standard combat uniforms, immediately walked out of 2 rows and stood in line to greet the big man behind. A moment later, a purple-haired girl wearing the same combat uniform, but with purple patterns, slowly walked down from the space battleship under the protection of 2 top gods. At this moment, there were a large number of star life from various realms and planets around, including overlords, demigods, and gods. There were huge crowds of people, but when the Universe Overlord army came, no matter where they came from, even if they were descendants of super gods, they were avoiding the guys coming out of the battleship like a plague. The Universe Overlord army is the synonym of gangsters in the universe, and no one dares to mess with them. Master Zijian, it's not time to open the Four Saints ruins yet. Where are we going next? The 2 top gods asked the girl respectfully. Just take a look first. The purple-haired girl, who looked only 15 or 16 years old, looked around and said, before entering the ruins, I need to familiarize myself with the environment. Yes, the 2 top gods nodded and obeyed the girl's words. They have thin red humanoid bodies and long tentacles. The people present all recognize their race. The Derricks are one of the lackeys of the Universe Overlords. They are extremely powerful. Then, they went straight into the Four Saints ancient city. After they left, the people around them caught their breath and whispered to each other. What's the situation with that human girl? Is she a big shot? She can even have a top god as her follower. It's incredible, look at her clothes. It's purple. Of course she's a big shot. From the combat uniforms of the Universe Overlords, you can see the level of each member in the internal ranks. According to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, red is the lowest and purple is the highest. Generally speaking, purple patterned combat uniforms basically represent super god level. Even the 2 aliens who showed the aura of top gods were wearing combat uniforms with cyan patterns. Who that girl was immediately aroused a solemn discussion among the people present. Obviously, that girl did not match any of the super god level bosses known to many people. Then, there was only one possibility left. She did not get her extremely high status in the Universe Overlords through combat, but through other fields. Her value in the Universe Overlords was comparable to the super god level. I heard about it. In the crowd, an old man who looked like a blue dragon said thoughtfully, That girl should have come to King Kai in the past 2 years. She is one of the top archaeologists of the Universe Overlord Corps. She has been exploring various epic ruins for the Universe Overlord outside the Universe Sea 200 years ago. She is very active and has cracked the ruins of many epics. I heard that her arrival made the King Kai Archaeological Association pay great attention and nervous. Unexpectedly, her first stop after coming to King Kai was to come to the Four Saints ruins. What? Hearing the words of the old man of the Blue Dragon clan, the people around were slightly surprised. Is she so powerful? The archaeologists of the Universe Overlord Corps stationed on King Kai have been suppressed by the King Kai Archaeological Association for many years in cracking the ruins. It seems that this time they have invited a great god to come, someone analyzed. So, this time, the Kai King Planet Archaeological Association will also have some big shots to restrain the archaeologists of the Universe Overlord Corps. It's hard to say. The four sacred relics can't be cracked just by wanting to, nor can it be prevented by restrictions. We don't have enough information about this relic. Zijian, a human, 207 years old, is a top archaeologist of the Universe Overlord Corps. She has a record of cracking 4 epic relics, has gained a source of transcendence, and has added a super god general to the Universe Overlord Corps. She has a very high status in the Universe Overlord Corps. It can be said that her archaeological talent is already at the top of the starry sky. However, the moment Zijian stepped into the Four Sacred Ancient City, her beautiful face showed an unexpected expression, and her footsteps subconsciously stopped. What's wrong, Lord Zijian? The guards around asked when they saw this. Nothing, I just didn't expect that there is a master in this city, and he is quite powerful. No wonder your people have been blocked everywhere on Kai King Planet and can't even get a few epic relics, Zijian said. The 2 top-level aliens were speechless. Then will there be any accidents when we crack the Four Saints relics this time? What do we need to do? Zijian shook his head and said, no, he is a master to you, but to me, he is just a novice who has just started. Don't worry about him, let's go. At the same time, Shiyu, who was half-closed and enjoying the massage, also opened his eyes suddenly. Suddenly, he felt a little uneasy. He felt that the relic detection function in the time-passing technique taught by Shidi seemed to be suppressed, making it difficult for him to breathe. What's going on? Shiyu looked outside solemnly, and the 9 pandas also stopped the massage in their hands and looked at them eagerly. Oh my god, there are monsters, Shiyu said, my relic detection ability has been blocked. Oh, 11 was surprised. Wasn't that taught by Senior Shidi? Senior Shidi is so weak. Shiyu looked at 11. Very good, he didn't even say that his Beastmaster was very bad, and Rushang could be taught. Chapter 557 The Birth of Xuanwu. Four Sacred Ancient City. On the trading street, Qitong and others were shopping and everything went smoothly. What they needed, the ordinary faith objects of the 4 sacred beasts containing the power of faith, and the resources for the evolution of the 4 sacred beasts, were all available here. With Shiyu's current wealth, buying these was not a problem. The only thing that might make Shiyu and others a little embarrassed might be the epic faith object. This thing is really expensive, but Shiyu and others have proved through experiments that Chong wants to learn to overdraw faith, and he can't get around this. The Xuanwu evolution resources have been purchased, the White Tiger evolution resources have been purchased, the Suzaku faith objects have been purchased. Okay, the only thing missing is the epic Azure Dragon faith object. After spending a sum of money relatively easily, Lin and Qitong were stumped by Chong's resources. The remaining energy crystals are definitely not enough to buy an epic faith object. They can only try to barter. But the problem is that there is no chance to barter them. Epic faith objects are not sold at ordinary places. This kind of scarce resource may only be seen in the next large auction. At that time, they simply couldn't bid with a bunch of messy resources. Therefore, they could only throw the goods they were going to sell to the auction in advance, or sell them to others in advance and exchange them for common currency. Thinking of this, they went straight to the largest auction in the Four Saints Ancient City. However, on the way there, they were suddenly attracted by the conversation of passers-by. The caravan of the Universe Overlord Legion has also started trading business. In the room, Shiyu, who was still enjoying the 11th massage, fell into deep thought after hearing the report from the pets. After the Universe Overlord Legion arrived, the accompanying caravan immediately occupied a place in the Four Saints Ancient City and started trading. They were buying rare treasures at a price far exceeding the market price, and at the same time, they were also selling some goods unique to the Universe Overlord Legion. A large number of Beastmasters and star life forms have already swarmed over and rushed over. Although the Universe Overlord Legion is terrible, it has a good reputation in trading. Chi Tong and the others meant to go there and see if they could sell the reincarnation fruit and cultivation fruit to the caravan of the Universe Overlord Legion, and then take a look to see if there are any planets to buy. Well, let's go and take a look, Shiyu said. After Shiyu finished speaking, Chi Tong, Rin, Chong Chong and the others immediately went to the direction of the caravan of the Universe Overlord Legion. At this time, around the huge space battleship, a town in the city had been built in an instant, with dozens of shops, so that the caravan of the Universe Overlord Legion could do business here with peace of mind. As soon as they arrived here, Chi Tong and the others' worries were dispelled, because there were an endless stream of people coming here, and many Beastmasters and 4 sacred beasts evolved rushed in. After a while, Chi Tong and the others brought a group of babies to a shop with relatively few people. After queuing for a while, they successfully entered. The merchant inside was a standing starry sky octopus with eyes. Chi Tong, Rin and the others, let's call it the octopus alien. Do you have anything to buy or sell? The octopus looked at the Death Sword Princess Akame, who was accompanied by a mini battleship and a bunch of babies. Do you sell planets here? Also, the Epic Azure Dragon Faith items, Rin asked. Oh, you want to buy planets? Epic Azure Dragon Faith items, the octopus showed a surprised expression and looked at Rin. These are all rare goods, even though we didn't bring many this time. Akame and Rin were delighted. They really had everything. We want to take a look, okay? The octopus laughed and took out a virtual mechanical life. The screen turned to Akame and said, we only sell top quality planets. There are only 4 planets this time. First come, first served. Don't miss the opportunity. As for the epic faith items, 2 each of Azure Dragon, Suzaku, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. They are also not to be missed. Take a look for yourselves. After that, the screen showed pictures and small text introductions of 12 items. 4 planets, 1 red, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 green. The 8 objects of faith have all kinds of shapes, including complete statues and scattered materials, such as dragon scales, bird feathers, and tortoise shells. You are robbing money. Chong Chong also climbed onto Chi Tong's shoulder and was dumbfounded when he saw the epic level object of faith that was priced at 9,999 pieces of god level energy crystals. Even if there were 10 suckers robbing the epic level object of faith at the auction of the 4 Saints ancient city, it would not be possible to raise it to such a high price. The octopus alien said, you can ignore this. Our army does not lack energy crystals. We only accept barter for such rare goods, so you just need to take out treasures that we think are equivalent, including the purchase of planets. After you take it out, I will make a preliminary assessment of the rarity of the treasure, and then I will report to my superiors whether to trade. Of course, if you are willing to trade with energy crystals with a marked price, we will accept it. Chi Tong and the others were silent for a while, looking at the 12 goods with outrageous prices, and fell into deep thought. Let's not talk about the objects of faith. There are 4 planets, 1 fire star, 1 space star, 1 water star, and 1 wood star. Among them, the space star is the largest, the most stable inside, and the space force is strong. The other stars, although smaller, are also useful. For example, the wood star, with a power of 1 star as a farm, is enough to cultivate super god level plant resources. Lin fell into deep thought, and then took out the inheritance crystal made of the reincarnation fruit, the cultivation fruit, and the inheritance water drop. Let me see. The octopus alien first looked at the inheritance crystal that it could judge the function of at a glance and said, oh? The inheritance props containing the prototype of the rule of destruction. It was slightly surprised and said, it is indeed a good thing, but this thing is not very useful to us. It is not very rare. We have a lot of inheritance crystals, including blank inheritance crystal balls, Lin said. The octopus was also silent for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, let's look at something else first. It looked at the cultivation fruit and the reincarnation fruit again and said, I can't tell what these are. This is the Plant Association's Effect Identification Certificate. Chi Tong took out the effect identification certificates of the reincarnation fruit and the cultivation fruit. The octopus, who had not taken it seriously at first, finally changed his expression after seeing the effect of the reincarnation fruit. the power of the time fruit, the power of reincarnation, and the multiple effects of awakening the power of the previous life reminded it of the super god resource, the three-world soil. The three-world soil is a super god resource that is said to allow the user to obtain the power of the previous life, the peak power of the present, and the power of the future reincarnation, and it is permanent. Although this reincarnation fruit is temporary, it is enough to be called a low-end three-world soil. In its opinion, the rarity is much higher than the inheritance crystal ball. They belong to the archaeological team of Lord Zijian, and often explore dangerous ruins. This life-saving fruit of reincarnation is of greater significance. Secondly, they often dig up some ancient creatures that use the ability of sleeping and reincarnation to maintain life in some ancient ruins. With this fruit, they can study them more efficiently. How many of this do you have? Asked the octopus. Not much. This is very rare. We also got some by accident, Lin said, 10 reincarnation fruits, plus 10 cultivation fruits, and a bunch of inheritance crystals, in exchange for an epic faith object, plus a planet. The octopus. You are dreaming, Lin, Chidan, and Chong Chong, damn it. Lin said, we can also add some god-level energy crystals. Why don't you ask your superiors for permission? What if they agree? The octopus also knew that it was necessary to ask for permission to discover rare resources. It looked at the god-level cultivation fruit again and found that humans could use it, and it was slightly moved. They, Master Zijian, have less time for cultivation. They are either on the road of archaeology or sleeping in the nutrition cabin during the trip. Although this one is mainly effective for level 9, it is not without effect on level 10. If the amount is large enough, Master Zijian may like it. Wait a minute, the octopus alien turned and went back to the house. At the same time, on a tall building not far from the entrance of the unopened Four Saints ruins, Zijian, an archaeologist from the Universe Overlord Corps, was sitting on it, swinging his legs, looking at the empty sky with burning eyes. To outsiders, there was nothing, but in her eyes, it was as if she saw a different space connected by countless lines of time and space, and it was as if she saw a chessboard of the universe, and the endgame was difficult to solve. Her hand reached toward the sky, and it was constantly changing like weaving a web. The surrounding space rippled and flickered. Finally, she sighed and said, no wonder no one has been able to crack it for so long. It is indeed difficult. Before the ruins were opened, I could not find any loopholes in this ruins, Master Zijian. The caravan has found 2 rare god-level resources that have never been seen before. The other party wants to use these to exchange for stars and epical faith objects. You need to decide, Derek said. What resources? The purple-haired girl asked. The next moment, she got the information about the fruit of reincarnation and the fruit of cultivation from the guard. When she heard about the effect of the fruit of reincarnation, she just nodded slightly. However, after hearing about the effect of the fruit of cultivation, her eyes lit up. The fruit of cultivation can allow users of up to level 10 to automatically meditate and cultivate during sleep, and develop beast control ability and beast control space. The speed of cultivation is 1 to 100 times that of normal awake cultivation, depending on the user's level and talent. There are no side effects. It is best used in a weak state. The fruit has a slight odor. There is such a resource. The purple-haired girl was surprised. This resource may seem very useless to ordinary people. Meditation, cultivation, and developing talents, who can do it? Spending a lot of money to buy an automatic cultivation fruit is simply a waste of money. But for some geniuses who are short of time and want to become stronger quickly and seize every minute and every second, this fruit that can automatically hang up and cultivate even when sleeping can ensure uninterrupted cultivation and maximize cultivation efficiency. Of course, she thinks this fruit is interesting, purely because she is busy with work and does not have much time to meditate and cultivate to develop extra abilities besides cracking the ruins. Because cracking the ruins consumes a lot of energy, when the battleship shuttles in the universe, she basically sleeps in the nutrition warehouse to recover from the weak state. This time is basically wasted. It can be said that she has spent more than 200 years, at least 180 years, in sleep during interstellar navigation. This cultivation fruit is simply tailor-made for her. It is even more effective in a weak state. It's amazing. You know, a weak state always reduces the effect of cultivation, but this fruit does the opposite. How it grows? It doesn't matter, let me try it, Zijian said. She wanted to try the effect of this cultivation fruit. If the effect is good, she can give one to the plant-based super god life in the Legion to help them cultivate more and improve and upgrade it. As for a star, an epic faith object? For ordinary gods, it is indeed a very rare thing. But for her, it is no different from garbage. As long as she is happy, she can give it to anyone. Yes, Derek nodded. In the shop, the octopus star came out and conveyed the meaning of his superiors. It can be traded, the octopus star said. After it finished speaking, Rin, Akim, Chong and others suddenly felt incredible. Is this the Universe Overlord Legion? So generous, much more generous than the Plant Association. If I had known this earlier, if I had known that the Universe Overlord Legion would come, why would I sell it to the Plant Association? It would be much better to trade it all with the Universe Overlord Legion. Poor Plant Association. Next, Chi-Tong and the others returned with a full load. In addition to Blue Dragon scale-shaped epic belief object, there was also a huge space star. This star was stored in a piece of equipment called Starstone, which was a nesting doll. It was a unique equipment for the Universe Overlord Core to store stars. The star was bought for Ki. Ki was a time and space elf with basically no combat power. With a space star, after refining it into a weapon, he could initially have the ability to protect himself. The quality of the star was not low. If it could give birth to life, it would at least be an intermediate star. And it was also a rare space star. Lin and others were determined to buy it and did not give up. Since it was something that the superiors specifically asked for, the octopus starman could only trade it. In the ancient house, after bringing back a lot of harvest, Shiyu and others were extremely happy. Ki, who had won Xiaoji, and Xiaozi several times in playing cards, was also very surprised. He did not expect that everyone could buy a star for it when they went out shopping. Ki, don't be in a hurry to teach you the star refining skill. This star cannot be released here, now evolve turtle, Xiaobing, and dwarf cat first, Shiyu said. In addition to buying stars and epic faith objects, the evolution resources were also bought. Yet, Ki was not in a hurry, and he knew that it would take a long time to increase the points of the star refining skill to the maximum level. In Xiaozi's body, the star world, Shiyu prepared to complete the evolution of turtle and Xiaobing first. At this time, the attributes of turtle and Xiaobing are as follows: turtle, attributes, water race, longevity turtle race level, high overlord growth level, king level, racial skills, low level, spinning impact, skills close to the Tao, super level, life drop, mastery plus 11, water element control, mastery plus 11, professor skills, high level, deterrence, skills close to the Tao, super level, black tortoise fusion, mastery, little ice, attributes, water, ice race, winter water snake race level, low overlord growth level, king level, racial skills, super level, water ice element control, mastery plus 11, absolute 0, mastery plus 11, whirlpool strangulation, mastery plus 11, professor skills, high level, deterrence, skills close to the Tao, super level, black tortoise fusion, mastery. Shiyu basically merged all their skills, only retaining the water ice element control and the temporary combined evolution skill of the turtle snake fusion technique obtained from the emperor. Oh, the turtle also retained the non-system skill of the turtle crashing. Of course, although they have learned the superb Zhuangwu fusion technique, the turtle and Xiaobing have not used it yet. But today, driven by the general trend of evolution, they are finally going to make their first attempt. The dwarf cat stared intently, afraid of missing any details. The other pets also came to help, wanting to see what potential the little guys of the second team would have after evolution. In theory, this is just your first evolution, don't be nervous, Shiyu said. This is just the combined evolution you have completed based on the longevity turtle and the winter water snake. In the future, you can also complete the evolution based on the longevity turtle, and the evolution based on the winter water snake, and then merge and evolve. At that time, the evolution state will be stronger. Lord, the turtle looked serious. Today's favor, it will never forget it. Not only can it become stronger, but it can also. It looked at Xiaobing and could stick close to Xiaobing. This was simply like a dream. Minister, I'm ready. Xiaobing was also in a strange mood and had made mental preparations. Okay, Shiyu took a deep breath and directly opened the Tai Chi field. The Zhuangwu fusion technique created by Emperor Wu secretly conforms to the Yin-Yang Avenue. The Tai Chi field containing the yin-yang rules can obviously increase their evolution to a certain extent. Located in the yin-yang Tai Chi field, Giga and Xiaobing looked at each other. Resources. Lin threw out the evolutionary resources he bought. God-level resources, longevity beads, such as the eternal flower that Shiyu had taken, can enhance life and come from the immortal shells of the alien gods. God-level resources, Dingshu Shenchi, can control the power of divine water, contain the rules of suppression, and are mainly based on the power of suppression. God-level resources, Yuxinghan, contain the power of stars and the rules of control, and come from a low-level life star, mainly based on defense power, and are one of the strongest defensive water stars. In addition, there is the turtle-snake fusion technique from Emperor Wu, a bunch of Xuanwu faith objects brought from Blue Star, and the God-level fruits and God-level energy crystals made by Shen Bao and Su Su. Almost all the evolutionary resources for Xiaobing and GUI. It's not that Shiyu can't give more resources, but they are still too weak. This is just the first evolution. Even if they are given super god-level resources, they can't hold on. This is Lin's deduction. The limit of what they can bear is converted into potential. The next moment, Xiaobing swallowed a longevity bead, and GUI swallowed the Dingshu Divine Stone. At the same time, the Yuxing soul attached to it. Then, Xiaozi, as the will of the world, mobilized the power of Xuanwu faith to bless Xiaobing and GUI. On Blue Star, Shiyu used more of the power of Qinglong and Suzaku faith. Like Xuanwu and White Tiger faith objects, he basically didn't move. At the moment, it was just left for GUI to evolve. Boom. After devouring the god-level resources, Giga and Xiaobing directly activated the Xuanwu fusion technique and merged. They both instantly turned into a white-blue and a nice blue light, whooshing into the air and merging. At the same time, two yin-yang fish, one black and one white, also emerged from the Tai Chi field and entangled around them, instantly rendering the blue light with a layer of black. Gurgle, the dwarf cat, felt a huge aura after Giga and Xiaobing merged, and looked forward to its own evolution. 11th Master helped it build a set of fighting armor for its evolution. Roar. During the evolution of Xiaobing and Giga, Chong couldn't help but roar. The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. It's said that there are benefits to evolving later. Look, a bunch of god-level resources and almost all the objects of faith have been used. After this evolution, the strength must not be bad. The 11th level pets also watch their unscientific evolution eagerly. As for why it is unscientific, Xiaobing, from today on, I will protect you. Anyone who wants to hurt a lord, and you must first break my turtle shell. By the way, should I go downstairs? During the evolution, Giga confessed his love. You are the Prime Minister of Turtle, standing on your legs. Why are you going downstairs? Xiaobing couldn't help but teach it a lesson. Indeed, at this time, as the evolution progressed, Shiyu found that although he had tried hard to pursue the traditional shape, there were still some deviations in the evolution. The Prime Minister of Turtle was a standing turtle, which resulted in the evolution of the Xuanwu still standing. Boom. Energy value. 811 million. Under Lin's detection, they had just fused and evolved to the Overlord level, and their energy values were comparable to those of the top totems, far more powerful than those of 11 and Shen Bao when they were at the Overlord level. Fuck. Although the shape outlined in the light was a little strange, after feeling the life fluctuations of the turtle and Xiaobing merged into one and bursting out with super potential, Shiyu knew that this evolution was successful. It doesn't matter if it looks weird, as long as it is strong. After a moment, accompanied by a roar of waves, a mythical beast with a Tai Chi diagram-like back wrapped with a white snake, and the snake head and the giant turtle head standing side by side, with a black-shelled giant turtle as the main body, was born. Boom. The giant turtle smashed with both fists, waves splashed, and his expression was overbearing. My lord. I'm invincible. The appearance of the turtle looked much more fierce, no longer the silly blue turtle. At the same time, because of the fusion evolution, there are new skills, born from the new individual Xuanwu. This time, they added 3 new skills. What makes Shiyu feel like shit is that these 3 skills are actually quasi-god faith skills. This is simply the first time in history. Even when a team evolves, they are not as powerful as these. Is this the charm of combined evolution? On average, each person has 1.5 skills, which seems to be okay. Lin, collect skills, Shiyu said. Yes, The first one, name, Zuanwu divine power, attribute, water, introduction, quasi-god level, faith skill, can reverse yin and yang, reborn from death, can convert negative damage into its own vitality, and can also condense into the source of life to give to believers. This is a skill similar to the undead golden body, but this skill is even stronger. Zuanwu can share the vitality it has obtained with others. This is definitely another powerful nurse after Shen Bao. Shiyu is very satisfied. The second one, name, North Sea Shield, attribute, water, space, introduction, quasi-god level, faith skill, the strongest defense, can condense the North Sea Shield to help yourself or the protected object to avoid damage, and can achieve absolute defense at the highest. This skill also made Shiyu couldn't help but admire it. This is an ultimate defensive skill. As long as the power of faith is sufficient, even if it is at the demigod level, it can defend against a super god attack. If combined with faith overdraft, it can be regarded as the strongest defense in Shiyu's team. The third one, name, Zhe Seal, attributes, water, ice, spirit, introduction, quasi-god level faith skill, condenses a huge snake pattern turtle shell mark. The god seal has no attack ability, but it can suppress all violent phenomena and calm them down. The last skill exceeded Shiyu's expectations. What Shiyu didn't expect was that his own Zuanwu looked extremely fierce, but the three skills were all auxiliary faith skills. However, Zhe Seal, although it seems to have no attack ability, seems to be better than any attacking moves in the face of fierce moves. It also belongs to the use of the power of rules. Is the power of the abyss violent? It can be suppressed in the same way. Is the power of Shenbao's self-explosion violent? If it calms down, it may not be very powerful. The power of cosmic disasters is undoubtedly more violent, but perhaps this skill can also suppress it. This skill is of great significance. It seems to be a skill that has reached the extreme in a certain direction. In Shiyu's opinion, the three skills are very fierce. However, if you want Zuanwu to have stronger combat power, it seems that you still have to go to the Four Saints Conference to copy a few attack skills. Lord, at this time, the turtle is still waiting for Shiyu's praise. Be quiet, Xiaobing wrapped around the turtle, feeling the current power, took a deep breath, and felt incredible. However, it also looked at Shiyu expectantly, waiting for Shiyu to praise their evolved power. It's really good. I'll look forward to your performance in the conferred god battle, Shiyu smiled. Now, he is sure that the second team can also have a battle in the conferred god battle. As long as the skills are maxed out. Roar, Xiaoji and other pets also nodded frantically, and also shared Zuanwu's skills through Shiyu. Not bad, not bad. When we train later, we can train you to death. Don't be afraid of being beaten to death, Ye said. It felt threatened by Zuanwu. Turtle, Xiaobing? The short-legged cat was trembling beside it, but fortunately, its evolved skills were definitely not defensive. White tiger, god of war, god of killing, mainly killing and fighting. It is definitely not the object of being beaten. On the other side, in the battleship of the universe overlord Core, Zijian looked at the cultivation fruit brought by his subordinates, took one and said, "This is the cultivation fruit." Yes, Master Zijian, we have been certified through the channels of the Plant Association. The effect of this fruit has indeed been identified by the Plant Association, and it has a high internal reputation. It can be eaten with confidence, but the verification said that the fruit has a strong odor, and it requires a very strong will to withstand it, an alien in a research suit said. It's okay, the one Zijian was holding was made by Shen Bao in the early days and was kept for sale at the Four Saints Conference. It was just a bad version, but the smell was not revealed. After Zijian got it, he wanted to immediately verify the effect of the cultivation fruit, so he took a big bite. The next moment, she leaned forward, her face turned pale and purple, and sweat broke out in an instant. The stench that penetrated into her soul made her, a god-level person, a little unbearable and almost lost her composure. Master Zijian, are you okay? The white-clothed researcher was shocked. Damn, is this for people to eat? The purple-haired girl said angrily. I'm invincible, so I came to the Novus system. The author tried to write a book. Xiaxia is easy and invincible. Stable daily update of 6,000 plus. Jiangming traveled through the martial arts world, and with hard work and a little talent, he founded the demon sect, unified the world, and was invincible in the world. Then he got the immortal cultivation method, closed the door for 30 years, and loaded the Nova system when he came out. Jiang Ming looked at the first system task, confused. System, host, please defeat Liu Xianguang, underclassified master. Jiang Ming, what is this onion? System, are you kidding me? I'm a novice in cultivation, why are you loading the martial arts Nova system for me? Your version is too outdated. Chapter 558, All Evolved. On Shiyu's side, after evolving Turtle and Little Ice, Shiyu discovered many incredible changes. By the way, you two seem to occupy only one contract position now, what's going on? Shiyu felt that the combined Little Ice and Turtle not only had a completely individual life form, but also only required one contract position in the beast taming space. Even the skill illustrations now regarded Zuanwu as an individual, which made Shiyu fall into deep thought. If he added some skills now, would it mean that adding once would be equivalent to upgrading the skills of both pets at the same time? When Shiyu said this, the other pets also discovered this strange phenomenon and looked at Turtle and Little Ice. Being observed by so many seniors, Turtle and Little Ice suddenly felt embarrassed and scratched their heads and said, perhaps, this means that our evolution is relatively successful, but the thinking is still two independent individuals, Little Ice said. Separate and see, Shiyu said, dissolve the fusion. Yes, my Lord Minister. After Shiyu gave the order, Giga and Xiaobing separated directly. The originally fused Zuanwu immediately split into two. Both sides used the Zuanwu fusion technique in reverse, and immediately changed from the black giant turtle and the white giant snake to the blue and white silly turtle and the blue and white queen snake. Giga screamed, feeling that his strength had dropped very seriously. Weak. Xiaobing also felt a decline in strength, and at the same time felt that the connection with Giga was reduced. Not only did they feel it, but Shiyu also found that after the fusion was dissolved, the strength of both sides immediately became the level of normal overlords. Although they still had the combat power of invincible overlords and had an energy value of over 100 million, it was absolutely impossible for them to have the combat power to suppress ordinary totems across levels like before. Faith skills can't be used anymore, Shiyu said. He found that Giga and Xiaobing had once again returned to the situation where two contract positions were required. Turtle and Little Ice nodded. Can the combined evolution be played like this? I wonder if I can use this bug to contract one more pet. After the contract is full, what will happen if they are separated? Shiyu feels that the beast taming space will be ruined. Beast taming space, I'm cracked. It seems that the three powerful faith skills really have a price. Shiyu nodded. The Zuanwu divine power with the effect of resurrection, the strongest defense beaming shield, and the Zhenhe seal that quells violent disasters. To be honest, Shiyu feels that it is a bit broken. Even if he has used a lot of evolutionary resources, it is a bit outrageous to evolve to this level. But if two pets work together to exert such power, it is understandable. Then in the future, you two should partner up more. Of course, I will also cultivate your normal state next, Shiyu said. The normal turtle and Little Ice are the king race and the overlord race. If the normal state is cultivated into the top god race and then merged, how strong will the Zuanwu be? This made Shiyu feel that among the four sacred beasts, Zuanwu was the most powerful. However, in the various myths and legends he studied, some said that King Long was the strongest, some said that Beihu is the strongest, and some said that Zhuk was the strongest. Everyone was right. Perhaps, the archaeological remains of the four sacred beasts would one day allow him to find the answer to this question, which of the four sacred beasts was the most powerful. While Giga and Xiaobing nodded, Shiyu also looked at the dwarf cat and said, okay, it's your turn to evolve, little guy. Meow. The dwarf cat was eager to try and couldn't wait. The two eyes that were as dazzling as sapphires reflected a faint king. If it follows the normal trajectory, the dwarf cat can only evolve with a level-less gemstone pupils, and at most, it can evolve into the combat power of Teacher Ying, which Shiyu is not very satisfied with. Therefore, on the dwarf cat, Shiyu also practiced the gambling dog theory and integrated its skills: shorty cat, attribute, gold race, treasure hunting, gem cat, a hybrid of a treasure hunting cat and a gem cat, race level, low overlord growth level, king level, racial skills, super level, metal control, mastery plus 11, gem king eye, mastery plus 11. This guy originally had two racial skills, gem eye and deterrence, but after Shiyu's fusion, he directly became gem king eye. Gem king eye, a super-level deterrence and evolution skill, can show the king's deterrence to the fullest through the eyes, and at the same time, it can absorb various gems for growth and evolution. Compared with the gem eye without level, the upper limit of Gem King Eye is obviously higher. Even 11 is a little envious of this skill. The word king can flash in his eyes. So handsome. Unfortunately, it is a panda, not a gem cat, and can't learn it. For the short-legged cat, Shiyu and his friends bought an evolution resource outside. The growth level god level resource, the white tiger's eye, is actually a special gold star core. It can absorb the power of the white tiger's faith and, as a carrier, condense into a universal evolutionary resource suitable for tiger creatures to evolve into the white tiger. It is very popular on Kinkai and was discovered and obtained by a famous breeder on Kinkai. As long as the power of the white tiger's faith absorbed is enough, it can grow into a god-level resource at most. With this more suitable carrier of the power of faith, Xiaozi and Chong Chong don't need to control the power of the white tiger's faith on those faith objects to directly bless the dwarf cat. They can directly choose the evolution method that the dwarf cat is most familiar with and most suitable for. Of course, in addition to this, Shiyu also has a platinum gem. This god-level platinum gem comes from Blue Star and is from the Taurus ancient god. It was born in a gold vein under a battlefield and contains a strong killing power. It was also brought by Shiyu, and was prepared to be used as an evolution resource for the short-legged cat as a white tiger. In addition, Shiyu also asked 11 to make a set of fighting armor for the short-legged cat, which contained a strong fighting will and could amplify the fighting will. It was made by imitating the fighting god body with various means such as gold control and super alloy. Shiyu's idea was that during the evolution process, the short-legged cat, with the cooperation of 11, could in turn use metal control to fuse this fighting armor, so as to achieve a full range of amplification. Not only the eyes would evolve, but also the body would evolve. Then, there were some general resources. These resources were definitely not as many as Xiaobing and GUI. After all, the short-legged cat was just an individual. If there were too many resources, it would be too much. After all, evolution was not a one-time thing, but a long-term job. Meow, the short-legged cat put on the platinum armor made by 11, which was very ductile and could be enlarged or reduced. This armor also had a pair of platinum wings, which was very handsome. If the short-legged cat was not too small and too short, it would definitely be majestic. Then, the dwarf cat looked at the white tiger eye that concentrated the core power of all the white tiger faith objects on the blue star, and a platinum gem that was born under the battlefield of the gods. In ancient times, the guardian teacher Ying of the ancient capital university absorbed more than a dozen rare gems with a gem eye to complete the strongest evolution. Now, the dwarf cat absorbed 2 god-level gems with a gem king eye to evolve, no problem. If it was used to strengthen its strength, the dwarf cat's body would definitely not be able to bear it, but now, it is just used as an evolutionary resource to strengthen the potential of the race. With the assistance of Shiyu and the whole team, there is basically no problem. Gem King Eye, Metal Control, add points. Shiyu and the dwarf cat entered a state of spiritual resonance and began to add points. Buzz. At the same time, under the metal control of the dwarf cat, the 2 gems slowly merged into its left and right eyes. The next moment, it burst out with a very strong deterrence. The powerful deterrence wave swept the murderous aura and fighting spirit, which seemed to be enough to shock the totem. Boom! The dazzling platinum light completely enveloped the dwarf cat. They all stared at it intently. The white tiger was the god of war and the god of killing. 11's battle armor provided a reinforcement of the will to fight, the platinum orb enhanced the strength of killing, and the white tiger eye, which absorbed the power of faith, ensured that the dwarf cat could smoothly evolve into a white tiger. This was basically in line with the scientific evolutionary route. Under the light of evolution, the dwarf cat did indeed increase in momentum and size as Shiyu and others had imagined. It soon changed from a dwarf cat whose height was far less than the knee to a dwarf tiger that was still not as tall as Shiyu. Roar! The roar of the king of 100 gods surged from the white light, and the materialized deterrent murderous aura turned into a storm of light. Turtle and Xiaobing swallowed their saliva. Only the 2 of them clearly felt a strong fear. The deterrence of the dwarf cat is definitely a strong deterrent to the same level. During the evolution of the dwarf cat, Shiyu's face changed again and again. He was delighted at first, and then surprised. To his delight, the dwarf cat seemed to have succeeded, and successfully integrated a battle armor given by 11. Although the idea seemed not to control it, but to treasure the gift from the leader, it was good to succeed. However, what made Shiyu speechless was the awakened skills of the dwarf cat. A total of 4. Like Turtle and Xiaobing, they are all auxiliary skills. 3 super level, 2 ordinary super level, and 1 faith super level. The last one is a quasi-god level faith skill. The first ordinary super level, the Wind of Killing. This is a skill of Golden Wind. 11 once mastered it, but it was later integrated. I don't know if it was because of the inheritance of 11's battle armor or the platinum gem, this skill was passed on to the dwarf cat again. Although this fits the dwarf cat, it did not get the attention of Shiyu, and it was not the powerful skill he expected. The second skill, name, White Tiger Evil, attribute, Gold, Spirit, level, superclass, introduction. Every time you defeat an enemy, your combat power, vitality, and mental power will be temporarily improved without side effects. The stronger the enemy you defeat, the greater the improvement. Shiyu was quite satisfied with this ability. Behu is worthy of being the god of war and the god of killing. This skill is too suitable for the battlefield. The third skill, name, White Tiger Armor, attribute, Gold, level, superclass, faith skill, introduction. You can use the power of faith to condense the White Tiger Armor, which can enhance the properties in all directions. The stronger the power of faith, the stronger the increase. After receiving this, Shiyu was still able to accept it. Although there is no clear offensive skill, it is still a system. Deterrence and Killing Wind reduce the enemy's state, White Tiger Evil kills weak enemies and strengthens itself, and White Tiger Armor strengthens itself to the limit. At this time, the flat attack is the ultimate move, and it is enough to have the metal control main killing. However, what made Shiyu most upset was that the quasi-god level faith skill he was looking forward to the most was a completely unexpected skill. The fourth skill, name, Treasure Hunting White Tiger, attributes, Gold, Space, level, quasi-god level faith skill, introduction, contains the rule of mutated gold that integrates the power of White Tiger faith, has the ability to sense rare treasures, can make oneself rich and wealthy. This, Shiyu was at a loss. As the light of evolution dissipated, a short, white tiger with platinum armor appeared. Although it looked majestic, it still looked like a fangirl in front of a team of seniors and beastmasters. Meow, the short-legged cat wore a majestic armor and waved the platinum wings on the armor to fly up. This skill is great. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, I can't surpass the seniors. It's better to use this skill to help everyone make money. The short-legged cat was very happy, happier than the awakening combat skills. Shiyu was speechless by what it said. That makes sense. Lucky Cat, Turtle, Xiaobing and other pets just watched the majestic evolution of the short-legged cat, but in the blink of an eye, they were also confused. Unexpectedly, the short-legged cat actually evolved into Treasure Hunting White Tiger. Outrageous. Although the short-legged cat is a hybrid of the treasure hunting cat and the gem cat, the evolution into Treasure Hunting White Tiger was something the whole team didn't expect. It's worthy of being the cat brought up by Teacher Ying, a team of pets pointed and talked. White Tiger is the god of war and killing. It has many powers, such as warding off evil, warding off disasters, praying for a good harvest, punishing evil and promoting good, making money, and getting married. At this time, Lin said beside him, in fact, it is already perfect, at least it has not awakened any power of getting married. Getting rich is exactly what we lack. Yes. Shiyu smiled. That's right. If the dwarf cat awakened some powerful fighting ability, it would not be so useful. Even if it is to ward off evil, ward off disasters, and pray for a good harvest, it is not as important as getting rich for Shiyu now. Even the overlord of the universe is so keen on doing business. Money must be a good thing. It's too uncomfortable to have no money. Attack skills are easy to copy, but Shiyu has rarely heard of skills like Treasure Hunting White Tiger. In short, it's dog shit. TNND, the wishing star of the gem cat teacher, the Treasure Hunting White Tiger of the short-legged cat, and the Wind of Luck of Lin, Shiyu felt that this configuration was invincible. At present, Lin was also doing self-transformation and wanted to learn to predict the future. Shiyu copied this skill from the owl, but the baby ginseng could not learn it, which was very pitiful. He still had to rely on Lin, who had a stronger learning ability. By then, the configuration was complete and no one could defeat him. The short-legged cat evolved crookedly, but not completely crooked. Come, Shiyu smiled, and the hard short-legged white tiger immediately put away its armor, turned into a big cat and pounced into Shiyu's arms, rubbing hard and acting coquettishly. To be honest, I feel that the 4 sacred beasts in our team all have some problems. The Azure Dragon did not evolve from the Dragon Clan, but from the Blue Cotton Worm. Chong looked proud. Suzaku is just a clone, not the original body. Akahide pinched the spare food Suzaku clone from his shoulder with one hand and examined it, and the Suzaku clone cried. The black tortoise is standing, under Xiaobing's gaze. Turtle tried to lie down silently, but it was awkward. The white tiger is wearing armor and is still so short. It is obvious that the god of war is the main attribute, but the attribute of attracting wealth prevails in the end. The dwarf cat roared softly. Is it its fault that it is short? If it wants to become taller, it can optimize its race at any time, but isn't it used to this body proportion? Turtle nodded. It was the same, standing. It was just used to it. Forget it, anyway, it's done. The 4 sacred beasts have finished collecting cards. I'm going to sleep and rest, Shiyu shouted. 2 days later, Shiyu woke up, because today was the opening day of the 4 sacred relics. Although he hadn't decided whether to let Chong and Chitong sign up, the rare epic relics came, and after rubbing his eyes, he still planned to go and see it. Chapter 559. I really didn't want to decipher the ruins. The 4 sacred relics are finally about to be opened. Shiyu wakes up with great energy. After collecting the cards of the 4 sacred beasts, he gets attribute feedback again and feels that he is very strong. He is the one in the middle of the 4 sacred beasts. The 4 sacred beasts center Shiyu. As far as he knows, although the star human race is not good at cultivation, it does not mean that they have not practiced. There are all kinds of cultivation civilizations, technological transformation, mixed blood warriors, and various factions of Zeux and Wudao. However, when Shiyu heard it, he felt that it was extremely difficult. Why should he suffer that? In his opinion, the path of beast control is still suitable for him. As long as the pet is upgraded and more new pets are contracted, his own strength can also increase with it, and he is very comfortable. Master, this cosmic overlord army that came to the 4 sacred ancient city is called the Zijian Special Forces. The leader seems to be an archaeological expert who came specifically for the 4 sacred relics. After Shiyu woke up, Lin reported to Shiyu about the situation in the 4 sacred ancient city in the past 2 days. Among them, the information about Zijian, the top archaeological expert under the command of the universe overlord, was the most popular in the ancient city. Lin said, however, except for the first day, passers-by have never seen Captain Zijian again. Some people have seen her appear outside the 4 Saints' ruins. She may be studying the 4 Saints' ruins, as expected, Shiyu said. The cultivation fruit is really a good thing. It completely suppressed my desire to explore the ruins. Otherwise, I must have been hanging around outside the ruins in the past 2 days. After cleaning up, Shiyu took back the pets. Not everyone can enter the 4 Saints' ruins. Tickets are required. Senior Lin Fang got Shiyu 1. It is still the advantage of the Beastmaster. With this 1 ticket, Shiyu can bring all the contracted pets in. Shiyu flew with telekinesis, left the ancient house, and rushed to the 4 Saints' ruins. At this time, the outside world was surging with people. The rare event opened Shiyu's eyes. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger evolvers appeared in the 4 Saints' ancient city like a rotten street. There were countless of them, and the number of god-level ones might be more than 10,000. There are so many 4 Saints evolvers. No wonder the 4 Saints' faith objects are so expensive and rare here. Shiyu found that compared with the traditional image of the 4 Saints' beasts, Chong and the others are not very special if they look at the 4 Saints' ancient city. Here, the humanoid 4 Saints evolvers such as the Dragon Man and the mutant 4 Saints evolvers such as the 2-headed White Tiger are also very strange. Among them, some of the 4 Saints evolvers are alone, and some of the 4 Saints beasts have human contractors. But no matter what, their momentum is not weak, which makes Shiyu very excited. How much faith skills are needed? The 4 Saints relics are about to open. The 4 Saints relics are located in a huge square, a battlefield, a fighting field, and 4 broken and unclear 4 Saints statues stand on the 4 sides of the square. This is a semi-fused relic. Most of the time, it is closed. Every once in a while, it will automatically open and connect to the epic space to complete the incomplete relics. At this time, the life in the square will be like being in another world. and can see many combat facilities. In the combat facilities, there is a large amount of Four Saints power of faith. The Four Saints evolvers can directly mobilize the power of faith here to fight. If the battle is won, they can further obtain pure power of faith rewards from the ruins. With such an opportunity to get the rare power of faith for free, it is no wonder that the Four Saints Conference will gather so many Four Saints evolvers. Enter. The Four Saints relic square was wrapped in an extremely strong force. Shiyu approached, and his ticket turned into ashes before he successfully entered. Shiyu, this way. When Shiyu came to the Four Saints relic square, he heard a spiritual call. After looking for the object, Shiyu found Senior Lin Feng, who was walking side by side with a beautiful lady wearing a white tiger leather coat. Senior Lin Feng, Senior Bai. After Shiyu came over, he greeted Lin Feng and his contracted white tiger. You are Shiyu. You are indeed a handsome man. This was the first time that Bai Huniang saw Shiyu. She had heard about Shiyu's deeds from Lin Feng, but this was the first time she had seen him. Thank you for the compliment, Senior, Shiyu smiled. At this time, Lin Feng said, a branch of the Blue Star Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan has also come. They are also evolving towards the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird. After entering the ruins, I will take you to see them. Okay, Shiyu nodded, but what made him more concerned at this time was the two groups of people who suddenly flew into the ruins from a higher point. In many cities on King Kai's planet, there are many unwritten rules. In some towns, flying is allowed, but what is your identity determines how high you fly. Many hot-tempered bosses don't like people flying over their heads. It's the Universe Overlord Corps, and the people from the Archaeological Association, Bai Huniang said beside her. In the sky, a group of aliens wearing standard combat uniforms, led by a purple-haired girl, flew to the ruins. Another group was an old man standing on a white-bearded azure dragon. His followers were all wearing the brown archaeological uniforms of the Archaeological Association and flew together. It's her. At this time, Shiyu's heart sank when he saw the purple-haired girl for the first time. After hearing Lin say that an archaeological expert came to the Universe Overlord Corps, Shiyu immediately judged that the guy who suppressed his power of time and space might be the other party. At this time, the two sides approached, and Shiyu was finally able to confirm that the other party definitely mastered archaeological skills similar to time and space, and practiced much more deeply than him. That is Zhongji, the president of the Xianling Realm Archaeological Association, but his more important identity is that he is a member of the Qinglong family. The arrival of the Zijian Special Forces really attracted the other party. Lin Feng was amazed. Both parties are big figures, not to mention the Universe Overlord Corps, and the other is the bottomless strongman of the Qinglong family. The Qinglong family, named after the Qinglong, is naturally extraordinary. Their patriarch is currently the only surviving Qinglong evolver who has reached the super god level. The branches of the Qinglong family are also spread across hundreds of realms, spreading beliefs. Looking at the entire Kwang Star, they are all big families. Captain Zijian, I didn't expect that your first stop on King Kai's planet would be my Xianling realm. After the old man met Zijian, he immediately said bluntly, how could the King Kai's Archaeological Association not know the purpose of the Universe Overlord Army? They want to crack the Four Saints relics and plunder all the faith resources. At present, although no one can crack the Four Saints relics to gain management rights, they are jointly monopolized by several large families and archaeological associations, and continue to suck blood. Profiting according to the rules of the relics is no different from becoming the master of the relics. Naturally, they don't want outsiders to really take the relics. Who are you, blocking my way? Zijian Yuan looked at the old man in front of him with disdain. Haha, it's just as the rumors say. Zhuangji is the president of the Xianling Realm Archaeological Association and the head of the Qinglong family's Xianling Realm branch. When has he ever been ignored by a little girl? However, he also admitted that the other party is indeed qualified. I am Zhuangji, the president of the Xianling Realm Archaeological Association, one of the caretakers of the Four Saints relics, Captain Zijian. I advise you not to waste time in this relic. It is better to go to other places to avoid disappointment, President Zhuangji said. Are you the most powerful archaeologist in this place? Zijian asked perfunctorily, feeling a little sleepy. Although the cultivation fruit tasted bad, the effect really surprised her. She used the cultivation fruit to cultivate a beast control ability from scratch. In just 2 days, she reached level 8. It was incredible. If the Four Saints relics were not about to be opened, She would have wanted to sleep a little longer. After cracking the ruins, she must go to the plant association and find the guy who created the cultivation fruit and let him work for her. At the same time, I want to ask the other party what is the reason for making such a good cultivation fruit taste so bad. Is there any psychological problem, or a serious illness? I don't deserve it. President Zhuangji's expression was calm, but he could hear the sound of the ruins just after he was born. He was the second best archaeologist in the Xianling realm, and no one dared to claim to be the first. But unfortunately, he has not been able to crack a ruin of an era so far. Facing the monster who has cracked the ruins of 4 eras, his attainments are nothing. That's right, Zijian said, when I just came to this city, the archaeologist with decent ability that I sensed did not seem to be you. What? President Zhuangji was stunned. The conversation between Zijian and Zhuangji was watched by many of the 4 saints evolvers present. Although they were mainly here to compete for the power of faith, they still attached great importance to the competition for the 4 saints' relics among the archaeological bosses. What if this monster from the Universe Overlord Legion really took the ruins away? Where would they get the power of faith in the future? Judging from various gossips, this Zijian's talent is completely overwhelming the group of archaeologists on King Kai's planet. However, what surprised them the most at this time was that even President Zhuangji could not catch the eye of this woman from the Universe Overlord Corps, but there was another person who could make her recognize him. The other party meant that there was an archaeologist in the 4 Saints' ancient city who was more powerful than President Zhuangji. Hey, in the sky, Zijian looked down, following her perception, and locked onto an object. Boy, it seems that you are not from the Kwang Star Archaeological Association, but a wild archaeologist. She spoke to a young man wearing a panda suit with a confused face below. 2 days ago, I sensed that it was you who had no ability to close, right? Do you want to come and hang out with me, or do you want to compete with me this time? After Zijian finished speaking, everyone was stunned. President Zhuangji was stunned again, and Lin Feng also looked at Shi Yu beside him in a daze, and subconsciously moved away from Shi Yu. Fuck, Lin Feng was shocked at this time. Was he talking about Shi Yu? When, it seems, it's normal. Even on King Kai, there are not many archaeologists who can crack the ruins of the era, and Shi Yu seems to have benefited from an era ruins. As the #1 archaeologist on Blue Star, it is natural for him to be highly praised. Shi Yu looked at Lin Feng. Are you serious about taking a step back? Shi Yu didn't expect that he had already turned off the time and space, but the other party could still lock on him. At this time, being stared at by thousands of eyes, Shi Yu couldn't help but fall silent. Gan, what's going on? Invited by the Universe Overlord Legion. Many of the 4 Saints Evolvers looked at Shi Yu with burning eyes, looking at this unfamiliar young man. Who is this guy? Under the gaze of countless eyes, what else can Shi Yu do at this time? He could be said to be crying, and his scalp was numb as he replied, Captain Zijian. I have no idea about the 4 sacred relics. There must be some misunderstanding. According to Lin's information, there are dozens of god-level members in the Zijian Special Forces, and there are also several top gods. Zijian himself is even more powerful. Kongdi and Lin Feng would probably be scared if they came. Considering the background, the Blue Star lineage is nothing. Fighting with this bad woman for the relics? Shi Yu still wants to live a few more days. Moreover, the 4 sacred relics are monopolized by several major forces. If you dare to crack it blindly without strength and background, you are also courting death. As for being invited to join the Universe Overlord Corps, Shi Yu really didn't expect it. If he had just arrived at King Kai alone, he would definitely agree without saying anything, but the problem is that according to Kongdi, he seems to have been favored by the super god-level bigwigs of the Environmental Protection Association. It's not easy for him to deal with 2 forces. The Universe Overlord Corps is not the official force of King Kai, but is free from the system. Captain Zijian, what do you mean? At this time, President Zhuangji's eyes also flashed. Although he didn't see what was special about this young man, it was too much for Zijian to poach people from King Kai in front of him. It's nothing, I just think it's a waste for an archaeological genius to stay on King Kai. How many relics can a small King Kai have? Captain Zijian showed his fangs and his attitude was very arrogant. A mere cosmic level life, you really dare to say that? Below, many of the 4 saints evolved were shocked. My goodness, Lin Feng was speechless. Bei Huniang looked at Lin Feng silently, and her eyes seemed to say, look at your junior, it seems that he is appreciated by a big shot. If he holds the thigh of Captain Zijian, it can be said that he will be promoted to a great height. Lin Feng shrugged, but the question is Shiyu moved now, and dares to move? Boom boom. At this time, a loud noise broke the awkward situation. The loud sound of rules sounded from the void. The entire Four Saints relics began to transform. Space fragments flew and reorganized, and a new world gradually formed. The Four Saints relics finally opened. Steady your body. Close your eyes. Otherwise you will feel dizzy. At this time, some god-level strongmen who came with the younger generation reminded again. As the words fell, infinite light came through, as if pulling everyone into a different time and space light path, allowing everyone to go to a new world. Shiyu also entered the passage, but he felt in good condition. At this moment, everything around him seemed to disappear, leaving only himself. This short period of peace made Shiyu relieved and thought about how to politely refuse the Captain Zijian. He thought about it. The Universe Overlord Corps was still too dangerous. They were doing high-risk jobs and had to go to various places in the starry sky to perform missions. It was better to be on King Kai's planet, which was more comfortable. Fuck, however, what made Shiyu feel outrageous was that it seemed that another accident had happened. He had clearly turned off all the messy archaeological abilities such as time travel and migration, and even the ruins. He didn't listen to anything. As a result, it seemed that something still happened. Shiyu felt that he heard a dragon roar, and then, the source of power of the Azure Dragon realm in the depths of his heart trembled violently. The two seemed to resonate with each other, which made Shiyu panic. Damn, what's going on? Shiyu said. Roar. Chong was also a little confused. Master, it was the Azure Dragon realm that resonated with the Four Saints relics, Lin said. Master, I said that I would definitely not be able to control you when the time comes. Is this my fault? Shiyu looked confused. No way, it's impossible that the Azure Dragon divine power he obtained from the Azure Dragon relics on Earth can also react with the Four Saints relics. If according to his speculation, the Earth is the blue star of the last era, a planet of the last era, and there is the divine power left by the Azure Dragon god of the universe, and he obtained it by accident, then what does it mean that the Azure Dragon divine power reacts with the Four Saints relics at this time? Soon, Shiyu knew it. His perspective rose and rose instantly. In a blink of an eye, it seemed that his consciousness turned into a god. The light in front of him dissipated and he looked down at a brand new world. This world seemed to be the real interior of the Four Saints relics. It was filled with a large amount of free faith power. Shiyu felt that at this time, he could even control part of the faith power of this world and the changes in the internal environment by his thoughts. Just like becoming the master of the ruins and having control over this ruins. Shiyu felt incredible. The next moment, a voice fell into Shiyu's ears. He seemed to have entered a special state when exploring the ruins and saw a historical image. The shadow of history spanning an era. Boom. It was still the world that Shiyu had just seen. At this time, the sky collapsed, the space was broken, and the gray breath of destruction was violently flowing. An old human stood in the center of the statue of the Four Saints and looked up at the starry sky. Later, this era is about to end. I wonder if this place can survive to the next era. When you see me, it means that it is not completely destroyed. You can obtain the authority of this small world. You should have inherited part of the inheritance of the Four Saints, or you have cultivated the power of the Four Saints' faith to the extreme. No matter which one it is, you should spread the name of the Four Saints, the old human continued to say. Of course, if you feel that you are unable to control this world, it is normal. After all, it will be broken after a long time of erosion. You only need to, in this world, follow the inherent rules of the ruins, and defeat as many opponents as possible, and you will slowly fit in with this world. Increase your authority. The old man's voice was buried in the collapsed world. Shiyu opened his eyes again. It was still that world, but this time it was indeed broken and full of traces of vicissitudes. What a joke. Shiyu was stunned. He really didn't want to crack this relic. How could this work? Keeping the perspective of the Lord of the Relics, Shiyu found that it was really the same as what the old man said in the historical shadow. Although he had partial control over the relic, it was not all. Now, he could only guarantee the absolute control over the free power of faith in the Four Saints relics, and the right to expel those who entered. However, the essence of the power of faith buried deep in the ruins could not be mobilized. In addition, it was impossible to directly turn this relic into a relic prop and take it away. This situation made Shiyu feel extremely pitted. What kind of thing is this? What's the situation? Failed to open. After a moment, in the Four Saints Square, many Four Saints evolvers opened their eyes and found that they did not enter the real Four Saints relics, but stayed in the square of the Four Saints ancient city. They were all stunned. Not only them, but also the president of the Xianling Archaeological Association, Zhuangji, was also stunned. It was the first time he encountered such a failed entry. Strange, Captain Zijian also sensed the surroundings and confusion. Did it enter successfully? What happened? Next to Shiyu, Senior Lin Feng and the beautiful white tiger lady also looked confused. This was not the first time they came to the Four Saints conference, and they had never heard of such a situation before. The Four Saints Square was in a commotion. No one paid attention to the mess between Captain Zijian, President Zhuangji, and Shiyu. Captain Zijian and President Zhuangji also shifted their attention away from Shiyu. Now everyone was only concerned about what happened to the Four Saints relics and why they failed to enter this time. Yet, what happened? At this time, the culprit of everything, Shiyu, also twitched his mouth. What else could it be? Because he was forced to obtain part of the authority of the Four Saints relics, the relics automatically kicked out other entrants. Otherwise, he would pull everyone in again. However, before the relics were not his, he didn't feel anything. Now that the relics are his, if he lets other people in to divide the power of faith, he will feel a loss. Oh no! The statues of the Four Saints are cracked. At this time, someone suddenly discovered that the statues of the Four Saints, which had been broken after the destruction of the era, had many more cracks. The ruins have changed. Many archaeologists looked solemn. Shiyu's face darkened. You are the one who talks too much? He immediately reopened the four sacred relics, intending to proceed as usual, just this once, for the last time. Anyway, there was still a lot of power of faith here. If he could get away with it this time, the relic would belong to him. Although it was a bit troublesome, as long as he obtained this relic, he would be invincible under the super gods in the future with the four sacred beasts. Shiyu really couldn't bear to miss it. The bold will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. He hoped that the Environmental Protection Association and Disaster Research Institute he had joined before would be able to protect him after he obtained the relic. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, The Mastermind She Scam. The sound of time and space vibrated, the space changed, and the Four Saints relics reopened. Many Four Saints evolvers looked at each other in bewilderment. Facing the passage of the ruins, they didn't know whether they should enter or not. It was open again? The ruins have changed. Now it seems that it is really unpredictable. Just now, the archaeological experts of the Archaeological Association have already indicated that there is a situation. So what kind of changes have they made? Before they figured it out, many Four Saints evolvers hesitated and felt a little timid. After all, the epic relics represent danger and the unknown. The original Four Saints relics were not dangerous, but now no one can be sure whether the Four Saints relics after the changes are dangerous. Of course, only a small number of people hesitated. The vast majority of people saw the ruins and reacted again, and they entered as soon as possible, such as archaeologists Zijian, Zhuangji and others. Shiyu, are you going in or not? At this time, Lin Feng, the senior, couldn't help but refer to the opinion of Shiyu next to him. Who made Shiyu the strongest archaeologist on Blue Star? Go in, Shiyu said, opportunities and risks coexist. After speaking, he took the lead in entering the passage. Lin Feng took a deep breath and followed. In the passage, Shiyu fell into deep thought. If we follow the original rules of the ruins, so many people will have to share the power of faith, which feels a bit unfair. However, in order to gain world authority, we have to fight. At the same time, if we want to copy more faith skills, we have to fight. This group of people is the best choice, why not? Shiyu suddenly smiled. Sensing Shiyu's excitement, the contracted pet soon knew that someone was going to be tricked again. Since so many archaeologists think that the ruins have changed, then let's change it and find a compromise that will not disappoint these people and achieve the goal. When Shiyu opened the ruins, he used his authority as the lord of some of the ruins to mess around. Chong Chong, Qitong, Xiaobing, Gui Gui, and the short-legged cat obeyed the order. In an instant, with a thought, Shiyu pulled up an online meeting through telepathy. In the beast control space, King Long, Zhuge, Zuanwu, and Beihu all raised their heads. The next moment, they felt dizzy and were summoned by Shiyu to a strange place. I combined the authority of the ruins to teleport you to a certain ruin space. Next, I will help you pretend to be the relic gatekeeper. I will teleport the opponents you want to defeat to you one by one. Your task is to defeat the opponent, however, you can't defeat them directly and neatly. At least you have to wait for the opponent to show some strength. If the opponent has good skills, I will use the authority to directly possess you for a moment. Well, in order to maintain fairness, Chong Chong and Shaitan, you are all suppressed to the overlord level, suppressed to the same level as Gigi, Xiaobing, and the dwarf cat. Don't worry, with my assistance, the power of faith in this ruins is yours. As long as you don't reach the god level, you have unlimited faith energy. Theoretically you can kill at will in the beginning. I will only let the demigods in. Slowly, after fighting, I will improve the authority to control the ruins and you will improve your strength. I will continue to let the god level in for you to fight. Make good use of this training opportunity. Let's accompany these people and put on a good show. After Shiyu finished speaking, the four sacred beasts understood that Shiyu really regarded himself as the Lord of the Ruins, and he did the work of the Lord of the Ruins, responsible for testing those who entered. Meow, Akahide was the first to praise. Good performance, she liked it. The turtle and Xiaobing, who merged into the black tortoise again, also showed a solemn expression. This was the first time that Shiyu asked them to fight. The opponent, are they the four sacred evolutionists of Kinkai? The pressure is huge. Meow, the dwarf cat is the same, with a serious look, and must not disappoint the expectations of the gods. Only the insects are calm and calm. A small scene, a small scene. It is an old actor who cooperated with Shiyu in Cos Iron Eating Beast Knight and Cos Sword Immortal to simulate sword energy during the real green cotton insect period. After a while, many people re-entered the four sacred ruins and carefully observed the changes in the ruins. Soon, someone discovered that the dual field and battlefield of the four saints' relics were all closed, and it was impossible to enter to compete for the power of faith. This situation made the entrants change their faces. President Zhuangji, what's going on? Someone asked President Zhuangji, one of the caretakers of the four saints' relics, but at this time the old man was also puzzled. I don't know, it may be related to the changes just now. Everyone, please be patient and take a closer look to see if there are any other changes, he said. Is this relic specially welcoming me? Zijian of the Universe Overlord Corps was also slightly interested in the changes in the relic. Before coming, she had done a deep enough investigation of the four saints' relics. Since the discovery of this relic, the mechanism has not changed. This time, it has caused a muff. However, she still likes to explore the cause of this unknown change. Shiyu, do you know what's going on? Senior Lin Feng, who had just noticed something wrong and took a small step away from Shiyu, came back again. Shiyu is also an archaeologist, and he may know the reason for this situation. I don't know, Shiyu looked around and said. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. At least he has to wait until he obtains all the authority of the ruins before he can show his cards. Now he is nothing. After all, he can't even take the ruins away. I found changes. There were many people present. Soon, someone discovered what changes had occurred in the ruins compared to the four saints' ruins in the past. Although the dual field and battlefield for the power of faith did not respond, four huge stone tablets of different colors appeared on all sides of the ruins. What is this? Many four saints evolvers looked at the blue, white, red, and black stone tablets and fell into deep thought. On the four huge stone tablets, ancient characters from the last era were engraved: the Azure Dragon list, the White Tiger list, the Vermilion Bird list, and the Black Tortoise list, which made everyone confused. And before figuring out what the stone tablets were, no one dared to approach rashly. Is this a space door? After a while, someone judged the characteristics of the stone tablet. Zijian stood in front of the Azure Dragon list stone tablet. Under the gaze of everyone, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the stone tablet. The next moment, the stone tablet ejected spatial ripples. Zijian wanted to put her hand in, wanted to enter the whole body, but was blocked by a spatial force, which made Zijian show a dissatisfied expression. In my life, what I hate most is the ruins with restricted levels, she said angrily. Captain, what did you find? The two derricks asked. Try to see if you can get in, Zijian said. The Universe Overlord Corps was skilled and daring. Others did not dare to approach the stone tablet, but under Zijian's order, her subordinates had to touch it. As a result, without exception, all were blocked by the stone tablet. This should be the space door, but it restricts the entry level. I'm afraid that those above the god level cannot enter, she said. No, even if it is not the god level, as long as it does not meet the rules, it seems that it is not possible. Under her gaze, a human soldier of the Universe Overlord Corps who was not even at the god level also touched the stone tablet, but was still blocked outside. Then, there is only one truth. You, keep trying. To be precise, let your Azure Dragon pet go. Zijian pointed to the soldier who was blocked just now. The soldier was stunned and immediately said, "Yes, Captain." After that, he directly condensed a golden summoning array. In the array, with a dragon roar, a blue dragon soared into the sky. It was also a dragon life that was evolving towards the Azure Dragon. Under the command of the Beastmaster, the blue dragon directly touched the stone tablet, and then successfully shuttled into the stone tablet, causing an uproar at the scene. Scar, a Azure Dragon evolver, a quasi-god of the Zijian Special Forces, was able to enter such a team with its strength, all thanks to it being an Azure Dragon evolver, otherwise, it would not be qualified at all. This time, under the command of Captain Zijian, after successfully shuttling into the ruined stone tablet, Scar felt that a great opportunity was waiting for him. After it entered, its vision was first pitch black, then slowly regained light, and it found itself teleported to a ruins hall that looked like an ancient coliseum, surrounded by broken walls and ruins. However, what surprised it the most was the huge monster in front of it. Roar, in front of King Long Scar, there was another green dragon. Its body was 100 meters long, hovering in the sky, with golden horns on its head and green scales on its body. Its eyes and tail were burning with golden spiritual faith fire, and it was majestic. Although the image was slightly different from his own, King Long Scar was sure that this was also a King Long evolver, and the opponent's momentum gave it a very strange feeling, sometimes feeling very strong, and sometimes feeling just so-so. What's going on? Wasn't it just a dragon that entered the stone tablet just now? Who is this guy? Roar, it also roared. Who are you? As soon as it finished speaking, the ruins around it seemed to make a sound, actively allowing the entrants to listen to the sound of the ruins. This is the Gatekeeper Phantom of the Azure Dragon ranking. Fight it and you will be on the Azure Dragon ranking. If you rank at the top, you will receive a large amount of faith power as a reward. The top player will get more. What? The sudden sound of the ruins made Azure Dragon Scar pause. It was incredible. What kind of mechanism is this? The dual arena and battlefield for fighting for faith power in the Four Saints ruins are closed, and a new Azure Dragon ranking level for gaining faith power by ranking has been updated. The top player will get more. What more? Why don't you finish talking? Azure Dragon Scar cursed and said, why is it stuck? This relic looks old. Challenger, tell me your name. In the Azure Dragon ranking level, Chong, who was called by Shi Yu to work, made a deep, hollow, and dead voice, as if to say, I am really a Gatekeeper Phantom. You are a Gatekeeper Phantom. Do you know what rewards are given to the top player? You have survived from the last era? Who created this relic? Azure Dragon Scar asked questions continuously. Challenger, state your name. Challenger, state your name. Chong ignored the opponent and repeated. King Long, Scar of the Zijian Special Forces roared. Damn, is the opponent not smart? As soon as it finished thinking, it saw the King Long Gatekeeper directly slap it in the air. It seemed that answering the name triggered a certain mechanism, opening the prelude to the battle. Then let's fight. King Long Scar felt that the opponent's power was not strong. It directly mobilized the power of faith here, wanting to strengthen its body and fight against it. It found that this place was the same as the rumored Four Saints dual field and Four Saints battlefield. There was a large amount of free faith power that could be used directly. This was too comfortable. Adhering to the principle of not using it in vain, it directly used the faith skill for free. However, what Scar didn't expect was that with a loud roar, under the blood suppression of the opposite King Long, it directly lost control of the free faith power. If it wanted to mobilize 100 portions of faith power just now, then now, it has only successfully mobilized 0.1 portions. This Gatekeeper. His control over the power of faith is very high. All the power of faith swam towards Chong. The sky was full of blue-gold brilliance, blooming around Chong. Even the power of faith stored in Scar was almost lost. When Scar reacted, although Chong Chong did not move, its dragon claws directly crossed the space and slapped Scar, knocking it from the sky to the ground. Roar! Scar let out a painful cry. This blow hurt its heart. It was sure that the opponent's growth level was only the overlord level, but because the opponent had absolute control over the power of faith, its combat power reached a very exaggerated level under the increase of the power of faith. Even it, a quasi-god, could hardly withstand a blow. Finished. Scar felt cold in his heart. The skill of faith seemed to be restrained in this challenge level of the Azure Dragon list. It made it feel like a show-off, as if the dragon in front of it was a real Azure Dragon, and it was a joke to want to mobilize the power of faith in front of it. Roar! While Scar was analyzing, Chong Chong slapped him with his claws again. At this moment, Chong Chong felt very happy. It was the first time for him to squander the power of faith in such a way in a battle. A single attack could sweep away a lot of power of faith. If he summoned a group of dragon stars, wouldn't he kill even the gods? I wonder if there is a chance to grab the first kill of the god level of Shen Bao Bao. Shen Bao Bao, who was busy preparing to be the nurse of the four sacred beasts, in the outside world. With the entry of King Long Scar, the successful case here was also seen by the four sacred evolutionists on the other side of the stone tablet. However, many of the four sacred evolutionists still did not try it easily. They wanted to see the information brought back by Scar, who entered first. In just 2 minutes, King Long Scar was teleported out. Everyone's expression changed. They saw that King Long Scar was covered with wounds and looked terrible. When he entered, he was still majestic, but after coming out, he was already a useless dragon. Roar! Falling to the ground, the Azure Dragon Scar let out a weak cry. So strong. What's going on? What happened? Zijian asked immediately. Before the extremely weak Scar could speak, a row of ancient characters from the previous era appeared on the huge Azure Dragon tablet. Scar, 0.1 Guardian Azure Dragon Power, level, low level. Everyone looked at this row of characters and was confused again. What is this? Oh, Azure Dragon Scar let out a mournful cry, and under the healing ability of his companions and self-healing, he opened his eyes. After seeing Zijian, he immediately became timid and said, Captain Zijian, I'm sorry to disappoint you that I couldn't break through the level. So, what level is it, and what's the situation inside? Zijian asked. Scar immediately said, the levels inside are mainly aimed at this Azure Dragon ranking. Those who enter can fight with the Azure Dragons guarding the gates inside to judge their strength. If they perform well, they should be ranked at the top of the Azure Dragon ranking, and then they will receive rewards such as the power of faith. I just saw 0.1 Azure Dragon power of guarding the gate. What is this? It looked at the changes in the stone tablet and its face suddenly changed. Although it didn't know what the rating standards were, it felt a strong insult. It protested. This sounded weak. Is the Azure Dragon guarding the gate very strong? Zijian said. Scar stammered, the opponent, is not a question of whether it is strong or not. It looks like it is only at the overlord level, but it has a very high control over the power of faith. Under the blessing of the power of faith, the overlord immediately becomes unlike the overlord. The power of my faith skills, under the suppression of faith, is not even 1 in 100. Come back, useless thing. After a moment, Scar's Beastmaster summoned it back. With only 0.1 of the power of the Guardian Azure Dragon, Scar, who seemed to have been beaten badly by the Guardian Azure Dragon, soon lost his value. The information he brought back made many of the Four Saints evolvers look at each other in bewilderment. The changes in the Four Saints ruins turned out to be like this. The original evolvers dueled each other to compete for the power of faith, but now they challenged the Four Saints list to gain the power of faith. Since this change had just appeared, no one could say whether it was good or bad. However, as long as there was no problem with the ruins, it would be the best. But why are the god level not allowed to challenge? However, there are joys and sorrows. Many god level evolvers were quite dissatisfied with this new mechanism. There may be other changes in the ruins. Don't worry, President Zhongji put all his energy into the ruins. The ruins actually changed like this. He wanted to study what was going on. Maybe this was an opportunity to crack the Four Saints ruins. Go, invite all the geniuses who are not god level and the geniuses of the families in other realms who didn't come today. He spoke to a family member. Looks like there's something to play with now. Captain Zijian also looked at the Azure Dragon ranking with a burning gaze. She didn't cultivate any four sacred beasts, and she didn't plan to compete for any power of faith at the beginning. She had her own way to crack the ruins. However, in order to learn more information, she also called on her subordinates to gather more four sacred evolvers. King Kai has four sacred evolvers, and the Universe Overlord Corps also has them, and there are quite a few of them, but not all of them are accompanying this time. Chi, Roar, Up, the Suzaku ranking, the White Tiger ranking, and the Black Tortoise ranking also had demigod level 4 sacred evolvers entering at this time. For a time, the four sacred ruins were changing rapidly, and discussions were held in various places, and they paid attention to the four major rankings respectively. At present, the Azure Dragon Skull with 0.1 dragon power is the only one on the list, which has aroused the desire to compete with many four sacred evolvers. Many demigod level Azure Dragon evolvers are eager to try outside. If they are, they must have 1.5 or 2 Azure Dragon powers. This 0.1 still looks too lame. Shiyu, what do you think? Lin Feng and Bai Hunyang were standing beside Shiyu, looking serious. We may not be able to enter this relic steal, but you can try. Maybe there is some great opportunity. Shiyu stood there, also looking serious. What else can he do? Just stand and watch. His Kinglong has already run in to be the gatekeeper, so he can forget about challenging himself. In addition, there is no great opportunity, it is just a pure scam of the Shi family. The only role of these challengers is to upgrade Chong Chong and others. To upgrade themselves. However, with so many challengers, and even accepting guest gods later, Shen Baobao is tired. Of course, he also has to quickly cultivate Baihu and Zhuanwu. Chong Chong and Zook are suppressed to the Overlord level, and the two of them are now the real Overlord level. I don't know what level they can reach after this experience. If you don't have a demigod level, it's very difficult to find a true god by leaps and bounds, even if you have almost unlimited faith power. Senior Lin Feng, I'm really not interested in this relic, Shiyu said again. Lin Feng doubted whether it was true or not. From the information obtained from Blue Star, Shiyu should not be a man who can stay still. Seeing the relic, not excited? Shiyu exhaled. Now, he just wants to be a quiet beauty, the mastermind behind the scenes. I don't know how long I can hide it, how long it will take to obtain the complete authority of the relic. As Chong Chong defeated an opponent with the help of the power of faith here, he did feel that his authority over the four saints relics had increased a little bit. The main opponent was still too weak, resulting in a not-so-good running in effect. That Scar, 2 faith skills, 1 physical skill, and 1 farming skill, rubbish, 2 rubbish. Shiyu didn't even have much desire to copy it, after all. It was perfectly covered by the Azure Dragon's indestructible body and the creation domain. No wonder Zilan and the others were surprised to see Chong Chong master the realm of creation. Chong Chong's evolution is really not low. I just hope that the next 4 sacred beasts with more outstanding evolution will not disappoint him. At the same time, challengers, tell me your names. X3. Another group of challengers who entered the ruins of Suzaku, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise fell into deep thought as they looked at the sacred beasts guarding the gate in front of them. A huge Suzaku holding a sword, a flying white tiger wearing armor, and a standing black tortoise with a snake's tail wrapped around it, all looked wrong. Isn't this the ruins of the 4 sacred beasts of the last era? The image of the sacred beasts guarding the gate should be based on the 4 cosmic gods, right? Could it be that the true form of the 4 cosmic gods of the last cosmic era looks like this? Is it true? Why does it feel like a strong inferior copycat? As if sensing some misunderstanding of the image of the true 4 saints by the 4 saint evolvers inside, the 4 saints' ruins cracked again. After Shiyu succeeded as the master of the ruins, the reputation of the ancient 4 saints was damaged. Chapter 561 1 person raising 4 saints, 4 saints raising 1 person. After Shiyu began to lay out the Shi family scam, the 4 sacred beasts in the team came to receive the guests. The remains of the White Tiger list. The short-legged cat looked at the first challenger who entered in front of him, a female tiger, with a calm expression and a burst of excitement in his heart. This is the first real opponent he has faced since he trained for several months. Although he is only at the Overlord level and his opponent is at the Demigod level, Shiyu silently supports him behind the scenes, and the short-legged cat feels that he has a sure win. It can be done. The short-legged cat's opponent is a more traditional white tiger, with a body as white as snow without any stray hair. In comparison, The short-legged cat wearing armor and being short is still quite peculiar. White tiger family quasi-god, Peggy, the female white tiger, said her name, and then began to mobilize the power of faith of the white tiger's ear. But soon its face changed, because like the previous blue dragon's scar, it also encountered a very difficult problem. Meow. Under the roar of the dwarf armored white tiger on the opposite side, the female white tiger Peggy felt that the free power of faith was not mobilized by her at all, and all ran to the guarding white tiger. It was like two people fighting for something, one was weak and the other was strong, and the stronger one directly took everything away. This level of control of the power of faith, Peggy was depressed, and she probably knew how the previous blue dragon lost. Although this guarding white tiger gave her the feeling of being at the overlord level. However, the opponent's control of the power of faith was completely beyond this level, and it felt no worse than the god-level white tiger. As we all know, once a creature that mainly cultivates the power of faith has a sufficient amount and quality of the power of faith, its strength will increase exponentially, and if it loses the power of faith, it will plummet exponentially. Meow. Because the dwarf cat is Shiyu's pet, and has a contract with Shiyu, the master of the ruins, it also has a part of the authority of the ruins. In the Four Saints ruins, it can naturally mobilize the power of faith easily. If he didn't have this ability, Shiyu wouldn't let the dwarf cats fight against the Four Saints. Chong Chong and Chitong were still okay. Even without the bonus of the authority of the relics, their control of the power of faith was also the best in the same level. Putting aside the power of faith, their strength was also first class. But the white tiger and black tortoise that had just been cultivated still had to rely on the authority. This was not a bad thing. In the process of fighting with the power of faith, they would be nourished by the power of faith and grow faster. It was also an opportunity to exercise the control of the power of faith. The proficiency of the faith skills would increase even if there was no increase. At this time, with the blessing of the power of faith, the platinum armor of the dwarf cat shone brightly. It directly spread its golden wings and slapped the challenger with its platinum tiger palm. White tiger light killing wave, facing the attacking white tiger guarding the gate. Although Peggy could only mobilize a trace of the power of faith, she still tried her best to use the faith skill. A golden light of faith wrapped with killing intentions burst out and collided with the tiger palm of the dwarf cat. Boom. Although there is a big difference in level, under the condition of unlimited squandering of faith power, the physical strength of the dwarf cat has been strengthened to at least 6.5 strength, half 11 strength. If he had not become the lord of the ruins, Shiyu would never dare to squander it like this. After all, the faith consumption of the dwarf cat to maintain the white tiger armor for 1 second is comparable to the meteorites thrown from the starry sky by Chong Chong and the blue star. Roar, tearing apart the light wave, the dwarf cat only had many scratches on the armor, and the body was not injured. It continued to slap. Bang! Peggy was slapped away, but what made Peggy difficult to understand was that the opponent's slap actually slapped out all the money and treasures in the space in her body. The food gold energy crystal stored in it fell out of the space cracks and fell all over the floor. In addition, Peggy used the rules of gold and countless resources to nurture the sharp golden tiger teeth for decades, which were comparable to the gold teeth of god-level resources, and were also clicked by this palm. It hurts. Tigress Peggy only felt that the opponent's attack was not as simple as it seemed, and it contained a more mysterious power. In fact, even the dwarf cat was stunned by this scene. But the next moment, it didn't care about so much and chased after it relentlessly. Shouting in his heart, "Hurry up and show your powerful faith skills, so that Shiyu can possess it." Turtle and Xiaobing were also welcoming the challenger. Their opponents evolved more ordinary, just a simple giant turtle image, without even a snake shadow, and they were lying down. The real Xuanwu, it seems that it is indeed a turtle and a snake. After seeing the Xuanwu formed by the combination of turtle and Xiaobing, the other party fell into deep thought. Although it didn't understand why it was standing, the black and white Xuanwu in front of it did make it experience a different Xuanwu charm. In Shiyu's team, the evolution of the four sacred beasts, in terms of perfection, is actually Azure Dragon greater than Black Tortoise greater than Vermilion Bird greater than White Tiger. Among them, the Dwarf Cat has the least complete evolution, and Chong Chong has the highest evolution because of the assistance of the Azure Dragon domain. As for the Black Tortoise, because of the help of the Tai Chi domain, the combination of the turtle and the snake is in line with the yin and yang, and is also more perfect than the Vermilion Bird. Therefore, at present, the combined combat power of Giga and Xiaobing combined with the power of faith can only be described as extremely strong. Challenger, Q Wu, the black tortoise is strong and powerful. After announcing his name, he first tried to mobilize the power of faith here. After finding that the power of faith was all controlled by the guarding black tortoise, he could only mobilize a weak part, and then launched a crazy attack. Super Destruction Black Tortoise Spiral Star Attack, it roared, making Giga Unziabing almost stunned. The next moment, the weak power of faith, powerful thoughts, and starlight were concentrated on the turtle shell, lingering with black water. Ku Wu's head and limbs contracted, and the turtle shell rotated at high speed, blurring like a black star spiral falling, attacking Giga Unziabing. Oh, Giga's heart shuddered. Isn't this its turtle bumping around? No, it's a rotating impact. Did it think that it couldn't recognize it because of the special effects and the longer name? Facing this attack, Giga Unziabing directly activated the northern shield. The standing turtle's arms interacted, and the black water shield condensed by the rich power of faith directly blocked the rotating attack. At the same time, Giga shouted in his heart, Lord, possession, this can be learned. Learn a hammer, there are so many challengers, I don't have time to learn them all. I only choose the faith skills comparable to the creation domain and Zhenhe seal to copy. Outside, Shiyu thought. Although he learned a bunch of useless skills and could merge them, it would be too energy consuming. He would devote all his energy to the cultivation of the 4 sacred beasts and would have no time to cultivate other pets. At the same time, if he copied all the hundreds of thousands of 4 sacred evolvers, although he had no shortage of skill slots now and could delete them after fusion, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He might not have time to spare. Compared with the focused efforts of the dwarf cat, the turtle, and Xiaobing, Qitong was as relaxed as the bugs. Although they were suppressed to the overlord level, they had infinite power of faith and did not know how to lose. Qi, in the Suzaku list ruins, the Suzaku holding the divine sword in its beak just shook its head, and the sword light from the divine sword easily cut off half of the Suzaku's hair. 0.2 guarding white tiger power, 0.1 guarding black tortoise power, 0.1 guarding Suzaku power. Various scores were shown on the 4 sacred list, making the entire 4 sacred ruins somewhat chaotic. Tisk, it seems that these guarding holy beasts are quite powerful, but it's a pity that the god level cannot enter, Lin Feng said regretfully beside Shiyu. Yet, his white tiger mother also felt very sorry. Senior Lin Feng, who are the strongest azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger evolvers below the god level? Shiyu asked. He felt that the 4 holy evolvers who had just entered were not highly evolved, not to mention the bugs. Why were they not even as tall as the dwarf cats? Shiyu thought about it and could only attribute it to the fact that he had invested a lot of faith resources and evolutionary resources. Although King Kai was huge and the 4 Saints system was more complete, there were too many 4 Saints evolvers. Every evolver had to share some meat. The average guy could not get much faith resources when he evolved. However, he directly plundered several faith objects from parallel blue stars as evolutionary resources, and then the world power in Xiaozi's body was also cultivated towards the 4 Saints system. With a blessing of many faith resources on blue star and the world of a low-level star, it seemed normal that his own 4 Saints beasts could evolve to this level, stronger than 99% of the 4 Saints evolvers. However, it was stronger than ordinary 4 Saints evolvers, but Shiyu did not believe that every 4 Saints evolver on the huge King Kai was at this level. What about the geniuses? The rare skills to be copied may be on them. This, of course, is the strongest of the younger generation of the 4 Saints family, Lin Feng said. The Azure Dragon family, the White Tiger family, the Suzaku family, the Black Tortoise family, are all powerful families with family power spanning hundreds of realms. The strongest of their young generations are basically the strongest 4 Saints who evolve below the god level. This time, they shouldn't come. The first genius of each stage of the 4 Saints family does not lack the power of faith at all. It is basically provided by the family, so there is no need to come here to compete. I didn't pay attention to the others, but I remember that the Azure Dragon family is the same family as President Zhuangji. There is a quasi-god Azure Dragon, who is very powerful. His best result in the conferred god battle was 8th, and he entered the top 10. He mastered the top faith skill, Azure Dragon Creation. He looked deeply at Shiyu. That is a faith skill that contains the rules of creation, similar to your Azure Dragon's creation field. The reason why Kongdi and Lin Feng are optimistic about Shiyu and believe that Shiyu can win the first place in the conferred god battle one day in the future is for a reason. mainly because the potential shown by 11 and Chong Chong at that time was too strong. The strongest of the young generation of the Qinglong family relied on a Qinglong creation to win the top 10 in the conferred God War. So, she used Qinglong insects, after being cultivated and accumulating some faith power. Why can't they rely on the creation field to win the top 10? In addition, Shiyu not only has an insect, but also a pet. With the participation of all members, it is not impossible to win the first place in the conferred God War. However, this time the four saints' relics have changed. They should be called by their respective families to challenge and explore. At this time, hearing what Senior Lin Feng said, Shiyu was startled. Qinglong creation sounds strong, but it conflicts with a creation field of insects. It feels like the same ability is just a name change. Is it useful to copy it? The guy from the Qinglong family is really terrifying. The other three are slightly inferior to it in comparison. At this time, a voice suddenly came, and an old man with a human body and a bird head, exuding a terrifying aura of divine power, walked slowly. Behind him were two red birds, and behind him were a middle-aged man and a young man. The genius of the Suzaku family has mastered the faith skill of the Flame of Destruction, which contains the prototype of the rules of world destruction, but his best result is only around 30th place, which is far behind the genius of the Azure Dragon family. Of course, he is much better than these losers behind me. The young people and Phoenix Suzaku behind the old man looked dissatisfied. Shiyu and Lin Feng looked at the old Suzaku. The Flame of Destruction, this is possible. Old One, you are here, Shiyu. This is the senior of the Blue Star Phoenix clan. Old One is the leader of the Phoenix clan who has evolved towards the Suzaku. Their whole family is evolving towards the Suzaku, Lin Feng introduced. Senior One, Shiyu greeted the old Suzaku man in front of him, who had a human body and a bird head, and at the same time looked at the three generations of descendants. The oldest seemed to be a fusion of human and Suzaku, like a mixed blood. The other two were a god-level Beastmaster, a mid-level god Phoenix Suzaku, a 9th-level Beastmaster, and a demigod Phoenix Suzaku. It seemed that they were all Phoenix Suzaku based, and the two humans were like subordinates. You are Lord Shiyu from the Mother Planet, right? The old man Suzaku looked at Shiyu with a smile. He had also heard Zijian's evaluation of Shiyu just now. It turned out that the rumors were true. This Shiyu was definitely a super genius. Lord Shiyu, what do you think of this relic? He asked. I'm not sure yet. I plan to stay and observe for a while, Shiyu said. Hey, old man Qing is here too. Lin Feng suddenly spoke and looked in a certain direction. An old blue dragon was flying towards this side. Behind it, there were several blue dragons of different levels, and some of them had humans sitting on them. Lord Lin Feng, old ghost Wong, the old blue dragon arrived and his eyes immediately stopped on Shiyu. Old Dragon Kingpin, Mr. Shiyu, I didn't expect that your archaeological talent could be recognized by the Universe Overlord Corps. The people of the Blue Star Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan were very surprised. Shiyu's information on Blue Star was strictly confidential by Kong Di and others. Except for the super god-level ancestors of the 5 major gods, these god-level generations, really didn't know Shiyu's details, and only knew the surface. At present, the Blue Star Alliance, Kong Di and Lin Feng's combined status is equivalent to the 5 super god ancestors of Blue Star. Lin Feng alone can be said to be below the 5 super god ancestors and above the top gods. These Blue Star clans are very respectful of him. After all, he is a fierce man who has killed super gods. I don't know what's going on, Shiyu smiled bitterly. Maybe Captain Zijian made a mistake. Senior Lin Feng, what should we do next? I plan to take a closer look at this ruins and go in to challenge it if I have the chance. What about you? Lin Feng said distressedly. Same as you. In this situation, what else can I do? Shiyu smiled. You can do whatever you want. He's going to train the guarding sacred beast. In addition, the strongest of the younger generation of the 4 saints family. It feels like they are 4 guys who have mastered the prototype of the top faith skills. They need extra attention. Next, Shiyu used the authority of the Lord of the Ruins to add points remotely, and soon all the super-level skills of Turtle, Xiaobing, and Dwarf Cat were quickly used during the challenge free time to reach perfection. The growth level of the 3 of them has finally reached the totem level, and their combat power is at the demigod level. Of course, this is what Blue Star said. On King Kai, it is the quasi-god level. At present, After becoming the Lord of the Ruins, Shi Yu also gained a benefit, that is, he can spend money again. No shortage of money. The power of faith in the Four Saints ruins is too much. What does this mean? It means that Chong Chong can use the creation field to the maximum extent. In the creation field, Chong Chong is a god, and he can do anything, including nursing people and ripening plants. In this case, with Shen Bao Bao and Su Su, Shi Yu's point addition speed, do you still need to think about it? In addition to Chong Chong, let's talk about Xuanwu. Xuanwu divine power belief skill can also transfer vitality and heal Shi Yu. Later, he will copy an auxiliary belief skill for Zhuk and Beihu. Shi Yu has already thought about how fast it will be to add points in the Four Saints relics. In addition, Chong Chong uses the rules of spring to assist the ginseng baby in making cultivation fruits and reincarnation fruits in the Four Saints relics, which can basically be said to be fast. Shi Yu can imagine that it will take almost no time for him to add points to all the skills of the pets, and then he can use the remaining time to accumulate a large amount of resources and keep them to sell for money to buy other resources. Sure enough, if you want to get rich, you still have to crack the ruins. Although this will consume a lot of faith power, Shi Yu, who has just become rich, has no idea of saving. He plans to enjoy it first. With the help of the Four Saints relics, he can quickly cultivate all the four sacred beasts, and then the four sacred beasts can immediately use the auxiliary belief skills to feed back him, and then cultivate other pets. Alice, if I had known that I could get rich this way, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to deduce the overdraft of faith. It's annoying that I don't lack the power of faith. These two people are really unwilling to give up. When Shi Yu pretended to visit the ruins, he also found that President Zhuangji of the Xianling Archaeological Association was devoted to studying the ruins, and the archaeologist Zijian was the same. As the master of the ruins, he could clearly judge the level of the two people. President Zhuangji, like him in the rookie stage on Blue Star, relied on chatting, luck, and spiritual dialogue with the ruins. He didn't have much level. Zijian, on the other hand, was very good. He used special methods to find loopholes in the ruins and wanted to seize the authority of the ruins. If the ruins had no owner, this method might really succeed. Unfortunately, the authority of the ruins has been taken by Shi Yu first. In addition, as Chong Chong and others continued to merge the power of faith, Shi Yu and others' control over the ruins increased rapidly. It was impossible for Zijian to obtain the authority of the ruins. It's a pity that teacher Ying didn't come with him. If she had come along, in addition to the fruits of cultivation, the various gemstone and magical fruits would definitely be enough to satisfy her hunger. Chapter 562 Lu Qingyi's Counterattack. On that day, many people withdrew from the Four Saints ruins, because apart from the Four Saints list, they did not find any other changes in the ruins. God-level people could not do anything inside, and even many demigods withdrew because the challenge of the Four Saints list was too unintelligent. Only one person could challenge at a time, and each challenge had to be separated by a period of time. With so many Four Saints evolvers, if they wanted to fight once, they would have to wait until the end of time. Inside the ruins, some people even fought each other in order to get priority to challenge the list, resulting in conflicts. Let's go, I won't stay any longer. One day later, because he was too bored, Lin Feng reluctantly called White Tiger Mother and said he didn't plan to stay in the ruins anymore and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he found Shi Yu who was patting a pillow like picking watermelons, and said with a frown, Shi Yu, you didn't go to queue up. No, there were too many people. Shi Yu said, Senior Lin Feng, are you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving. How about you come with me? I don't think there's anything fun here. Didn't you say you have no interest in the Four Saints ruins? Lin Feng said. Well, so boring. White Tiger Mother was not interested. I may not be able to leave yet. Shi Yu smiled embarrassedly. What do you mean? Lin Feng was stunned. Shi Yu saw that Lin Feng was about to leave, and couldn't help but said, let's go out and talk. Seeing Shi Yu's strange behavior, Lin Feng couldn't help but shook his head, and the three of them left the ruins together. However, unlike what Lin Feng imagined, after they stepped into the ruins passage to leave the ruins, they did not appear in the outside world, but appeared in a very special independent space. When Lin Feng found that something was wrong around him, his expression immediately froze. What is this? White Tiger Mother also immediately looked around. This is the deep space of the Four Saints relics, Shi Yu said, looking at Lin Feng and Baihu in front of him. Lin Feng, Baihu? Both sides fell into deep thought, a little confused. I originally wanted to wait for a while before talking about it, but the speed of obtaining the authority of the relics is faster than I thought. It may take less than a month for me to obtain the complete authority of the Four Saints relics. Senior Lin Feng, Senior Bai, why don't you wait until I become the master of the relics before coming? At that time, I can share some of the exquisite faith power sealed inside the relics with you, Shi Yu said. The ordinary faith power currently floating around has little effect on the god level Bahu, so Shi Yu will not let Senior Lin Feng compete with him. When the time comes, I will directly share the exquisite products with him to repay the ticket. Lin Feng, Bahu? Both sides looked at Shi Yu in confusion. What is Shi Yu talking about? You? Lin Feng was stunned. Well, the initial changes in the ruins were caused by me. I accidentally cracked the Four Saints relics and obtained part of the authority of the Four Saints relics. Currently, I am working hard to obtain the remaining part. What? Lin Feng was shocked. What a joke. White Tiger Mother also opened her mouth slightly, with an incredible look on her face. What about the Four Saints list? It asked. It was also made by me. The four sacred beasts guarding the gates are the pets I cultivated under the contract. With the help of the authority of the ruins, I gave them the highest right to mobilize the power of faith. It's no problem to fight ordinary demigods. If you want to obtain the authority of the complete ruins, you have to keep fighting like this, Shi Yu said helplessly. Lin Feng and White Tiger Mother were stunned and stood there. Lin Feng was stunned and dumbfounded. WTF, the Four Saints Family Joint Archaeological Association, including the archaeologists of the Universe Overlord Legion, have not cracked the epic ruins, and he just got a ticket for Shi Yu, and Shi Yu cracked it? This. Just good luck. Did I crack an epic ruins on Blue Star? There happened to be a chain reaction between the two sides. Shi Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior Lin Feng, please say something. Oh my god, Lin Feng said loudly, is this reasonable? The four sacred relics, there is so much epic faith power in it, anyway, it's probably enough to reach the super god level, Shi Yu muttered, faith overdrawn, just save it for the super god level. Next to Lin Feng, the White Tiger Mother bit her handkerchief with tiger teeth, her eyes sparkling, looking at Shi Yu with envy and jealousy, and then looked at her own Beastmaster. Why can't its Beastmaster crack the ruins? Evolved it into the four sacred beasts, but had no money to buy epic faith objects, so despicable. Lin Feng? So, in a month, the four sacred relics will be yours, Lin Feng asked. Shi Yu said, you can say that. I remember that the Kwang Star Archaeological Association has the following regulations for unearthed relics. No matter what the state of the relics is, ordinary unearthed relics, if they are clearly owned, belong to the descendants of the owner of the relics. If they are not clearly owned, they belong to the owner of the domain where they were unearthed, and the epic relics from the last cosmic era belong to the cracker, and there is no clear geographical restriction. That's true, but this cracker must have the identity of the official domain owner of Kwang Star. Only the domain owner can be in charge of the epic relics, Lin Feng said. This is also the control method of Kwang Star for the unearthed epic relics. The epic relics contain the special power of the last epic. If there is an owner, it must be his own people. For Kwang Star, his own people are the official domain owners of Kwang Star. Of course, at the end of this law, there is a special mark, except for the Cosmic Overlord Army. According to the treaty between King Kai and the Universe Overlord, if the archaeologists of the Universe Overlord Corps cracked the uncracked epic ruins on King Kai's planet, they could take them away directly without the restriction of being a King Kai. So, even if you completely crack the Four Saints ruins, it still doesn't count as perfect ownership. Only when you become a King Kai or join the Universe Overlord Corps can you truly own the epic ruins, Lin Feng said. Shi Yu nodded and said, I know it's not difficult to become a Realm Master. I have cultivated the star sun that Emperor Kong left on Blue Star to the demigod level and became a low-level star. I can take the Realm Master assessment at any time and become the master of a third-level realm, or, after winning the first place in the conferred God War, you can directly become the master of a third-level realm. Lin Feng shook his head and said, even if you become a realm master, even if I, Emperor Kong, and the 5 super gods of the 5 major clans of Blue Star support you together, the interests involved in the 4 sacred relics are still too great. The 4 sacred families have been thinking about this relic for a long time. After you obtain the relic, they will definitely not give up. Not only the four sacred families, they may also be hindered by the rules of King Kai's planet and not be too obvious. In the starry sky of the universe, the four sacred evolvers are not only from King Kai's planet. On the contrary, if you join the Universe Overlord Legion, you can make them retreat. The names of the 5 super gods of Blue Star combined are not as loud as the name of the Universe Overlord Legion. After all, the Universe Overlord is the strongest in the universe. There are more than 200 super god level beings serving in the Legion. No matter how strong the 4 sacred families are, they are still weaklings compared to the Universe Overlord Legion. Even if the 4 sacred beasts of the last era are reborn, whether they can defeat the Universe Overlord Legion is still a question, not to mention the successors of an era. Of course, there are many factions within the Universe Overlord Legion. If you don't have some strength and backing to get in, the possibility of your 4 sacred relics being divided up by the 4 sacred evolved inside is greater than the possibility of being divided up on King Kai's planet. Captain Zijian is just an archaeologist. Although he has a high status, his strength is not at the super god level, and he may not be able to protect you. Anyway, we can't give up the era ruins. I plan to let the 4 guys in the ruins fight in the conferred god war. By then, they should be exposed. Shiyu smiled and said, let's take it one step at a time. Besides, the problem shouldn't be that big. I am the Deputy Director of the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association, the Deputy Director of the King of the World Plant Association, and the Deputy Director of the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute. If I can obtain the status of a Realm Master later, I will break through to the god level at that time. With the belief power of the epic relics, I may not be weaker than Senior Lin Feng and the Sky Emperor. I can definitely protect an epic relics. The super god life of the 4 saints family can't come to trouble me. It's too big to bully the weak. If that's the case, we can directly hunt them back and turn them into the source of transcendence. Isn't it great? This is a legitimate reason. He likes fishing law enforcement. If a 4 saints relic can catch a super god enemy, it's not bad. Epic relics plus god level 4 sacred beasts can definitely be invincible under the super god. With the cooperation of god level 11 and Shen Bao Bao, Shiyu believes that after he reaches the god level, he should be able to compete with a super god. Even if he can't beat him, with Ki here, he can 100% run away. Lin Feng, White Tiger Mother? You're not even at the god level yet, and you're already thinking about how to kill the source of the super god explosion? I just don't know if I can hold the position of the official Kai King planet and the position of the Universe Overlord Core together, Shiyu thought. Wait? Lin Feng suddenly realized his blind spot and said, I know about the Environmental Protection Association. I heard from Senior Kondi that the Ice Spirit God of the Environmental Protection Association specifically asked for your Su. But what the hell are the Plant Association and the Institute of Cosmic Disasters? When did it happen? He wondered if there was something wrong with his hearing. Just now, the Plant Association headquarters wanted to appoint my Shen Bao Bao as the Vice President of the Kanglin Plant Association, and I agreed. It should be that my Shen Bao Bao has researched a fruit with good effects, Shiyu said. In order to find and recruit Shen Xiandi, who has researched the fruit of cultivation and the fruit of reincarnation, Zijian directly asked the Plant Association headquarters for information about Shen Xiandi. After reading the information about Shen Xiandi, the Plant Association headquarters had no intention of letting the Universe Overlord Corps succeed, so they planned to take the initiative and gave Shen Bao Bao extremely high treatment, making him the Vice President of the Kanglin Plant Association. However, in terms of salary and benefits, he was not inferior to the president. Lin Feng was silent. What about the Space Disaster Research Institute? Shiyu said. Lin learned disaster skill Starstorm through disaster simulation at the Kanglin Research Institute, and then wrote a paper on the transformation of a battleship based on his learning experience and uploaded it to the headquarters of the Disaster Research Institute. Recently, there was news from the institute that Lin's paper was highly valued, and several disaster science masters wanted to have academic exchanges with us. Of course, there is no time at the moment. We first got a job at the Kanglin Research Institute. A higher title may take some time to be awarded on a unified date there. At this time, Lin Feng was confused. I'll slowly, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng left, and he left peacefully. He wanted to discuss this matter with the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor used the Environmental Protection Association's matter to stimulate him last time. This time, he wanted to use the Plant Association, the Disaster Research Institute, and the Epical Ruins to stimulate the Sky Emperor. If Shi Yu is about to become the master of the Four Saints ruins, then the Blue Star lineage must indeed make some preparations in advance. Lin Feng left, while Shi Yu remained at the Four Saints ruins, and was also very peaceful. He was not afraid of encountering any danger. As long as he did not leave the Four Saints ruins, even if a super god level came, he could not do anything to him as the Lord of the Ruins. Now, Shi Yu is constantly improving the authority of the ruins, and then adding points to the pets, waiting for the Four Saints family to call over the geniuses who have mastered the prototype of the top faith skills in their respective families. About 2 days later, Shi Yu has upgraded the superclass racial skills of all pets to the level of skills, and the pets have upgraded the superclass racial skills to the quasi-god skill stage. So far, 7 quasi-god skills: Chong Chong, 7, Shen Bao Bao, 9, Qitong, 7, Su Su, 6, Lin, 8, Zioji, 7, Yayan, 7, Ziozi, 3, Qi. Still one time and space shuttle, Lianxing has not had time to teach them. There are 8 combined Zuanwu, 5 new short-legged cats, and in addition, although the 4 most talented quasi-god evolvers who entered the top 50 of the conferred God War have not yet arrived, Shi Yu also copied 2 good faith skills and prepared to leave them to Zuanwu and Beihu. After the fusion of what should be fused, Shi Yu only needs to add some quasi-god skills with all his heart. Nearly 100 quasi-god skills, I am afraid, even if you can pay for it, it is not a small project. Fortunately, Shi Yu is not a normal person and has the confidence to pull all the members before the conferred God War, when Shi Yu was working overtime on King Kai, Blue Star. Under normal circumstances, it will take at least 7 years for Blue Star to completely revive the myth after the end of the last World Championship, so that the demigod level can become a god. This time was slightly delayed because Blue Star made cosmic crystals, but with a large amount of resources transmitted back through the cosmic crystals together with King Kai, Kongdi and Lin Feng, and even the Blue Star lineage, this time began to shrink to the limit. After the gem cat was taken away, Blue Star completed the first round of repairs not long after, and completely opened the era of myth revival. The rules of the planet gradually became complete, and countless demigods living on Blue Star were blessed and promoted to the god level as if they were ascending in broad daylight. Legend of Donghuang Shenun, Legend of Kamikaze, 7 Island Valkyries, Snowfield God of War, Glory Hero King, Dark Hua Death God. These current level 9 Beast Masters have also successfully promoted to the god level. Taurus Ancient God and other 7 gods of the world competition, and many awakened gods, have also been able to fully restore their strength and return to their peak state. Blue Star ushered in the biggest version update. Not only these strong men who were stuck in the bottleneck of level 9, but also the strong men of the lower level have been promoted one after another, such as President Lin Zhao of Donghuang, Legend of Hegemony, and the 8-level presidents of various countries, who have also easily entered the legendary level. In an instant, legendary Beastmasters, who were difficult to exceed 2 palms in the same era, were frequently born on Blue Star, and soon the number of legendary Beastmasters reached dozens. Among them, there are many veteran strongmen, but there are also young legends of the new generation. For example, Lu Qingyi of Donghuang, who had just entered the legendary level not long ago, broke through 2 levels in a very short time. Now, with the update of the Blue Star version, she has also reached a legendary level. Finally, in a certain ruin, Lu Qingyi took a deep breath and showed a happy expression. With a legendary level strength, she can also go to King Kai. Lu Qingyi did not expect to reach the legendary level from the legendary level so quickly. This is all thanks to the fact that before Shi Yu left, he used the skills taught by Shidi to lock and find the locations of almost all the mythological and legendary ruins on Blue Star, and drew a map and handed it to her. Lu Qingyi, who served as the president of the Donghuang Archaeological Association and the new director of the 11th Bureau, began to crack the ruins almost day and night after getting the map. With the assistance of all parties, the strongest record was to break 9 mythological ruins in a month. The opportunities in the ruins are unimaginable. With Lu Qingyi's continuous cracking, her and Donghuang's strength are rapidly improving. However, the most surprising gain for Lu Qingyi is not the opportunity to strengthen her beast-controlling space to the limit in a certain mythical relic, nor is it a certain mythical beast cub. She received an inheritance in a certain legendary relic and gained a very powerful beast-controlling talent. The beast master who gave her the inheritance was named Junu, a legendary strongman in the totem era. Her beast-controlling talent is called plunder. The plundering talent can plunder the skills of extraordinary life and make them into props, and can also plunder the beast-controlling talents of humans and make them into props. The awakening mirror and talent beads that Shiyu once obtained were all toys made by Yunu. Yunu is considered to be the most terrifying female beastmaster among the human race in the totem era before the beast-controlling era. There is no record of her later years in any historical records. It was not until she entered the heritage ruins left by Yunu by chance that Lu Chengyi learned that Yunu had been developing her already very abnormal talent for beast control in her later years. The original plundering talent was just to plunder the beast control talent and make it into prop. However, after development, Yunu succeeded in developing the plundering talent into god-level talent before she died. She could plunder the abilities and talents of other lives and transform them into her own abilities and talents. In addition, her research on the god-level plundering ability also allowed her to figure out a way to let others learn the plundering talent. Although she knew that this ability was extremely evil and dangerous, Yunu still chose to pass it down and hid it in the ruins transformed from her own beast control space with the resources for cultivation. After Lu Chengyi cracked the ruins, she successfully received Yunu's inheritance and learned the god-level plundering talent. Originally, Lu Chengyi thought that the Donghuang legends that could establish and rebuild a unified human dynasty in the Dharma Ending Age were the most remarkable group of legends. But now, she found that before the Beast Taming Age, there were also many talented people. Although the legends in the Totem Age did not have the idea of establishing a human dynasty and there were few records, it did not mean that they were weak. The history of the Totem Age is much longer than the 2000 years of the Beast Taming Age, and there were many talented people during that period. After deciphering many human legends from the Totem Age, Lu Chengyi gained a lot. This Yunu inheritance is her biggest gain. It is a treasure that is more suitable for the human race than the inheritance left by those mythological races. In the Mythology Age, Totem Age, and Beast Taming Age, Shiyu explored almost all the secrets of the Mythology Age and the Beast Taming Age, which made him gain a lot. The inheritance of the Totem Age made Lu Chengyi gain a lot. In Lu Chengyi's opinion, in all the legends of Donghuang, perhaps only Emperor Shi could surpass this senior Yu in terms of talent. Unfortunately, she did not live to see the revival of the myth and entered the starry sky. Otherwise, she would have become a feared existence among all the races in the starry sky. This god-level plundering ability cannot be exposed after arriving at King Kai's planet. No one can be told except Shiyu and teacher Ying. Lu Chengyi stood up and looked at the starry sky outside. Although it was thanks to Shiyu that she found the remains of Yunu, she didn't know if she could surpass Shiyu with this ability. Lu Chengyi excitedly waved her fist. Chapter 563, Taking Advantage of the Four Sacred Families. Although 2 days have passed in the Four Saints ruins, it is still very lively here. Many Four Saints evolvers have continuously challenged the Four Saints ruins. Many names have appeared densely on the Four Saints list, but no challenger has been able to defeat the Gatekeeper Holy Beast and reach one combat power unit. The difficulty of the strategy of the ruins makes everyone very annoyed, but Shiyu enjoys it and fuses skills for Xiaobing, Turtle, and Short-Legged Cat. It is impossible not to fuse. The reason why Shiyu does not copy on a large scale is that he wastes energy and there will be bottlenecks in the skill atlas. At present, the skill atlas has only 70 skill slots, which are almost full. The way to delete skills is to fill them up or fuse them into new skills. In addition to teaching skills, the racial skills of pets are all quasi-divine skills. It is impossible to fill them up, so there is only one way to delete them, which is to fuse skills. However, although fusion can delete skills, the problem is that as more and more skills are fused, it will soon appear that the two skills have no fusion fit and cannot be fused. By then, the skill atlas will be really full, and you can't delete it if you want to. Of course, it's not very difficult for Shiyu to increase the number of pages in the skill atlas. At present, he has contracted 13 pets. The rule of the skill atlas is that for each contract of a pet, 5 skill pages will be added. However, the current upper limit of pets that Shiyu can contract is 18, so as long as he wants, he can contract 5 more pets and add 25 skill pages. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about skill pages for the time being. However, Shiyu is not willing to do this simply to copy more skills and contract new pets, because when new pets arrive, they also have to be cultivated. By then, The new pets will also need a bunch of skill pages, which will not be enough in the end. Moreover, it takes more energy to add points, which makes Shiyu headache. This is also the reason why Shiyu has not awakened and planned to contract after the gem cat brought the demon cub to King Kai. He no longer wants to cultivate pets from scratch. The demon cub that the gem cat brought from Blue Star has been neglected for this reason. Shiyu originally wanted to sell the demon cub to the demon tribe at a low price, but the demon tribe did not recognize this ancestor at all and had no interest in the demon cub. Shiyu could not help but sigh that the road was narrow. Therefore, Shiyu's way of dealing with the demon cub was to give it directly to the gem cat. If the gem cat did not want to be a nurse, he would let the gem cat choose an Donghuang Beastmaster to send it to. An orphan cub of the God clan would still be very popular with the Beastmaster. After all, it was a pet with quasi-divine skills. Once the contract was signed, it directly surpassed 99% of the Beastmasters. Of course, not wanting to cultivate a new pet beast does not mean that Shiyu does not plan to contract a new pet beast. Whether it is a skill page or a tribute feedback, it is what Shiyu needs. However, in terms of selection, he must be careful in the future. There are not many pets that can make him feel excited now. Even if they can't reach the level of Ki, at least they have to be cosmic beasts. Shiyu is still very interested in the racial talents of the cosmic beasts. In addition to being invincible in the flesh and being able to cross the starry sky, the cosmic beasts can also open the universe hole. The planetary teleportation array and the interstellar teleportation array are created by imitating the cosmic hole skills of the cosmic beasts. It can be said that the cosmic beasts are the most convenient race to cross the universe. If there is a cosmic beast as a mount, what is the need for the Azure Dragon and the Starry Sky Battleship Lin? Unfortunately, the cosmic beasts are also the most difficult race to contract. The strongest individual is a cosmic level race, and none of them is easy to deal with. The White King is here. When Shiyu was wandering in his mind, the Four Saints ruins suddenly became noisy. A sturdy white tiger man who was also wearing armor and had the word King on his forehead walked towards the white tiger list step by step. His arrival attracted the attention of many people. Zhuangji and Zijian, who were investigating the ruins, all paid attention to him. "Who is this?" Zijian asked casually. "He's just a nobody. He's the strongest quasi-god of the White Tiger family, and he has mastered the prototype of the top faith divine skill," said a member of the Zijian Special Forces. "I didn't expect it to come first." President Zhuangji of the Azure Dragon family frowned. The strongest quasi-gods of the four holy families are the strongest of the Azure Dragon family, followed by the White Tiger family, the Black Tortoise family, and the Suzaku family. This White Tiger man named Bai Wang has mastered the power of punishment. This skill can cause severe damage to everything that is malicious to him. The super god patriarch of the White Tiger family also has this skill. It is rumored that once the patriarch of the White Tiger family went to the Starry Sky battlefield, the enemy super god general, knowing that the patriarch of the White Tiger family had arrived, became hostile to him. At this time, the two sides were still separated by a star field, but the patriarch of the White Tiger family directly relied on the enemy's hostility to cross a star field and severely damaged the enemy's super god general of the Meteorite clan. The super god general of the Meteorite clan was severely injured before he saw his opponent, and was immediately shocked and retreated directly. The Kai King star lineage took over the resources of this area very smoothly. This legend also warned countless lives on King Kai that it is best not to be hostile to the White Tiger clan, otherwise, they would not know how they died. Of course, this view is indeed a bit exaggerated. In fact, this punishment power is a faith skill, which needs to be supported by a huge faith power to exert its maximum power. At the beginning, the head of the White Tiger family also consumed an unparalleled faith power to successfully lock the enemy. It can be said that as long as you are willing to consume the power of faith, even if the distance is far, the enemy who has malicious intentions towards you can sense it and punish the opponent across a long distance. But generally speaking, unless you encounter special things, there will be no White Tiger who has mastered this skill to release the skill at will. After all, the consumption of faith power is really huge. In close-range combat, the power of punishment is much easier to use. After attacking the opponent, it can arouse the opponent's malice, awaken the enemy's negative emotions, and then cause a critical hit. The faith power required to release is also much smaller than that of attacking unknown enemies. This is also the reason why the White King can be ranked as the second talent of the four holy families. Finally, a strong one has come. Shiyu was also relieved after hearing the conversation of everyone. White Tiger punishment. He had reserved this skill long ago. With this, as long as there is enough faith to support it, it can avoid any conspiracy or assassination to a large extent. Shiyu felt that for someone like him who could cause trouble, with the White Tiger punishment skill, he could save half his life. White King, you are finally here. In a camp near the White Tiger list, a top-level god White Tiger looked at the Tiger Man and said, "Uncle." King Bai greeted the top White Tiger god. "What's the situation now?" "Currently, no one can defeat the guarding White Tiger. The best result is 0.9 of the power of the guarding White Tiger. It was achieved by your eldest brother, which is roughly equivalent to 90% of the strength of the guarding White Tiger." The top White Tiger god speculated, "You are several times stronger than your eldest brother. Defeating the guarding White Tiger should be a piece of cake." "Okay." King Bai nodded, looked at the White Tiger list, and said, "Uncle, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go and try the challenge." "Yes. Remember to leave all your belongings outside," the top White Tiger god said with a strange expression. "The other 3 guarding sacred beasts are okay, but this one is a bit strange. Its attack can at least knock down the treasures carried by the challenger, and at worst, it can cause a strong blow to the challenger's precious organs. Many challengers come out with missing teeth, claws, and beards, and are very ferocious." King Bai fell into deep thought, then nodded heavily. Before coming here, it had heard the most that the guarding beasts of the 4 saints' relics had a high degree of control over the power of faith. However, it was not very worried about this. Even without the power of faith, it was still the first echelon under the god realm, and it was the best. Although the power of punishment can only play the strongest effect with a blessing of the power of faith, it is not impossible to use it without the help of the power of faith. Even if it is half the effect, it is enough. It has the qualification to be so arrogant as it ranked 20th in the best result of the conferred God War. Although the rules in this relic do not allow human contractors to assist it, it alone has enough confidence to say that it is the strongest White Tiger evolver under the God realm. At this time, the White King was only worried that the guarding beast was a dead thing, a program, and would not be mobilized by the power of punishment. If that happened, it would be the most troublesome for it. I wonder if the White King can pass the level. With the arrival of the White King, many White Tiger evolvers made way for it and did not queue up for it. Everyone wanted to see whether the strongest White Tiger evolver in the quasi-god stage could pass the White Tiger list relics. After a moment, the White King entered the challenge level. Inside the White Tiger ruins, the armored dwarf cat looked at the White King in front of him with burning eyes. "Challenger, tell me your name." The strongest quasi-god of the White Tiger family, the White King. The White King directly condensed a golden axe, made a fighting posture, and looked at the dwarf White Tiger in front of him. Faith skill, White Tiger War Soldier. Weapons made by the power of faith and can be tempered by the power of faith. Meow roar. Both sides attacked together in an instant, and the White King leaped up. It listened to the other party's cry and fell into deep thought. Why is it so catty? However, just as the White King heard, the control of the power of faith by the guarding White Tiger is indeed very strong. It only has a trace of faith power to use. Even if it uses the faith power stored in its body, it will be deprived of most of its power by the opponent. But fortunately, this faith weapon condensed into a war soldier cannot be taken away by the opponent. Boom! The golden axe was filled with purple, and the rules of punishment lingered, becoming a purple gold battle axe. The axe chopped on the tiger paw of the short-legged cat. At this moment, what made the White King happy was that the power of punishment could even trigger the malice of the guarding holy beast. This attack directly caused critical damage and chopped the short-legged cat away in an instant. Bang! The armor of the short-legged cat, which was condensed by the strong power of faith, showed huge cracks all over its body. It was only one step away from breaking. It was also hit by the opponent 100 meters away and hammered against the wall. It can be done. The White King roared in victory and continued to rush. Even its useless big brother has 0.9 guarding White Tiger power. Its strength is several times greater than that of the opponent. It is reasonable to have a guarding White Tiger several times. However, just when the White King thought that he had won and could quickly suppress the guarding White Tiger to win, the overlord level fluctuations on the guarding White Tiger suddenly loosened, and the growth level was also raised to the quasi-god level. In an instant, the strength increased greatly. Possession. At the same time, A voice that only the dwarf cat could hear resounded through its mind. Under the dwarf cat's secret joy, she used spirit and soul, with the advanced use of the talent of fusion, possessed the dwarf cat's mind in the form of the spirit of the ruins, and resonated with it. Boom. At this moment, the dwarf cat, whose level suppression was lifted, became stronger and stronger. In addition, the control of the power of faith that exceeded the challenger made the face of the White King, who attacked again, change suddenly. Meow, how could this guarding white tiger be upgraded? It was puzzled, and the dwarf white tiger flew up from the ruins. The white tiger armor was instantly repaired, and the roar exuded amazing killing intent. The white tiger evil, every time it defeated an opponent, its own strength could be temporarily improved. The dwarf cat, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, had defeated countless opponents. It had been suppressing the white tiger evil before, and now it also completely activated the white tiger evil. Boom. The blue evil spirit turned into a cloud of light and flames, enveloping the dwarf cat. With a biting killing wind, the White King felt like he was falling into an ice cave, with the cold sword on his neck, and it was difficult to breathe. When he reacted, the tiger's paw wrapped in battle armor slapped him again. This time, the faith soldier was directly smashed. Under the huge and unmatched power, the murderous aura swallowed up the power of punishment, and then slapped his chest. With a bang, the White King felt his whole body fall apart and flew backwards in an instant. Good. In the outside world, Shiyu's main body showed a happy expression. The opponent's faith skill was in hand. This wave, the short-legged cat may become the biggest winner. At the same time, Shiyu also roughly knew what level the conferred God War was, around 20. Although the opponent had no faith power to use at this time, and no contractor could assist and add buff, it would be no problem to guess it roughly. Roar. After a while, the White King, who was blasted out of the ruins, appeared in the outside world with injuries all over his body, which surprised everyone. Then, they quickly looked at the White Tiger ranking. The name of the White King appeared directly at the top of the list, with a power of 6.6 White Tiger guarding. This was the first time that a number below 1 appeared on the 4 lists. However, everyone looked at the embarrassed appearance of the White King, and no matter how they looked at it, it did not look like it had won the victory. White King, what's wrong? Did you win? The top White Tiger god of the White Tiger family immediately flew aside and asked. I lost, the White King said. What's wrong with this list? The top White Tiger god was dumbfounded. How could he lose with a power of 6.6 White Tiger guarding? 1 White Tiger guarding should refer to the strength unit of the White Tiger guarding when it is at the Overlord level. After I defeated it, it broke through the next moment, the White King said. After the guarding Saint Beast broke through, I was no match for it at all. What the hell? The guarding Saint Beast can break through? In an instant, many evolvers who challenged the 4 Saints relics were dumbfounded. Then did you get a reward? And did you trigger anything? The top White Tiger god asked immediately. Bai Wang shook his head and said, nothing happened except being beaten. For a moment, it was also at a loss. It didn't know why it came all the way here from an alien planet other than King Kai. Perhaps, you have to defeat the quasi-god level guarding sacred beast to get the reward? Bai Wang looked at the list. Hearing this, countless 4 Saints evolvers fell into deep thought and looked at the 4 Saints list. They just felt that this was an outrageous pit. It's boring. I thought I could get something new, but I failed. Zijian of the Universe Overlord Corps was wearing an archaeological coat. When he heard what Bai Wang said, he looked bored. Bai Wang wanted to say, if you can do it, you can do it, but after seeing the other party's identity, he gave up and said unconvinced, it's impossible for a quasi-god level belief creature to pass this level. If the guarding Azure Dragon is as strong as this guarding White Tiger, even if Xianyu comes, he will definitely not be able to beat it. This relic has no solution, Bai Wang said. After the White Tiger family's strongest quasi-god, the White King, triggered the breakthrough mechanism of the Guardian Beast, many of the 4 Saints evolvers fled. They couldn't even beat the White King, so why waste time? However, the weak fled. And the strong ones arrived one after another. After the White King, the strongest quasi-god of the Suzaku family, the Red Princess who mastered the Flame of Destruction, came to the 4 Saints' ruins. However, although she obtained a good score of 4.1 Guardian Suzaku power, she was still killed by the red ice possessed by Shiyu, and the Flame of Destruction was copied away. Shiyu estimated that through fusion, The Redbird clone could be upgraded to the World Destruction Suzaku clone. Hongji sister, you lost too, get lost. Hongji, who was chopped by the red eyes, saw the White King running over, and her face was full of anger. Why is the Suzaku here playing with swords? It didn't expect that it was chased and chopped and lost. There is also the strongest quasi-god of the Black Tortoise family, Mingwu. Roar, the muscular turtle was beaten out and was furious. Although it was a black tortoise, its main skills were all attack skills. But after fighting for a long time, it didn't have a single skill that could break the opponent's defense. This feeling was really frustrating. Turtle, it seems that you have lost too. Bai Wang and Hongji watched the whole process of it entering the ruins and coming out. Isn't this normal? Mingwu cursed. If it can be passed so easily, it is not the epic ruins. Bai Wang laughed and said, I said that this ruins is unsolvable. Then, the strongest quasi-god of the Qinglong family, Xianyu, and the demon in the top 10 of the conferred god war also came to the Four Saints ruins. If it had met the dwarf cat and the turtle, they might have been fine. Unfortunately, it met the strongest bug among the Four Saints of Xianyu. The Qinglong creation skill was completely suppressed by the creation field and was crushed out. You have lost too. Bai Wang, Hongji, and Mingwu came to congratulate as soon as possible. This guarding azure dragon also has the power of creation, Xianyu said with a frown. I can't use the power of faith, but it can. But what do you three mean? I lost, and you seem very happy. Bai Wang, Hongji, and Mingwu couldn't deny it. Of course, they were not just happy. Are these guys here to make fun of me? Captain Zijian of the Zijian Special Forces was patiently cracking the ruins. When he saw the four geniuses of the Four Saints family being blown away from the challenge ruins one after another, he couldn't help but laugh. The four geniuses of the Four Saints family don't look very smart. At this moment, Captain Zijian unexpectedly saw a figure. That figure, like her, had a smile directed at the geniuses of the Four Saints family, and the smile seemed to be happier than him, hiding behind the stone pillars of the ruins and laughing. Zijian? When Zijian saw this figure, he remembered something. This guy is not Shiyu. Zijian used telepathy to call Shiyu's name from a long distance. Shiyu, who had made a great harvest, was also startled when he heard someone calling him. Then, he looked at Captain Zijian. So you didn't leave? You are smiling so happily. Is there any progress in deciphering the ruins? You stayed. You should also be studying the Four Saints ruins. She looked at Shiyu from a distance, and walked over step by step. She was like shrinking the earth into an inch, and soon came to Shiyu. Although she looked like a girl, she was taller than Shiyu and looked down at Shiyu. Oh, Captain Zijian. Shiyu was so happy that he didn't notice the other party. He thought that the other party had forgotten him. In the past few days, he saw Zijian and President Zhuangji, who were very obsessed with the ruins and didn't care about other things. What can I gain? I just found it interesting to see the geniuses of the Four Saints family being defeated. Shiyu smiled awkwardly. What do you think about what I said before? Are you interested in joining the Universe Overlord Corps and serving me? She said. The Archaeological Association of King Kai can't even see your talent. You should know where you are more suitable. Thank you, Captain Zijian, for your kindness. I will consider it, Shiyu said immediately. I hope you will seriously consider it. Seeing that Shiyu was really boring, Zijian snorted and turned away, while Shiyu, looking at the sky, continued to summarize his games. After some days since the opening of the Four Saints relics in the Xianling realm, the Hanging Realm and the Emperor of the Sky heard the news from the Xianling realm one after another, and they were all convinced. What did he say? Archaeologists are definitely not a steady profession. After hearing from Lin Feng that Shiyu had cracked the Four Saints relics, Kongdi was surprised and delighted. But soon, he found that Shiyu was playing bigger and bigger there, and even beat the younger generation of the Four Saints families one by one. He had already anticipated how much resistance Shiyu would encounter when he moved the relics away. The epic relics are very special. Unlike ordinary relics, they can be turned into relic props and taken away at will. They are like a small world. If you want to move them away, it will be more than a planet wandering in the universe, and more than the explosion of the sun. It will be impossible to conceal it at that time, and the entire Xianling realm will be alarmed. Old Wang, are you still worried? Lin Feng flew over to the Sky City Temple, holding a bottle of wine, and said, Shiyu said that if he wants to obtain the authority of the ruins, he has to keep fighting. There is nothing he can do about it. Don't you feel sad? It was originally said that it would take Shiyu several years to achieve good results in the conferred god battle. Now it seems that in just a few months, its Kanghai spirit has evolved into a purifying star spirit, its iron-eating beast has defeated the Kilin tribe's primary god, the mechanical fantasy beast has learned the disaster skill, and the 4 sacred beasts that he cultivated have also grown rapidly because they cracked the epical ruins and obtained huge faith resources. That Azure Dragon even defeated Xianyu, the strongest quasi-god of the Azure Dragon family who ranked 8th in the conferred gods war. Why do I feel that this beast Shiyu will be able to achieve good results in the conferred gods war this year? As long as he can use the 4 sacred beasts, maybe he can really compete with those monsters who took the first place. We just need to clean up his ass. Yes, the corners of Kongdi's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Shiyu to improve so fast. The dragon god who came to Kinkai with Shiyu cultivated 3 quasi-god skills in a short period of time. It was already amazing enough, and Shiyu's side was even more outrageous. Let's not talk about him first. What's the situation on Blue Star? Lin Feng asked. Kongdi said, at this time, the myth should have been completely revived. The latest news has not come yet. As soon as Kongdi finished speaking, Zilan, a disciple of Kongdi who used the teleportation keystone to travel between Blue Star and Kinkai in the teleportation area, flew towards the Sky City Temple with an anxious look on his face. Kongdi frowned, looked in a certain direction, and murmured, what a coincidence, our communication ambassador is here, but judging from her appearance, it seems that what she brought back is not good news, huh? Lin Feng also looked in the direction where Zilan flew. Zilan, what happened? Kongdi teleported the flying Zilan to the temple through the air. At this time, Zilan was panting, looking at Kongdi and Lin Feng, and said, Teacher, Master Lin Feng, it's not good, something happened on Blue Star. Did Blue Star fail to revive? Lin Feng asked. No, it succeeded. Blue Star successfully revived a month ago. In the past month, it has been steadily recovering. Those demigods who have been stuck in the demigod bottleneck for hundreds or thousands of years have been able to break through. Those gods in the mythological era of Blue Star have also recovered to their peak strength. Isn't this good? Lin Feng said. However, the revival of Blue Star, in addition to allowing the contemporary legendary demigods to break through and allowing the gods of the mythological era to recover to their peak, has also awakened some invaders who have survived from the mythological era and have not been completely eliminated. In the past half-month, several god-level creatures have mysteriously disappeared. In the end, it was completely confirmed that they were swallowed by a surviving star alien insect. There is a star alien insect that, by some unknown method, escaped the Great Cleanup at the end of the Blue Star War and survived to this day. This star alien insect is very strong, and its strength has reached the level of an intermediate god. In addition to the abilities of the star insect race, it also masters the power of the abyss and may have swallowed abyss invaders in its early years. The primary gods on Blue Star now are no match for it at all. The most important thing is that this star alien insect is very careful. It has been hiding in the dark, only sneaking and swallowing god-level creatures, and not causing other damage. It is still evolving rapidly. If it continues like this, when it grows to the level of a high-level god, Blue Star will be in danger. At this time, hearing Zilan's report, Kongdi and Lin Feng both showed solemn expressions. There is still a starry sky alien insect left on Blue Star? Where is the will of Blue Star? Where's the world tree? Those remaining primary gods are no match for it. It should have a way, Lin Feng said. Even if it has not yet recovered to its peak, it should be no problem to deal with a mid-level god, Zilan said. The will of Blue Star cannot determine its location. It is said that the other party's ability is very strange and similar to the cosmic beast. It is said that this starry sky alien insect may not only devour the flesh and blood of the Abyss clan, but also devour the blood of the cosmic beast that was killed that year, and learn its magical powers. It is very difficult to find. Moreover, the rules of the planet have just been perfected. Now if the will of Blue Star uses the power of the world to fight against the mid-level gods, the recovered planet may immediately fall back to its original state. What the hell? It has devoured the cosmic beast and the Abyss clan, and the 3 tribes have merged, Lin Feng couldn't help but say. So now, I can only come to you teachers for help. At present, Blue Star has almost no means to counter this guy, Zilan said. Kongdi and Lin Feng looked at each other in a serious manner. The key point was that they did not give up for a while. Although the current Blue Star can accommodate god-level people, They simply could not get through. At present, the only people who can go to Blue Star from King Kai's planet are Zilan, Phoenix Man, angels, demons and the geniuses they brought with them, as well as Shiyu, Dragon God and Jewel Cat. Wait, you just said that the starry sky alien insect has the power of the abyss, Kongdi suddenly said. Yes, teacher, Lin Feng, go find Shiyu and ask Shiyu to go back to Blue Star. He should be able to solve this problem, Kongdi said. Let's prepare some props for him. Lin Feng was stunned, and then quickly reacted. Yes, if it was just a simple intermediate god, Shiyu would definitely not be able to do it. At the god level, the strength will change qualitatively at each stage. Even if he was the first in the conferred god war of all generations, he had challenged for hundreds of years and could not beat the intermediate god by 2 levels. However, if this intermediate god is an abyssal life, that's another story. Shiyu's contract has the Purification Star Spirit. When dealing with the Abyssal Clan, the Purification Star Spirit's combat power must be raised by at least 1 level. This is restrained. In addition, Shiyu's Purification Star Spirit's purification skill is a top-level rule, which contains attack attributes. It must be raised by at least 2 levels. In addition to their preparations, a cosmic abyssal alien insect should not be able to cause any trouble. I'll go find Shiyu, Lin Feng said. Wait, Zilan was stunned, looking at the 2 adults. The opponent is an intermediate god, so let Shiyu go. Chapter 564, The First Person on Blue Star. Shiyu was getting addicted to the wool. The arrival of the geniuses of the 4 holy families began to bring Shiyu a relatively good harvest. Then, a month later, through continuous battles, Shiyu finally obtained the complete authority of the ruins. After a month, the 4 sacred beasts and Shiyu's team fought every day and every moment. The huge experience value was a leap forward for their combat effectiveness. Especially Turtle, Xiaobing, and Dwarf Cat, who went directly from the little transparent of the second team to the monster level that was not inferior to the first team. With the blessing of the power of faith, they can also go head-to-head with the primary gods. Unfortunately, due to the particularity of the epic ruins, it is impossible to turn it into a relic prop. Although he has completely become the master of the ruins, Shiyu cannot easily move the ruins away. If he moves away, the movement will be too loud, and he has not yet legally obtained the identity of the ruins, so he needs to make a long-term plan in the future. It is for this reason that Shiyu is still practicing in the ruins and has not left immediately. Although he had already taken the biggest advantage, Shiyu had only allowed the demigods to challenge. Later, he was going to allow the gods to come in, and then he could start a new round of mowing. It's almost done. Starting tomorrow, I'll start giving challenge privileges to the primary gods. Standing in the ruins, Shiyu thought to himself. He had done nothing in the past 2 days. He just mobilized the essence of the power of faith in the ruins to temper the bodies of the 4 saints and the team. This process could optimize their bloodlines and improve their bloodline levels. It would greatly improve their physical strength, energy value, vitality, mental strength, and soul strength. Coupled with the new faith skills that were copied and fused, their current bloodline levels should have surpassed most of the 4 sacred beasts at the god level, and could suppress the bloodline of the 4 sacred evolvers at the god level. Shiyu, who was thinking, was suddenly stunned, and suddenly found that Senior Lin Feng, who had left and returned to the suspended realm a long time ago, had come to the ruins again. Senior Lin Feng, did you calculate it correctly? I just finished my work here, and you came. As soon as Lin Feng came in, Shiyu moved in an instant and came near him, smiling. He remembered that he had said before that he would give Lin Feng a lot of white tiger faith power after obtaining the complete authority of the ruins. 2 days ago, he just obtained the complete authority of the ruins, and now Lin Feng came, which really didn't delay for a moment. Shiyu, after Lin Feng arrived, he was slightly startled when he heard Shiyu's words, and said, "You succeeded." He naturally knew what Shiyu meant by finished, and Lin Feng's face couldn't help but be happy. Good boy. With his 4 sacred relics, Shiyu himself cultivated the 4 sacred beasts. When Shiyu entered the god level, even if Shiyu was a pig, he could lead his pets to be almost invincible under the super god. The Blue Star Donghuang lineage still has a strong sense of belonging to the word Donghuang. But soon, Lin Feng's face changed, and he said, "The most important thing now is not this. Let's talk about it somewhere else. I have something else to talk to you about." Shiyu saw Lin Feng's expression change, and said, Okay, did Teacher Ying have an accident in the Kanglan realm? I had a dream last night, dreaming that she was possessed by the devil when she was practicing, and evolved from a cat to a leopard. No. Lin Feng was very confused. What kind of dream was this? Shiyu took Lin Feng to a certain independent space, and in the space, Lin Feng solemnly said, something happened to Blue Star. Lin Feng told Shiyu one by one about what Zulan had reported to the Emperor of the Sky. During this period, Shiyu's expression kept changing, and finally when Lin Feng finished speaking, he said, why are there still remaining invaders on Blue Star? The other party's means are indeed amazing. Back then, there were 3 major invaders on Blue Star, and this alien insect was one of them. It devoured the other 2. Now its talent should be second only to the alien insect queen at that time. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. It's fine that he swallowed the Abyss clan and digested them successfully, but this guy is suspected to have swallowed some of the flesh and blood of the super god-level cosmic beast and survived. This is terrifying. So what you mean is that you want me to take Susu back to kill them, right? Shiyu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, none of the masters above the intermediate gods on Zuikong Star have teleportation points to Blue Star, so we can't go there. Even if we can go there, the resources needed to teleport to the god level are too expensive. We can't afford it. As for traveling to Blue Star from King Kai's planet by interstellar navigation, even if it goes very smoothly, it will take several years. At present, the only one who can go back and deal with that guy's you. Your Susu can pose a threat to that intermediate god with a special ability of purifying star spirits. Moreover, you have now successfully refined the 4 sacred relics and accumulated enough power of faith. The 4 sacred beasts should be able to pose a certain threat to the intermediate gods, right? In addition, Senior Kongdi and I will also prepare some equipment and resources for you to temporarily enhance your strength. What we mean is, you go back and take a look first. If you can't solve it, then I will try to go to Blue Star from here. Although it will take a long time, this is the only way. Okay, I understand. I'll get ready and go back immediately, Shiyu said seriously. Lin Feng said, I heard that guy is quite wretched. He has the strongest strength in Blue Star, but he has been hunting in secret. He hides for a long time after hunting. You may not be able to find him immediately after you get there, so, the situation in Blue Star should not be that bad. You should be fully prepared before setting off, is that so? Then I will save more power of faith, Shiyu said. As for the opponent being very timid, that's not a problem. The meteorite was also timid back then, but didn't it still find it through the owl's prediction? Even if we take a step back and say that the predictive owl cannot predict the god-level position, there is still the dwarf cat. Now, the dwarf cat has also learned the skill of punishing the white tiger. At that time, you can shout to the world and curse the bug. As long as it has a little hostility, then Shiyu can squander the power of faith to find its location. Senior Lin Feng, please help notify Teacher Ying in the Kanglan realm and ask her to go back with me. I may need her help. The wishing star skill of the gem cat teacher. The opponent is an intermediate god. Even if Shiyu has a lot of advantages, he dare not be careless. He has never fought with an intermediate god. 11 and a weak primary god of the Kilin clan are so hard to fight. The strength of the intermediate god can be imagined. The opponent is a monster of the Starry Sky alien insect clan who suppresses all the gods of Blue Star. We must be fully prepared. In terms of strength, it may be close to a high-level god. Although the cat is not strong, it is always good to have more assistance. Shiyu also copied the wishing star skill, but unfortunately, the pets did not learn the fit, and suffered a blood loss. After a while, Senior Lin Feng left, and Shiyu called out to Chong Chong, Chidan, Giga, Xiaobing, and the dwarf cat at the same time. That's the way it is. Next, we may have to return to Blue Star to deal with emergencies. We can't take the 4 saints' relics away, but we can take away some of the power of faith. I'll give you 1 day. You should absorb as much power of faith as possible and store it in your body until the limit. I will also use my authority to condense the power of faith into faith crystals and store them away. Roar, the bugs responded in their own territory. Intermediate god? This is not easy to fight. Yi, only Shen Bao was slightly excited. God, enemy, is it that its first god-level kill is finally here? Lin Feng, Kongdi and others all placed their hopes on Susu and the 4 saints, but Shen Bao is also very good. What's the point of defeating a primary god at 11? Now, it's going to blow up the intermediate god. Shen Bao, Assist well and don't think too much. Blue Star has just recovered and is still in a weak period. It's not for you to blow up. Shen Bao Bao. Shiyu shook his head and began to condense the crystals of faith, ready to take them away as resources. This also takes time. At the same time, he also began to summarize the gains during this period and conceive tactics. Chong Chong's skills did not change much. Shiyu also copied several Azure Dragon faith skills, including Azure Dragon creation of Yan Yu, the strongest quasi-god of the Azure Dragon family. However, all these skills were covered by Chong Chong's skills. The success rate of the fusion of Azure Dragon creation and the creation domain was surprisingly, extremely high. After the fusion, Shiyu found that the ability similarity of these two skills was 99%. It was almost the same skill with a different name. Fortunately, it did not occupy a skill position. In addition, the other faith skills that Shiyu liked were also perfectly covered by the creation domain and the Azure Dragon immortal body. All that should be fused was fused. The current Azure Dragon immortal body can be said to be a very perfect physique. As long as there is the power of faith, it can be immortal and indestructible, and can recover injuries and energy in seconds. It can burst overload. Chong Chong can fight for a month without rest, thanks to their abnormal physique skills, which can use the power of faith to recover injuries, energy and energy without load. Like Chong Chong, Chi Tong's side also has relatively small changes. The compatibility of the Suzaku clone with other faith skills is very high. The copied faith skills have also been integrated into the Suzaku clone. Among them, the biggest gain is the Flame of Destruction. This is a true divine skill that contains the prototype of the rules of destruction. It is more powerful than the rules of destruction mastered by Zioji. Of course, it is still a little worse in the realm of creation. After all, creation is much more difficult than destruction. If the enhancement of Chong Chong and Chi Tong is just icing on the cake, then the enhancement of the combined Zhuang Wu and the armored white tiger is a qualitative change. Name, short-legged cat, skills, quasi-god level, control of gold, mastery, gemstone king eye, mastery, stern wind, mastery, white tiger evil, mastery, faith skill, white tiger god armor, mastery, faith skill, punishment of white tiger, mastery, faith skill, treasure hunting white tiger, mastery, short-legged cat. Except for the most special punishment of white tiger, other copied faith skills were integrated into the white tiger armor skill by Shiyu. The white tiger armor evolved into the white tiger god armor. The difference of one word makes a world of difference. The current white tiger god armor is almost the same as Chong Chong's Azure Dragon immortal body. It has become normal and has various effects. It combines many abilities such as healing, strengthening, defense, burst, attack, and assistance. It can be said that compared with the real body of the short-legged cat, the white tiger god armor is more like the body of the short-legged cat. As long as the enemy does not completely blast the white tiger god armor into nothingness, all the damage suffered by the short-legged cat will be transferred to the armor. Even if the main body is blown into slag, but there is still a fragment of the armor left outside, it can also use the power of faith to be reborn with this fragment of armor. At the same time, the dwarf cat can also condense the white tiger god armor and put it on other lives, such as Shiyu. Moreover, the white tiger god armor can also resonate and strengthen, forming a legion skill effect to create a white tiger army wearing the white tiger god armor, which is not a big problem. Name, combined black tortoise, skills, quasi-god level, control of ice, mastery, control of water, mastery, absolute zero, mastery, faith skill, northern shield, mastery, faith skill, sea seal, mastery, faith skill, sacred black tortoise body, mastery, faith skill, turtle divination, mastery, faith skill, black tortoise fist, mastery. The same is true for the turtles. First, a bunch of messy faith skills were fused into perfect physical skill. This time, with the power of the black tortoise as the core, the sacred black tortoise body was fused. In addition, the turtle's life drop was also integrated and absorbed by the upper level, and Xiaobing's vortex stranglehold was integrated into the control of water. The Azure Dragon immortal body, the Suzaku clone, the sacred black tortoise body, and the white tiger god armor, these skills are similar in nature and have very comprehensive abilities, but in some directions, the specialization is somewhat different. The Azure Dragon immortal body focuses on strength and speed, and is mainly combat power. This may not be the true physique of the four sacred Azure Dragons, but it is Chong Chong's own wish. Their evolutionary directions are all based on their own ideas. For example, Chong Chong is thinking about the first place in the team and wants to compete with 11. Its Azure Dragon immortal body is mainly combat power, and all other abilities are for combat. For example, Chi Tong's wish is to protect Shi Yu. The Suzaku clone can make a person's soul immortal, complete evolution, become a real life, and resurrect from the dead. It can be said that with the immortal fruit of Shin Bao Bao and the blessing of Suzaku, Shi Yu is equivalent to having an immortal body. Even if the body and soul are destroyed, as long as Chi Tong is still alive, it can save Shi Yu through the traces of the contract. The sacred basalt body has unlimited life and energy, and can share life with others to make people live longer. Shi Yu, who has a contract with it, probably doesn't have a problem living as long as he wants. As the Prime Minister of Turtle, it is his own wish to let Shi Yu live long and long, while Xiaobing wants to have more energy to serve Shi Yu. From this, we can see that their skills and preferences are very strong. Although they are all fused and evolved, they are more or less affected by their own preferences. This is also a feature that Shi Yu discovered later. The skills evolved and fused are related to the experience, personality, and wishes of the pet, and are a reflection of the soul. The biggest feature of the White Tiger God armor is that it can share the armor with others, allowing others to increase it in all directions and form a legion skill. Shi Yu estimated that this cat really wanted to establish a Shi Yu God religion, and even prepared the uniforms for the believers, which is the White Tiger God armor. Of course, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is the two new skills that Xuanwu has acquired. Faith skill, Turtle Divination. Faith skill, Xuanwu Fist. Turtle Divination, although this skill is not a combat skill, Shi Yu copied it almost immediately after discovering it. It was more surprising than seeing any other skill, and he was almost overwhelmed by joy. In Shi Yu's opinion, this skill is simply too awesome. With the help of Turtle Divination, Xuanwu can sign a temporary contract with other lives. Then, create a different space, which is called the Underworld. In the Underworld, it consumes the power of faith and can summon the soul of the person's ancestors. It is not really awakening the dead, but finding its historical traces from the universe. Just like the historical shadow of the ruins will be recorded by time, the traces of the living body will actually be recorded, but it is more difficult to see, and this skill can do it. Xuanwu can ask the awakened dead some questions in the underworld by consuming the power of faith, and then bring back the answers and show them to the world in the form of divination. Isn't this an excellent archaeological skill? The one who knows this skill is a god-level old turtle. He is quite famous in the entire Kai King planet. With this ability, he has earned a lot of faith power. The condition for divination is that it will double the price of the faith power required for divination. Shi Yu did not copy the skill in battle, but the old turtle set up a stall in the ruins, and Shi Yu found other opportunities to copy it. In Shi Yu's opinion, this skill is his biggest gain this time. Turtle, forever a god. Another one, Xuanwu Fist, a skill with a very simple name, was copied by Shi Yu from the strongest quasi-god of the Xuanwu family. This skill sounds ordinary, but the effect is not bad. Like the Dragon Star group, Xuanwu Fist can be condensed in advance. Store the fist meaning that integrates the power of faith in the body. However, unlike the Dragon Star group, as long as Xuanwu Fist integrates a little bit of faith power, it can then allow the faith power to increase itself endlessly, thereby strengthening its strength. It can be said to be a faith skill that saves a lot of faith power. Moreover, the speed of increase is not slow. With the terrifying lifespan of Xuanwu, it is conceivable that if Xuanwu who knows this skill prepares for the battle seriously and fights for millions of years, how terrifying strength can be burst out. If the overdraft of faith that Shi Yu wants to learn is alone, then this Xuanwu Fist can actually be deposited and then earn interest, which opens up a new idea for Shi Yu. It can be said that if it were not for the absolute control of the power of faith in this relic, and the young genius of the Xuanwu family, this battle would not be easy to fight. Relics. Why are the relics closed? A few days later, the Four Saints relics changed. Under the stunned expressions of everyone, the Four Saints list was filled with intense light, and a large amount of the essence of faith power gushed out from the Four Saints steel. Seeing this, many Four Saints evolvers were jealous, but these Four Saints faith powers seemed to have owners, lingering towards the Four Lives, not giving others a chance to compete. These Four Lives are surprisingly the strongest quasi-gods of the four major families. They have been at the top of the Four Saints list for a while now, and they are the challengers with the best record. Seeing the Four Saints ruins appear, everyone thinks it is reasonable to give them rewards. However, for these 4 people, that's it. The genius quasi-god of the 4 saints family felt the power of faith lingering in his body and fell into deep thought. It's too little. For other 4 saints evolvers, this may be a lot, but who are they? The 4 saints family is the strongest under the god realm, and the power of faith issued by the family every year is more than this. They wasted a month in the 4 saints' ruins, not for this. After a while, everyone was teleported out. Damn it, Captain Zijian looked at the closed ruins and was very dissatisfied. She felt just a little bit short. The ruins were closed at this time, and she suspected that the ruins were targeting her. Be content, the 4 saints' ruins are usually only open for 10 days, and this time it has been open for a month before closing, someone said. How can I be content? In previous years, even if it was only open for 1 day, I could get some power of faith, but this time it has been a month. It seems that no one has obtained the power of faith. It's a big pit this time. No, those geniuses of the 4 saints family did get it. It's still a pit. Many 4 saints evolvers cursed. Shiyu listened, feeling extremely guilty, and retreated slightly behind the crowd, ready to leave. It's not that he is stingy. It's just that they gave too much, and he couldn't bear to spend it. For his own pet, it doesn't matter, just squander it, but giving it to a stranger is more painful than killing him. Shiyu gave some to the 4 top-ranked people because they provided 4 superb skills. Otherwise, there would be nothing. The 4 saints' relics. See you in a few months. Shiyu left the 4 saints' ancient city in disgrace. Although he could not take away the 4 saints' relics, he took away a large number of faith crystals this time. This amount is enough for 4 small holy beasts to spend on auxiliary points every day and fight above their levels to maintain for several years. It is enough to use for a long time. Suspended realm. Shiyu returned here not long after, to the Sky Temple. As soon as Shiyu arrived, he found that Kangdi, Lin Feng, Dragon God and Gem Cat were all there. Senior Kangdi, Senior Lin Feng, Senior Dragon God, Teacher Ying, Shiyu said immediately after he arrived and landed. Yet, everyone nodded. You are here, Kangdi said. Is the preparation going well? Not bad, Shiyu said. Then I'll ask you to take a look at Blue Star, but don't force it. If you are not an opponent, retreat immediately, and then let Lin Feng slowly rush to Blue Star, Kangdi said. Well, Lin Feng had a bitter look on his face. To be honest, he didn't want to go on a starry sky voyage for several years. It was too boring and too dangerous. I'll try my best, Shiyu said. Senior Dragon God, are you going back too? Dragon God shook his head and said, forget it. I can't help you if I go. I'll leave it to you. Dragon God was naturally informed of the incident on Blue Star, but she was powerless. Even if she returned to Blue Star to break through, she would not be a match for the intermediate god. Lin Feng said, only you, Teacher Ying, will go this time. Hey. Teacher Ying had a bitter face. What a matter. She didn't want to come to King Kai's planet before because she was worried that there would be danger on King Kai's planet. As a result, now that she has come to King Kai's planet, it is Blue Planet that is in danger first. Moreover, she is dragged by Shiyu to a dangerous place. What a sin. Of course, Teacher Ying only complained verbally. If the danger involved Dong Huang, she would definitely do her best. 100 years ago, the ancient capital was hit by a disaster of undead. The jewel cat could have escaped, but in order to save the students at that time, it still surpassed the limit, completed the evolution, and led the teachers and students to fight back. Unfortunately, this story only lives in legends. After entering the peaceful era, Teacher Ying seemed to have been corrupted and her will eroded, and she became more and more lazy. If Shiyu hadn't enrolled, she might still be counting money at the ancient capital university. Without further ado, Teacher Ying, let's go. After getting the support equipment and resources from Kangdi and others, Shiyu looked at Teacher Ying and said, okay. Both parties took out the teleportation keystones and the cosmic crystals prepared by Kangdi and others. Have a good trip, Kangdi and others said. Wait for our good news, Shiyu said. As the cosmic crystal merged into the teleportation keystone, Shiyu and the jewel cat were wrapped in a strong white light, and then disappeared from King Kai. After they left, the dragon god looked worried. The Sky Emperor said, Senior Dragon God, don't worry, believe Shiyu. When Lin Feng and I were legends, we were both in the battlefield with top gods and were hunted all day long. What he is facing now is not an impossible challenge. For him, it should not be a crisis. Young people always have to go through some training. Lin Feng said bitterly, "Don't say it, it's all tears if you say too much." Thinking of Shiyu's comfortable life in the past few months since he came to Qingkai, this vice president and that vice president, and even cracking an arrow relic, he felt that he was too bitter at the time, too bitter. That's right. The dragon god nodded. Although she felt that it was a bit reluctant for Shiyu to face the intermediate god after only a few months of training on Qingkai, she was relieved when she thought of the miracles Shiyu had created before, Blue Star, Inatella. After a few months, Shiyu and teacher Ying returned here again. I didn't expect to be back after such a long time. The current Blue Star is much more comfortable than before. Shiyu felt the current situation of Blue Star and smiled. Yet, the gem cat looked around in the form of a cat. Although it was much worse than the Kanglin realm, it was much better than the previous Blue Star. Teacher Ying, have you figured out how to deal with the demon stone? Otherwise, give it to senior sister Lu and the others, Shiyu said. No, the gem cat muttered, I can support myself. On Qingkai, I want to do something big. I can't always rely on clones. I also need other younger brothers. And this little devil is so pitiful. First, it was rejected by you, and then by the demon clan. It can be called a god-level orphan. I feel that it must have the template of a protagonist, and its future prospects are immeasurable. Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, okay, then you work hard and don't let it become useless. What do you mean? While the two sides were communicating, a green tree worm hurriedly crawled over from somewhere, and was surprised after seeing Shiyu and the jewel cat. Shiyu, why are you back? The world tree clone frowned and found that things were not simple. Zilan, a disciple of the Sky Emperor, left from it and ran to Qingkai to find a solution to the hidden dangers of the Blue Star. As a result, Shiyu and the cat came back? Did something happen to the Blue Star? I came back to solve it. Shiyu stretched out his hand and greeted the world tree clone. Hey, long time no see, long time no see. The gem cat also said lazily. After seeing the big world, returning to his poor hometown, the feeling is different. Looking at the world tree of Blue Star is like looking at the village chief. World tree clone, wait, the world tree clone was slightly startled. Something is wrong. The hidden danger is an intermediate god, and a strong intermediate god. Shiyu is here to solve it? Shiyu's previous identity as the strongest legend and the strongest under the god level is useless in the current version of Blue Star. Don't underestimate me, Shiyu said. Yes, don't underestimate this kid. 11 can defeat the primary god on Qingkai by himself without the amplification of the Beastmaster. Mao Mao said, now their whole team is back, and there are 8 equipment from Kongdi and others. An intermediate god can't make any waves. Up, the world tree clone was in pain. The primary god and the intermediate god are different. But since Kongdi and others sent Shiyu back, I think Shiyu should have a way. The biggest problem now is how to find it. The world tree clone said, after we find it, I will work with you to destroy this guy. Although there may be a risk of falling to the world level if the world power is used now, the internal hidden dangers must still be eliminated. I already have a way. What method? Said the world tree clone. Shiyu said, fishing enforcement, world tree? Use that ginseng baby, the world tree said, that guy is cunning and cruel. Your ginseng baby is only semi-god level. Even if it is very nutritious, it must be more nutritious to it with a god level with divine power. It may not be fooled. No, the fish I mean are all the god level ones on Blue Star at present, and, this is just one of the methods. I will look for other methods. Lord World Tree, can you help me connect to the god level of the entire Blue Star? Shiyu said. Although the World Tree was puzzled, it nodded and helped Shiyu connect to the native gods of Blue Star. The next moment, the god-level beastmasters of the 7 countries, such as Donghuang Shiniten, the 7 island Valkyries, the queen of the Tinxiang elf, the resurrected gods, such as the Taurus ancient god who is a guest in Donghuang, etc., and the newly promoted gods of Blue Star, all received notifications from the World Tree. During this period, because of the devouring killer hidden in the darkness, everyone in the Blue Star god was in danger. The mentality of old gods like the Taurus ancient god was relatively stable, but some new gods of the Totem Empire were too panicked. They were in danger of their lives just after being promoted to the god level. Now, they very much hope that Lord World Tree can quickly find a way to get rid of this bug in the dark. Hello, everyone. However, What surprised these gods was that this time when the world tree connected to the global god level telepathy, it was not the voice of the world tree that came out. It was another familiar and unfamiliar voice. The newly promoted god-level beastmasters of the 7 countries were immediately stunned when they heard this voice. Shiyu? The legend of the source of the gods far away in Donghuang was very surprised. Isn't this Shiyu's voice? Shiyu is back? Everyone, I am Shiyu. Entrusted by the world tree, I have temporarily returned from King Kai to solve the invaders of Blue Star. Now, please keep in mind what I said. If someone accidentally encounters that monster next time, please mention my name to it and say that I will punish it. After Shiyu finished speaking, many gods were shocked. What? Before the myth was revived, Shiyu, the first person on Blue Star, came back? The purpose of coming back is to destroy this intermediate god? Many gods just thought it was outrageous. I'll go. The Taurus ancient god didn't quite believe it. However, in telepathy, Shiyu's attitude was unquestionable. This method, although simple, is practical. As long as the other party is hostile to him, the dwarf cat who has a contract with him can consume the power of faith through the punishment of the white tiger technique to perceive and lock the other party. At that time, those who recite his name will be protected. Chapter 565, The Past and Present of Owl. Donghuang. As Shiyu broadcasted to the global god level, this site immediately knew about Shiyu's return. Hey, what does this kid mean? In the ancient god nursing home in the imperial capital, the Taurus ancient god, wearing a black suit, looked like a vicious bull, leaned on the sofa and muttered. Did he break through to the god level? Oh no, I finally recovered to the god level, and I wanted to take advantage of the level to fight him one day. If he also breaks through to the god level, it's a bit dangerous. No, it's very dangerous, old bull, hurry up, let's go to the Donghuang Association. Shiyu will probably return to Donghuang soon. Tiger god Lishanjin walked out of a room and said, let's go. The Taurus ancient god stood up and went to see. In Adara, Shiyu also left here, because in the short term, he couldn't find the bug. Shiyu said something to the world tree and returned to Donghuang first. At the Donghuang Association headquarters, Shiyu first came here. The former president of SYNOPSIS and President Lin Xiao were all here. After returning, they naturally came to report. Everyone is here, however, Shiyu did not expect that there were so many people here. After he teleported here, he found that not only President SYNOPSIS and President Lin Xiao were here, but also the 7 gods of Inadara and even the precognitive owl were all here. Among the 8 gods, it would be fine if there was only President Lin Xiao mixed in, but why was there an owl who is not even a demigod here, acting as a dog-headed military advisor? Shiyu, President SYNOPSIS saw Shiyu and the gem cat and said, did Senior Kongdi and Lin Feng ask you to come back? Yes. They asked me to try first. If I can't solve it, they will find a way. After Shiyu finished speaking, SYNOPSIS and other gods looked at each other. Since Kongdi and others said so. But what's the method you just mentioned? President Lin said. A perception technique, one of the ways to find the monster, but only one method is not safe, and I may have to ask Teacher Owl for a prediction. Shiyu looked at the owl. He temporarily prepared 5 methods to find the monster, and planned to use them together. He didn't believe that he couldn't find the other party. Me, the precognitive owl said with a bitter face, hey, I did predict it. Otherwise, why do you think I would appear here? But, I can't do it. I can't predict it, Shiyu laughed and said, after all, it is a leapfrog prediction. It is normal that you can't predict it. I brought back an improved version of the samsara fruit, which can make your strength reach the god level for a short time. Besides, didn't I bring Lin and Ying back? If they assist you together, the success rate will definitely be greatly increased. He, the gem cat girl nodded, and made a wish and it was done. The precognitive owl sighed. It predicted that it would lose half of its life just like the prediction of the meteorite at that time. Shiyu, have you broken through to the god level? At this time, the Taurus ancient god asked. Huh? Shiyu said, no. The Taurus ancient god was stunned and said, no? You are going to rely on the demigod level to find that monster? It already has the strength of a mid-level god. If you say that you have broken through to the god level now and can beat it by jumping levels, I will believe it. Do you want to jump 2 levels? I know, but I can't break through yet. Shiyu said helplessly, first, I have just reached level 9 not long ago, and there is still some distance from the god level. Second, if I break through the god level, I can't participate in the conferred god war on King Kai, This competition is particularly important. It determines whether the blue star can quickly become a super god star. Demigod should be enough. Why, Senior Bull God, you don't believe in my strength? Shiyu said with a kind smile. I have not worked in vain in the past few months on King Kai. Otherwise, how about you spar with Shichu? That's not what I meant, the Taurus ancient god said seriously, but you can spar with each other if you want. Everyone was speechless. Why did they want to spar as soon as they met? The bull god really didn't give up. 11. At Shiyu's call, 11 opened his eyes as bright as stars and appeared in the outside world. He looked around and then looked at the Taurus ancient god. Hey, let me test your progress. The Taurus ancient god stepped forward, pushed 11 with one hand, and took it out. The Taurus ancient god didn't believe in evil. It has now recovered to its peak, and it still doesn't believe that it will be defeated by a demigod. Seeing this, everyone followed him and wanted to see Shiyu's so-called progress during this period. However, when they arrived at the duel field under the association, President Lin suddenly remembered something and said with a bitter face, wait, this place can't withstand your fight. Although this place has been upgraded and upgraded again, it is already the limit to withstand the fight of the demigod level. Don't worry, the Taurus ancient god said, I have already controlled the divine power to the extreme, and the power will not leak out at all. If you don't believe it, ask them. It's just that the battle fluctuations of this little guy are indeed not small. The bull god looked at 11 and fell into deep thought. In its view, 11 is a giant baby with power. Last time, they almost sank an Attila in a fight. Too much? 11 also said that he was fine. Shiyu had increased his proficiency in quasi-god skills to above mastery, so there was no problem controlling him. He was no longer at the stage of just learning quasi-god skills. Don't worry, 11 can also control him well, Shiyu said. Just a simple sparring, Teacher Owl, don't look at it anymore. I'll give you the fruit of reincarnation. Eat it first to adapt to the power, Shiyu said. I'll do it. I have it here. The gem cat took out a fruit of reincarnation and handed it to the owl first. Shiyu. Oh. Good guy. The owl took the fruit and felt the rich power of time on it, and his eyes lit up. Try it quickly. The gem cat came to the owl and said, this fruit has been upgraded. You didn't have any effect when you ate it before. Maybe your previous life was not just a demigod, but a god. Now, it can definitely be traced back. Really? The precognitive owl pondered. The gem cat showed a sharp look. True or false? The effect of the fruit is real, but it doesn't believe that the owl has a god-level past life. The reason why it is so eager for the owl to eat it now is because it asked the baby ginseng to make this fruit. A mixed version of the effect of the reincarnation fruit and the taste of the cultivation fruit. It is specially reserved for the owl to eat at this time. The taste of the cultivation fruit cannot be experienced by only it. Come on, in the duel field, the Taurus ancient god and 11 confronted each other. The owl, who was about to eat the fruit, couldn't help but look over. At the same time, President Shinidan and President Lin Xiao were watching seriously. They looked solemn and serious. Although Shinidan had broken through to the god level, he had not fought a god level battle and was still improving the machinery. And President Lin Xiao, after reaching the legend, now wanted to know the true meaning of the god level. This battle might be a good teaching. In addition, the other 6 Attila gods were also quite serious and wanted to know if the Taurus guy had rusted. Bang! The Taurus ancient god, in the form of a bull, raised his mouth, disappeared first, and then came to 11 in an instant, like a golden light. 11, who had not activated the god and demon thought, was also shocked. He did not expect that the Taurus ancient god was so strong in his full strength state, and his speed was much faster than the ice cream on King Kai's planet. If the Ice Kirin is a magician, then the Taurus ancient god in front of him is a warrior. I can't see clearly, Shinidan Legend observed with a mechanical eye and could not find the Taurus ancient god's movements at all. President Lin Xiao also had a solemn face. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone present saw that the Taurus ancient god's uppercut had hit 11's stomach. At the same time, under the huge force, the ground of the entire arena was broken. The atmosphere shook, and a hole appeared in the sky. With a bang, 11 was directly hit into the sky by the Taurus ancient god like a meteor flying in reverse, passing through the hole. The momentum of this punch was definitely not big for a god-level power. Just as the Taurus ancient god said, it controlled its power very well and concentrated all of it on 11. However, Although the momentum was not big, both President Shinun and President Lin Xiao opened their mouths wide. President Shinun locked his mechanical eyes on 11, who was smashed and flew away, with a look of surprise on his face. Boom 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 boom. Because of the shocking force, 11's body kept making the sound of breaking through the air. It was still flying backwards, passing through the clouds and the ozone layer. The power on its body had not disappeared until it reached the starry sky. Ying. After a moment, 11 was blasted into the universe by the Taurus ancient god's punch. His body smashed a piece of asteroid before it stopped. Floating in the universe blankly and opening his eyes, 11 touched his stomach and did feel some pain. What a joke. What kind of power is this? President Shinun said, being beaten into the starry sky. President Lin turned his head suddenly. What? Is it really possible to blast an opponent into the starry sky with one punch? Is this a god-level battle? He looked at the Taurus ancient god, showing off his muscles, and felt the strength of his physique. With such a physique, I'm afraid that even if bombed by forbidden weapons, it would not be damaged at all. Fuck. Bull, bull, bull. The eyes of the foreseeing owl also wandered back and forth between the sky and the Taurus ancient god, and subconsciously took a bite of the reincarnation fruit. Haha, our Jinyu divine body is in full condition. The Taurus ancient god looked at the starry sky and said excitedly. Around, the 6 gods of Inatara saw this and lamented that the body of the Taurus ancient god was still so powerful. Now that the Taurus ancient god has recovered his divine power, he finally doesn't have to feel as depressed as in the world competition. This attack is just powerful, the damage will not be high, I'm holding back. By the way, have you completed the evolution of the starry sky life? Can it come back by itself? If not, I'll take it, the Taurus ancient god said, but before it could finish its words, a light flashed in the starry sky. Ying, as a voice sounded, the Taurus ancient god showed an incredible expression, turned around suddenly, and looked behind him. What a joke, the pig god, the eternal tree, the holy deer and other gods looked at 11, who was clearly hit by the Taurus ancient god and flew into the starry sky, and blinked back, with almost no visible injuries on his body, and they couldn't understand it. 11 shook off the dust on his body. Although the Golden Mountain god's body was strong, it was impossible to hurt it. Zilla. Black and white electric sparks burst out from 11's body, and arcs flowed from his eyes. He took a step and his figure disappeared in an instant, and came to the front of the Taurus ancient god. Bang! Everyone heard a bang, and saw that the body of the Taurus ancient god suddenly bent like a shrimp. 11's thunder and lightning fist hit the belly of the Taurus ancient god gently. The belly of the Taurus ancient god quickly sank, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. It looked like he was hit by a huge force. However, his body was not blown away, but leaned directly forward. Zilla. 11 took a step back, and the Taurus ancient god was covered with arcs of electricity. He could not control the paralysis of his body and took a few steps forward. He held his stomach and said with a distorted expression, "No, it's impossible." Shiyu said, "God of Bull, you believe it now, right?" 11 didn't use his full strength, this blow should not hurt. Before Shiyu finished speaking, the Taurus ancient god fell to the ground with a bang and fainted. Shiyu, 11? Shiyu was stunned. How could this fall? Although 11 used the god and demon simultaneous thoughts, the Taurus ancient god's defense was definitely stronger than ice cream. It shouldn't be so fragile. At this time, the other 6 gods of Inatara were also quite surprised. They didn't expect that the iron-eating beast in the world competition was already so strong that it could suppress the true god level with a demigod level without relying on the Beastmaster. What a joke, they all looked at Shiyu. Is this guy really the son of Destiny of Blue Star? The increase in strength is really incomprehensible. Shiyu. 11, Legend of the Divine Origin and President Lin, a newly promoted god and a newly promoted legend, compared their own strength with Shiyu and felt suffocated. Shiyu didn't lie. He is really strong now. Don't worry about the old cow, Lai Shanjin said. It may not have fainted because of the serious injury, but because of embarrassment. Stinky. In addition, not only the Taurus ancient god fainted, but the precognitive owl, who was watching the battle and eating melons and eating all the reincarnation fruits, was about to faint because of the stench. Its feathers turned green, and its eyes were green and shouted, "Stinky cat, what did you eat for me?" Reincarnation god fruit, the gem cat said, "This thing has this smell after upgrading." Don't worry, it's non-toxic. The precognitive owl fainted directly from the stench and entered the dream. What's going on? President Lin was numb. Before Shiyu came back, the Donghong Association had never been so noisy. It's okay, it's a good thing. The gem cat turned into a fun cat, but soon, its expression froze. Because the sleeping owl suddenly got up like a sleepwalker, some memories flowed through his mind, and he muttered, astrology, gem cat? Damn. What the hell is the astrology? What is this owl talking about? The gem cat suddenly had a bad premonition. The people and gods around him were also at a loss. The next moment, there was a boom sound, and regular ripples emerged from the body of the predictive owl. The breath increased sharply, opened his eyes, and the six-pointed star of time on his chest flickered, revealing the breath of a demigod. This scene directly surprised the people present, and the toes of the fallen Taurus ancient god twitched, quite surprised. Really? Shiyu murmured, also very surprised. Damn, it turns out that the owl really has a previous life. The reason why eating the reincarnation fruit was ineffective before was because the level of the previous reincarnation fruit was too low. It seems to have worked this time. Originally, it was just intended to be used as a time fruit for Teacher Owl, but now it seems to be an unexpected surprise, directly sending it to the demigod level. This guy's breakthrough speed is second only to Shiyu and the gem cat in the past 100 years of Donghong. Ha ha ha, after the breakthrough, Owl opened his eyes and laughed. But as he laughed, he sobbed. I remember everything. Astrology, a super genius girl, the youngest peak god level in the astronomy clan in the past 10,000 years. Since birth, the prediction success rate is 100%, and there has never been a mistake. Woo woo woo, old witch, why are you crying? The gem cat was puzzled. It was the one who wanted to cry. Why was it a demigod in its previous life, and Owl was a top god? Moreover, the identity introduction of this old witch was outrageous. A super prophet at the peak of the god level? It didn't accept it. It just picked up the treasure of the Kaixing clan in its previous life, but Owl was directly an astrologer in its previous life? Although the gem cat didn't know what the astrology clan was, it could feel that it was also a large clan of the sky. Woo woo woo, the precognitive owl cried very sadly. It said, in my previous life, I reached the peak of the god level very early. Then, I began to go out for training. Through the means of prediction, I predicted the opportunity for myself to break through to the super god level. While traveling in the universe, I successfully predicted that there were epic ruins on the blue star. In the epic ruins, there are sources of transcendence, and there are more than one. So, I went to the blue star with great enthusiasm, but, as a result, because I was too excited, I didn't predict a cosmic disaster during the process, and I turned over and was dying. Then, in order to save my life, I was forced to reincarnate. Unexpectedly, I was reincarnated to the blue star. Moreover, after reincarnation, it was still so miserable. The prophecy skills were greatly reduced. The most important thing is that I became a cat. Gem cat, please face up to your identity. You are a bird, and I am a cat. Inatara and several gods were dumbfounded. Listening to the owl's self-narration, it just felt outrageous. Donghong, this unreliable owl, was at the peak of the god level in his previous life? He was at the same level as Zulong and Yuanfeng? What a joke. President Shiniten and President Lin also thought it was outrageous. What did Teacher Ying give Teacher Owl to eat just now? Was it really the fruit of reincarnation, not some hallucinogenic poison? Astrology, at the scene, Shiyu was probably the only one who trusted Teacher Owl the most. He believed in the effect of Shen Baobao's fruit of reincarnation. In addition, Teacher Owl's predictions were indeed amazing. When he was at the Overlord level, he could predict things at the demigod level, and several times in a row. This situation was already extremely abnormal, and it could only be explained by special talents. Just like the Kaixing clan, if the Kaixing clan's talent is to make wishes, then the talent of the astrology clan is to predict. Of course, there are many races that can predict, but there are really few races that have better predictive abilities than the astrology clan. Shiyu had seen the introduction of this race on King Kai's planet. It can be said that even if Lin has learned to predict the future and has the blessing wine to strengthen it, at the same level, it is not necessarily more accurate than the prediction of the astrologers. This is a problem of racial talent bias and skill fit. It is equivalent to a dog and a fish can swim, but no matter how superb the dog's swimming skills are, it is difficult to surpass the fish. Teacher Owl, congratulations, Shiyu said. In short, it is a good thing. When I return to King Kai with Teacher Owl, I will directly py the astrologers. It is a super genius of the astrologers and a candidate for the next leader. So I am so strong. Teacher Owl wiped his tears, ha ha ha, and it's not too late to be super god level now. As long as you find the power of your previous life, then, although congratulations on the possibility of regaining your power, I will also help you, but I still have a sad thing to tell you, Shiyu said. Huh? Shiyu Legend and President Lin were also startled and thought of something. Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, the epic ruins with the source of transcendence that you predicted in your previous life should have been cracked by someone, and the source of transcendence has also been used. What a pity, why did he feel that the ruins predicted by Teacher Owl were the ruins that Shitty entered? Otherwise, you can fight with Senior Shitty. The predictive owl was stunned, opened his eyes wide, and had a myocardial infarction. His body leaned back and fell to the ground dizzy. Chapter 566. Half a year later. Shiyu still admired it. The owl was very strong and could predict where the source of transcendence was. With such a level, no matter which cosmic force it joined, it would definitely be a guest of honor. However, it was indeed too unlucky. When it came to find the source of transcendence, it actually fell on the road, and after waking up after reincarnation, the source of transcendence had been taken away by others in the process. It was a big injustice, and its level of unlucky was comparable to that of the Killen clan. Shiyu and the gem cat looked at each other, and Shiyu said, Teacher Owl may be too tired, let it rest first. Shiyu, what is the reincarnation fruit you just gave it to eat? The chef pig god couldn't help asking. It looks so awesome. Shiyu smiled and said, a resource condensed by a time-based divine skill. Then, Shiyu told everyone about the effect of the reincarnation fruit. After listening, many gods found it incredible. Well, I'll give one to everyone. Shiyu took out 9 reincarnation fruits and gave them to the 7 gods of Anatara, Shinin, and President Lin Zio. In the 4 saints' ruins, they made a large number of cultivation fruits, reincarnation fruits, and other fruits by taking advantage of the power of faith for free, which can be said to be completely out of poverty. Give it to us. Lai Shanjin and other gods smiled and said, great, good boy, I didn't see you wrong. At the World Championship, I saw that you are a dragon among men. Several gods were moved, feeling that this thing was more precious than the god-level resources they passed on to Shiyu, and Shiyu actually gave it to them. President Lin, I will prepare 50 more cultivation fruits for Donghuang later. This kind of fruit can increase the efficiency of the user's cultivation and has the highest degree of compatibility with human beastmasters. If these 50 fruits are used reasonably, Donghuang should be able to produce several more powerful legends, Shiyu added. Since he came back, Shiyu also planned to help Donghuang again. Practice fruit. Shinin Chuanqi's eyes lit up, and he said, what good stuff is this? It's not so effective for level 10. The lower the user's level, the better the effect. Of course, if you want to try it, you can eat one, Shiyu chuckled. It probably works. It allows the user to meditate automatically when sleeping and develop the ability to control beasts. It is also very efficient. Now the Beastmasters of Blue Star have begun to practice the second and third beast control talents again. With the help of this practice fruit, they can get twice the result with half the effort. I understand. It is indeed a good thing, President Lin Zio said. I will choose the right person to distribute the practice fruit, okay? Shiyu smiled. Beside him, the gem cat had a strange expression. Shiyu was going to poison Donghuang collectively, ha ha ha. I don't know if Shiyu will give Qingyi and the others this thing to eat. The gem cat is already looking forward to them fainting from the stink. She still remembers the painful expressions of the second generation in the Kanglin realm. Well, seniors, time is running out. I will take Owl Teacher to prepare first. I also need to prepare other combat plans, so I won't stay for long, Shiyu said. If there is any situation, we will contact each other, no problem. Everyone nodded and listened to Shiyu's arrangements. Owl, who fainted from heartache, was dragged away by Shiyu and the gem cat. After leaving, Lin was summoned by Shiyu and turned into a space battleship, flying into the starry sky. It wants to build a technological product, the Eye of the Universe, in the universe to monitor the changes in the space of Blue Star. The Eye of the Universe is an indispensable facility for the battle between 2 planets in the interstellar war. If a certain force takes a fancy to a planet, it often creates the Eye of the Universe in the outside world first, so as to occupy the intelligence power and prevent the enemy from escaping the planet and asking for help from the outside world. This is also one of Shiyu's ways to find the monster. The production map and materials are ready for Kongdi and others, but everyone is not sure whether the Eye of the Universe made by Lin can capture the other party, but it is always right to be more prepared. In addition, Ki, the spirit of time, was also summoned and escaped into the space and time of Blue Star. Its hiding ability is also top-notch, and its ability to find people is also good. Shiyu, are you back? I heard that you came back to deal with that intermediate god, right? Shiyu had just arranged the tasks for Ki and Lin, and senior sister Lu suddenly called. Yes, senior sister Lu, you are well informed, Shiyu smiled. It's okay. How can I say it now? I am also one of the few legendary beastmasters in Donghuang, Lu Qingyi smiled. What? Shiyu was stunned and said, you have reached a legendary level. When did it happen? He looked at the gem cat girl who was flying in the air, pulling the owl and giving the owl a wake-up slap. So fast, the gem cat was also surprised. What? When she left, Lu Qingyi had just broken through to level 8 not long ago. Teacher Ying is also here, not long, mainly because the information about the ruins you left behind is very valuable, and I have gained a lot from it. In addition, when the myth was revived, the world tree gave the blessing of life around the world, so it was a natural thing, Lu Qingyi said. Is this how you use the natural course of events? Shiyu said helplessly. I said before that I would find the teleportation keystone for you when you reach the legendary level, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Wait for me for more than half a year, and by then, no matter who is on Blue Star, they can freely go to King Kai's planet, Shiyu said. The first place in the conferred god war, the permanent teleportation array. He was determined to get it. Let's talk about this later. I have something I want to tell you in person. Are you free now? It's about the gains in a certain ruin. Okay, where are you? I'll find you, Shiyu said. It seems that senior sister Lu has obtained some incredible gains and wants to share them with him. Ancient capital. Shiyu and Lu Qingyi agreed to meet here. In a garden with lush plants and fragrant flowers, Lu Qingyi, who was wearing white casual clothes, saw Shiyu and said, where is teacher Ying? Busy, Shiyu said. To be precise, he was taking care of the owl. The owl looked fainted from the stench and mental breakdown, but it was more because the power of the astrologers in the previous life was too huge, and he had to sleep and digest. So the gem cat dragged it and went to find a place to rest. Senior sister, what's the matter so urgent that you have to talk about it in person? Shiyu asked. Both parties found a small table and sat down. Lu Qingyi said, in the information of the ruins you left behind, there is a legendary ruins left by Yu Nu. I got her inheritance in it. Oh, Shiyu said, wait, the inheritance of a legendary beastmaster? Shiyu didn't care much at all, but suddenly, he was slightly surprised and said, it is worth your attention, that is to say, you not only got some resources, but even inherited the talent of that person, plundering talent. Lu Qingyi smiled slightly and said, that's right. Then, she told Shiyu about Yu Nu's development of plundering talent in her later years and the inheritance of the talent. After Shiyu heard it clearly, he took a deep breath and said, this senior Yu Nu is also a super genius who was born in the wrong era, the talent of plundering talents, this ability. Shiyu was really scared in the early days. What if the skill illustrations could also be plundered? Is there such a talent in the universe? Lu Qingyi asked. I haven't heard of it on King Kai. Even if there is, it should be the exclusive ability of some special races. Humans don't have a clear acquired cultivation method, Shiyu said. It is also possible that it is too evil, so the record was erased. This talent is very good, but after plundering the opponent's ability, the opponent will die. Senior sister, don't expose it easily. Blue Star is okay, but when you go to King Kai, there will definitely be problems. In the universe, many races with rare abilities are captured and exterminated, Shiyu said. For example, the Time Elves. For example, the source of inheritance obtained by Teacher Cat, the Kaixing clan, have also encountered the danger of genocide many times. On Blue Star, there are also examples, such as the Feng clan, which was targeted first because of its strange ability. This kind of plundering talent will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of some people, or they will want to take it away and use it. In addition, the activation condition of the plundering talent is that the plundered object must be at the junction of life and death and unable to resist. Then, after the ability is plundered, it will die immediately. It is much more brutal than the skill illustration. With this ability, if Senior Sister Lu makes a friend, the friend will probably not be able to sleep in the middle of the night for fear of being assassinated. In a word, it is very strong. Of course, with the update of the skill illustration, Shiyu is very sure that the skill illustration is the strongest ability. What evolution talent and plundering talent have to be put aside, unless the plundering talent can plunder the illustration. I know, Lu Chengyu said, after obtaining this ability, I haven't started using it yet. This should be a road of no return. After starting, I can't stop. Shiyu also picked up the tea, took a sip, and nodded. Indeed, although the ability is not good or evil, this plundering talent can easily lead people astray. However, if you have the ability, why not use it? You can first pick those death row prisoners who have committed serious crimes. Don't Zhonghong, Longong City, and the Alliance all have various vicious crimes? Those who can be specially detained must have strong abilities. Senior Sister, you are suitable to be an executioner. I have thought about it too. Lu Chengyi smiled bitterly and said, after all, I can't really hunt other beastmasters. I have also thought about fishing for law enforcement like you. Shiyu smiled embarrassedly. Sure enough, the Senior Sister was cut open and her heart was black. I understand. When I meet a mortal enemy in the future, I will spare his life and let you kill him, Shiyu said. In addition, can't a plundering talent also create special ability props? If you can't use them, you can also make them for me. The awakening mirror and the body control talent beat are all props made by Yu Nu. This is something that the skill atlas cannot do. The skill atlas can only target extraordinary life, but the plundering talent can even target humans. You are open-minded, but it's a pity that I don't know how to give you the talent, otherwise you will definitely be able to use it smoothly, Lu Qingye said. Don't think so much, Shiyu smiled. Talents don't matter. A skill atlas is enough for him now. Even if he has the fruit of cultivation, his talent can't be developed now. Well, since you said so, I will start to use the plundering talent. With this, do I have a chance to surpass you in strength? Lu Qingyi smiled. Shiyu laughed and said, don't think about this, Senior Sister. I just cracked an epic ruins on Qingkai and obtained a huge amount of resources. After I break through the god level, my strength should soon surpass that of Kangdi and Senior Lin Feng. You can't catch up, unless you go to Qingkai and plunder all the talents of the human geniuses of those super god families. There is still a little hope, Lu Chengyi. What epic ruins? A small ruins of the 4 sacred beasts, a small ruins. Shiyu didn't expect to get so much good news after returning to Blue Star. First, the owl successfully activated the effect of the fruit of reincarnation, and then Senior Lu obtained the inheritance of Yu Nu. Their abilities, like Teacher Ying's, are all top-notch skills with auxiliary effects. At a certain moment, they can reverse the situation and increase the benefits by hundreds of times. After chatting with Lu Qingyi about some things about Qingkai, Shiyu received a communication from the gym cat. Shiyu, the old witch is awake. When do we start predicting? Shiyu glanced at Senior Sister Lu in front of him and said, Senior Sister, I'll go deal with the monster first, and we'll talk again when we have time. Be careful, Lu Qingye said. She didn't have a deep understanding of the concept of intermediate gods. She felt that since Shiyu could come back to deal with it, there would be no problem, unlike the World Tree and the others who were entangled. Okay, Shiyu nodded. After a while, he appeared on the top of a tall building and saw the predictive owl sitting on the roof like a fat house. Hey, the predictive owl sighed. It just predicted and found that the ruins of the era and the source of transcendence were really gone. Reincarnation is a mess. An owl that has lost its dream, the cat girl introduced to Shiyu. It doesn't matter. It's just a source of transcendence. Since I can predict it once, I can predict it a second time, the owl muttered. Boy, I'll help you predict this time, but after you solve the problem here, you should find a way to take me to Qingkai as well. No problem, Shiyu said. Then Teacher Owl, when do we start? Let's go to the starry sky. It's better to predict with the power of the stars, the predictive owl said. Shiyu and others heard that there was no problem and went directly to the starry sky. Through telepathy, Shiyu asked Rin in the starry sky to prepare a foothold. After a while, Shiyu and others appeared on the deck of the battleship Rin. I'm starting, the predictive owl said. Let's start. The gem cat and Rin are already familiar with the route. The 3 parties have joined forces, and the owl can't help but sigh that this combo is really good. Buzz! Surrounded by the wishing starlight and the wind of blessing, the predictive owl activated the hexagram of time and entered the predictive state. This time will be difficult, it said. First, the predicted target is stronger than it is now, even if it uses the power of the fruit of reincarnation, and second, except for the existence of the other party, there is no valid information about the other party. Come on, Teacher Owl, Shiyu said. At this time, Shen Baobao was already on standby, appearing on Shiyu's shoulder, ready to act as a nurse at any time. Boom. Soon, the state of the owl declined rapidly, and the life energy began to rapidly disappear. Seeing this, Shen Baobao immediately followed up with a nourishing power, which allowed the owl to continue to predict without distraction. Soon, the predictive owl predicted a dark space. It was trying to predict the position of the other party, but it could not see anything except the dark space. The owl was sweating profusely, and the feathers on its body began to foul off. The hexagram flickered, like a weak Ultraman. Old witch. Is it okay? At this time, the gem cat next to it also looked weak. It wished that the owl could predict successfully, and the backlash of the wish seemed to be very large this time. Of course, compared to the main owl, its consumption is still bearable. After a moment, the owl was filled with death and sat down on the deck. I tried my best, Turtle, Xiaobing, Bug, Chitin. Shiyu immediately summoned Xiaobing and Turtle in the combined Zhuangwu state, as well as Chitin and others. He saw that the owl was not only losing a lot of vitality at this time, but also suffered a backlash in its soul, and was in a very bad state. This made Shiyu couldn't help but call out several pets that could heal people, and healed them together with Shenbao. Yeah, Shenbao cheered everyone on, everyone work harder. Feeling the nourishing treatment of the whole team that Shiyu could only enjoy when he added points, the owl breathed a sigh of relief. No, I can't predict where the opponent will appear next time, August. Although Shiyu had expected it, he still felt cold in his heart. Whoa, what about the strong combination? One of the searched plans failed? But don't underestimate me, the predictive owl tried to stand up and said, although I didn't predict its location, where it would appear next time, I changed the direction of prediction. I predicted what time period it would appear next time. If there are no major changes during this period, the probability of it appearing in that time period is the highest. Really? Shiyu was delighted, and the gem cat next to him, who was being fed by pets such as ginseng babies, also showed a surprised expression. This owl is good. When? Shiyu asked. The predictive owl said, probably, half a year later. About that, during this period, you try to observe all parts of Blue Star with all your strength, huh? Shiyu was stunned and said. Really, half a year? Wait a minute, the conferred god battle will be held in 7 months. And Shiyu is still thinking about quickly solving his opponent and going back to prepare for the battle. This guy, the timing of his appearance just caught up with the conferred god battle? Probably, the owl said. Did they say that the guy appeared every few days in the past half a month? Why did it take so long this time? The gem cat said. Fighting and eating continuously also requires time to rest and digest. Maybe it has already started to recuperate. When it appears again, it may be stronger than the last time, said the owl. Shiyu said. Half a year later, his expression kept changing, and he finally sighed. Then just wait for it. Anyway, he brought enough resources from King Kai, and Blue Star has now recovered. It's the same to prepare for the conferred god war here. If you can't catch up with this conferred god war, then participate in the next one. Anyway, the interval between each one is not long. Of course, during this period, Shiyu will not sit and wait for death. He will also use other methods to find the monster bug. Whoa, so tired, I'll leave it to you next, the owl said tiredly. Shiyu, be careful, the opponent is not weak, don't worry, Shiyu said. Blue Star is our home court, Susu's home court. Back to Blue Star, Susu can mobilize not only the power of the starry sky, but also the power of the sea, absolutely invincible. Teacher Owl, if I have any questions, I will come to you again, okay? I have to go and digest the power of my previous life, Owl said. I will not be like this next time we meet, you can look forward to it. Shiyu and Gemcat were stunned. It seems that this guy wants to optimize the race and return to the posture of the astrology clan. The astrology clan seems to be in human form. Gemcat hummed, go ahead, who else can be more beautiful than me? Teacher Ying, what are you going to do next? Shiyu turned his head and looked at Gemcat. I'm going to hatch the demon cub, and then take care of the Chamber of Commerce on Blue Star, Gemcat said lazily. Remember not to run around, it's a dangerous moment now, Shiyu said. Gemcat, of course I know. After the three parties confirmed, Shiyu asked Chong Chong to send him back, while he himself was still standing in the starry sky. Shiyu, he flashed around Shiyu and said with a frustrated face, I didn't find it. He originally thought it would not be difficult to find a hidden bug, but the other party was more hidden than he imagined. It is worthy of being a bug that swallowed the flesh and blood of the cosmic beast. He knew. The damage caused by the Abyss clan and the Zerg clan to the Blue Star at the beginning was not even 1/10 of the damage caused by the cosmic beast. After all, the first two clans only targeted the life of the Blue Star at the beginning, but the cosmic beast directly targeted the Blue Star itself. It doesn't matter, Shiyu encouraged, after all, your strength has not recovered yet. When you become stronger, look for it again. I will teach you the star refining skills now. Let's find a suitable place to release the space stars we carry. During this period, you should hurry up and refine them. After refining into a weapon, your strength will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Look for it again at that time, maybe you can find it, huh? He was very surprised, and his cherry eyes sparkled. Finally, I can learn to refine stars into weapons. Great. This is the first step for her, the spirit of time, to become stronger. The volume of the space star is about the same as 10 moons. Shiyu and his team took Ki away from the blue planet and found a suitable place to release this white star. After releasing it, it cannot be taken back. The star stone used by the Universe Overlord Core to hold the stars is a disposable item, so next, Ki can only refine it into a weapon before taking it away. Refine the star, add points. Ki stood on the back of Shiyu's hand, her heart surging. This is the second skill she can learn after the revival of the myth. After a moment, the soft starlight wrapped Ki, and under the lingering light of the added points, she immediately felt some changes in her body. Ki endured the pain, and after a moment, Ki learned the skill of refining stars. She was very happy to perceive the space stars, but the next moment, she wilted again. Refine. It will take about 100 years, she said in despair. Shiyu. Hundreds of years. Keep adding points. In order to increase the efficiency of star refining, at least you have to max out the star refining. 2. Mastery plus 11. Shiyu has also thought about the process of adding points to Ki. In the next period of time, he will work hard to add points and sleep. Whether it is to prepare for the conferred God War or to prepare to hunt monster bugs, it requires stronger support. After a long time, Ki finally completed the 15 points of star refining and began to touch the space stars again. How long will it take to refine it into a weapon? Shiyu asked. After Ki sensed it, he still had a sad face and said, why do I feel that it will take a few years? This is still the case when it is a time spirit and is very compatible with the space stars. Next to it, Chong Chong sighed. Fortunately it chose to refine its own dragon star, and it succeeded in just a few days. After all, the dragon star was made by Chong Chong himself, with a 1000% fit. Even if it is not refined, it can be directly controlled. Is there no way to speed it up? Shiyu was worried. In a few years, the flowers have withered. Wait, refining stars takes too long. This must be related to the high level of stars. Chong Chong, wait a few days. You take Shunbao and draw some of the energy resources of this planet together, make it weak. Maybe the refining time can be shortened. Just like taming Pokemon, you must beat it to the point of residual blood, but in this way, Ki may get a weapon that is weak at the beginning. Ki. She looked at this beautiful white star with a grievance. Before it was refined into a weapon, it was going to be ruined by Chong Chong and Shenbao first. However, it seemed that this was the only way. A few years was too long, and it couldn't wait. Next, Shiyu prepared for the battle in all aspects. In the case of no shortage of resources for adding points in cultivation fruits, Shiyu's efficiency of adding points in cultivation efficiency increased. On the Donghurong side, after obtaining the resources provided by Shiyu, such as Senior Sister Lu, Legend of the Overlord, President Lin and others, the speed of cultivation also increased. Among them, Senior Panda was treated the best. 11 specially sent his Bagua clones to be the mentors of Senior Panda and the Iron-Eating Beast Core. After finally returning to Blue Star, 11 decided to make the Panda Core here stronger first, at least to train a group of overlords. At that time, he could take these guys to fight in the 10,000 races ranking war. Just like that, a month later, Just as the owl predicted, the monster bugs did not appear at all this month. Lin successfully built the Eye of the Universe, but unfortunately, the Eye of the Universe could not find the hiding place of the monster bugs. However, Lin was sure that if the bug left the hiding place and fought with other gods, it would be able to sense it at the first time. At this time, Qi was refining the stars. In the second month, Lin successfully transformed himself and finally met the teaching conditions for predicting the future. Shiyu successfully taught it the skill of predicting the future. Moreover, the points were added to the stage of perfect quasi-god skills. At this moment, after 2 months of development and practice, Shiyu's time enhancement talent has also reached level 8. Shiyu called the gem cat and asked Lin to predict the location of the monster bug. But what was extremely uncomfortable was that, like the owl, he could not predict it at all. Even the half-year predicted by the owl, Lin could not successfully predict it. This made Shiyu understand that even with the same proficiency, the acquired teaching prediction performed by Lin was still a little different from the racial innate ability imprinted in the soul of the astrologers. At this time, Qi was still refining the stars. In the third and fourth months, Shiyu's points addition and cultivation were still proceeding in an orderly manner. During this period, Shiyu was still very annoyed and did not find the bug. However, his fusion talent was successfully cultivated to the 9th level. Qi was still refining the stars. In the 5th month, Shiyu's time enhancement talent was finally developed to the 9th level. He assisted Lin and predicted it again. The harvest was there. It was confirmed that the prediction of the predictive owl was basically correct. According to the owl's prediction, Lin also determined the time node when the alien insects might appear. During this period, Shiyu's task of adding points has basically come to an end. All the quasi-divine skills of the 13 pets have been added to the perfect state of Mastery plus 11. One step closer, they can become gods. So far, Shiyu's preparations for the conferred God War have been preliminarily completed. Shiyu began to turn around and put the energy of adding points and developing talents into meditation and improving the level of the beast control space. After participating in the conferred God War, he wanted to break through to the god level immediately. By then, on King Kai, where super gods basically do not appear, he can also be regarded as a strong man, and he can do things more easily. Not surprisingly, he is still refining stars. Until, 6 months after Shiyu returned to the blue star, half a year later. Woo woo woo, a wrong voice came, and Shiyu opened his eyes helplessly and looked at the elf in front of him. This is a little girl with light pink hair, cherry-colored eyes, and a beautiful face, but only the size of a palm. She put a pink and white mini umbrella on her shoulder and said, Shiyu, I finally, I succeeded in refining it. It's not easy. Shiyu also cried to death. Although they had tossed the white star to the weakest state, he still refined it for half a year before he succeeded in refining the white star. The pink and white umbrella in front of her is the appearance of the star that Qi refined after changing its form. She did not choose the sword, bow, and gun, which were the weapons she practiced the most when she was a child, but chose the umbrella of time that Shiyu gave her as the prototype to shape the weapon. I have tried my best, and it's not too late now. Qi turned around in the air with the umbrella, and her pink short skirt and the streamers on her body also fluttered with it. Her beautiful eyes like cherry blossoms showed an unprecedented brilliance. As a time elf who cannot have combat power, Qi is very happy to have such a powerful weapon that can be regarded as a skill. Moreover, this weapon is definitely not weak. After all, its predecessor was a mid-level star. Its volume alone was equivalent to 10 moons, and there was also a deep space. Even if you don't care about anything and just throw the umbrella at the enemy, you can also smash a bunch of totem demigods. In Shiyu's place, every pet is undoubtedly progressing very fast. Even the gem cat teacher looked at the newborn dwarf cat and thought that its strength might have surpassed her teacher. It's not too late, Shiyu said. I'm going to fly around the world now. By the way, I want to go back to Tinxiang to see Grandma Green, he said. Okay, go, Shiyu smiled. Ahem, he said embarrassedly, I'll go find the bug to cast an illusion on me, otherwise, with my current size, I will definitely scare Grandma Green and the others. That's right, Shiyu was happy. You time elves are really weird. It doesn't matter whether Qi can find the monster bug or not. During this period, they tried various methods and couldn't find it. Shiyu had given up and planned to wait for the bug to run out by itself. The deadline predicted by the owl is getting closer and closer. The other party should appear in these few days. Come out quickly. After solving it now, he can still return to King Kai and catch up with the conferred God War. Qi flew towards Tinxiang excitedly. After leaving Tinxiang, she hadn't seen Grandma Green for a long time. Now, Green has become a legendary forger. Because of her good relationship with Qi, and Qi was contracted by Shiyu, the former #1 man on Blue Star, Green's status in Tinxiang is very high now. Duang. In the palace of the ancient country of Tinxiang, Master Green leisurely took various high-grade materials to forge weapons for the younger generation of the royal family. Suddenly, the bearded dwarf seemed to hear a familiar voice. Grandma Green, in the forging room, with a ripple in space, Green looked at the familiar figure that appeared and was stunned. Qi, she put down the hammer and exclaimed at the more beautiful and delicate Qi. Qi, you are back. Yes, Qi said with a giggle. Grandma Green, long time no see. Yes, long time no see. How are you doing at Shiyu Legend? Has he bullied you? Grandma Green said worriedly. Why are you still so tall? It seems that you haven't grown. Is it because you don't eat well? The old lady looked at Qi, who was still just over 1 meter tall, and thought thoughtfully. After the World Championship, Shiyu's fame on Blue Star became bigger and bigger. Qi was taken away by Shiyu. Green was very relieved at first. But later, a bunch of Shiyu's pets had their own performances, and even the second team Xiaoji and Yale were active in the league conference, but during this period, only Qi had no news. This made Green very worried about Qi's situation, thinking that she was not liked and neglected by Shiyu. No, I'm very good, Qi said. The reason why she didn't show up much was because her identity was a little sensitive after awakening the power of the previous life of the time spirit. This identity destined Qi to not be able to be a main combatant to help Shiyu fight. As for the height problem, Qi had no choice. This was still Chongcheng's disguise. If it was the real height, the problem would be even bigger. Not only did he not grow taller, he also shrunk severely. That's right. The ability you used to come here just now is teleportation, right? Grandma Green said excitedly. It seems that you have learned an amazing ability. Let's go. The environment here is not good. Let's go to another place to drink. Oh no, you can't drink. Grandma Green was worried. However, she still pulled Qi and walked out of the forging room. However, as soon as both parties came out, suddenly, boom sounded, and the sky above Tinxiang shook like thunder. The sky darkened instantly. A terrifying shadow appeared above the Tinxiang palace. At the same time, Qi, who came out with Grandma Green, immediately sensed two very powerful auras. God level. There were two God level fluctuations in the sky. One of them, Qi was very familiar with. It was the Queen of Tinxiang elves. But the other one gave Qi a very strange feeling. Her expression changed slightly, and she suddenly realized something. What happened? Grandma Green protected Qi behind her and looked at the sky with a surprised face. Your Majesty. At the same time, above the palace, the Queen of the Elf was confronting a centipede with an extremely large body. Even when it was hovering, it was several streets long and its shell looked very hard. Seeing this centipede monster that was bigger than a dragon, the elves in the palace were terrified. Starry sky alien insects, however, ordinary elves didn't know what was going on, but the legendary beastmasters such as President Orlin in the city knew some inside information. This guy might be the starry sky alien insect that was hunting the god level before. Everyone, evacuate and ask for help from the Blue Star Alliance. Legendary level and above stay to protect the capital. In the sky, the Queen of the Elf was also very nervous. She was a newly promoted god level beastmaster, and the contracted elves had not yet reached a god level. Fighting the centipede monster in front of her, the Queen of the Elf felt powerless. According to rumors, this monster only attacks lone gods in sparsely populated areas. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, the centipede monster that covered the sky and the sun launched an attack on the Elf Queen, opened its huge mouth like the abyss, and swallowed her. In the capital of Tinxiang, many people watched this horrifying scene. What on earth is this monster? How dare it attack the Elf Queen of their Tinxiang? You know, their Elf Queen has been promoted to the god level. However, they did hear the words that the Elf Queen just spread throughout the city. The Elf Queen asked them to run and ask for help from Blue Star, which means, this monster has the ability to threaten the gods of Tinxiang and Tinxiang. And it is very dangerous. Run. Many people heard the order and fled in all directions. There are also some elite elf warriors who stayed where they were, not wanting to give up the elf queen and leave here. The elves such as Lil, Anis, Loy, and Zilia, who were recommended by the elf queen to try to make a contract with Shiyu, as well as some strong people in Tinxiang and players in the world competition, are basically in the capital, all here. Below the legendary level, Retreat, the president of the association in Tinxiang, President Orlin, who was promoted to the legendary level, summoned his pet and was about to help the queen. However, at this time, no one expected that during the centipede monster's attack, a figure came between the centipede monster and the elf queen at an extremely fast teleportation speed. This was a pink-haired little girl holding an umbrella. Key, Grandma Green was shocked when she saw Key disappear in a teleportation and run to the sky. Get out of the way, Key suddenly appeared in the sky, holding the star umbrella in a folded state, and waved directly at the attacking giant centipede, with a confident face. Snap! The next moment, dense spider-web-like patterns appeared in the sky, and the space was directly shattered. The centipede monster's attack also stopped. Then, the huge body of the centipede monster began to fall apart, and was cut into pieces by the space cracks. Boom! The huge centipede monster, the whole body directly shattered, and pieces floated in the sky. Seeing this, everyone below opened their mouths wide, looking at the little girl who suddenly appeared in the sky in confusion. Behind Key, the elf queen was also surprised and somewhat stunned. Aunt Queen, don't worry, this guy is not the intermediate god. Key held the star umbrella and floated in the air, with a confident smile, saying, however, it is still a little dangerous for you. Let me deal with this guy, leave it to me, Key. After Key finished speaking, the broken body of the centipede monster that was torn into pieces began to stick together again, and the wound was healing at an astonishing speed. Many people were shocked by the recovery of the centipede monster, but some people were also shocked by the words of the little girl just now. Key. Hearing this name, Lil, Anis, Loy, Zilia and others were stunned. Key? You are Key. At this time, the elf queen completely confirmed that the little girl who split the centipede that was definitely at the god level into pieces with one blow was the congenitally weak elf, Key, who was taken away by Shiyu. Under Shiyu's cultivation, she turned out to be so strong. The elf queen felt that Key's strength might have surpassed hers. She couldn't help but suffocate. Yet, Key nodded and looked at the monster in front of him solemnly. The centipede monster in front of him should only be at the level of a primary god, and definitely not at the level of a mid-level god. Key quickly contacted Shiyu through telepathy and found that he could call him. Key, did you also encounter a big bug in the starry sky? Shiyu and Lin also sensed the changes on the blue planet through the eye of the universe, and said seriously, your perception is correct, this is not that mid-level god. Now, such bugs have appeared all over the world. Among them, there are bee beasts, ant beasts, mosquito beasts. There are quite a few of them. Fortunately, their strength is only that of a primary god. The one in Tinxiang is just one of them. Is it a clone? But don't worry, we will solve it right away. Buzz! In the starry sky, the stars are shining, and a green dragon is hovering in the universe. Behind it, several huge floating dragon stars are ready to go. This is the real dragon star group. Roar! With a roar from the insects, each of the terrifying dragon stars, which were infused with the power of the faith of the era, fell rapidly towards the blue planet. At this moment, the 7 islands, Rongguang, Zuidan, Minghe and many other countries, like Tinxiang, were also attacked by strange insects. The 7 islands Valkyrie, the Rongguang hero king, the Zuidan god of war, the Minghe god of death. All of these newly promoted god levels, like the queen of Tinxiang elf, looked at the strange insects in front of them solemnly. Oops, they were also in a very heavy mood. Little bug, you dare to attack me, Shiyu will not let you go. When Shiyu comes, I will definitely cut you into 8 pieces and shred you into pieces. Legend Z of the Divine Wind was the only one who took Shiyu's words to heart. The targets of these strange insects' attacks were all locked on the lone god level. As for Donghuang, it may be due to the serious concentration of god levels in the imperial capital, so it is not within the attack range. At present, in order to prevent the situation from escalating, Shiyu directly let the insects spend money and launched the strongest attack. All over the world, the strong men who were confronting the god-level monsters looked up slightly and saw a bright light falling from the sky. It was a dragon-shaped meteorite. They recognized this move in just a moment, because Shiyu's King Long used this move to cross the level and kill the totem in the world competition, which was too spectacular. Dragon Star Group, they said. Wait, Tixiang, Qi, who was far away in Tixiang, waved his umbrella like a kitten with its fur standing on end. However, the Dragon Star cluster descended very quickly, and it was close in less than 1 second. The cyan gold light that looked like a meteor was like a dragon descending from the starry sky, with its fangs and claws bared, and came from the starry sky with unparalleled terrifying oppression. The so-called dragon shape is nothing more than the flames produced by its friction with the atmosphere, and its body is an asteroid. The arrival of the asteroid scared many people, a meteorite impact. They felt that even if the god-level alien insects did not cause damage, this big meteorite could destroy a country. However, these people's worries were completely unnecessary. Boom! The meteorite descended with unparalleled power, directly suppressing the body of the centipede monster, and pressing it from the sky to the ground. The overwhelming airwaves rumbled and shook, and the clouds were disturbed. The dragon star crushed the centipede monster. Before it approached the ground, the body of the centipede monster was burned by the dragon-shaped flame and turned into black charcoal. Squeak! The centipede monster also made a shrill cry. The huge meteorite that continued to descend and enveloped the entire city in darkness, after approaching the ground and high-rise buildings, frightened a group of people, but surprisingly, it did not cause any damage. The entire meteorite collapsed into light spots all over the sky, and was blown away by the wind along with the centipede monster that turned into black ash. On the ground, a group of people's hearts were pounding and swallowing saliva wildly. This situation happened everywhere. Every Zerg monster was crushed and burned by the huge dragon star meteorite that fell from the sky, and it did not cause any damage to the surroundings. This meteorite, which looked like a divine punishment, stunned people all at once. The god-level warriors who were facing the attack of the alien insect monsters also looked at the unknown starry sky with their eyes twitching. Shiyu? King Glong? Is this guy a monster? A god-level alien insect that can be killed in seconds? Moreover, he was not at the scene at all, and the attack was carried out from an unknown distance. At this time, everyone in the capital of Tixiang, including the Queen of the Elf, was in shock. First, they were surprised by Qi's appearance and Qi's amazing strength, and then they were shocked by Shiyu's move. She found that she still underestimated this little guy Shiyu. After returning from King Kai, Shiyu's strength had reached such an outrageous level. I really am. At this time, seeing Chong Chong's decisive attack and extraordinary strength, Qi was not surprised at all, because the alien insect was indeed not strong, and even she had the confidence to kill, hunt, and protect Tixiang. It was because of this that Qi, who thought he could grab the first god-level kill in the team, saw that the prey was gone, and suddenly had a myocardial infarction. Woohoo, too much? Of course, next to Chong Chong, Shen Bao shook his head at this time, extremely denying that Chong Chong was the first god-level kill in the team. Those bugs, no matter how you look at them, are just clones of the intermediate god, and cannot be considered complete individuals. They can only bully the newly promoted weak gods. Roar, Chong Chong said, the first kill of the original body should also belong to Susu. Didn't you say you were not allowed to explode? Shen Bao also had a myocardial infarction. Woohoo, too much? Stop arguing, Shiyu grinned and said, this guy finally showed up, come on, let me see where your original body is. At the same time, a black shadow lurking in the hole of the universe opened its angry eyes. The clones it created to hunt were actually hunted? Too much? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 The Most Cowardly God in His Return. Thanks to Vera Unscientific for booking the whole place ORZ. Thank you too. Chapters from 9.16 to 9.22 on Kidian Reading can be read for free by sharing. You can also get free cards on the event page. There are also avatar frames and reading backgrounds after the event. Remember to get them. You won't come out, right? It doesn't matter, I'll force you to come out. Cat, did you sense it? Meow. The huge white tiger wearing platinum armor stood beside Shiyu, and the Gem King pupil was extremely majestic. I almost sensed it. This starry sky alien insect is too cowardly. Shiyu didn't expect that after half a year, the other party didn't come out by himself, but sent out a bunch of clones. Moreover, after the clones were destroyed, there was still no movement, for fear that there would be some strong enemies in the outside world. However, those who are cowardly will make mistakes. This starry sky alien insect is still a little tender. The dwarf cat consumed the power of faith, and the power of punishment was activated. Those who were hostile to Shiyu and others were instantly locked by the dwarf cat like lights in the dark night. In the dense hostile fluctuations, the dwarf cat quickly locked onto one of them. After so many clones were destroyed, even if this starry sky alien insect was hiding, it was impossible for it not to have any hostility. Meow, it looked at Shiyu, indicating that it had found the starry sky alien insect's body. However, the dwarf cat blinked. Isn't it a bit too much to be hostile to us? Why is it more than just the starry sky alien insect? Normal, Shiyu said, your beastmaster is so outstanding, I don't know how many girls have been fascinated by him, and the hostility generated by their pursuers is huge. What's more, there are a bunch of messy alien races. Great, the dwarf cat suddenly realized that this is the truth. Being too outstanding, it is inevitable to be envied. Shiyu laughed. People who are famous have a lot of gossip. Who doesn't have a dark side in their hearts? But they are all small characters. Standing at Shiyu's height, there is no need to be fussy with children. As long as it's not that kind of outrageous, don't worry, let's deal with this little bug first, Shiyu said. The cosmic hole is a space tunnel that requires special abilities to open. Users can not only travel through the cosmic hole, but also live in it. At this time, a monster with purple armor skin, which looks like a standing isopod, panted slightly. Its shell armor looks very hard, and it has two human-like arms with sharp claws. The alien insect's purple eyes flickered, and then it used patience. It gave up the idea of going out. The clone was solved so easily, which means that there are strong enemies in the outside world. It is better to continue to recuperate for a while. Wait for a stronger clone to be created, and then let the other party go to get intelligence. The star alien insect thought so, but the next moment, its soul and spirit suddenly felt a sting, and the severe pain made the star alien insect scream. Ah! The piercing scream echoed in the cosmic hole. After a moment, the pain stopped, and the star alien insect took a deep breath. In fact, it did not suffer much serious damage. Compared with the damage, the sudden severe pain caused it more fright. Ah! The armored isopod was startled. Could it be that someone had discovered its location? Ah! The next moment, the armored isopod was severely mentally injured again, causing it to cry out. Strong anger rose in the heart of the armored isopod. Who is it? Who is it? Forget it. This method is unheard of. It gave up the idea of going out to deal with the other party. It planned to endure it and take a step back. The sea is wide and the sky is calm. It just didn't believe that the other party could continue to hurt it. The armored isopod forcibly closed its perception and fell asleep, but just as it fell asleep, it was awakened by a violent sting. Its teeth shook, its stomach churned, and it continued to close its eyes and tried to fall asleep. Bang! Here it comes again. Just like this, over and over again, for dozens of times. Ah! The armored isopod angrily searched for the source of the attack, and its body kept shuttling back and forth in the whole of the universe. Move, hit, move, hit. In the starry sky, the eye of the universe, the armored cat was amplified by the nine-color divine light, consuming the power of faith, and constantly crossing long distances to punish the starry sky alien insects. Unfortunately, because the opponent was very powerful and hidden too deep, it was not on the space and could not cause fatal damage. The cat felt pain. The consumption it just consumed was much greater than the consumption of the insects using the enhanced Dragon Star group to kill a bunch of alien insect clones. A moment. The armored isopod, which had been harassed by the cat all the way, found the source of the attack, opened the ultimate hole, floated out of the hole, and looked at the cat and Shiyu standing on the Eye of the Universe facility. You are looking for death? The huge breath of the abyss divine power filled the air, so that people in some areas of the blue star looked up and could see a purple galaxy, but no blue sky. That was the vast breath of the abyss divine power of the starry sky alien insects. The entire blue star seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud. As the war started, the arrival of the Dragon Star group just now naturally attracted great attention. Whether the gods were attacked or not, they could feel the tense atmosphere in the starry sky. Shiyu, when the World Tree saw that Shiyu led the alien insects to the universe instead of fighting on Blue Star, It immediately understood Shiyu's good intentions. Is this because he is afraid of lowering the world level of Blue Star? Don't come, everyone, on Blue Star, when some gods wanted to fly to the starry sky to support Shiyu, as the legend of Shin'en said, they heard Shiyu's telepathy that spread throughout the sky. The starry sky alien insects can evolve, grow, and heal injuries by devouring everything. Shiyu can take care of his own team, but he may not be able to take care of others. A lot of people came, don't let them all become nutrients for the alien insects. This kid, Shin'en, guessed what Shiyu meant and couldn't help scolding. When did he become a drag, and he was still a god? Shiyu wanted to face the starry sky alien insects alone. Hey, it's finally here. Shiyu looked at the alien insects with powerful divine power and smiled. Master, the opponent's divine power is very strong, Lin reminded, but fortunately, it is not at the level of a high-level god. It can be used to test the strength of the current team. If you defeat it, you can defeat the intermediate divine examiner of the conferred god war. At this time, all the pets behind Shiyu appeared and stared at the starry sky alien insects. While Lin and Shiyu were communicating, the short-legged cat stimulated the opponent again, causing the starry sky alien insects to rush over in anger. Speed, extremely fast. Boom. In an instant, the eye of the universe was cut in half by the opponent's claws and exploded in the universe, while Shiyu and the others who had just stood on the eye of the universe had already scattered and flew in the starry sky. 11 was surrounded by photons, using the control of light to fly, and looked at the armored isopod with high fighting spirit. The 4 sacred beasts, azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger, as starry sky life, naturally did not need to rely on other means to fly freely in the starry sky. Among them, Suzaku is a clone, and Shaiden's body has already possessed Shiyu, turning Shiyu into a sword spirit wearing a black windbreaker and holding a fire-patterned black sword. The other pets also showed their magical powers. Even the overlord of the earth, Zyadaji, knew that he couldn't lose face at this time, so he flew with anti-gravity. It can be said that except for Xiaozi, who was light and soft and not suitable for fighting, Shiyu's entire team joined the battlefield, and even Qi came from Tinxiang to support Shiyu. What is that? On the Blue Star, in people's sight, the starry sky seemed to have exploded like a new star, and it was filled with extremely bright light. It was the armored isopod attacking the dwarf cat. It knew that it was this guy who had tortured it just now. At this time, its primary hunting target was the dwarf cat. The armored isopod was enough to tear open the claws of the stars and slashed violently at the dwarf cat. At this time, a beaming shield appeared on the dwarf cat. It was the assistance of Xiaobing and Gigi, the strongest defense. Under the blockage of the shield of the North Sea, this attack did not cause much damage to the dwarf cat after breaking the shield, but only tore its armor apart. However, the aftermath of the collision between the attack and the shield still caused a violent energy explosion, blowing the dwarf cat away and smashing it into the moon, smashing a big hole in the moon with a bang. The armored isopod ignored the other pets, locked onto the dwarf cat, and flew directly to the moon. Too weak. The alien insect, who was a little worried before the attack, no longer cared. It wanted to swallow the opponent. But just halfway through the leap, the white eye of the storm appeared out of thin air, causing the alien insect's pupils to shrink. In just an instant, the storm took shape, and the originally white eye of the storm began to be stained with various colors such as red, green, blue, gold, and purple. Gas, electricity, heat, light. The moving and chaotic starry sky energy storm swept up, looking very much like a turbulent sea, and directly swallowed the alien insect. In the storm, the alien insect screamed, and it seemed to have suffered more damage than the punishment white tiger. With the energy vibration in the storm, a broken body pushed through the storm and walked out. What a pity. Seeing this, the mini battleship Lin in the starry sky felt a pity. The starry sky storm that consumed almost half of its energy did not produce a satisfactory effect on the alien insect. Beside Lin, the corners of the other teammates' mouths twitched. It was a pity to beat the intermediate god into such a miserable state with one move. After struggling to break free from the storm, the alien insect suddenly looked at Lin and panicked. Strong, too strong. The alien insect, who had no consideration before the attack, was worried at this time. The opponent can hurt himself. Forget it, or just leave. The wound on its body healed, and it turned around and flew away. Shiyu? Roar, however, as it flew away, The surrounding creation field opened under the roar of the insects. In an instant, the armored isopod was covered in it. The armored isopod was stunned and wanted to tear open the domain, but found that the small world was very solid and very difficult to do. It wanted to open the whole of the universe to leave first, but found that it could not do it at all. This made the armored isopod feel a chill in its heart. Looking around, it found that it was surrounded. Boom! The combined Zuan Wu punch directly hit the armored isopod, and the roaring fist shadow of the turtle and snake set off a series of roars. Roar! Under the scorching sun, Xiaoji also swung a sun meteorite sword. Because he saw the tragic scene of the cat being smashed away just now, he did not dare to go directly, but just released the sword light behind. Duck, who opened his mind, observed that the power of the abyss was surging in the enemy's body, and immediately reminded everyone to be careful. At the same time, he imitated Xiaoji's appearance and threw a Vajra-subduing demon pestle, but did not dare to approach. Seeing this, he simply attacked with his umbrella. The four of them attacked the armored isopods from four directions. Feeling threatened, the starry sky alien insect suddenly burst out with more powerful divine power fluctuations. The purple abyss divine power flame spread in all directions. The strength of the starry sky alien insects, under the explosion, has been raised to another level. Too much bullying of insects. Under the roar of the armored isopods, the entire creation field affected by the breath was immediately infected with a layer of black and purple. Xiaoji and Yea's attacks were also instantly swallowed up and blown away by the divine power explosion. The creation field, which was amplified by the power of faith, began to crumble. Shiyu and others looked stern. It was indeed the alien insect that swallowed the life of the abyss. At this time, a team of pets that had not yet taken action were eager to try. There are three life races that the starry sky alien insects will not swallow. One is planetary life, one is cosmic giant beasts, and one is the abyss race and other life races with strong pollution power. Devouring the abyss clan, it is highly likely that they did not evolve by devouring their power, but were instead contaminated. The survival rate of the abyss clan of the same level devoured by the alien insects is less than 10%. As for the cosmic giant beast clan, because the race is too strong, it is not suitable for devouring. The survival rate of the cosmic giant beast clan of a lower level is less than 1%. This starry sky alien insect, is it lucky? It not only devoured and digested the abyss clan, but also devoured the flesh and blood of a higher level cosmic giant beast without dying, and successfully mastered one of the opponent's innate skills. Go! Shiyu waved his hand. Roar! At this moment, the first team also began to show their power. With a roar, a cosmic giant beast as high as 100,000 meters appeared in the creation realm. After the Panda King 11 reached the peak state of giantization, his body was lingering with black and white lightning. A palm that was enough to destroy the world, lingering with the power of annihilation, slapped the alien insects on the ground from top to bottom. Zzz. Although the power of the abyss was not annihilated, it at least did not corrode 11's body. This palm, with infinite power, directly pressed the alien insect that looked up at the shadow into the abyss. Boom! A huge pit was formed, and the insect felt the creation field vibrate with a bang, and almost collapsed. Roar! The insect was also startled, and controlled its strength. Shen Bao pouted beside him. If it exploded, it would definitely collapse. Unfortunately, Shiyu would not let it, and it could not explode. The conferred God War would start soon. Now that the time mark was wasted, there would be no time to condense. Shen Bao understood that in this battle, he would be the nurse again. He sighed. 11's palm shook the world. But unfortunately, this palm still failed to punish the starry sky alien insects. 11's giant palm, which was enough to destroy a country, began to slowly move up from the huge pit with 11 staring. In the huge pit of destruction, a small alien insect figure directly supported 11's giant palm and slowly floated into the air. Boom! As soon as it exerted its strength, the steel and iron bones in 11's palms were instantly broken. 11's entire body began to fall backwards under the huge force. During this process, 11 began to shrink, returned to normal, and flew in the sky. Roar! The alien insect screamed madly, showing a panicked look. What the hell are these guys? Why do they feel stronger than the primary gods they swallowed before? With so many powerful opponents, the alien insect panicked. You are so strong, can you not be so cowardly? The alien insect felt another attack coming. My two cat teachers are not as cowardly as you. At this time, Shiyu finally took action. The Suzaku clone cried out and turned into the world-destroying Suzaku flame-enchanted black sword, activating the flame pattern on it. A white battle armor automatically appeared on Shiyu's body. The dwarf cats rejoined the team and flew into the creation realm to strengthen Shiyu. On the battle armor, there was also a mark of the mysterious shield. In addition, being in the creation realm of Chong Chong transferred the power of the world to Shiyu. At this time, Shiyu's attack was enough to reach the god. Secret sword skill, Holy Beast Slash, the sword that combined the power of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise made Shiyu's body shine and turn into a meteor, piercing through the alien insect. Feeling the terrifying power on Shiyu's body, the alien insect panicked even more, and its eyes kept flickering. You don't want to come. Under the roar of the alien insect, the diffuse divine power was compressed on its claws, and it waved out a brilliance like the flow of the galaxy. Boom! With a brilliance, Shiyu's sword slashed the light, dissipating the opponent's ultimate move, and collided with the alien insect's body. When the beautiful halo lingered into a storm, with a click, the creation field was shattered under this huge impact. After the destruction of the small world, the two figures flew backwards together and floated in the starry sky. Shiyu was panting, and the alien insect was also panting, and the purple blood on his body flowed from the gaps in the armor. Besides the injuries of all sizes, Shiyu was also stained by the power of the abyss, which made Shiyu slightly solemn. This guy. Susu, purify, everyone, come together, except Susu, Shiyu called out, and the abyss erosion on his body was immediately purified. At the same time, a combination of the creation field and the Tai Chi field, the Tai Chi world came into being. The restart of the black and white world made the alien insect's face change again, and it felt suppressed. With a wow, it entered the Tai Chi world. 11 pupils showed a tyrannical look, and the combat power increased greatly. It directly entered the state of god and demon same thought. Before the alien insect could react, a thunder palm cracked its armor, causing it to puff and fly backwards, spitting blood crazily, and suffered serious injuries. Yeah, Jupiter, during the alien insect's backward flight, although the ginseng baby could not use self-explosion, it had other means of attack. It pointed at the abyss alien insect flying backwards. Under the nourishment of the sky full of light, a huge wood star condensed and wrapped the alien insect. Then, boom, with a sound, Jupiter seemed to be ignited, bursting with huge flames, swallowing up the alien insects that 11 had smashed out again. Rumble. The aftermath continued. The starry sky was dazzling and extremely beautiful. On the blue star, the gods who really felt the fluctuations of the starry sky war were shocked, and they dared not breathe, as if the end of the world would come at any moment. Shiyu, the only world tree clone who flew out of the blue star to pay attention to the war situation, saw that the starry sky alien insects were suppressed by Shiyu and his group. It was incredible. A mid-level god was suppressed by a group of demigods. This was unimaginable during the mythological war. However, this armored isopod was much more tenacious than imagined. In the light, its body turned into a black and purple vortex, constantly swallowing the aftermath of the Jupiter explosion, and slowly walked out of the explosion. Seeing this, Shen Baobao was stunned. The worm next to him told Shen Baobao not to make trouble and just wait to be inners after the war. Shen Baobao? How did I provoke you? This time, the alien insect couldn't help but ask after it came out. Shiyu and others were stunned. They didn't expect the alien insect to ask this. What do you think? Isn't it you who devoured life on Blue Star? The alien insect shouted frantically. It just wanted to have a full meal. What's wrong with that? You guys don't eat meat. It felt that it died unjustly. It's true that you want to fill your stomach, but this is a matter of position. If you do this, the ecology of Blue Star will be destroyed by you. If you act like this, how can I get the world power of Blue Star for free in the future? Moreover, sooner or later you will devour my acquaintances. If you want to eat on other planets, I don't care about you. Shiyu smiled kindly. You say, do you deserve to die? You delayed me for half a year, and you still have the right to do so. World Tree, Alien Zerg? Shen Baobao. Shiyu said, deal with it. The starry sky Zerg was shocked. The offensive of the crowd continued. Chong touched the back of the starry sky Zerg and directly sacrificed the Dragon Ball that had been refined for a long time. Meow. Chong Chong gave a signal to the dwarf cat, and the dwarf cat immediately stunned the Zerg for a while by punishing the white tiger. Then, Chong Chong directly banged the Dragon Ball to the Zerg. Puff, the Zerg only felt that its body was flattened and fell directly to an asteroid. Seeing how powerful the Dragon Ball of Chong Chong was, he glanced at the star umbrella that had just been blown apart, and his heart twitched. Secret sword technique, Suzaku-chan. Shiyu saw the alien insects being smashed towards him, and his red eyes were filled with magic. The sword energy of the holy beast Suzaku lingered on his body, and instantly turned into a fiery red light, swinging and slashing at the alien insects. Boom 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 boom. Shiyu passed by like a phantom of Suzaku, and the alien insects exploded one after another, with the flames of annihilation lingering and permeating their bodies. The battle was very fierce, and the world tree was shocked in the turbulence of the galaxy. It actually gave rise to an illusion that the alien insects, who were 2 levels higher than Shiyu and the others, were miserable. In the flame body, the armored insect roared, and its body once again turned into devouring space, absorbing the flames. Stop. To be honest, the Starry Sky Zerg didn't want to fight anymore. It was confused and felt that it was consuming more and more energy. If it continued like this, all the food it had eaten before would be in vain. If it continued to fight like this, no one could predict the outcome. Are you still okay? Of course, in addition to the Zerg being terrified, the World Tree clone was also quite nervous. Seeing that Shiyu could suppress the Zerg, but was unable to defeat it, and his skills were frequently swallowed up, he was very worried about something going wrong. It would be bad if the opponent evolved while swallowing. Shiyu, let me help you, said the World Tree clone. Although consuming the world's power to fight would cause Blue Star's level to regress again, it was still the most important thing to solve the hidden dangers. No, don't waste the upgrade resources, Senior Kongdi and the others will cry. Shiyu floated in the starry sky and said, we can deal with this guy, forget it, let's not fight anymore. Shiyu said, it's enough to know the difference. Shiyu didn't want to fight anymore. He had just copied the 2 most important skills, so he said, Su, deal with it. The World Tree clone was startled and looked at the starry sky slime with a bitter and sweet expression. This guy is the Kanghae elf. Although his appearance has changed, his form has not changed, and the World Tree clone can recognize it. At this time, the World Tree clone suddenly found a blind spot. Just now, the Kanghae elf has been assisting in purification, and has not directly attacked this abyss worm. Logically speaking, the attack effect of the pure sea spirit on the abyss worm should not be worse than the various big tricks released by Shiyu before. Why? At this time, seeing the little life hiding behind to purify its abyssal power emerge, the abyssal alien insect showed a bad expression. After fighting for a long time, it now wanted to devour some nutritious food first. This water element life is not bad. But suddenly, the desire in its heart made it sense a trace of danger, and it gave up the idea of fighting. When the battle subsided, it turned around and flew away, wanting to stay away from the Blue Star, a place of trouble. However, it was too late. As Su decided to take action, she activated the reincarnation fruit of infinite swallowing space and was temporarily promoted to the guard level. The light of purification flashed in her eyes, and a wave swept across the starry sky, swallowing the whole realm in an instant. Starry Sea Contract, Origin Wave. It believes that all the power of the abyssal creature is impurities. It should be purified. Buzz! The starry sky wave swept over, and the armored isopod that was fleeing suddenly froze in place, with a terrified expression, feeling that the power in its body was slowly disappearing and slowly returning to zero. In a flash, it even lost the ability to float and fly in the universe, and its level quickly dropped from intermediate god to primary god, then to demigod, overlord, king, commander, extraordinary, awakened and even, mortal body 11. Chong, Shen Bao, Qitong, etc., all stared at Su who was showing great power, and felt that it was outrageous, and this was the killing power of the purified star spirits on the Abyss clan. Although they have consumed more than 60% of the worm's physical strength, Su is still too terrifying. At this moment, seeing this scene, the World Tree clone next to it was also suddenly sluggish, dumbfounded, looking at the starry sky worm floating helplessly in the universe like garbage, and was unbelievable. It looked at Su in shock, looking at the Kanghae elf who changed from blue jelly to colorful jelly, and didn't understand what happened to it just now, and what skills it used. If you can be more patient and hide in the whole of the universe, I really can't do anything to you. You haven't practiced hard enough. Shiyu happily dragged the struggling starry sky alien insect and walked to the world tree clone and said, "The mission is completed. You have completed it." The world tree clone was dumbfounded. Did the Sky Emperor and the others give a bunch of equipment to assist in combat? Why didn't Shiyu use it? He was clearly fighting just now. How come the sea elf took action and killed the opponent in a glance? The world tree clone couldn't understand the scene just now. This is the first method of punishing the Abyss clan in the universe. It wouldn't be so easy for someone who doesn't have the power of the Abyss, Shiyu said. Fortunately, there should still be enough time. There is still some time before the conferred God War. Master World Tree, I'll pack up and leave. There shouldn't be anything else here. I surrender, don't kill me, I was wrong. I won't eat it. Isn't it okay if I don't eat it? The armored isopod kept struggling in Shiyu's hand. But now it is in the flesh and blood, and it is completely controlled by Shiyu. Shiyu couldn't help but look at this coward. The will level is low. This guy who made the gods of Blue Star nervous is this guy. Is this because he is too talented and has grown to this level without much suffering? In fact, Shiyu also found that the pets of the god-level races that follow humans on King Kai are generally not as good as those on Blue Star. This may be the case. Poor mountains and bad waters produce pets with strong wills. By the way, I don't plan to kill this guy. The alien insect's expression was happy. Shiyu looked at the starry sky alien insect and said, "This guy has good talent. I will send it to reincarnate later and let it start over on Blue Star. If I guide it well at that time, it may become the patron saint of Blue Star in the future." The armored isopod was startled and struggled hard. Wait, it doesn't want to reincarnate. No, okay, the world tree clone nodded, and then, remembering something, telepathically connected the god-level life of the entire Blue Star. At this time, on Blue Star, in the Seven Kingdoms, the Totem Kingdom, and in the God's secret realm, every god level was listening to the voice of the World Tree solemnly. I am the World Tree. The invaders who hunted the god level before have now been solved by Shiyu. By the way, should I collect some protection fees? The voice of the World Tree was mixed with a little other voice. There was also a heart-wrenching scream. The words fell. Each god level was quite moved. For example, the Taurus ancient god had his mouth twitching wildly. He felt that his previous challenge to Shiyu was just a stupid act. What a joke. That Shiyu really did it? He captured the intermediate god. And it sounds like he captured him alive? Did half an hour pass during this period? The new gods in the origin place, the origin tree god, and other new gods who had some conflicts with Shiyu, froze and felt that it was getting more and more outrageous. It looked at its own space warehouse, closed its eyes, and felt a pain in its flesh. Shiyu just said that to it, right? It must be. Name, endless devouring, level, god level, introduction, special skill, can open up devouring space, and improve the race level and growth level by devouring and digesting everything, completing endless evolution and growth. Name, whole of the universe, level, quasi-god level, introduction, can open the whole of the universe for space jumps. In the battle with the starry sky alien insect, Shiyu only copied 2 skills. One of them looked like an upper-level skill of infinite devouring. Susu's infinite devouring level had been stuck at the superb level for a long time. During this period, she swallowed many god-level resources and even super god-level resources, but her level did not rise. This time, she finally copied the god-level devouring skill directly. This is the root of the starry sky alien insect's strength. The second one, Shiyu copied the opponent's cosmic hole skill. Although this starry sky alien insect inherited the cosmic whole of the cosmic beast, it was obvious that it had not been trained to the level of a god skill, so what Shiyu copied was also a quasi-god skill. Fortunately, the opponent's training level was not high, otherwise, it would not be so easy for the insect to isolate the opponent with a creation field to open the cosmic hole. However, it is a pity that Shiyu's pet beasts have no compatibility with either the endless devouring or the cosmic hole. The former is too high level and cannot be taught. The latter, as an exclusive skill of the cosmic beast family, is also difficult to learn and is really not compatible. So after the battle, Shiyu scratched his head, feeling that he had gained nothing except a bunch of auxiliary equipment sent by Kangdi and Lin Feng. He didn't know when he could use these skills. Umbrella, my umbrella, woo woo woo. When Shiyu was summarizing his gains, the other pets were also talking about the battle just now. He was holding the tattered star umbrella, feeling a little aggrieved. The durability of the umbrella was first reduced by Chong Chong and Shenbao before it was refined, and now it was broken by the starry sky alien insects. It was so sad. Repair it again, Shiyu comforted. The main thing is that your umbrella doesn't look as hard as Dragon Balls. How about changing it to mace? The mace lolly is also very impressive. No, Shenbao said. The starry sky alien insect was not killed by Susu, but was sent to reincarnation by its reincarnation fruit, so the first kill of the god level should be Shenbao. Gee, Chong Chong asked Shenbao to have some shame. You sent that away, not even the extraordinary level. HMPH, Shenbao said that he didn't care about face anymore. Shenbao did a good job. At least he could hold on for so long without exploding. Shiyu smiled and said, during the conferred god war, you can explode as much as you want. No one will stop you. Shenbao was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to fight that Crow-Khan. After solving the starry sky alien insects, Shiyu should leave Blue Star. Fearing that he would waste time, Shiyu, who was anxious to go back, said something to President Lin and the others, and hurried back to King Kai. Anyway, if everything goes well, we will see each other soon. The Jewel Cat still needs to pack up, and Shiyu didn't wait for her. King Kai. Suspended Realm, Sky City. At this time, it was very lively here, because the annual conferred god war was about to start. At present, the geniuses and second generations of Suspended Star and Suspended Realm have all come to Sky City, intending to use the teleportation facilities of Sky City to go to the nearby first-level realm to register for the competition. Generally speaking, people in the Suspended Realm go to the nearby Dongsun Realm and Cheyenne Realm to register. After all, this place and the Suspended Realm are realm alliances. The Dongsun Realm is governed by the Dragon, Phoenix, and Keelan tribes, while the Cheyenne Realm is governed by the Angel and Demon tribes. Of course, since the conferred god war is held very frequently, many people do not go to the same place every year. It is also common to travel to other realms, such as the Kanglan Realm or even the Central Realm, during the conferred god war. However, the farther the distance, the more wealth is needed. At this time, in a venue in Sky City, young geniuses gathered together to listen to the passionate speech from Lord Lin Feng. In order to encourage the geniuses of the Suspended Realm, before the conferred god war every year, Lin Feng and the Sky Emperor would select one person to mobilize these geniuses, hoping that they can achieve better results. This year, it was Lin Feng's turn. Hey, Sister Zilin, Shiyu hasn't come back yet. The Phoenix man sat next to Zilin and asked, it seems that he doesn't plan to participate in this year's conferred god battle. With his strength, even if he participates this year, I think he can get good results. He also learned from Zilin that Shiyu went to Blue Star to deal with the intermediate god. However, like Zilin, although he thought Shiyu's strength was not weak, it was too strange for a 9th-level Beastmaster to deal with an intermediate god. Intermediate gods are considered powerful and famous in the Suspended Realm. I don't know. If the intermediate god is the same as the prophecy, it should appear soon, but whether Shiyu can kill it, whether he can return in a complete state, I can't judge, Zilin said. In the past 6 months, she has also been instructed by the Sky Emperor to travel back and forth to Blue Star to exchange information. The Sky City also knows that the alien insects have hidden and may not show up for half a year. That's all I have to say. I hope your ranking this year will be better than last year. Lin Feng stood in front, smiling as he looked at the more than 100 talented Beastmasters from the Suspended Realm and their contracted pets. Grandpa, at this time, a young man among a group of geniuses stood up and said, are we the only ones representing the Suspended Realm to compete this year? That Shiyu from Blue Star won't participate? His strength is also very strong. After Lin Feng's grandson Lin Rui finished speaking, many geniuses present whispered. Lu Ran, the genius of the Lu family, Wang Qingqing, the granddaughter of the Sky Emperor, and the second generation who were beaten by Shiyu in the Sky Arena were all attracted by Lin Rui's question. Yes, why hasn't Shiyu, who was a flash in the pan in Sky City, appeared for so long? Will he participate? These young geniuses had no idea that Shiyu had gone to the Kanglan Realm. Their memory of Shiyu still stayed at the time when Shiyu used the giant dragon that inherited the power of the ancestral dragon to sweep all the geniuses in the Sky Arena. Shiyu, Lin Feng had a slight headache and said, he was sent to the mother planet by me and the Lord of the Realm to perform a special mission. I don't know if he can make it back, huh? Lin Feng just finished speaking, and suddenly looked outside the venue, and said in surprise, what a coincidence, he is back. In this way, your team will have to add one more person. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also go to the conferred God War with you. Okay, let's adjourn. I wish you all good results. The rules are the same as in previous years. Whoever makes the most progress will have an evolutionary route deduced for you. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the other geniuses were fine, but Zilan and Feng Huang'an, the two geniuses who served as the communication envoys between Blue Star and King Kai Star, had slightly changed facial expressions and looked at each other. Shiyu is back? Don't tell them. Shiyu really killed that intermediate god. If he really did it, such a guy, going to the conferred god war, isn't it a random killing? Sky City, on the temple. When Shiyu returned, Lin Feng and Kong Di learned about it at the first time, put down their things, and came to the temple to wait for Shiyu. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, Shiyu just landed and said to Lin Feng and Kong Di with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Kong Di were also delighted. Kong Di laughed and said, you did a good job. Moreover, the time just caught up with the conferred god war. With you this time, the suspended realm is stable. Yes, you kid, you have to make our senior Kong Di proud for once. Among the three major realms of the Blue Star lineage, the suspended realm has the worst performance over the years. Lin Feng laughed. I will, Shiyu said, speaking of which, senior Kong Di, senior Lin Feng, I plan to let each pet sign up for the competition individually, which should be no problem. They have always wanted to see where their limits are alone, and I want to satisfy them. With good luck, maybe we can get more places for our suspended realm. Kong Di, Lin Feng? Huh? What are you talking about? You are so proud of yourself, Lin Feng couldn't help but said, but then he laughed with a very arrogant expression, but I like it, ha 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 ha. Next to him, Kong Di had a black line on his face. You too, can you let him worry less? Kong Di didn't understand why the Donghuang legends after him were so unstable. However, Kong Di showed a faint smile. Forget it, Shiyu can play however he wants, anyway, he is still young. In this conferred god battle, all the major realms are going to be confused. He, the King Realm Lord, can finally stand up in front of those Realm Lord friends. As a new realm, the suspended realm is still weak. It is normal that the younger generation cannot compare with those old realms, but this year, in their suspended realm, there is a more monstrous one. Chapter 568, The Battle of the Gods begins. There is still half a month left before the conferred gods war. During this period, you can prepare well. If you have any needs, you can tell me and Lin Feng, Kong Di said. Lin Feng looked at Shiyu and said, by the way, which realm do you plan to go to sign up for the competition? The Central Realm, Shiyu said. I haven't been there yet. I want to go to a big place to have a look. Also, the extra challenge after winning the first place in the conferred gods war cannot be played online, but must be carried out in the Central Realm. Go there directly, so you don't have to go through the trouble again. Kong Di and Lin Feng were silent. Look, is this human talk? The conferred gods war 2 to 9 combined are not as arrogant as you. If you can't get the first place, I will personally give you the hell special training after this conferred gods war is over. Kong Di made a decision, mainly because Shiyu was too arrogant and he couldn't stand it. Shiyu smiled and said, I'll try my best. After returning to King Kai, there is still half a month before the conferred gods war begins, which means that Shiyu can prepare for the war for about 10 days. Shiyu originally wanted to spend 10 days quietly, but Zilan, Phoenix Man and others came to him immediately after Shiyu came back. Shiyu, did you really kill that intermediate god? The two came to verify this question in disbelief, and they really wanted to know. If I say it was you will definitely not believe it. Shiyu saw the two people's inquiring eyes and grinned, but it is true. The two opened their mouths wide, not quite understanding. Shiyu said, I'll keep it a secret. I will also participate in the conferred god war. You will know after the conferred god war. I just came back from the battle, so let me rest first, okay? We will definitely watch every live broadcast of your battle. Phoenix Man gritted his teeth. He just didn't believe that someone could really walk out of a remote place in less than a year and become the strongest demigod in the universe. Which realm are you going to participate in the competition? Zilan asked. Central Realm, do you want to go together? Shiyu asked. Zilan was startled, then said, forget it, we have to go to the Dongsun Realm, we have to go to the family of the contract object. After a while, Shiyu sent the two away and breathed a sigh of relief. Alice, he had already imagined how the major associations that his pets joined would bother him if he really won the first place in the conferred god battle. Shiyu then paid attention to his pets and planned to mobilize them before the game. In the past 6 months, Qi has definitely made the most progress. It is a great improvement to have combat power from nothing. However, Qi will definitely not participate in the conferred god battle. In the room, Shiyu called out the pets to mobilize them. Qi was very itchy. He gained combat power, but he couldn't fight. It was so annoying to participate in the team competition. It's just a battle of conferred gods, there's nothing to participate in, just a baby cup, Shiyu said. Take us to the ancient universe for adventure one day, and then we'll have a good fight. Well, that's right, Qi thought, I'm actually more curious about who the 6th cosmic level life is now. If there's a chance, I must go back to the past to take a look. Shiyu's mouth twitched and said, don't worry about it. We can deal with the super god level first, the cosmic level is not that fast. 11. Chong Chong and other pets nodded repeatedly in the room. Qi was not very courageous, but after being led by Shiyu on the road of archaeology, he was quite curious. Just like there are many historical faults on the blue planet, there are even more historical faults in the universe. Not to mention the last era, just this era, a lot of history has been lost or erased. One of them is that there is a rumor that in this era, from ancient times to the present, a total of 6 cosmic level powerhouses have been born. In addition to the current 5 cosmic level powerhouses, there is another one. However, the information of this cosmic level life is like being erased, and there is no record at all. It was normal for Qi to be curious about it. Shiyu was also curious, but being curious about cosmic life was not something they could do at their current level. My lord, princess, at this time, Giga and Xiaobing suddenly came over. We have thought about it. This time we want to participate in the competition in the form of a combination. I have thought about it, okay. Shiyu looked at the combined Zuanwu. The combined Zuanwu at this time had a big change in appearance. During the past 6 months, Giga and Xiaobing have completed their evolution again. It was not through any special evolution method, but by relying on the totem-level self-optimization race ability. Before, Giga was just a longevity turtle and Xiaobing was just a winter water snake. Now, their normal state before the combination has also evolved into a different appearance and evolved into a god-level race. Giga has evolved to be stronger, and his body at this time is very suitable for fighting, so he calls himself a martial turtle. Black tortoise shell, white abdomen, fierce face, strong muscles, standing posture. When waving his fists, it is a real fighting turtle. In the words of the turtle, a turtle prime minister who can't fight and can't conquer the country for his lord is not a good prime minister. Xiaobing, on the other hand, has evolved 2 new heads and evolved into a 3-headed snake. The reason for this evolution is that they found that the stronger the mental power, the stronger the power of faith that can be aroused, so Xiaobing is optimizing itself in the direction of strengthening mental power. So now the appearance of the turtle and Xiaobing after merging is that a standing martial turtle, with a white sea snake on the top, left, and right, each showing its head, is very fierce. To Shiyu, it feels like a mega water arrow turtle, with a gun barrel replaced by a sea snake. This way, the ranking will be higher. If we fight alone, it may be difficult to get into the top 50 with our strength, Xiaobing's 3 heads said together, and there was an echo. In fact, it's mainly, they are afraid that if they fight alone, they will all be at the bottom. Now that they fight together, no matter how bad they are, they will not be weaker than the dwarf cat. Hu, the dwarf white tiger playing with a fur ball sensed a malice. Shiyu said happily, the top 50 is already a terrifying result, however, there should be no problem in joining together to participate in the competition. Your combined state should be considered as an individual. By the way, if the 4 Saints Evolvers in the 4 Saints Ruins knew that you changed your appearance so quickly, I wonder if they would cry. During the period when Chong Chong and the others were the gatekeepers of the 4 Saints Ruins, they inevitably encountered followers because they showed too strong strength. During that month, Shiyu had seen no less than 104 Saints Evolvers evolve their own images towards the forms of Chong Chong, Qitong, Turtle Xiaobing, and Short-Legged Cat, which made Shiyu speechless. During that period, no less than 10 standing turtles, snakes, and black tortoises appeared. This is just like plastic surgery on Earth, all of which are done in the same beautiful template. Perhaps this can indeed increase the confidence of some Four Saints evolvers, thereby improving their control over the power of faith. Come on, let's discuss your registration names. 11. Chidan and Lin are fine. Chong Chong. It would be inappropriate for you to register for the conferred god battle directly as Chong Chong. It would be embarrassing to be called Chong Chong. If you are in the top 10 of the conferred god battle, Turtle and Zaya Elbing, you also need a new name for your combined state. After Shiyu finished speaking, the pets showed speechless expressions. It turned out that the names you gave us were embarrassing. Chong Chong cried. The short-legged cat also whined. Although it liked Shiyu calling it a short-legged cat, it was indeed inappropriate to take it out for competition. It didn't want to be called a short-legged cat player. Yee, only Shen Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had already given itself a new name to the public. Now everyone in the plant association knows its name, Shen Shiandi. This is called Wit. Lin, okay, but I don't know if 10 days is enough to think of a name. After a while. In the suspended realm, Deputy Realm Lord Lin Feng personally took Shiyu to the central realm to serve as a bodyguard. Even Lin Feng's direct descendants did not receive such treatment. The central realm. It can be regarded as the central capital of Qingkai. The headquarters of many official organizations spanning hundreds of realms are located here. Although the conferred god battle can be signed up in all major first-level realms, and then enter the second world through the teleportation array to fight online, which is similar to the 10,000 races ranking battle, there is no doubt that the number of players gathered in the central realm every year is the largest. This is a kind of pursuit. Finally arrived, the largest teleportation point on Qingkai, Lin Feng and Shiyu finally arrived here. During this period of time, there is an endless stream of tourists coming to the central realm. The entire teleportation point is crowded with people, and Shiyu and Lin Feng are completely inconspicuous. Hey, Shiyu, Lin Feng poked Shiyu and said, look at that. He pointed to a sexy beauty with ice blue skin all over her body. Huh? Shiyu was still looking for an exit. When he heard Senior Lin Feng calling him, he immediately looked over. What? It's the frozen aliens, the planet that produces many beauties. They are the ones who are beautiful and frozen. Look quickly, Lin Feng said. Damn it, let's go. Did you see it? Shiyu's face was dark, and he looked around. Damn, he thought the other party asked him to see something important. Senior Lin Feng, you are already a man with many children and grandchildren. Can you calm down? Lin Feng laughed and said. I just appreciate different beauty. I say, Shiyu, you kid, I have several wives at your age, can't you do it? Shiyu, I just put all my energy into cultivation, so I am better than you. Senior Lin Feng, who is the same age, Lin Feng? You kid, you are itching, right? If you can't get the first place in the conferred god battle, Senior Kongdi and I will give you a year of hell training. Shiyu said, is there such a good thing? You said that I want to deliberately let you go and let you train me. Lin Feng's face was dark. He often choked people, and finally experienced a feeling of being choked. At the same time, some passers-by saw Shiyu and Lin Feng discussing the first place in the conferred god war, shook their heads, and walked past with a look of doubt. What a cliché, how can the first place in the conferred god war be so easy to get? Lin Feng, Shiyu, then, Shiyu and Lin Feng split up. Lin Feng went to find a place to stay, and Shiyu found a place to sign up first. Now, there are more than hundreds of conferred god war registration points in the central realm, so there will basically be no long queues. In a conferred god war registration hall, a staff member with outstanding temperament looked at the strange long queue that suddenly entered and fell into deep thought. It was a young man wearing panda casual clothes and a panda. Behind him, there was a green cotton worm. After that, there was a sword girl wearing a black dress. A ginseng baby wearing a research suit. Starry sky slime, mini battleship, tit-for-tat dragons and blindfolded ducks. Everyone, are you together? The staff looked at the long line and asked Shiyu at the front. I don't know him, Shiyu said. Okay, the staff said. After a while, Shiyu and the others left, each taking their own player cards, leaving the staff disheveled in the wind. I don't know you. You are all from the suspended realm, and you came in together, how could you not know each other? The staff would never have thought that these strange creatures that registered separately were all contracted pets of one person. At most, They thought that they knew each other. After all, in the suspended realm, it was not common for a level 9 beastmaster to contract multiple pets, not to mention that Shiyu had 10 pets with him. This is actually a bug. Each individual life can register independently, but if this individual life has a contract object, then the contract object is also counted as this individual. And if this contract object is a human beastmaster, and this human beastmaster has other contracted pets, then they are still counted as one individual. Everything is only recognized by the contract connection. Shiyu is not the first one to play like this, but none of the players who played like this have achieved good results, and there are very few in the top 100. After all, on King Kai, there has never been anyone who can contract multiple pets and train them to the top of the conferred gods. This may also be the reason why the conferred gods official has never paid much attention to this bug. Shiyu didn't know whether the conferred gods official would fix this loophole if his pets could really take the top rankings this time. After registering, Shiyu took back his pets, sat on the teleportation array, and went to find Senior Lin Feng according to the coordinates sent by Senior Lin Feng. In fact, it would not be a problem for Shiyu and Lin Feng to find a wilderness and live in the ruined space, but it would be too desolate, and it would be no different from camping. It's a rare opportunity to come to the central realm, so naturally you have to live in a luxurious place with 3 meals. During this period, there is a luxurious secret residential area specially prepared for the conferred gods contestants. 3 meals a day are cooked by divine chefs with various divine ingredients, which are nutritious meals specially for the conferred gods contestants. Shiyu came to participate in the competition, and Lin Feng, as a senior, naturally couldn't let Shiyu down. Shiyu, come quickly. When Shiyu arrived at the residential area of the secret realm, he saw Lin Feng standing outside the villa, talking with a middle-aged man with a big beard wearing sunglasses and smoking a pipe. Next to the other person, there was a cool girl wearing sunglasses. Old Lin, he is the junior you brought to participate in the competition. The pipe uncle looked at Shiyu and said, he doesn't look very old, he can't be your illegitimate child, you don't pay so much attention to your descendants, and you bring him personally. Lin Feng was happy and said, if I could have such an excellent illegitimate child, I would be so happy. Shiyu, this guy is an old friend of Wen Kong and I in the Void Battlefield. We have a life and death friendship. Just call him Lao Sun, this is his daughter. She is also here to participate in the conferred god battle. You are about the same age, you can get to know each other. Senior son, Shiyu understood that Lin Feng had met an acquaintance. The world is big, but also small. Haha, hello, Senior son said, this is the first time I see Lin Feng pay so much attention to Junior. I'm waiting to see your performance. Your name is Shiyu, right? Shiyu smiled and said, yes, Lin boy, let's have a meal together. Senior son invited, we haven't seen each other for so many years, at least we should drink until we are drunk. Okay, Lin Feng said, Shiyu, let's go. Shiyu had no choice but to forget it. He just wanted to eat. He was hungry, so he wanted to see how delicious the food made by the chef of the central realm was. He was tired of the fruit of the ginseng baby. Meat. 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 On the table. Lin Feng and Senior son drank happily. Shiyu didn't drink and ate meat silently beside him. Why don't you two talk? Senior son and Lin Feng, who were chatting, saw that Shiyu and the other juniors didn't communicate at all, and couldn't help asking. Qiu Jing, communicate with people of your age, Senior son said. Communicate, what? Sun Qijing said taciturnly. She looked at Shiyu and felt that there was nothing to communicate. Shiyu took another bite of meat. She didn't expect that she was still a girl with social anxiety. She needed to see more of the world. Look at you, you practice all day long, and you can't even chat. Senior son laughed and said, you are all going to participate in this conferred god battle, you can communicate about this. Sun Qijing looked at Shiyu, nodded and said, want to compete, ahem. Shiyu almost choked. Can we chat? Senior son also looked embarrassed, but Lin Feng next to him was interested and said, brother, your daughter is also participating in the competition for the first time. Yes, but she is very strong. She was released after being fully trained by her mother. I think it should be no problem to get into the top 10,000, Senior son said confidently. Let's compete, Lin Feng said, according to your daughter's idea, let's compare her and Shiyu's ranking. Let's bet on something. Senior son's mouth twitched, and he said, what are you thinking about me for? Well, the super god resource you obtained on the battlefield should not be used yet, right? Lin Feng said. Senior Sun said, "Get lost. If I lose, I will risk my life to help you deduce an evolutionary route for the top gods. I will provide all the evolutionary materials, and you can specify the target." Senior Sun suddenly fell silent and said, "Really?" He was suddenly tempted. He knew Lin Feng's ability. Although the super god resource was precious, he could not use it. On the contrary, Lin Feng's evolution deduction would be of great use to his daughter. Just now, he was actually modest. Let alone the top 10,000, even if it was the top 1,000, his daughter would be able to easily make it. Maybe she could even hit the top 100. Lin Feng, this kid, might not even know what kind of contracted beast he found for his daughter. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. That, Shi Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Lin Feng betting on him. If he didn't get a share, he wouldn't do it. What kind of super god resources could make Senior Lin Feng so concerned? He was betting to give it to him. "My dear girl, are you confident?" Senior Sun looked at his daughter. This time, it was a very big bet. Yet, the socially anxious girl nodded expressionlessly. "Ha ha ha, let's drink." Lin Feng laughed heartily and said. "Drink, drink, drink, kid, what's your origin?" Lin Feng dared to bet so much on you. If he deduced the evolutionary route of the top gods, he would have to drain him dry and make him weak for decades. Senior Sun looked deeply at Shi Yu. What kind of origin can he have? He's just a little guy from the home planet of Wang Kong and me. It's not worth mentioning. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't dare to let the man surnamed Sun ask around, for fear that he would stop betting. Shi Yu should just shut up now. Shi Yu, that night, Shi Yu ate very well. To be honest, meat tastes better than the fruits of cultivation. In the Central Realm, there was a storm. Many geniuses from all realms came here, and did not choose to participate in the conferred god war in their hometowns. Because the atmosphere of the war was completely different. Time soon came to the night before the conferred god war began. Audiences from all major realms of King Kai who are concerned about the conferred god war event have begun to pay attention to the official website of the conferred god war. As of the end of registration, a total of 8,388,609 people have registered for this conferred god war. This is one of the few registrations in recent years. The reason why the conferred god war has attracted so much attention is that each of the following conferred god wars will be broadcast live on the official website of the conferred god war in the form of different live broadcast rooms. Tonight, more than 4 million battle lists will be randomly matched and released. The rules of the conferred god war are very simple: elimination battles, 2-on-2 duels, the loser is eliminated, and the winner advances. At the beginning, with more than 4 million live broadcast rooms, it is naturally impossible for every battle to be what passers-by want to pay attention to. What the audience wants to watch is basically the relatives and friends they know, or the battle process of the strong who achieved excellent results in the previous session. The number of applicants is an odd number. Maybe Shi will be a buy. In the suspended realm, the Jewel Cat Girl also returned to King Kai, and at this time she was paying attention to the conferred god war event with Senior Dragon God. Dragon God did not choose to sign up for this conferred god battle. She thought that with her current strength, she would not have any good results. She planned to practice for a few more years. Even though she knew that a bunch of demigods on Blue Star had successfully upgraded, she was not in a hurry to break through. "I hope so," Dragon God smiled. Blessing Wind? Could this skill really allow Shi Yu to have a buy? Not only Gemcat and Dragon God, many people were curious about who would have it by this year. Soon, the time came to announce the battle list. Swish. The official website interface refreshed, and the densely packed list of countless pages was refreshed directly. The server quality was super powerful. At this time, naturally no one would look at them one by one, and they all made good use of the search function. Oh my god, in the suspended realm, the Gemcat who was paying attention to the buy candidates was dumbfounded. Rin, the buy was actually Rin from the suspended realm. For a moment, Dragon God was also slightly silent. Did this little cat really say it? More than 8 million players became the lucky ones with buys and advanced directly without playing. What kind of luck is this? I said it, Gemcat said. No, why is it not Shi Yu, but Lin? The Jewel Cat was puzzled. Wait a minute, why did Lin sign up alone? What's going on, in the Central Realm? In a luxurious room. Fuck, Lin got a buy. Shi Yu and his team gathered together to look at the situation of the randomly matched opponents. The match of the conferred god battle depends entirely on luck. As long as you are unlucky, the first and second place of the previous session may be matched together in the first round, and then one of them will be eliminated. This situation has happened before. Therefore, every pet attaches great importance to the next opponent. After all, the frequency of early matches is still quite high. If you encounter a strong enemy right away, even if you win, it is easy to not recover and lose the next game. Of course, in order to avoid this situation, Shiyu and his team prepared a lot of supplements in advance, and Kongdi and Lin Feng also provided a lot. It's a bye, it's boring, I still want to fight. Seeing this, Lin, the ship girl image on the mini battleship, showed a dissatisfied expression. Akaji, Susu and others looked at the Versailles Lin and pouted directly. You got a bye, and you are not happy? Don't worry about Lin, check who your opponents are and whether there are any strong enemies, Shiyu said. If you match with a player who has participated in the conferred god battle before, you can see the opponent's historical record. Ji, Yi, Ning, soon, the pets shouted and complained. Weak, too weak. The opponents they matched with all had historical records, but none of them were high. All were outside the top 1 million. Don't even think about it, you may be able to kill the opponent in seconds with just one move. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Chi Tong, Su Su, Ya Yan, Zio Ji, Gui, Zio Bing, and the short-legged cat all had boring expressions on their faces. Normal, it's only the first battle, Shiyu said. 11. At this time, only 11 didn't speak. At that moment, 11 held the laptop with a complicated expression, and then, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but be filled with smiles. Seeing that 11 had such a strange expression, everyone came over. Some of them took their own computers and searched for 11's opponents. This search directly silenced Shiyu's entire team. Even when Lin had a bye, the whole team had never been so silent, because Lin's good luck was obvious to all. But this 11, isn't it a little too outrageous? Battle number 2022, Battle List, Khan, versus 11. 11's first opponent is Khan from the Crow clan, who has won the first place in the conferred god war for 79 consecutive times. As soon as he came up, he met the previous champion. Vera, there is a delay of about 1 minute in the unlocking of the event because the data is too high to be processed. It should be fixed tomorrow. Readers who have already unlocked but subscribed during the delay don't have to worry. No points will be deducted for subscription during the delay, but the data display will be delayed. In addition, the avatar frame has been unlocked. Due to the large number of participants, the data will be pulled and distributed uniformly 7 working days after the end of the event. Chapter 569, First Battle Surprise. Khan, Shiyu and the others came to King Kai and paid attention to the conferred god war. The first name they knew was this one, because its record was too dazzling. Before Khan participated in the conferred god war, there was a monster group that won the 101st conferred god war championship, and no one could beat it. Until this Crow Khan participated in the competition, and the 101 championships were ended. Then, it was Khan's 79 consecutive reigns in the conferred god war. The previous champions, if they wanted to participate again, could only stay in second place. People described this genius from the Crow clan, who was ranked 30th among the Starry Sky 10,000 clans, as follows: the strongest under the god level in 100 years. A monster with 15 quasi-god skills, including 5 time-based quasi-god skills, is indeed worthy of this title. It is said that this Khan could have broken through to the god level 100 years ago. The reason why he suppressed his level and did not break through was to defeat the intermediate god on the demigod realm and take the reward. Of course, a monster like Khan, who won the first place in the conferred god war so many times, still failed to pass the extra challenge after winning the conferred god war and defeat the intermediate god who was guarding the reward. It is conceivable how difficult it is to get the final reward. 11's first opponent turned out to be it. More than 8 million demigod players were matched with this guy in an instant. Shiyu couldn't help but hold his forehead. What kind of luck is this? Exclamation mark. However, 11 was very excited. The shock of the other pets at this time was not sympathy for 11, but envy and jealousy. Shen Bao Bao was extremely dissatisfied. Why did 11 match Khan? This Khan was obviously the opponent it wanted to defeat. Chong Chong and the others all looked uncomfortable. It would be so glorious to defeat the previous first place, Why didn't they match Khan? Why is it 11? This luck. If it were any other player, it would be considered bad luck. Fortunately, we have the strength. Otherwise, I would really doubt whether Lin has sucked 11's luck away. Shiyu looked at the battle list and couldn't help laughing. Forget it, Khan is Khan. 11 doesn't have as many quasi-divine skills as the opponent now, but the quality is superior. Moreover, Shiyu has seen Khan's battle video. Although it is not very obvious in the video, 11 should not lose. Moreover, its skills, in some ways, are very restraining to the opponent. Even if he doesn't assist, the chance of winning is very huge. At this time, not only Shiyu and his team discovered 11 versus Khan, Lin Feng and Kong Di, who paid more attention to Shiyu, also searched for the details of the battle on their side, and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They knew Shiyu's registration mode, and the identity and strength certificates of 11 were issued by Kong Di, so the two of them went straight to the point and searched for the name of Shiyu's pet. This search. This unlucky child, they couldn't help but say, not knowing whether they were talking about 11 or Khan. Not only them, but also many people were paying attention to Shiyu and 11. For example, Director Sen of the 10,000 Races Committee in the Kanglin realm hadn't seen 11 participate in the 10,000 Races ranking war for such a long time. In addition to paying attention to the conferred God War, he couldn't help but search for 11 to see if it participated in the competition. This search also made Director Sen dumbfounded. Khan, at the same time, fanboy of the Refining Star Clan, who had been beaten up by 11 in the 10,000 Races ranking war, was also dumbfounded. It also knew that 11 would participate in the conferred God War. After searching, it was directly silenced by 11's bad luck. Finally refined a new weapon. I wanted to compete with you to see who ranked higher in the conferred God War, but, the purple-skinned caveman shook his head. Even if 11 was strong, it didn't think that 11 could defeat the monster Khan. Not to mention the 10-5 series magic skills that can be combined, just the 5-time quasi-magic skills, time acceleration, time deceleration, time stop, time rewind, time mark, can kill a lot of opponents. 11, it's going to be a waste. Perhaps not many people know 11, but as the champion of 79 consecutive times, Khan's popularity is undoubtedly off the charts. A bunch of spectators searched to see who was so unlucky this time and met Khan in the first game. 11? I haven't heard of him, no record of participating in the game, he is a pure rookie. Too unlucky, I met Khan in my first time participating in the conferred God battle. How can I play this? Haha, Dongsuan realm. Why can't I find Shiyu, Babo, who was defeated by 11, a member of the Ice Killing clan, later learned that 11 was the pet of Shiyu, the genius of Blue Star. It thought that Shiyu would definitely participate in this conferred God battle, so it searched, but Shiyu's name was not found. It fell back and searched for Shiyu's pet, the name of 11, who defeated itself, and then, it also looked at the words, 11, versus, Khan, in silence. Who is this 11? How could you be so unlucky to run into Khan, Zilan, Phoenix Man, and others who came to the Dongsuan realm to sign up for the conferred God battle did not pay much attention to Shiyu at first, but were paying attention to their own opponents. However, when other people on the forum talked about the unlucky guy who ran into Khan in the first round, they saw the familiar name 11 and were slightly startled, and then, their heads were black. Why does it sound so familiar? Is Shiyu's iron-eating beast called 11? At the same time, in the same central realm, Khan himself, who was at the core of the discussion, a starry sky life with a human body, a crow head, and crow wings, did not even pay attention to who his opponent was. He exuded an invincible aura, meditated quietly, and waited for tomorrow's game. It didn't care who the opponent was, because it was the strongest. The list of the conferred God battle was released, and all the major realms were bustling. This kind of global war naturally attracted a lot of attention. Soon, countless people successfully welcomed the arrival of the next day with anticipation. The next day, early in the morning. How is it? Really don't need me to go with you? Shiyu asked again. Oh, 11 nodded. It can do it. It will definitely win. Okay, Shiyu smiled. He originally wanted to go up and merge to copy the skills, but forget it. It's the same to find an opportunity to copy after the game. He has a limited number of skill slots now. Khan has a lot of top-notch skills, and the skill slots are not enough. If you copy it, you can't copy others. Shiyu planned to let the pets go up to fight, while he himself would be below, paying full attention to who has top-notch skills, comparing prices, and then visiting them one by one after the battle of the gods is over. Shiyu. How are you preparing for the battle? On the day of the game, when Shiyu and his friends were about to go out to the Battle of the Gods competition area, Lin Feng was already waiting outside the door. He had rushed to find Shiyu last night, but seeing Shiyu confidently massaging Eleven's body and adjusting his condition, he didn't stay for long. Today is Eleven's Battle of the Gods, Shiyu said with a double meaning. 11 wore a winning and hard-working scarf, full of fighting spirit. Roar and Shiyu's army, Chong Chong and the others also congratulated the panda. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled. Okay, then it depends on your performance. The 251 districts of Qingkai City all have battle facilities that can be used as teleportation points for the conferred God War. 11 and the others were lucky, because they registered consecutively, so they were all assigned to a battle facility. They all logged into the second world from the teleportation point of the number 203 battle facility to participate in the conferred God War. Ying 11 was like a big brother, walking in the front. Looking up, you can see the silver battle logo of the battle facility shining in the sunlight. The panda led the way, the bugs crawled on the ground, the research Su Ginseng baby, the black-clothed sword girl, the bouncing starry sky slime, the flying mini battleship followed behind, and the vicious dragon, the blindfolded duck, the four-headed turtle snake, and the short-legged cat at the end. All of them were villains. Shiyu, holding his mobile phone, walked at the end like the passers-by who didn't know them. Due to time constraints, he planned to only pay attention to 11's battle live broadcast. I must make it into the top 500,000 in this year's conferred God battle. Outside the battle facility, a dragon-riding youth rode a giant dragon and landed, making a great wish. If you survive one round, it will be considered a success. There was also a cat-headed alien who resolutely walked into the battle facility. It seemed that he was alone, without a contract partner. If you can't make it into the top 1 million this year, don't come back. I don't have such a useless son. There were also god-level strongmen who sent their descendants all the way and gave severe warnings. Dad, don't worry, at least the first place is stable. I matched a slime with a strange color, a novice. It's really lively, Shiyu said to himself after following 11 and the others in. At this time, the battle facility was full of players and staff. The conferred God battle was not a traditional event. It was held online throughout the whole process without an audience. The players came from all corners of the world and could only watch through the online live broadcast room. However, as long as you are willing to spend money and have money to buy more advanced viewing equipment, you can be immersed in the live broadcast process, and enter the battlefield of the second world of the God of Conferred Gods and watch the battle with your own eyes. This made Shiyu couldn't help but sigh that big places are fun. Roar, I'll go prepare first, duck. Me too. After entering the battle facility, Xiaoji and Ye asked for instructions, took the player card, and hurried to a teleportation venue. The competitions of different players are held in different time periods. For example, Xiaoji and Ye will start the competition at 7 o'clock, and Shiai will start the competition at 7:10. The time for Shiyu's other pets will be later. In order not to delay watching Shiai's game, Xiaoji and Ye ran to the battle at a lightning speed, hoping to defeat the opponent within 10 minutes and then come out. As for their battle, Shiyu didn't pay attention to it. It's not that he didn't care about Xiaoji and Ye, but their opponents. The historical ranking of the conferred God War is several million. Shortly after arriving on King Kai's planet, after Xiaoji initially merged with a world-destroying dragon orb, his strength was enough to suppress the top 10,000 players before the conferred God battle. Now, after comprehensive fusion, point addition, and cultivation, facing millions of opponents, to be honest, only one deterrent is needed. A deterrent that merges with a will of destruction is enough to break the opponent's spirit and make the opponent succumb to the power of the Overlord. Yea is similar. After merging with the eye of the evil god, only one deterrent that sweeps through its terrifying and deep abyss evil thoughts is enough to scare the weak opponent to pee his pants. There is really no need to pay attention to such a battle. Shiyu believes in his pet. Therefore, after letting Xiaoji and Ye go, Shiyu and the others followed 11 directly to the venue where it was going to be teleported. The venue is very large, with a total of 10 teleportation arrays, each guarded by a god-level staff member. Although they are all primary gods, If any conflict is found on the scene, such a large number of God-level staff members are enough to suppress it. In the stadium, hundreds of contestants had arrived early in the morning, each staying in different places in the stadium, either sitting or leaning against the wall with their eyes closed. The atmosphere was solemn. 11 and his pets came in. Most people didn't pay much attention. A few contestants seemed to observe. Hey, that black and white bear. In the stadium, a hairy-faced monkey leaning against the wall, wearing combat uniform, suddenly grinned and said, "Why do you look so familiar? Are you that 11? Is your opponent in the first battle, the Raven Khan?" On the battle list, there is a HUD portrait of each contestant's identity card when they registered, and 11's head portrait is naturally on it. Huh? Yes, 11 looked over and talked in the cute universal language of the universe. This is a technique of telepathy being materialized into language through the mouth. All the pets in Shiyu's team have already mastered it. It's true. You dare to come to the competition after knowing who the opponent is? The hairy-faced monkey laughed incredulously. Knowing that the opponent is Khan, you still come to the competition. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Healing is free. Wouldn't it be better to just give up the game? At this time, as the hairy-faced monkey spoke, the whole venue's attention was focused on 11, and smiles appeared on the corners of their mouths. This unlucky guy. The originally solemn atmosphere of the venue suddenly became a little joyful. Although the next schedule was tense, at least they were not as unlucky as 11, and they met the champion right away. If they met, they would meet. They were so stubborn to come to participate in the competition. Interesting. The bugs who came in with 11 also laughed, but they laughed at this group of people who didn't know the strength of 11. This is the first Panda King in the universe. How could he be defeated by the Crow clan? Roar, duck. After a while, Zyagi and Yaya hurried over here. Just as Shiyu thought, they killed their opponents with a deterrent. Seeing that 11 hadn't left yet, they breathed a sigh of relief. Time passed little by little. A group of people entered the 2022 live broadcast room early, waiting to watch the battle between Khan of the Crow clan. After all, it is the strongest under the god level in 100 years, and its popularity is undoubtedly the highest. Not long after, the battle room number 2022 was opened. The screen flashed, and a rocky field appeared. On the field, the figures of the two opposing teams slowly emerged. On the left, there was a 2-meter tall Khan, dressed in red, with black wings, a crow head and a human body. On the other side, there was 11, who was just over 1 meter tall, wearing nothing, and with a winning turban tied on his head. So strong, many people could feel Khan's bottomless power after entering the second battlefield through virtual glasses to watch the battle. I can feel that it has improved again, and its strength is increasing almost every year. The human who had won the 101st consecutive championship and his contract partner looked at Khan seriously. His name is Minggu, and he is recognized as the strongest under Khan. In the past few dozen championships, his goal has long changed from completing the championship challenge to defeating Khan. It can be said that he is very concerned about Khan's every move. Wow! Countless people poured into the live broadcast room, including Kongdi, Lin Feng, Longshan, Gemcat, Zilin, Phoenix Man, Director Sen, Fanboy of the Refining Star Clan, Green Dragon Gorka, Ice Kirin Babo. As you can see, Khan and 11 have already entered the venue. Under the attention of countless people, a virtual elf appeared in people's sight, and everyone watched the scene from its perspective. This is a battle elf, a virtual mechanical intelligent life. When the attention of a certain live broadcast room reaches a certain standard, they will appear, like a commentator, to explain the battle to everyone and increase the popularity. Of course, if you don't want to see it, you can choose to block it and watch the battle with all your heart. However, after all, you are watching the battle across a space. Even if you are at god level, you can't guarantee that you can see every detail of the battle. The explanation of the battle elf can reduce a lot of doubts. But in this battle, everyone feels that the battle elf is dispensable, because no matter how you look at it, it's all a matter of one move. The only monsters that can make Khan feel a little troublesome may be the top 5. Kane has won the first place in the 79th conferred god battle. I guess his goal this time is the same as usual. His opponent, 11, seems to be participating in the conferred god battle for the first time. I wonder what kind of sparks will be created by their battle. Please, stay tuned. After the battle elf finished speaking, it floated to the side, and the view zoomed in. Khan and 11 were already looking at each other. Khan stood there indifferently, and his eyes did not care about his opponent 11. It did not take 11 seriously at all. After entering the venue, Khan began to be filled with a strong mental deterrence. Boom! The terrifying mental deterrence swept towards 11 like a tsunami. The earth cracked. The sky cracked. Where the deterrence swept, time and space seemed to stop. On the opposite side, 11 also looked at Khan very calmly, unspeakably calm. It could also feel Khan's powerful momentum, and couldn't help but feel joy from the bottom of its heart. That's how it should be. The first place in the Con for Gods battle is indeed worthy of its reputation. The opponent is very strong, and 11 is very satisfied. However, 11 doesn't like the opponent's contemptuous attitude. Today, it will teach this guy how to be a crow. Here it comes. Before meeting an opponent who is really worth fighting, Khan will always use his own deterrence to kill the opponent in seconds. If the strength is not strong enough, it will fall in front of Khan in just a moment. The battle elf spoke. It's over. As Khan burst out with unparalleled deterrence, many spectators knew that the game was over. However, boom! The next moment, the deterrence wave swept across 11's body, but 11 stood there without any impact. At the same time, his body burst out with a thunderous sound. Wait, it took it. The audience who originally thought that this unknown black and white bear would be instantly killed by the deterrence were stunned when they saw 11 come under this terrifying deterrence. On the opposite side, Khan's eyes flashed, and then suddenly froze. Because it found that the opponent didn't take any protective measures and took the deterrence. Under its gaze, 11 then took a step back with his right foot, and made a punching gesture with his right fist. This is, the battle elf said. 11 took on Khan's threat with just his physical strength, and then, he chose to punch directly in the air. 11 directly punched in the air with his physical strength. Buzz! The air was compressed, the space was distorted, and 11's punch with just his physical strength hit the air, directly forming a storm-like counterattack, instantly blasting away all the threats. With a crack, the threats were shattered, and the fist wind swept with a terrifying impact, directly lifting the cracked rock ground at the speed of light, rolling up the sky with rubble. What kind of skill is this? Countless spectators exclaimed, and the battle elf said, a punch hitting the air with just physical strength? This is not a skill. Boom! When the elf spoke, the fist wind blew Khan, blowing him out of his place in an instant. With its wings protecting its body, it moved back dozens of meters, as if it had been cut into pieces. Even the windblade field of the wind whirl did not feel so powerful. The battlefield roared. Khan scratched deep cracks on the ground before he was able to stop. When the storm dissipated, Khan's body was already covered with scars, and his wings were trembling. At this time, the sky was also cloudless in an instant, and the whole audience was shocked by this scene. Who is this 11? What race, and where is he from? 11 withstood Khan's intimidation, but it did not shock the audience. However, seeing that 11 relied on physical strength and did not even touch Khan, he punched Khan in the air and sent him flying, which was beyond everyone's understanding. This power, how is it possible? Its physique is even more terrifying. Fanba of the Refining Star Clan, Babo of the Ice Kirin, these lives that had fought with 11, also had their pupils shrink when they saw this scene. The 13 points added to the fighting god body from proficient to mastery plus 11, which brought 11 a qualitative leap in physical strength. At the same time, the energy increase brought by the top-level quasi-god skills was also converted into physical improvement due to the nature of the fighting god body. This is already an extremely heaven-defying physique. Even the cosmic behemoth is no more than this. However, many people were only slightly surprised and did not feel that the balance of victory would be tilted because of this. Because the cosmic crow Khan did not even use 1/10 of his strength, countless people only felt that the first-time player Khan met might not be as weak as they imagined. Not bad. At this moment, the cosmic crow Khan spread his wings, and his red crow eyes flashed with light, as if he paid a little more attention to 11. Can you be more serious? I don't want you to lose in an unclear way. After 11 threw a punch, he regained his good boy image and looked at Khan seriously. Boom! As 11 finished speaking, in an instant, in all major realms, a stronger vibration than his punch was caused. Countless viewers widened their eyes, wondering if they had heard it wrong. What is this guy talking about? Is he crazy? He said, he doesn't want Khan to lose in an unclear way. This, let alone an unknown person, Even the group that won the 101st consecutive championship would not dare to say such a big thing in front of Khan. This guy is too arrogant, Minggu grinned. Hasn't he heard of the name of the Crow Khan? To underestimate Khan is to underestimate Minggu. Really, however, at this moment, facing 11's words, the Crow Khan did not react and remain calm. Its body slowly floated up, with its arms raised above its head. On its palms, a light ball of gold, green, blue, red and brown began to condense, compress and rotate, just like a colorful star. Every ray of light has flowing regular ripples, which is incredible. Every time they see this scene, many viewers still find it outrageous. Khan has mastered the prototypes of the 5 major rules of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and can freely fuse them. Not to mention the quasi-divine skill stage. Even in the divine skill stage, there are very few who can fuse the 5 attribute rules. Is the talent of the Crow clan really so powerful? In the past, once this move was used, it was a sure kill. The terrifying destructive power of the fusion of the 5 elements would instantly defeat even a primary god, and the most terrifying thing is that the skills of the Crow clan will never miss. Facing it, which controls the power of time, any opponent is a puppet controlled by it. This 11 has not yet realized how powerful his opponent is. Horrible, this 11 is in danger. However, if its physical strength is really that strong, perhaps it still has a glimmer of hope and will not die. It can only be blamed for its big talk just now. In the suspended realm, the gem cat also showed a solemn expression. The other party's talent for controlling multiple energy systems is simply unique. Although she can control the 9 system energy balls, she can only control the combination separately, and this guy actually fused the 5 kinds of regular energy together. As countless people murmured in their hearts, Khan's arm fell, and the 5 system light ball also fell. Under the strong energy pressure, the entire venue collapsed instantly. Boom. When 11 stepped on the venue and wanted to explode and jump up, a gray field directly enveloped the entire venue. In people's sight, time seemed to stand still. Except for Khan and the 5 system light ball, the figure of 11 seemed to be fixed there. Time stop field. Under everyone's fixed gaze, the 5-element light ball fell instantly, and the light that pierced the space was infinitely magnified in people's sight, almost like a crushing force, blasting the venue into a bottomless abyss with a diameter of several thousand meters. Boom. In the abyss, light pollution continued to radiate, forming a 5-color energy storm, shockingly spreading in all directions. In the sky, Khan looked at the destroyed venue with a calm expression. But soon, his expression froze, and for the first time, his expression changed. Not only him, but also the audience who were watching the battle in person, who had not yet recovered from the shock of their emotions, also changed their faces. Because, in the huge hole in the abyss, a small figure slowly flew up. Although the injuries on his body looked extremely miserable, his eyes did not show any ripples, and he soon flew to the same height as Khan. At this moment, countless spectators opened their mouths wide, because in the past few dozen conferred god battles, there were very few players who could face Khan's attack head-on and still move normally. Even the intermediate god challenged by the champion would be hurt if he took this blow head-on. This 11 actually took it. Take it, take it. The elf in battle was also very surprised. What's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with this guy? Many viewers, led by the 101st champion Minggu, felt incredible. Ying, come again. 11 looked at Khan with high fighting spirit. Its fighting god body, when hurt, would be transformed into physical strength and vitality. The more seriously injured, the stronger the fighting power. At present, it is not the peak state that 11 expected. You should have fallen directly. Khan had a bad expression, feeling that he was despised. It spread its wings, and a white field enveloped its whole body. It accelerated the time of its own skill release. In just a moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 5-element energy balls appeared behind it. The wings flapped, and the attack came instantly. 11 flew in the sky like that, regardless of whether the opponent opened the time stop field or not. Then, an attack that shocked many people all landed on 11. After a devastating roar, countless people opened their eyes in disbelief, looking at the figure still flying in the air, like a god of battle. They couldn't imagine it. This 11 hasn't fallen yet. 11 roared, roaring happily, with amazing fighting spirit, which turned into lightning, making the opposite side of the cosmic Crow Khan look horrified. What's wrong with this guy's physique? The cosmic crow Khan had fought with real cosmic behemoths, and felt that this 11's physique was comparable to that of a cosmic behemoth. Ying, next, it's my turn to fight back. 11 clenched his fists after feeling that his physique had been strengthened to the point where he could burst out the full power of the god and demon's first thought. Bang! With a thunder, a white lightning flashed in 11's black eyes, turning into a white thunder armor wrapped around his body. The god and demon's first thought, the thunder god's armor. Using the power of thunder and lightning rules, the body was stimulated to be even stronger, falling into a state of self-mutilation, and even the reaction consciousness began to operate at a high frequency. Roar! 11's roar shocked the audience, who were already shocked. At this time, 11's momentum was earth-shaking and exploded to the point where even gods would retreat. Rumbling, the sky seemed to feel the power of 11, and white arcs of lightning began to appear between the heaven and earth, filling the natural world. Originally, 11's physique was already extremely strong to an incredible degree. And now, covered by the Thor's armor, its physical strength entered a more brutal state of explosion. Time. Go back. After the opponent entered the state of explosion, Khan's face changed slightly, and he felt a threat that was no less than that of Hades. It groaned, and the power of time permeated its body again. Except for all the consumption caused by using time to go back, all recovered. The state of the body almost went back to when it just entered the battlefield and started fighting. After all, the consumption of using a time reversal is much less than the previous combo. Seeing this scene, the audience was once again amazed at the power of the time system, and felt that such a Khan could not lose at all. Time reversal can allow Khan to return to his peak state at any time. The time mark has the opportunity to let Khan revive twice and return to his peak state. Such a Khan cannot be defeated by his peers. However, is it that simple? In the Dongsun realm, the Ice Key Rin murmured, feeling that this 11 was extremely outrageous. It had seen the full strength burst of this 11, but now the feeling that this 11 gave it was that it was just relying on physical strength, and it was not inferior to the full strength burst state when fighting it just now. How long has it been? It has made such a big progress? If it is now fully burst, how strong will it be? The Ice Key Rin can't imagine it. It doesn't need to imagine it, because immediately, under the gaze of everyone, the burst of 11 continued, and it didn't stop at all. The burst that made Khan return to his peak state as if he was facing a great enemy was just the initial burst of 11. The burst is not over yet. With another bang, a burst of black lightning also burst out from 11's body. In the sky, 11 clenched his fists. With two loud noises, his whole body was entangled with white lightning and black lightning. Under the interweaving impact of the two forces of light and dark lightning, a powerful and mysterious force that was not inferior to the power of God emerged like a miracle. Roar! 11 roared again, and the roar that shocked everyone like thunder made everyone's eyes widen and reveal incredible expressions. The second thought of God and demon, the body of the demon. Through the power of dark thunder, the strength of the body is increased to the limit. The Thor armor combined with the power of light and thunder is the complete version of the God and demon thought. Different from the initial God and demon thought, now 11 also has the perfect state of light control and dark control quasi-God skills, which makes the power that can be exploded by its God and demon thought even more terrifying. In an instant, the black and white arcs in the sky seemed to become 11's hair. They kept swaying, making 11 look like Thor walking out of the chaotic sea of thunder. At this moment, the power of the gods completely emerged from it, shaking the world, reversing the universe, sweeping across, and even making the wings of the Raven's Khan, who had just recovered to his peak state, tremble. Ying, come on, 11 said, and his body had a tendency to attack, allowing Khan to quickly activate the time stop field and the time slowdown field. The double time field spread and enveloped 11. However, in the gray field, the opposite 11, his mind and body were not affected. His body flashed with black and white lightning, and he still maintained super high speed and came in front of Khan in an instant. Bang 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 bang. During this process, the time domain vibrates, and the time that is surpassed seems to whine, entering the same thoughts of gods and demons. Under the stimulation of the power of light, dark, and lightning, it can break through the restrictions of the brain domain and obtain extremely strong attack, defense, speed, injury-free, and thinking reaction power beyond time. In other words, at this time, 11 is almost not restricted by Khan's time domain. Within the domain, all beings are equal. Roar! The arrival of 11 makes Khan unbelievable. Its body quickly spreads a colorful flowing gauze. That is another combination of Khan's secrets. If the 5 series light ball just now is the main attack, the current 5 series battle suit is the main defense. However, this is the strongest defense combination skill like the strongest attack. Under the impact of the 11 straight fists, when the light and dark lightning fist hits Khan's abdomen heavily, it instantly shatters like glass. Khan poofs and widens his eyes. Feeling this blow that is more terrible than his strongest attack, it is very unbelievable. The opponent, is it really just a quasi-god? Before it could finish its thought, its body had already fallen apart, and it flew backwards infinitely, was smashed and turned into a beam of light. The rumbling sound of breaking through the air showed how terrifying the force Khan was currently facing. All the audience followed the perspective of the fighting elf and saw instantly that its abdomen was almost pierced, and countless blood flowed down its body and spurted out of its mouth. For a moment, even the fighting elf was silent. The huge gap between the two sides was reversed, and it was unable to react to the information it had stored. It was like this, and the audience was undoubtedly shocked. Khan, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Minggu, who regarded Khan as the strongest opponent, showed an expression of seeing a ghost. What was the origin of this 11? How could he be able to? What a joke. That Khan was suppressed and beaten. Why are you in such a hurry? Khan will not lose. Don't forget that it can go back in time at any time, and there are 2 chances to revive. Online and offline, the audience who followed this battle fell into a wave of discussion, and the number of people in the live broadcast room was still rising wildly. It's nothing, Khan hasn't lost yet. But if Khan is here, and gives up even one of the 2 time marks, it will be considered a loss for itself. Because even if it uses the time mark twice, it may not be able to defeat the intermediate god challenged by the champion. If it loses 1 or 2 times in the conferred god battle, then this year's challenge will undoubtedly end in failure. At present, countless people are paying attention to the battle, wanting to see how it will go. Rewind. Khan, who was knocked away, used the time rewind with difficulty. As the power of time was consumed, his body recovered to a state close to its peak again. At the same time, his expression became more ferocious, and he was no longer as calm as before. At this moment, it felt a great pressure, just like facing that intermediate god. This gave it the illusion that it could not defeat its opponent if it did not use the time mark. But, for the championship challenge, it absolutely could not use the time mark. The opponent's outburst could not last too long. It only needed to. Boom. Khan, who had just returned to a relatively intact state, did not even see 11's figure, and did not even have time to open the time domain. He felt a palm falling from the sky and pinching his head. Roar. 11 descended at a lightning speed and was smashed into Khan's air. The thunder palm pinched his head, and his body turned into a thunderbolt, falling towards the other intact ground. The lightning flashed, drawing a beautiful straight line in the air. With a bang, the power of lightning eroded into his body and the huge impact, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Khan, who was hit on the head, felt almost fainted, vomited blood, and felt that his consciousness could not even control the time reversal. Bang! 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 11 grabbed the opponent's head with one hand and punched with the other hand, not giving the opponent a chance to go back in time. He hit him madly, and punched him madly. The attack seemed to transcend time. Seeing Khan being crushed and vomiting blood, the audience was terrified. The audience who originally thought that Khan could fight against 11 by reversing time were dumbfounded. This. What kind of monster is this? Where did this monster come from? It actually ravaged Khan to such an extent. He didn't even have the chance to react to using time reversal. Testing completed, player 11's state is an overload state, and the expected duration is less than 1 minute. At this moment, seeing Khan's miserable appearance, the audience from all major realms swallowed their saliva wildly, until they heard the conclusion of the analysis of the battle elves, and then they came to their senses. Yes, how could such a powerful state be maintained for a long time? The audience who had just had the outrageous idea that Khan would lose shook their heads violently at this time. Khan, he will not lose. Although it may waste a time mark, Khan will still win. However, 11's existence seems to be born to break this beauty. 11 exhaled and threw Khan's body into the sky. The next moment. Boom. Under 11's feet, in the air, an unprecedented huge millstone appeared. A circular metal millstone was formed, showing black and white. One yin and one yang, one light and one dark, and filled with two-color lightning, blending, transforming, and colliding with each other, mysterious. Everything around seemed to turn into chaos, and the balance was broken and wiped out. After condensing the millstone, 11 stood on it and watched Khan, who was thrown into the sky, slowly fall. Sizzle. When Khan fell above the millstone, his body was fixed in the air by the yin and yang lightning, and a strong annihilation force swept up. With Khan's shocking roar, everyone looked at the two marks containing strong traces of time that spread around Khan in disbelief. Time mark. The key to Khan's resurrection. However, at this moment, this time mark was actually extracted from the body, and with a crazy rotation of the yin and yang millstone under 11's feet, it was crazily disintegrated and wiped out by an incredible mysterious force. In a flash, the two marks of time were eroded by the power of black and white and collapsed into nothingness. On the millstone, the power of time in Khan's body was also madly disintegrated and annihilated. The suspended Khan seemed to have changed from an undefeated king to a prisoner whose life was controlled by others in a very short time. Roar. 11 exuded a monstrous deterrence and announced his victory. Universe, did you see it? This is the iron-eating beast. When the deterrence was turbulent, all the audience were also shocked and their eyes exploded. The time mark also, impossible. The century-old second-old Mingu looked at this scene unacceptably, and was extremely shocked. Fuck. Lin Feng, who was also watching the game, was extremely excited. Seeing that 11 really won, he also felt outrageous. Although Shi Yu was full of confidence, it was another feeling to see the ending. In the suspended realm, the Sky Emperor also fell into unparalleled contemplation. Wait a minute, what is going on? Shi Yu, with only one pet, without the assistance of a beast master, defeated the previous champion, the Crow Khan, who ranked in the top 30 of the Starry Sky 10,000 races? Although the expectations for Shi Yu were high, Shi Yu's initial answer was too outrageous. At this moment, a bunch of people from the Refining Star Clan, such as Fanba, Green Dragon Gorka, Director Mori, Zilan, Phoenix Man, etc., who were not optimistic about 11 at the beginning, thought that 11 was really an unlucky acquaintance, and even lost their ability to think directly. What's wrong with this world? The Gem Cat saw the result of the game and was not surprised. What happened to the universe? What happened to the universe? Shi Yu, this guy, created such a miracle in the universe, and it was not surprised at all. She looked at the silent dragon god and patted the senior. Calm down, senior dragon god, come on, you have been surpassed by Shi Yu again. This cultivation fruit is for you, the second world, the battlefield. 11 looked at the battle elf and asked if it won. The time mark has been annihilated, and it is impossible to really kill this guy. It looked at Khan, who had completely lost the power to resist and fell into the huge pit. To be honest, this friend is still worth making friends with. The elf was also a little dazed at this time. He couldn't believe that Khan, the champion of the previous session, who had won the championship for 79 consecutive times, was killed and sent home in the first battle of this session and was eliminated. Ranking, millions. It suddenly looked at 11, and looked at this harmless panda 11 on behalf of all the audience. Who is this guy? Who is he? At this moment, all the audience's curiosity about 11 reached the extreme. This guy is too scary. Venue number 2022, winner, 11. Before everyone could react, such a light and shadow popped up in front of their sight, and then the live broadcast ended. At this moment, countless people suddenly pulled off the viewing device, revealing their shocked eyes. Khan's 79 consecutive championships were broken? And it was broken in the first round? Whether it was the first level realm, the second level realm, or the third level realm, as long as it was a place that could pay attention to the conferred God War, it was all shaken, and those who didn't pay much attention to the conferred God War were also informed of the news in an instant. Even if Khan won first place again, it wouldn't cause such a big shock, but Khan was defeated by an unknown person, which was simply unbelievable. It was completely worthy of being the headline news of King Kai today. In the demon realm, the fallen angel prince, who came from the blue planet like Shi Yu, had actually been paying attention to the conferred God War. He didn't participate in the competition, but he noticed Shi Yu's participation. He was extremely gloating when he saw 11 against Khan, but now he saw Khan being crushed by 11 throughout the whole process. For a moment, he couldn't accept this outrageous situation at all, and couldn't believe that this guy came to King Kai from the blue planet like himself. Even if this guy's talent was terrifying, but without the enhancement of the beast tamer, he actually beat up the current #1 quasi-god in the universe? What a joke. The Blue Star World Championship was fine, but why was the universe god making war also? The fallen angel prince, who originally thought that he had made great progress, showed a crazy expression. He had not returned to Blue Star and did not know that Blue Star was ravaged by alien insects and then solved by Shiyu, otherwise he would be even crazier at this time. In the realm of time, the headquarters of the Crow clan. The Crow clan is a sparsely populated race, and Khan is the greatest hope of this generation. On the side of the Crow clan, no real Crow clan member paid attention to Khan's performance in the god-making war, and thought that there was no need to pay attention. With Khan's strength, he would not lose at all. Master, however, the clan members did not pay attention, but there was still a servant who was responsible for recording the battle situation. At this time, the servant ran to the master of the family, that is, the father of the Crow Khan, with a shocked heart. "What are you doing, so flustered?" Seeing the servant in such a mess, Khan's father frowned. "Master, this is bad. Young Master Khan was defeated in the first match of the Conferred Gods War. The one who defeated him was a newcomer who just joined the war. His ranking among the 10,000 races is not even in the top 100. The master of the Crow clan was stunned, and then showed an expression of disbelief. "You are talking nonsense. The Conferred Gods War, a huge upset. Crow Khan, who won the 79th consecutive championship, was eliminated in the first match. In the Central Realm, 11 came out of the teleportation point with wounds all over his body and saw a strange scene. In this pair of battle venues, the staff and the players preparing for the battle all stared at him with eyes as big as lanterns, looking at him in shock. Congratulations, of course, there were also people who congratulated him calmly. It was not Shiyu or someone else. Shiyu smiled with satisfaction. He did a good job. It's so slow. Sure enough, you used the grinding wheel. I thought it would be resurrected twice and killed twice, Chong said. So convenient. If it were me, I would probably only be able to defeat it by killing it twice. Chitong looked at the fire-marked black sword in front of him, and said without emotion, with the dead aura all over his body. Shen Bao felt the hostility and felt a chill. Violence, just make its time power and time-marked tranquility disappear, Su said. With mysophobia, it couldn't bear to watch such a bloody battle. The people in this venue were almost kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and at this time, they heard the discussions coming from all directions, and they were dumbfounded, feeling that their brains were not enough. Wait a minute, what's going on? Are they stupid because of the previous battle? Why do I feel that what is happening in this world is a bit incomprehensible? What were these guys talking about just now? Chapter 570 Reactions from all parties. After the fight with Khan, Shiyu and 11 went home. 11 was seriously injured and exhausted, so he must go back with Shiyu to recover. As for the other pets, they continued to wait for the game. Anyway, the opponent was not strong, so they did not need extra attention. They were not children anymore and could take care of themselves. Of course, Shiyu and 11 went back, but the turmoil after the battle with 11 did not stop. Who is the 11 who defeated the Crow Khan? Which realm is he from? What race? Why have I never heard of him before? Around this topic, all realms, regardless of their level, joined the discussion. Khan of the Crow clan, the strongest quasi-god in 100 years. If the timeline is extended, there must be quasi-gods stronger than it. After all, the Crow clan is ranked 30th among the 10,000 clans in the starry sky. Quasi-gods born in the top 30, or even the top 10, must be more monstrous. But the problem is that the top 10,000 clans in the starry sky are all well-known races, and there is no such black and white bear. I know it, even if 11 was unknown before, with such a big popularity, there will always be people who have seen it and know it. The first person who stood up was Fang, who came from the Kanglin realm and was an ordinary staff member of the 10,000 races ranking war facility, responsible for the registration of the 10,000 races ranking war. Fang said, Its race is an iron-eating beast, a newly registered race. It should be 5 years old this year, from the suspended realm, and has participated in the 10,000 races ranking war. I helped it register the initial information. Soon, her speech was pushed to the top of the hot search. It was not because this was 11's real information, but because this information was too outrageous and was sprayed on the hot search of the Conferred God War forum. Bullshit. The second Mingo of the Conferred God War saw this rumor and cursed. It's really a bit of traffic, all kinds of monsters and demons have come out, and it's still 5 years old, why don't you go to heaven? Fang Qin quickly deleted this rumor, regretting it in her heart. She was impulsive and had violated the rules and regulations. However, as an employee of the 10,000 Races Committee, Fang Qin still had a lot of people who wanted to verify the information she released. The chairman of the Kanglan 10,000 Races Committee called Fang Qin and criticized her harshly. At the 10,000 Races Committee headquarters, the head of the new Star Race Resource Management Department, Di Yin, a star human life with a human body and a planetary brain, was working calmly. At this time, an assistant ran in hurriedly and said, "Minister Di Yin, our phone has been blown up. There was news on the internet saying that the first place in the Conferred God battle, Crow Khan, was defeated by a 5-year-old iron-eating beast, and this iron-eating beast has been registered with the 10,000 Races Committee. Now many people are calling the customer service hotline to ask whether this race and age are true or false." Minister Di Yin frowned and said, "Why do all these outrageous rumors come to us? You have to report this kind of thing to me." The assistant said, "Minister, this may not be a rumor. Crow Khan was really defeated in the first round, you will know after reading the news, and I just investigated. The one who defeated it was really a 5-year-old iron-eating beast. We have a record here, have you forgotten? A few months ago, there was a 4-year-old contestant who completed the leapfrog battle, and you named it to participate in the Rising Star Race Support Program, but later it did not continue to participate in the battle, so we didn't pay much attention to it. It's it that defeated Khan. So, should we reply to these calls, Minister Di Yin?" "Huh?" Minister Di Yin stood up suddenly and was stunned. "What did you say?" He still turned his head to control the computer to verify it with some disbelief, and then, he was stunned. Minister Di Yin opened his mouth wide and said, "What are you waiting for? Go quickly. A race that participated in the new Star Support Plan defeated the Crow Clan. This is not a free achievement. Although, we haven't supported them yet, don't worry about these details, resources will be supplemented. Promote it for me first, soon." Some information about 11, who defeated the Crow Khan, was widely circulated, official of the 10,000 Races Committee, not long ago, regarding the victory of 11 in the Conferred God battle over Khan. A widely believed rumor appeared on the internet, saying that 11 had registered for the 10,000 Races ranking battle, was only 5 years old, and was an iron-eating beast. Here, our 10,000 Races Committee solemnly refutes the rumor. This is not a rumor. The Iron-Eating Beast clan to which 11 belongs is a member of the 10,000 Races Committee's new Star Race Support Plan, and is the focus of our training. The news is true. Puff, the Crow Clan base camp. After Khan's father confirmed that Khan was fine, he had been asking who this 11 was, until the official of the 10,000 Races Committee spoke out. In addition to a bunch of nonsense, people can probably summarize some useful information from it. Name, 11. Age, 5 years old. Race, iron-eating beast. 5 years old. This is 5 years old. Khan's father had watched a battle video and saw his son being beaten and his 79 consecutive championships ended. Now, the 10,000 Races Committee told him that the 11 who abused his son who is over 100 years old was only 5 years old? Haha. The biggest joke in the world. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Minggu, the second player in the Conferred Gods War, was dumbfounded when he saw the rumor refuting news again. There were also a lot of Conferred Gods War players who were dumbfounded like him. 5 years old? 5 years old? What a joke. When this information spread, the first thought of many people was not to believe it. However, even if someone wants to question this extremely unscientific information, it depends on where the information came from. This is no longer a personal statement, but a statement from the official media of the Starry Sky 10,000 Races Committee. There is a probability that rumors will be spread from such an official account, but it is very small. After this information has been hanging for a long time and has not been removed, people are numb. The Suspended Realm was the most shocked here, because the rumor also said that 11 came from the Suspended Realm. Is it true? They are just a second-level realm? How can a monster who defeated the Crow Khan appear? Of course, ordinary people don't know. But the Emperor of the Sky can confirm that 11 is indeed from his Suspended Realm. Faced with a bunch of familiar friends who sent messages to confirm, the Emperor of the Sky responded calmly. Duxun Realm, Cheyenne-Mo Realm. As the base camp of the Blue Star God Clan, the 5 super god ancestors usually practice in seclusion in the super god realm. There are very few people who can contact them and find where they are. The clan is only qualified to disturb them in some major events, such as the latest awakening of the Killen clan ancestor, or the return of the Wind Killen inheritance. And today, the super god ancestors of the 5 major god clan were greeted by the top god clan leaders of each clan at the same time. Ancestor, the genius Shiyu, who was brought back from the mother planet by the suspended realm, and his contracted pet defeated the Crow Khan, who won the 79th consecutive conferred god battle. With the strength they have shown, they are expected to complete the championship challenge. If the suspended realm obtains a permanent teleportation array, our clan will be very passive in the ownership of Blue Star's resources, the patriarchs of the major gods said in a shocked tone. They did not expect that the genius brought back by the suspended realm would be such a monster. In each super mystical realm, the super god ancestors of the 5 major gods woke up together. Although they had no impression or concept of Crow Khan, they knew the value of the first place in the conferred god battle and the value of the championship challenge. It was an honor that the top 100 clans in the starry sky could hardly win. The genius that Wang Kong brought back from Blue Star could actually achieve such an achievement? Where is the genius we brought back from the mother planet? The super god ancestor of the demon clan asked his descendants. The current leader of the demon clan said bitterly, although he has strong talent, his strength is not enough to participate in the conferred god war. He is currently only at the level of the millionth place, waste. If he can't enter the top 1000 next year, don't train him, said the demon clan ancestor. He walked out of the super god secret realm and looked in the direction of the suspended realm. The super god ancestors of the major god clans all walked out of the secret realm and went to the suspended realm to discuss the permanent teleportation array with the Sky Emperor. The super god ancestor of the Killen clan was even more silent. The kid who brought back the inheritance of the Wind Killen, his talent and potential are so terrifying. Ha ha. Before Shiyu got home, Lin Feng met Shiyu halfway, and his smile twisted his face into a chrysanthemum. Ha, Shiyu? Senior Lin Feng, say something. Ha. Lin Feng couldn't close his mouth and said, you actually won, that's the 79th champion, does this mean that the first place is stable? One pet defeated Khan, and Khan can fight that intermediate god 37-7, Khan 3, the other party 7. At that time, you and all the other pets will challenge the champion together. I think it can be done, it really works. Permanent teleportation array, Lin Feng was ecstatic. If Shiyu can really complete the championship challenge, he will be able to return to Blue Star in a short time. On Blue Star, there are also his second team of pets and his relatives. Homesickness is heavy for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng disappeared, the people on Blue Star did not give up looking for Lin Feng, including his parents and confidants. Among them, some people firmly believed that Lin Feng was fine, but they were worried that it would be a long time after they found Lin Feng. So they entered the cryochamber at the suggestion of Shinun, sealed themselves, and entered a sleeping state. In this way, even if Lin Feng returns hundreds of years later, they can still maintain a relatively young life. Lin Feng feels very sorry for these people. Although he has married and had children on King Kai's planet, but Lin Feng's heart is still on Blue Star. In comparison, Kongdi is an ancient man, so his longing for his relatives is not that serious. He has too many children, dozens of offspring alone, and 3,000 beauties in the harem. He can't think about them at all. Moreover, Kongdi has been gone for too long. Even if he returns, there will be basically no familiar traces. After another totem war, it is estimated that things have changed. What he values more now is the potential of Blue Star and the value that Blue Star can bring after it is upgraded to an advanced planet. These investments are mainly to make his road to becoming a super god smoother. Now Kongdi's main goal is to achieve super god. Of course, as the former emperor of Donghuang, he also has a strong sense of belonging to Donghuang. After all, Kongdi, who was born in the totem era, was indoctrinated with the idea of expelling foreign races and restoring Donghuang since childhood. Shidi, Wudi, Nudi, and Longdi were all idols of human beast masters under the ideological education of that era. His previous ideal was to build Donghuang Kingdom into a first-class force in the entire universe with Lin Feng and the legend of the Source of Gods on Blue Star. Now, With Xiao and even the founding emperor of Donghuang, Shidi, joining, Kongdi felt that his wish might be easier to achieve. And all of this is based on the premise that Blue Star can connect with a cosmic civilization. Now, Xiao may soon be able to help Blue Star achieve this goal. By the way, how is its injury? That burst skill looks like it is under a lot of pressure. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked nervously. 11. Resting in the beast control space, Shiyu said, it shouldn't be a big problem. We have prepared a lot of recovery products in advance. When Shen Bao comes back, we will let Shen Bao take a look. If that doesn't work, we can also use Susu's purification. Hey, what are you waiting for? Lin Feng said, let my pet take a look at your 11's injuries first, okay? Shiyu nodded. Lin Feng once contracted a moo cow of a supernatural race. The milk squeezed out by moo cow is a good recovery product and tonic, but Shiyu doesn't like drinking milk very much, so he didn't buy it at that time. Presumably, this is the nurse in Lin Feng's team. The purpose of contracting this pet is probably similar to Shiyu's contract with Shen Bao. On that day, except that the opponent of 11 was a bit tricky, the battles of the other pets went very smoothly. Chong maintained an energy-saving state and killed the opponent with a dragon's might. Chi Tong and the others were similar. Unsurprisingly, they all killed the opponent with a deterrent. Because the opponent was ranked lower, the battle did not receive much attention. Except that their opponents were a little upset and didn't know why this year's newcomers were so freaks. Everything was calm. When they all went home, they saw 11 holding a big bottle and drinking moo milk. Shiyu was sitting on the sofa holding a laptop. Everyone is back. Has the next opponent been refreshed? 11's has been refreshed, Shiyu said. The opponent that 11 encountered in the first game was quite scary, and the one matched in the second game was quite lame. The battle should be over with a deterrent. After Shiyu asked, the pets started chirping. One by one, they looked at Lin with dissatisfaction. Lin shrugged and showed an innocent expression. Lin is a vi again, I know, Shiyu said. Where are the others? Chong and the others all said that their next opponents were still very weak. In response, Shiyu nodded and said without any surprise, I am now browsing the hot searches. My goodness, it has only been a short time, and most of the information about 11 has been exposed. This 10,000 races committee really has no professional ethics. To be honest, Shiyu looked at the first hot search for a long time and felt that it was meaningless. The main reason was that he was too familiar with 11. On the contrary, Shiyu was watching the second most searched topic with great interest. You guys come and see it too. At Shiyu's call, all the pets gathered. Shiyu was replaying a video. In the video, there was an alien with dark blue skin like armor, with the same posture as ordinary people, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and 2 lines like blood and tears under his eyes. This is the strongest quasi-god 1,000 years ago, Kate, who won the first place in the 19th Conferred God War. It is said that he wanted to continue to participate in the Conferred God War until he completed the championship challenge. However, because of a life and death crisis, he was forced to break through to the god level and no longer suppress the level. Then, he quickly grew to the level of the top god, immersed in this realm for hundreds of years, until now, challenged the super god level strong demon emperor. In the picture, Kate flew over a city, and the pressure enveloped the whole city. The next moment, a knife light seemed to come across countless time and space, and Kate's body was directly split into 2, and his soul and spirit were instantly wiped out, turning into blood mist and drifting throughout the city. The dazzling blade light was permanently fixed in the sky, becoming a brand new wonder of heaven and earth. It is said that the life and death crisis this guy encountered in his early years was related to the power of the demon emperor, and his contract object even died because of it. This time, it should be revenge, and by the way, see if he can kill this super god, explode the source of transcendence, and go one step further. Unfortunately, he was killed in one move. Shiyu shook his head. Logically speaking, this guy's strength is not necessarily worse than that of the Sky Emperor and Senior Lin Feng, but facing this demon emperor, he still has no power to fight back. It's so miserable. It seems that it is not so easy to explode the source of transcendence. However, it is also possible that this demon emperor is too strong. It is said that he is a hybrid of the human race and the demon race. Not only is his own bloodline powerful, but he also masters the human contract ability. He contracted a divine sword forged with 81 super god resources. His strength is incredible and can slash and explode a star with one knife. Chong swallowed his saliva and asked Shiyu why he was paying attention to this and why this video appeared in the hot search of the Conferred God War forum. Well, because this son of the Demon Emperor, like 11, made big news. The third son of the Demon Emperor was born this year and participated in the Conferred God War for the first time. In the first game, he also met an incredible guy, who was the 21st in the previous Conferred God War, and then killed him with one sword, although not as brutal as 11. Due to the special identity of the son of the Demon Emperor, it can also be said to have attracted much attention. Shiyu opened the video of the son of the Demon Emperor killing the 21st in the previous Conferred God War with one sword. Some people say that it and 11 are the two biggest dark horses in this Conferred God War. In the video, there is a nobleman with silver hair, golden eyes, animal ears, and animal tail, holding a demon sword, with an imposing manner. It seems that like his father, he is also a mixed blood and follows the style of contract swords. Huh? At this time, seeing this face, Qitong suddenly exclaimed. She fell into deep thought, looking at the other person's avatar. Why does it feel so familiar? Wait a minute. My next opponent seems to be him. Since he doesn't have much competition record, I thought he was a rookie. Turns out he's very strong, Akaji suddenly said. Chapter 571. What's up with this year's newcomers? Qitong finished speaking. Shiyu and the others all looked at Qitong. There was a long silence, which made Qitong feel embarrassed. Shiyu pondered for a long time and said, is it such a coincidence? Never mind, it's not a big problem, Qitong said. That means, you can chop it down, right? Don't worry about its Demon Emperor father, right? You can chop it down, of course. Don't chop it to death, and don't be so excited, Shiyu said. A super god strongman would care about the result of a newcomer's competition for his descendants if he has nothing to do. Isn't the ancestor of Khan also a super god strongman? 11 beat him up. Shiyu thought that everyone would be able to relax in the next round, but it seems that Qitong might be a little tired. Okay, of course, Qitong didn't feel tired. As long as he didn't meet 11, Shen Bao, Su, and Lin in advance, and met some other strong enemies in advance, Qitong was still very happy, just as a warm-up. Also, although his strength shown in the video is very weak, you should not be careless, he's a mixed blood beastmaster. What if he has contracted something else besides the demon sword? The son of a super god must be taken seriously, okay, Qitong said. Of course, Shiyu also knew that Qitong's chance of losing was not high. After all, her clones alone were at the top of the Conferred God War. Okay, let's go, have a good rest, and wait for the next round, Shiyu said. Oh, the pets dispersed and ran to check the computer. They also want to see the hot searches. Especially Qitong. The first hot search today is 11. She is thinking about how to win tomorrow and surpass 11 in terms of popularity. Suspended Realm. 5 beings with terrifyingly high life levels descended on the Sky Temple one by one. Their figures are blurred and their true bodies are invisible, as if they are in a fog that does not belong to this world. It is a surprise that all the seniors have come here. Emperor Kong walked out of the temple, smiling, and said, are you here because of the Conferred God War, Wang Kong? In the mist, the demon god said, you have picked up a good seedling from the blue star. I came here to ask you, how confident are you that it can achieve the first place in the Conferred God War and obtain the permanent teleportation array? Of course I am confident, but who can say for sure about such things? Emperor Kong said. The demon race super god said, if it doesn't work once, then twice, then 3 times. It seems that it won't be long before the mother planet can be connected with a king of the worlds. Yes, when the time comes, our race will do its best to help the mother planet upgrade to a high-level planet. Wang Kong, you did a good job on this matter. The angel race super god is a woman. She said in a voice that was vague, we will remember your merit, dear seniors. Kongdi smiled and said, in exploring the mother planet and helping the mother planet recover, our suspended realm has always been the main force. Now, it is the permanent teleportation array that the beastmasters of my Donghuang lineage have fought for. I think, should the resource planning of Blue Star be redistributed in the future, the peak Blue Star is the best among the intermediate planets, and can be called a half-step super god planet, so it can breed so many talented top gods. It can be said that the blue star back then was only one step away from becoming a high-level planet and a super god star. If it were not so, it would not have attracted so many invaders to divide up the resources. The 5 major gods of blue stars saw the potential of the mother planet. The mother planet at its peak might not be that great, but if the mother planet is promoted to a super god star, they may not even need the eastern mysterious realm and the heavenly demon realm. At that time, blue star would be a better habitat. The environment of a super god star is much greater than that of a first-level realm, in all aspects. Especially when a god-level star is just promoted to a super god, a large number of pseudo-transcendence sources will be born. This is useless to the life of the planet itself, but it is very useful to other lives. Although it cannot allow a god-level star to be promoted to a super god, it is a rare item that can save super god strongmen countless years of hard work. Generally, super god life with a super god star as its territory is very strong, much stronger than the super god realm master of the first level realm. Wang Kong, what do you mean? The demon super god said, relying solely on your suspended realm, can the mother planet be upgraded to an advanced planet, and after the mother planet is upgraded to a high-level planet, it will not need us to protect it? Wang Kong is right. They have indeed made a great contribution this time. At least 100 years can be saved, and it will bring many benefits in the future, the Kilin clan super god said. We will bear all the resources for the upgrade of the mother planet, and the suspended realm will not have to share the burden. Okay, I agree. The Dragon Clan Super God and the Phoenix Clan Super God both expressed that they could accept it. Before, they only cared about the resources after the blue star was upgraded, but now, if a permanent teleportation array could be built on the blue star, it would be a more suitable home for the 5 major gods to live in. By then, the entire clan would be able to grow again. Thank you for your understanding, Kongdi said, but I have a small request. Although we are all on the same mother planet, we should get along well and make money. However, in the initial plan, the proportion of my suspended realm is indeed too small, so I think, why not do this? After the mother planet is promoted to super god, our 6 major tribes will compete: the Dragon Tribe, the Phoenix Tribe, the Unicorn Tribe, the Angel Tribe, the Demon Tribe, and the human race are the 6 most powerful races on the blue planet. At that time, we will divide the resources and territories through competition under the witness of the will of the mother planet. I wonder what you think. Compare, the Demon Tribe Super God said. Wang Kong, tell me what kind of competition method? Kongdi said, according to the strength of each tribe at that time, arrange the order of strength. This way, we can avoid conflicts in the future. Of course, as for the resources for the promotion of the blue planet, we still have to rely on you seniors. The super gods of the 5 major gods were stunned. What does Wang Kong mean? Is he stupid? There is not a single super god in the suspended realm, so what is the point of doing this? The strength of each race is essentially a competition between the top powers. Or does Wang Kong think that he and Lin Fen can really defeat the super god by leaps and bounds? These 2 guys just got lucky and assassinated a weak super god together. They don't really think they have the ability to fight against the super god level. This is all I want. Okay, the Dragon Race Super God said, it's reasonable, stronger and more resources, it should be so. The Dragon Race Super God thinks that the strength of the Dragon Race is not weaker than the other 4 major god races. It itself was the strongest among the 5 super gods a long time ago. The suggestion of the Sky Emperor is an advantage for the Dragon Race. This, although the super gods of the other 4 races have concerns, considering that the biggest initiative to connect to the mother planet is in the hands of the Sky Emperor, they said, we can discuss it in depth. Okay, the Sky Emperor said with satisfaction. To be honest, with the current financial resources of the suspended realm, it is simply not enough to help a mother planet rise to the level of a super god, and can only rely on the 5 major gods. However, the Emperor of the Sky is unwilling to see the 5 major gods reoccupy the blue star and take all the benefits, leading to the decline of the human race. After all, Shiyu has also paid a lot for the suspended realm. Compared with the initial distribution rules that were unfavorable to the suspended realm, he chose to repropose the rule of distribution based on the strength of each race. On the surface, the human race is 100,000 miles behind the 5 major gods. The top combat power is not as good, and the average combat power is not as good as the 5 major gods who have developed for hundreds of millions of years. But, in the hands of the Emperor of the Sky, the trump card that the 5 major gods do not know at all. Super God level, Emperor Shi. According to Shiyu's description of Emperor Shi should not be weak. Super God level, with Emperor Shi in charge, the top combat power is not lacking. In the God level area, with him and Lin Feng, they are confident that they are not inferior to any God level. The two of them work together, maybe they can deal with the super God level for a while. And there's Shiyu, the strongest quasi-God. When Shiyu breaks through to the God level, relying on the four saints' relics, it should be no problem to tie with the top gods. In this way, the human race of Blue Star is not only not weak, but also terrifyingly strong, absolutely crushing a single god race. Let's set the rules first, and then divide Blue Star by strength, which is better than causing conflicts due to uneven distribution later. The development of the human race is still too short, and it needs to develop slowly. Wait for him, Lin Feng, Shiyu, and then a new super god to be born. On Blue Star, Dong Huang will be able to occupy a dominant position. Shiyu, I have an appointment with Lao Sun for dinner again. You and 11 will go with me later, although the conferred god war has not ended yet, but with 11's record in this battle, we won the bet, so it should be okay. That guy Lao Sun can't still struggle to death, huh? On Shiyu's side, Lin Feng came back after a long time away, and he was very happy. He immediately remembered the bet he made with Senior Sun at the dinner table last night. Who has a higher ranking between Shiyu and Sun Qijing? If Shiyu's is higher, Senior Sun will give a super god resource to Lin Feng. Senior Lin Feng, is this appropriate? Shiyu said. What is the super god resource you are talking about? Lin Feng said. What's inappropriate about this? I saved his life, and he didn't use the super god resource. Have you heard of the super god stone? Shiyu was stunned and said, what is that? You are an archaeologist, but it seems that you didn't do your homework seriously after arriving on King Kai's planet, Lin Feng said with a smile. The super god stone is a relic from the last era. It is a thing of the last era, gambling on stones, you know, the super god stone, although people don't know who made it, but in essence, opening it is not much different from gambling on stones. It contains strange things, mostly super god level resources from the last era, so it is also called the super god stone. In addition, there is another reason why it is called the super god stone, that is, if you want to unlock it, you need at least 4 super god level strongmen to work together to do it. This condition is undoubtedly very harsh, so even if this guy, Old Sun, got this thing on the battlefield by luck, he has not been able to open it so far. However, it will be different if it falls into my hands. After you get the first place in the conferred god war, the super god ancestors of the 5 major gods will definitely come out of retreat. At that time, just ask them to help open it. I am just curious about what can be opened inside, not that I really need a super god resource, Lin Feng said with a smile. Such a precious thing, Senior Sun also gave it, Shiyu said. Lin Feng said, it's a bet. Besides, he can't use the super god stone anyway, and he is reluctant to sell it, so he might as well gamble. It's all a gamble. If there is something good, the worst that can happen is that I can help his daughter deduce the evolution for free. If nothing good comes out, then forget it. It's not certain that good things can be found in here. There are really no such precious things here. 90% are just ordinary super god resources from the last era. They are rare. However, I also heard that someone has found creatures from the last era. Sealed creatures from the era. It seems that the Archaeological Association spent a lot of effort to invite several super gods to find them. Of course, they are all dead bodies. They have no vitality. It is impossible for them to survive after an era, but they are also worth studying, no matter what is found. Aren't you curious as an archaeologist? Lin Feng said. After Shiyu was silent, he said, okay, Senior Lin Feng, you have aroused my curiosity. If I like the things in the super god stone, I will take them first. Lin Feng laughed and said, okay, but you have to give me more of the white tiger faith power of the 4 saints relics. No problem, this is what we agreed on before, Shiyu said. Hey, Old Sun, on that day, Lin Feng pulled Shiyu to find Senior Sun for a drink and a meal, without delaying anything. You're here? Senior Sun welcomed Lin Feng and Shiyu quite a bit. After all, only he and his daughter came to the central realm this time, which was a bit deserted. It's not boring to have old comrades come together to reminisce and drink. At this time, the socially anxious girl Sun Qijing was seriously browsing the conferred god battle forum, watching those hot search hotspots. Senior Lin. However, when Lin Feng arrived, she still stood up and greeted him. Did Xiaoqi go smoothly in the conferred god battle today? How was the fight? Was the opponent strong? Lin Feng asked. Senior Sun laughed and said, she was unlucky. She ran into a player who ranked over 7,000 last time. But she won by luck. After that, he smiled at Lin Feng again, as if asking if he was panicking. Lin Feng said, that's not bad. Senior Sun said, where's Shiyu? Sun Qijing said, I searched before, but couldn't find his information. So, are you registering as a contract partner? She looked at Shiyu, and she rarely said more. For a combination with a contract, generally only one party is selected as the main body to register. Generally speaking, the name of the stronger party is used. If a human beast master is stronger and dominant, the human beast master's name is used to register. If a human is contracted to a star clan and the contracted beast is stronger, the contracted beast's name is used to register, and the person is a pendant. Sun Qijing didn't find Shiyu's name, and subconsciously judged that Shiyu was a pendant. Senior Sun said, really, he, Kongdi and Lin Feng were all human. He remembered that these two old comrades were all humanists. The younger generation they were optimistic about should not be able to live off their pets. I did let my pet sign up by itself. Mainly because I'm lazy. If the opponent is not strong, I will let my pet go to the competition by itself, and I will wait for the result at home. Shiyu smiled and scratched his head. Is that so? Senior Sun said, good boy, it seems that you are quite convinced of the strength of your pet. So how was the result of its first battle? Lao Sun, why don't you just admit defeat in the bet? Did you read the news? What news? Senior Sun was stunned. Seeing that the other party really didn't know, Lin Feng said to Sun Qijing, who was holding a notebook, Xiaoqiu, tell your father what the biggest hotspot of the conferred god battle is today. Champion, Zhou Yakan was eliminated in the first round. Sun Qijing was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. I just heard Xiaoqiu say this, Senior Sun said. You've seen it, haven't you reacted yet? Look at what the news said. Which realm did the guy who eliminated the first place come from? Lin Feng said. The suspended realm? Sun Qijing didn't react after reading it. But Senior Sun next to him suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at Sun Qijing, and said, what did you say? Which realm did the guy who defeated Khan come from? The suspended realm? Sun Qijing said, that's what the internet says, but it's not confirmed. She didn't know that Uncle Lin in front of her was the deputy master of the suspended realm, a second-level realm with a less famous name. She only knew that Lin Feng was her father's comrade in arms. However, Senior Sun himself knew that the suspended realm was the territory of the Sky Emperor and Lin Feng. He couldn't help but be stunned and looked at Shiyu suddenly. Oh, at this time, 11, who was obviously very tired and was forced to eat by Shiyu, also crawled out of Shiyu's pocket, then slowly grew bigger and climbed onto Shiyu's shoulders. With big eyes, he looked at Senior Sun and the socially anxious girl. The two, after seeing the iron-eating beast 11 appear beside Shiyu, Senior Sun and the socially anxious girl, who were originally confused, gradually changed their expressions and said, this, let me introduce my initial pet, 11, Shiyu said. Its first battle result was pretty smooth. After Shiyu finished speaking, Senior Sun and Sun Qijing were dumbfounded. What the hell? The monster that defeated the previous champion in the first round, is Shiyu's pet? Shiyu's words just now echoed in their ears. I did let the pet sign up by itself. Mainly because I am lazy. If the opponent is not strong, I will let the pet go to the competition by itself, and I will wait for the result at home. What a joke. So, the opponent you think is not strong is the Raven's Khan. I don't believe it. Senior Sun lost the ability to think and said, and next to him, Sun Qijing's face turned black. It was her first time to see the world and the first time to gamble. She just felt that something was wrong. Lin Feng snorted coldly and said, death struggle, come on, old son, let me introduce you again, the geniuses from our home planet, Shiyu and 11, just Khan, easy to catch. Did you bring the super godstone? Shiyu spent a night and a daze, and time quickly came to the next day, and the second round of the conferred god tournament was about to begin. The focus of today's competition, the two biggest favorites, are the iron-eating beast 11 and the third son of the demon emperor, Tianshang. Among them, the iron-eating beast 11's competition was the first to be held. After 11, who was covered with a mask and wearing a suit of armor, arrived at a teleportation point and landed on the battlefield, he found that his opponent was a coward and gave up. Victory without fighting. This made the audience who followed Eleven's live broadcast room regretful. Because of the popularity of the previous day, Eleven was immediately followed by major paparazzi after he appeared today, but fortunately Eleven was prepared. He had armor disguise when he came and a teleportation stone when he left. He just left. If he was not a super god, he would never be caught. Eleven didn't pay attention to any interesting matches, but the other dark horse, the third son of the demon emperor, Tian Shuang, naturally attracted much attention. To some extent, Tian Shuang's status was more noble than Zhou Yakan. Zhou Yakan only had a super god level ancestor, but Tian Shuang was directly the biological son of a super god, the third son of the demon emperor. However, since the third son of the demon emperor is too young, less than 30 years old, and Khan has been trained for decades less, people can't say who is stronger between him and Khan. Moreover, the demon emperor is not from any big family, but a human hybrid, and his offspring's innate talent and potential are not as superior as those of the Star Clan. Of course, some people think that even the 5-year-old Eleven can beat Khan, and it is not impossible for the third son of the demon emperor in his 20s to be comparable to Khan. Unfortunately, Khan has been eliminated in the first round, with more than 4 million people, the worst round, and the two are destined not to meet. Battle Room 17173, Xiansheng vs. Chidan. Hey, the opponents should know that Xiansheng defeated the 21st in the previous round with one sword. He didn't even give up, when it was time for the third son of the demon emperor to fight. A large number of people instantly poured into the live broadcast room. They saw that Xiansheng's opponent did not give up directly and logged into the battlefield, and they immediately felt incredible. Because as early as yesterday, the information of Chidan, the opponent of the third son of the demon emperor in the next round, was exposed. He is also a newcomer. Although he won a game, he has no hope against the third son of the demon emperor. But to be honest, this Qitong is so beautiful. What race is she? Is she human? It doesn't seem like it. She seems to be mixed blood too. On the plain, on one side, there is a nobleman wearing feather clothes, silver hair and golden eyes. His demon sword has not been summoned yet. If he were on Blue Star, he would also be considered a beastmaster, but he controls a weapon-type pet. On the other side, there is a girl wearing a black dress and black clothes that flutter in the wind, holding a black sword with fire patterns hanging on her waist, and her red eyes under her red hair are full of indifference to all fluctuations of life. Sword duel. After discovering Qitong's outfit, many viewers were stunned. At the scene, Tian Shuang had a calm expression. He thought that in this battle, he didn't even need to use his sword and could defeat his opponent with his own strength. However, after feeling the faint aura of a strong man emanating from Qitong, he stretched out his hand and summoned a white demon sword that exuded terrifying demonic power. Both of them were the type who spoke very little. Their auras were constantly gathering. Huge demonic power was gathering on Tian Shuang and the demonic sword, and there was also a terrifying sword intent permeating Qitong's body. Except for the elves fighting next to them who were still nagging, all the audience's attention was focused on the swords they would swing the next moment. Heavenly Demon Slash, Tian Shuang spoke lightly, and the sword that gathered terrifying demonic power turned into a sword light that shot up into the sky like a wolf's fang, crushing everything and suppressing Qitong. It was like a cruel heavenly wolf, biting at the opponent. It turned out to be the move that killed Ling Yu in an instant. Even the 21st in the conferred God War couldn't stop it and was on the verge of death. Tian Shuang actually used this move again. Everyone held their breath and was stunned when they saw Tian Shuang using such a killer move to deal with this opponent. How big is the hatred? It's not enough. Qitong swung a sword casually. The next moment, the black sword was filled with fire patterns. That was the power of fire mastered by the Suzaku clone, plus the space power, sharp gold power, and death power mastered by Chidan herself. The four powers condensed the sword body and intertwined with each other. Countless sword shadows and sword lights overlapped on the sword, and all the swords returned to one. Zyuxin sword intent. Buzz. With Chidan as the center, the sword intent that could destroy the stars exploded, filled with red light that could kill everything. The artistic conception was dimmed to death, and turned into a long rainbow, flying towards the sky demon. This was Chidan's strongest killing move now, a simplified version of this Zyuxin sword formation. She could easily defeat the Suzaku family's top 50 in the conferred God War with just one clone. When the main body and the clone were united, using the moves that suited her best, it was irresistible and powerful, confident that she could kill Zhou Yakon twice. The immortal execution sword intent did not pause for a moment, and directly came into contact with a heavenly demon slash. Almost instantly, the heavenly demon slash was shattered into countless brilliances. What was even more terrifying was that the immortal execution sword intent still swept with terrifying power and attacked the third son of the demon emperor. The third son of the demon emperor's pupils shrank. He thought he had already overestimated his opponent, but when Shi Tong made a move, his face turned pale in an instant, and his mind was frantically alerted, feeling a threat of death. Boom! Looking at this sword intent, although it had not arrived yet, he instantly felt that he had been annihilated thousands of times. The third son of the demon emperor, Tian Shuang, had a ferocious face. He raised the demon sword again, gathered all the strength of his body, burst out his strongest secret, and resisted with all his strength. Boom! Under the dazzling brilliance, the third son of the demon emperor was shrouded in strong light. In a flash of time, accompanied by a puff, he vomited blood, the demon sword was blown away, and his body was full of wounds invaded by the sword intent. His face was pale and flew away, without any power to resist. Chi Tong exhaled, slowly put away the sword, and looked at the fighting elves. It was as if he was also looking at the countless viewers who had entered the live broadcast room early, waiting for the demon emperor's third son to show his power. He was too worried. The opponent was not strong. Chi Tong thought to himself. No. Impossible. At this time, as the battle ended, all realms once again erupted in shock. Many people opened their mouths wide, stunned, and looked at the victory result that popped up in the live broadcast room in disbelief. Site number 17173, winner, Chi Tong, the demon emperor's third son. Was killed in seconds? I don't understand. Minggu, the second in the conferred god battle and the one who had won the 101st consecutive championship, first mourned the departure of his opponent Khan, and then turned his attention to other strong men, such as the demon emperor's third son. This demon emperor's third son was also very strong, and he felt that there was a slight possibility that he could threaten him. Then, I saw the third son of the monster emperor, who was born this year and participated in the conferred god war this year, was killed in seconds by another new sword girl. The pressure from Chi Tong's sword was extremely strong, much stronger than Khan's 5 series combination secret. This made the perennial runner-up confused. What's wrong with this year's newcomers? Huh? Thanks to the leader of Fandoyu and Kangmang Xiaojia Dalao. Chapter 572 Top 10 Supernovas. Sure enough, it can't be opened. In the room, Shi Yu looked at the big stone in front of him with a headache. This is the Super God Stone. Last night, Lin Feng still fooled the Super God Stone over. The result of the bet was decided in advance before the game was over. The main reason is that senior son doesn't think that his daughter can beat Shi Yu. In the first round, he crushed the 79-time champion, Zhou Yakon, so what's the point of competing? In order to make senior son willingly take out the Super God Stone, Lin Feng promised that if he got something good, he would definitely not hide it. By then, they are all old comrades, who can let whom suffer. After drinking a lot of wine, the Super God Stone ran into Lin Feng's pocket. After returning, Lin Feng gave the Super God Stone to Shi Yu first. He planned to let Shi Yu ask the 5 Super Gods of Blue Star to open the stone. Rumor has it that the Super God Stone requires at least 4 Super Gods to work together to open it, but Shi Yu doesn't believe it. This is also an ancient artifact, so he wanted to see if he could use archaeological techniques, like cracking ruins, to crack the other party through chatting. However, after trying for a whole night, he did not succeed, and there was no ripple at all. It's really boring, no face at all, I guess there's nothing good inside, blah 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 blah. This made Shi Yu very disappointed. Shi Yu, ha ha ha, Chi Tong won. Lin Feng ran to Shi Yu again in a good mood and said, speaking of Chi Tong in 11, who is more powerful? She actually killed the son of Super God with one sword. Why do I feel that Chi Tong is also very strong? Of course she is strong. She won the first place in my last team competition. Shi Yu smiled and greeted senior Lin Feng. At that time, she didn't have so much faith power to use. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Well, it seems that 11 is not the strongest, right? Of course, that's the old version. Now I can only have a rough guess about who is stronger and who is weaker. As for the real ranking, we still have to play and see, after all. Even Shi Yu didn't ask what cards they prepared for their teammates. However, This time, Shiyu felt that although 11 and Red Eyes were fierce, they might not be able to take the first place steadily. A good news? Lin Feng looked at the super god stone placed in the living room by Shiyu and said, "Do you want to hear it?" "What good news?" Shiyu said. "Did you bet with someone again?" "What is it this time?" Lin Feng said. "It's not that I bet with anyone, it's Senior Kongdi who bet with someone." Shiyu. Lin Feng smiled and told Shiyu briefly about the super gods of the 5 major gods of Blue Star descending to the suspended realm. When he learned that at that time, the Blue Star lineage would divide the resources of Blue Star according to the strength of the race, Shiyu had a strange expression. Kongdi is setting a trap for the 5 major gods. When Shidi comes out, the 5 major gods will be in trouble. Although the Emperor of Time has just been promoted to super god, as a big boss of the time system, he can't be weaker than the super gods of the 5 major gods of Blue Star. The super gods of the 5 major gods of Blue Star are said to be the bottom of the super gods. As for the Emperor of Time, according to the prophecy of the owl, there may be more than one source of transcendence in the epic ruins. Therefore, if the Emperor of Time himself becomes a super god beastmaster, he may even have at least one super god level time system pet. This is awesome. It is already amazing for a big force to have a super god strongman. If there are 2 super gods, it is a double super god. Looking at the whole universe, they are all big forces. The combination of super god beastmaster plus super god pet is also rare in the entire Kai King Star. Like the previous demon emperor, he is a super god beastmaster himself, but the demon sword in his hand is not a super god. But even so, he can kill the super genius among the god level in seconds. The combination of Super God Beastmaster plus Super God Pet that Shiyu is familiar with seems to be only Bingling, the vice president of the Environmental Protection Association. The Bingling God is a Super God Beastmaster. Her contract object is the strongest of the Purifying Star Spirit clan, a Super God level Purifying Star Spirit, and the current president of the Environmental Protection Association. Therefore, if the Time Emperor can be 2 super gods in one body, it will undoubtedly be very strong. And if it is 3 super gods in one body, it will be even more unimaginable. At that time, as long as the Donghuang lineage does not provoke the 5 major cosmic forces, it can almost walk sideways in the entire universe. When Shiyu thought that after releasing the Time Emperor, there would be a super boss to protect him, he was looking forward to it. Senior Kongdi is fighting for the interests of Donghuang, Shiyu said. Good news? That's it. Of course not, Lin Feng said. It's the 5 super gods. They are afraid that I can't protect you alone, so they want to come here to be your bodyguard. Puff. Shiyu almost sprayed. 5 super gods as bodyguards for himself? TMD, does the son of the universe overlord have this treatment? Although they are all the worst super gods, it is too exciting. It should be more than just being a bodyguard, Shiyu said. Almost. They are probably afraid that you will win the championship, take the teleportation array and run away, and then sell it. They also want to monitor you, Lin Feng laughed. If you really get the permanent legendary array, seeing that you are only from such a small place as the suspended realm, the threats and inducements from the major clans will be inevitable, of course, although we know that you are protected by the Ice Spirit God, the 5 major clans of Blue Star will definitely be worried. It's a good thing for them to come, at least, Lin Feng said. At least, your Super God Stone will probably be unlocked soon. And you don't have to wait anxiously until the end of the game. You guys, I guess you studied it for a long time, and you didn't even watch the game of your own pet. Shiyu laughed and said, I still pay attention to Qitong. The opponents of other pets were killed in one move. There's nothing to see. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, as if Qitong's opponents were not killed in one move. Senior Kongdi just sent me a message. It won't take long for them to reach the central realm. By the way, the newcomer list should be out at this time, Lin Feng said. Your pets should all be on the list. Let's see. Let me see. It's probably not time yet. At this moment, many people who follow the conferred God War feel that this year is quite sudden. The newcomers are too abnormal. In fact, it is understandable that only the 3rd son of the Demon Emperor appears. After all, he is the son of the Super God. As a result, this son of the Super God was killed by a sword and was eliminated in the 2nd round. Who would have thought of this? The name of Chaden suddenly became a hot search, second only to 11. Because of the outstanding performance of 11 and Chaden, coupled with Xiang Shang's outstanding performance, this year's newcomer list has attracted much attention. When the time came, Many viewers waited in front of the special program of the conferred God War. Soon, a white light flashed in a dark video, and the light gathered into a few big words. This year's top 10 strongest newcomers. The words appeared, and many viewers were excited and had been waiting for a long time. After the words disappeared, a table appeared. On the table was a huge box, and in the box was a creature like a hairball. The audience was very familiar with it. Every year, this box god would count the most powerful newcomers every year. No one knew its race or its strength, but they only knew that it had a high status in the conferred God War Committee. "Hello everyone, it's time to count the newcomers again," the box god said. As we all know, the vast majority of the participants in the conferred God War are old people who have participated repeatedly. However, every session will also have countless new players. Among these new faces, there are often amazing dark horses, who will eventually show their absolute strength and defeat those old players who have already become famous. Now, as usual, I will count the top 10 strongest newcomers and top 10 supernovas among this year's contestants based on the strength data of each contestant detected by the supercomputer responsible for the Second World, since many new contestants have not yet exerted their full strength. This ranking is for reference only. When the show came to this point, every place was boiling. This top 10 supernova inventory is the most interesting part of the conferred God War. It is basically equivalent to the official conferred God War telling the audience which 10 players are the strongest 10 among the new players who signed up for the conferred God War. Although the box god said that the player strength data detected by the super god computer is for reference only, according to the results of previous years, the official ranking will basically not deviate too much, and at most fluctuate by a few places. After all, even if there are only 1 or 2 reference games, it is still a super god computer. It is not difficult to see the strength of a quasi-god level, even if the opponent is hiding something. After the annual supernova inventory, in addition to those veteran players, the audience will also focus their attention on these newcomers. But this year, in fact, before the box god inventory, the audience has already judged who the top 3 supernovas are. The first one must be the Iron-Eating Beast 11. It directly killed the Raven's Khan, and it would be unjust if it didn't rank first. As for the second one, it must be the Red Pupil. A sword killed the son of the super god in seconds. His strength may not be inferior to that of the Iron-Eating Beast 11. Maybe he will be ranked first. As for the third place, although the third son of the Demon Emperor, Tian Shuang, has been eliminated, people estimate that it is him. After all, although it is tragic, it is also a real record to kill the 21st player with one sword. The third son of the Demon Emperor, looking at the entire ranking of the conferred God War, is definitely in the top 10, but his opponent is too abnormal and weird. No one knows where he came from. The audience also knows that there are several newcomers from major forces participating in the remaining 410, but no one can tell the specific ranking. None of them are as dazzling as these 3 newcomers. Under the gaze of countless people, on the screen, the box god said, "Then now, the top 10 newcomers of this session will be announced one after another. 10th place, Tian Shuang. Reason for being on the list: the demon power is powerful, comparable to the god level, and the sword that combines the spirit, energy and spirit of the contracted demon sword can kill the true god." On the screen, the text and avatar appeared, and the audience was stunned. What? Wait a minute, the third son of the Demon Emperor can only rank 10th among this year's newcomers. Is there something wrong? Is it because Tian Shuang was eliminated in the second round, so his ranking has dropped? No, this inventory is not based on battle records and results. It is only based on the test results of the Second World's heart, the supercomputer. Tian Shuang is ranked 10th, which means that the supercomputer believes that there are 9 newcomers who are stronger than him. How is this possible? Let alone the newcomers. Even if all the old players are included, there are not necessarily 9 people who are stronger than Tian Shuang. Faced with this 10th place, most of the audience were stunned. Although the third son of the Demon Emperor was killed instantly in the second round, his strength was impossible for him to rank 10th among the newcomers. The box god said, "As you can see, the 10th place in the top 10 supernovas this year is Tian Shuang. Tian Shuang is very powerful. In the first round, he and the contracted demon sword worked together to defeat Ling Yu, who ranked 21st in the previous conferred god battle, and he is ranked among the top 10 supernovas. He deserves it." In the video, there was a scene where Tian Shuang killed his opponent with one sword. Of course, The audience knew that Yan Shuang deserved to be ranked among the top 10 newcomers, but they didn't understand why the third son of the Demon Emperor was only ranked 10th. In fact, I was also very surprised when I saw the list given by the Super God computer, because in my prediction, Tian Shang should be in the top 3, the box god said, but there seem to be too many new monsters this year. There are a total of 9 players who are rated by the system as stronger than Tian Shang. Although some of them have not yet shown excellent results and exposed their full strength, the amazing power contained in their bodies has been detected. In a hospital in a dual venue, the third son of the Demon Emperor was lying on the bed, receiving treatment and recuperating. His expression seemed to have lost his dream. Outside the door, the medical staff responsible for taking care of Yan Shuang looked at the inventory and looked at each other. In order to avoid a super god noble son from being unable to bear the stimulation, it is better not to tell him about the inventory. 9th place, world-destroying dragon, reason for being on the list, a mechanical dragon with a special life form. It contains a powerful destructive force in its body, and the power of the dragon of destruction can shock the true god. On the screen, the text and avatar appeared, and the audience was startled again. Who is this? I haven't heard of it. The name is so arrogant, it doesn't look like a name, but rather like a race name, but I've never heard of it. Which dragon clan dares to be so arrogant as to call itself the world-destroying dragon? In the video, a huge and terrifying dragon is shown, with a dragon's might that looks down on the world, destroying the venue and the opponent. After watching it, the audience was shocked. Some geniuses in the suspended realm who had fought with Xiaoji, such as Zilan, Phoenix Man, Lin Rui, and Wang Qingqing, who were paying attention to the inventory of the newcomer list, all swallowed their saliva. Isn't this the mechanical fantasy beast that Shi Yu absorbed the power of the ancestor dragon? Some mechanical masters from the mechanic family were also puzzled when they saw this. Which mechanical family's masterpiece is this? How come I've never heard of it? It's actually ranked above the son of the Demon Emperor. Unbelievable. 9th place, the world-destroying dragon. Its name was widely discussed all of a sudden, and instantly ranked 3rd on the hot search, and the inventory has just begun. 8th place, Emperor Shenshin, reason for being on the list, a rare time-based plant quasi-god, whose own energy value ranks highest among the top 10 newcomers. Another one I haven't heard of. Most people have never heard of what this Emperor Shenshin is. However, in the video, Emperor Shenshin, who looks gentle and elegant in a white research suit, raised his hand with a terrifying ordinary deterrence, which is comparable to the deterrence of God. He killed his opponent in an instant, forming a sharp contrast in image. That was the absolute deterrence that Shenbao showed when he temporarily stepped into the God level with the help of the power of the Fruit of Reincarnation. In the Kanglan realm, a bunch of geniuses from the Plant Association were stunned when they saw the Emperor Shenshin on the list. This. Isn't this Emperor Shenshin who created the Fruit of Cultivation? It's actually only quasi-God level? And, also participated in the conferred God War? And, it is ranked among the top 10 strongest newcomers? Many people who are familiar with Shenbao feel incredible. Outside King Kai's planet, on a battleship, an intelligence officer hurried to report to the captain. Captain Zijian, we finally have information about the cultivation fruit maker you are looking for, Emperor Kanshin. He participated in the conferred God War. In the training room, Captain Zijian of the Universe Overlord Corps, wearing combat uniform, walked out and said, "Conferred God War, let's go and look for him," Captain Zijian said. The cultivation fruit. She had used it up a long time ago, and the Plant Association had no stock. It was easy for her to find this Emperor Kanshin. 7th place, Susu, reason for being on the list, purifying Star Spirit Clan, mastering the deterrence that can affect time and space, and the purification fluctuations in the body are powerful and profound. The branches of the Environmental Protection Association in various realms were shocked as Susu was listed. Another new purifying star spirit was born. In the picture, Susu merged the deterrence fluctuations of the cold air of the sky frost, which indeed distorted time and space and instantly defeated the enemy. This is a force outside the power system of the purifying star spirit, and it is so powerful. Susu is a new member of the Environmental Protection Association. It was not until the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Association came forward to explain that Susu was a member of the Environmental Protection Association that people understood. Many forces lamented that the Environmental Protection Association would be strengthened again. If the purifying star spirit ranked 7th, they would admit it. But among them, There are also a large number of spies from the Dark King's forces. Seeing the birth of a new purifying star spirit in the Environmental Protection Association, their hearts pounded and they showed a dark expression. However, soon, the emotions of the undercover agents of the Environmental Protection Association and the Dark King's forces reversed. 6th place, Purifying Demon Duck. Reason for being on the list: Abyss believes in God, has merged with super God-level pollution sources, and the power of the Abyss can erode the true God. In the picture, the terrifying power of the Abyss of Duck Duck also instantly killed the opponent. How can there be an Abyss creature stronger than the Purifying Star Spirit? Everyone in the Environmental Protection Association was dumbfounded. Wait, who is this guy? If there is no identity registration of the Environmental Protection Association, the Abyss clan cannot participate in the competition. No matter who it is, it must be won over to the Dark King's camp. The undercover agents of the Dark King's forces felt incredible when they saw that there was an Abyss clan that could suppress the Purifying Star Spirit. Then, 5th place, the Lord of Time. A white short-legged cat appeared. Damn it, what a mess of ranking. If Zyagi, Suso and Shenbeo come back, they will be furious, Shiyu muttered halfway through the inventory. This supercomputer in the second world is awesome, but Zyagi is ranked behind Jaya. Are you sure Zyagi won't go berserk? It would be fine if Zyagi was ranked behind Jaya, but Susu was ranked behind Jaya. If Susu doesn't go berserk, Jaya will have to kneel down and beg for mercy when she comes back to show her loyalty. And Shenbeo, as a general of the first team and the most knowledgeable of the 3 brothers in the inner volume, he is actually ranked behind a bunch of second team brothers. Shenbeo might be so angry that he will explode. Shiyu estimated that his pets would almost take all the top 10 supernovas, except for Lin, who might not be included because his strength was not detected. That should be about it. Damn, Lin Feng continued to swallow his saliva in Shiyu's room. He knew that Shiyu was awesome, but when he saw Shiyu's pet being counted as one of the top 10 supernovas, he still felt it was outrageous. How many monster pets did Shiyu breed? He felt that he and Kongdi were nothing compared to Shiyu. Huh? Shiyu, don't look at it yet. Suddenly, Lin Feng said, so fast. Senior Kongdi and the others are here. Are they here? Shiyu was startled and said, where are they? As soon as Shiyu finished speaking, 6 figures appeared outside the door. Kongdi led the way, and behind him, there were 5 figures, 3 men and 2 women, all of whom were humanoid. The dragon man in gorgeous clothes, the beautiful woman in phoenix feather clothes, the strong man in scales, the angel goddess with her sacred wings folded, the dark blue demon, and the super gods of the 5 major gods of Blue Star, all transformed into humanoid forms suitable for appearance, traveled in a low-key manner, and came to the central realm. They were all very low-key, afraid of being challenged by the powerful gods in the central realm. Along the way, no one could imagine that there were 5 super god-level strongmen in this group of 6. Although they are not afraid of Kongdi and Lin Feng, there are still many gods who are more terrifying than Lin Feng and Kongdi, and can directly attack the full-grown super gods. Seniors, you are here. Lin Feng quickly took Shiyu out to greet them. Meet the seniors, Shiyu also said. Are you Shiyu? The 5 super gods looked at Shiyu and smiled, because they were still counting on Shiyu to take down the permanent teleportation array. They looked at Shiyu with a friendly look. Sure enough, you are a handsome man, the Kilin clan super god said. Boy, you brought back the Wind Kilin inheritance from the mother planet, which is of great significance to our Kilin clan. Do you want any reward? Shiyu muttered in his heart. Lin Feng had asked for a reward a long time ago. Didn't you guys not give it to him? Now that he is going to get the permanent teleportation array, he mentioned the reward. What a pitfall. The Kilin clan sacrificed a lot to protect the Blue Star. Without the sacrifice of the Kilin clan, there would be no me later. Bringing back the Wind Kilin inheritance is what I should do, Shiyu said politely. Don't say that. You are still working hard for the development of the mother planet. As seniors, we should reward you for your hard work, the Dragon Clan super god said. I heard that you have cultivated a blue dragon. How about I send the strongest blue dragon evolver in the Dragon Clan to guide it? Shiyu, Lin Feng beside him also twitched his mouth. Shiyu has cracked the 4 saints relics. Is he still missing your guidance? You super gods, are you here to shit? Hey, let them finish their work and then drive them away. Seniors, Shiyu is shy and has social phobia. I am embarrassed to ask for rewards from you seniors. Why don't I ask for it for him? Lin Feng laughed and said, He just got a super god stone. Seniors, how about you spend some super god power to help him unlock it? The 5 super gods were slightly startled. Super god stone. It's just unlocking a stone. It's a piece of work. Where is it? The demon clan super god said. In the hall. The Sky Emperor was also wondering where Lin Feng and Shi Yu got the super god stone. However, the 5 super gods were happy to leave a good impression on Shi Yu in this way. At this time, they were already thinking about how to win over Shi Yu. It was a pity for a genius like Shi Yu to stay in the suspended realm. It would be better to send him to their clan to train their descendants and bind him to their own clan. Especially the Qilin clan super gods, they were already thinking about how to bring Shi Yu and Feng Qilin back to their clan. They believed that compared with Wen Kong and Lin Feng, 2 ordinary gods, Shi Yu would definitely choose to follow them, the super gods. Is this the stone? Yes, seniors, please. The 5 super gods naturally knew what the super god stone was. The 5 of them nodded to each other, stretched out their palms at the same time, and aimed at the super god stone. The next moment, a mysterious force, no matter how Shi Yu observed, he could not understand the force, lingered in the palms of the 5 super gods, and then slowly surged towards the god stone. Good stuff. Lin Feng was waiting on the side. He didn't expect that the stone that he just fooled last night could be opened today. What good stuff could it be? 5 super god powers flowed to the super god stone. The next moment, dense cracks appeared on the outside of the super god stone. Then, everything collapsed. Shi Yu took a deep breath and stared at it. Huh? The 5 super gods exclaimed softly. When the shell of the super god stone was completely broken and the things inside were revealed, Kongdi, Lin Feng, Shi Yu, and the 5 super gods were all stunned. Because 90% of the super god stones that opened out super god resources did not open out super god resources this time. Inside the super god stone, there was another stone, a biological fossil, and an ember-like thing, and inside the amber, there was a person. A man who was naked, his private parts were covered by holy light, and only his strong body and handsome face were exposed. An ancient man from the last era. The 5 super gods were surprised that the super god stone opened out such ancient creatures, which was rare. This ancient man's life breath has disappeared, but his physical strength should be comparable to that of a super god. If it is sold to the Archaeological Association, it should be worth more than super god resources, which is not bad, the Dragon Clan super god said. At this time, seeing that the one who was offered was a man, not a goddess, Lin Feng seemed a little disappointed. He looked at Shi Yu, but saw that Shi Yu was looking at this man with an extremely serious face. Are you interested in men? Lin Feng asked. No, I'm only interested in the ancients of the era, Shi Yu took a deep breath and said. Especially when this ancient man of the era looked very similar to his previous life on Earth, Shi Yu's heart was shaking like a tsunami, and he forcibly controlled his facial changes. Damn, why does this person look more and more like himself before he crossed over? Chapter 573 Archaeological exams revealed the body of the past life. The event is on its last day and will end at 0000 hours tonight. Please update in advance today and don't forget to unlock it. Shi Yu was completely dumbfounded when he saw his body from his previous life opened in the super god stone. In broad daylight, he just felt his head buzzing. He had a creepy feeling. So, the Earth is really the blue planet of the last era. So his soul really traveled through a cosmic era and came to the restarted future. However, even so, why is his body still preserved and sealed up? What puzzled Shi Yu even more was that in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. Although he had been wandering around and had a good physique and was not weak, he was far from the super god physique. How could he be super god level in his previous life? Continue to open the amber and see, the angel clan super god spoke, and after she finished speaking, she wanted to uncover the holy light. Senior, wait a minute, Shi Yu hurriedly stopped her and said, that's it, that's good, now they are one. If you break deeper, it may affect the ancient artifacts. If his arms and legs are broken, Shi Yu will have nowhere to cry. The angel clan super god stopped and looked at Shi Yu. I remember, you are an archaeologist, right? Before coming, she got some information about Shi Yu. Yes, Shi Yu said, opening an ancient man of the era is also of great research value to me, super god of the previous era. The Dragon Clan super god and others looked at the sealed body and sighed. Even a super god cannot resist a birth and death of a universe. Maybe, This super god is trying to avoid the catastrophe of the destruction of the universe by sealing himself as a divine stone, but unfortunately, it doesn't work, the Phoenix clan super god said. But it is extremely difficult to preserve the body intact, the Killen clan super god said. There are no more than 10 such epic creatures in the entire universe. It is not as valuable as a super god resource. The demon clan super god shook his head. Shiyu listened to the discussions of the super gods and was very silent. His mind was very confused at this time. I think you should not study such dangerous things, the dragon clan super god said. Even the Archaeological Association has not studied anything, but paid a heavy price. You are a quasi-god. It is not good to play with fire. I remember that at least 3 of the 5 major cosmic forces have opened epic creatures. Among them, on King Kai's planet, the Archaeological Association has conducted 800 years of research on the creatures they opened. They want to revive the epic creatures, but they have tried various methods and all ended in failure. During this period, they invited talented people to study together, and there was no shortage of super god life forms that were proficient in various fields. There are also those who want to use the spirit. The soul possesses the body of the epic creature, but once it touches the body, the soul is annihilated, the matching degree is 0, and there is no room for turning back. Even if you want to make the body of the epic creature into a puppet, you can't do it at all. It is impossible to complete precise control. You can only use the crude method of controlling the body with telekinesis to guide the epic creature's body to make movements. So this thing is not something you can study alone. The best choice is to sell it to the Archaeological Association at a high price in exchange for certain resources. The Dragon Clan super god gave advice. Worried that Shiyu would play with fire and kill himself. By then, if the conferred god war has not ended, the permanent teleportation array will also be gone. Wait, Shiyu's death doesn't seem to affect anything, as long as his pet doesn't die. Shiyu's pet seems to have shown the potential to get the first place without relying on the Beastmaster. Thank you for the reminder, Senior, Shiyu said. I will pay attention. Kongdi and Lin Feng were silent. Shiyu probably just said that he would pay attention. But who knows what will happen when the time comes. The ancient corpse of the era. Emperor Kong never thought that this super god stone would produce such a thing. Beside him, Lin Feng also shook his head secretly. He saw that Shiyu was interested and planned to throw it to Shiyu to deal with. If other creatures of the era were opened, even if it was a wild beast, Lin Feng would be interested. But now, he really has no interest. Lin Feng himself is not willing to carry an ancient corpse around every day. At this time, there was a chirping sound outside the door. It was 11 and Chi Tong who went out to play in the game. They came back in a team again. Even at a distance, everyone heard their arguing. Roar, why, Zioji shouted unconvincedly, probably because he already knew the ranking of the newcomers. Yi, where can I go to reason? Shen Baobao was unconvinced, but he was indeed a little guilty. With the sun and moon shining together plus soul fruit plus time mark, multiple self-explosions, it is indeed not inferior to any opponent in the team. However, the problem is that this tactic cannot be used repeatedly. If it is used on 11, it cannot be used on Chi Tong. If it is used on Chi Tong, it cannot be used on Chong Chong. Shen Baobao has a headache. Sure enough, there are too few time marks. There are only 2 to send away beggars. Yo followed Su and kept explaining, so he had no time to deal with Zioji. In his opinion, he was higher than Zioji, which was justified. However, what kind of broken list is this, ranking himself in front of big sister Su? Yo instantly broke out in a cold sweat and trembled in his heart. He felt that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm him. The 5 super gods of Blue Star are also here. After sensing the return of the pets, Shiyu told them the current situation at home. Hearing this, 11 and the other pets were stunned. What? Until they completely entered the door and saw a group of people surrounding a piece of biological amber. Lin Feng and Kongdi were there. In addition, there were 5 guys whose strengths were unclear, like ordinary people, but they felt very difficult to mess with. The pets came in and looked at the 5 super gods. The gazes of the 5 super gods passed over all the pets and fell on 11. 11 blinked. The 5 super gods were attracted by its record. Then, Chong Chong and the dragon super god, Chi Tong and the phoenix super god, Lin and the unicorn super god faced each other, while the angel super god and the demon super god were silent. What does this Shiyu mean? He cultivated the offspring of the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn, but ignored the offspring of the angel and demon. Does he look down on the angels and demons? The angel and demon super gods think that if they want to win over Shiyu, they must first let Shiyu sign a contract with the geniuses of their tribe. Anyway, looking at Shiyu's appearance, he has contracted so many pets, so he should not care about one more. Hello, seniors, 11 and the others greeted obediently. You guys are good, Killin clan super gods said, especially to Lin. This warship is the mechanical fantasy beast with the inheritance of the Wind Killin clan. Although it is not an orthodox Killin, it has accepted the inheritance of the Wind Killin and is also considered half a Killin. I just don't know if it is willing to join the Killin clan with Shiyu in the future. Seniors, Shiyu's pet has just returned from the game and needs to rest and prepare for the next game. Why don't we leave first and discuss the rule changes, Kongdi said, while Lin Feng is here. Okay, at the moment, this matter is the most important, and the 5 super gods nodded. After a while, Kongdi, Lin Feng, and the 5 super gods all left, leaving only Shiyu and 11 in the room. 11 looked at the biological amber and the broken super god stone in a deep voice, and looked at Shiyu. Master, the super god stone, just opened such a thing, Lin said. This is not a thing, Shiyu said, this may be the most outstanding life in the last universe era. Lin, what? 11 pets, what? They had never seen Shiyu praise others so generously. Was he stimulated by something today? Lin, collect all the information about the super godstone, epical ancient creatures, Shiyu said. Shiyu looked at his previous life and felt that he was getting closer and closer to solving the mystery of time travel. By the way, you have seen the newcomer list, right? Shiyu suddenly brought up something else. Meow, the short-legged cat happily told Shiyu that it was fifth place, the Lord of Time, reason for being on the list. The physique is a pure body of faith, controlling a huge power of faith. I see, Shiyu smiled slightly. You can actually be fifth, not bad, in a magnificent room in the suspended realm, under the recommendation of the gem cat. The dragon god who ate the fruit of cultivation, saw this ranking and said, little cat, Shiyu, the short-legged cat, seems to be your descendant. Your descendant's strength has surpassed the son of the super god. How do you feel? The dragon god stabbed the gem cat several times, making the gem cat heartbroken. It still remembered the stupid look of the short-legged cat when it recommended it to Shiyu. Although it is still stupid now, why is it ranked in front of Shin Bao Bao, Susu and others? Why? The gem cat felt a huge blow. No, this won't work. The gem cat has decided that after Shiyu finishes the game, it will take the short-legged cat and the owl to go treasure hunting together. After such a long investigation, the cat almost knows where the gems he picked up came from. The Kaixing clan is a race with low combat power but very powerful abilities in the universe. Their wish-making ability is omnipotent if they pay enough. The most powerful record is that several Kaixing clan members helped a top god to make a wish and break through. The other party actually ran into the epic ruins when he went out and picked up the source of transcendence. Therefore, this has led to the Kaixing clan being coveted very seriously. Many star clans are eager to raise a Kaixing clan member as a pet. Some even regard the entire Kaixing clan as a forbidden deed. As a result, the Kaixing clan has suffered many catastrophes and has been on the verge of extinction several times. The race originally had hundreds of members, but now there are probably only a few left, hiding in various parts of the universe. This may also be the backlash of making wishes many times. It is said that when the Kaixing clan was in danger of extinction, the Kaixing clan divided the treasure of the clan into 7 parts and threw it into the cracks of time and space, and wished that there would be creatures who could inherit the will of the Kaixing clan, inherit the power of the Kaixing clan, so that the Kaixing clan would not be completely destroyed, and then help the Kaixing clan to avenge. The gem cat didn't know whether this illusion was true or false, but it was indeed hit by a meteor from outer space and picked up the inheritance of the Kaixing clan. So the gem cat was thinking, if this illusion is true, then is it possible for it to find the other 6 inheritances? Taking itself as the source, letting the foreseeing owl and the short-legged cat help it find it through foreseeing and treasure hunting skills, the gem cat felt very hopeful. By then, it will be the strongest god of the Kaixing clan, the great clan of the starry sky. Senior dragon god, wait, let's compete and see who is more powerful at that time, the gem cat muttered. And now its wish is to see if it can fuse its 9 series energy bombs together with Khan. If it can be done, The power will definitely be cooler, and it is no problem to destroy 11 with one blow. You want to compete with me? The dragon god pondered. Is this cat serious? What bad idea is it coming up with? On Shiyu's side, Shen Baobao was quite depressed. The short-legged cat was ranked 5th. However, Chong Chong was more depressed than Shen Baobao. Because it was 4th place, fantasy bug, reason for being on the list, the physique is a pure body of faith, and it controls a huge power of faith. It is ranked 4th, but Chong Chong did not expect that the super god computer of the second world was perfunctory and even copied the reason for its listing from the short-legged cat. It finally thought of its own battle name, but it was treated like this. Chong Chong was very uncomfortable and the consequences were very serious. Even, 3rd place, Super Holy Beast, reason for being on the list, one body with 2 souls, the physique is a pure body of faith, and it controls a huge power of faith. Turtle and Xiaobing have one more description of one body with 2 souls than it. The ranking of the 4 sacred beasts in the team was higher than Shiyu had imagined, but this was mostly because they still stored a lot of faith power in their bodies. As for the 2nd place and 1st place, there was no suspense. The 2nd place went to Qitong, and the reason for being on the list was to control the rules of the powerful sword. The 1st place went to 11, and the reason for being on the list was the strongest body and at least 3 top-level divine skills. The complete list of the top 10 strongest newcomers can be said to have caused a huge turmoil. 90% of the 10 strongest newcomers had never been heard of before. This year's conferred God War was really magical. Of course, it was just a newcomer list. Which was not what Shiyu was concerned about. His whole mind was now on the matter of archaeological examination to find out himself. Because of this matter, the 1st place in the conferred God War was a bit boring and unattractive. Have your opponents for the next battle come out? Shiyu asked when he saw Lin still investigating over there. 11 and the others responded one after another. They came out, but they were all opponents outside the top 100,000, not worth mentioning. Only Duck was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was different, and it matched the 99th place in the previous session. That would be fine, but the key point is that the 99th place in the last session was a genius from the Environmental Protection Association who was proficient in purification. He was matched with one of our own. Ning, don't lose, Susu said. It would not allow this fat duck to be ranked ahead of it and then be defeated by other purifying creatures. Yeah, Yu patted his chest and promised that he would not lose. Shiyu also laughed and said, the abyss creature was matched with a super genius of the Environmental Protection Association. Well, I guess after this fight, the opponent will have a psychological trauma, if the opponent has the same personality as Susu. Imagine if Susu encountered an abyss creature, but couldn't beat it or purify it, and then this abyss creature showed a purification power stronger than Susu, how devastated Susu would be. Is Lin a bye again? Shiyu said. No, Lin pulled himself out of his thoughts and replied, today I deliberately removed the wind of blessing from my body, and then a group of players died together, the odd-numbered players became even-numbered, and there was no bye option. In the next round, I also matched with an opponent. Oh, this, Shiyu said, why did you remove the wind of blessing? I thought you could happily get a bye until the finals. Lin snorted, that would be too cheating, and I'm not interested in 1st place, I just want to exercise, but it feels like my luck was too good before, and this time it backfired. I matched with a Mingu player who won the 101st consecutive championship and later became the perennial runner-up. Shiyu, your luck is too strong, from 2 byes to matching with a 101-time champion. Why do I feel that the unlucky guy from the Killing clan who came to Blue Star is because you used a lot of Killing clan's luck to backfire on Blue Star? Lin showed his virtual image from the battleship and said with a puffed face, don't talk nonsense, just kidding. Shiyu said, the backlash is not too strong, it's just matching with the 2nd place in the previous session, at least not matching with 11 and the others. You met them in advance, this is called bad luck, Lin said, in order to prevent them from meeting in the early stage, I gave them all a weak wind of luck, I hope it will work. 11 and the others all worshipped Lin, but at the same time they were afraid of Lin. Lin was so scary. As long as Lin wanted, it seemed that he could cheat, reverse the wind of luck, make them all unlucky, meet and eliminate each other in the first few rounds, and then Lin himself, got a bye all the way to the finals. When they thought of this, they felt that Lin's ability was too buggy, and he could completely win without fighting with the help of the rules of the conferred God War. Hey, Shiyu was not only moved, but also sighed. 11 and the others heard that Lin had matched with a 101-time champion. Why didn't they react, just like Lin had matched with a dragon set? This is too contemptuous. This Hades is not much weaker than Khan, and he successfully knocked off the opponent's time mark several times. Master, I have summarized all the information that I can investigate within my authority. At this time, Lin said, I will share my memory with you through telepathy. Okay, Shiyu nodded. It's worry-free to have Lin. Next, Shiyu studied the information that Lin gave him. He only dared to study the information at present. If Shiyu was asked to open the amber, he really didn't dare. However, seeing his past life behind him, Shiyu did have a few ideas. If this is really himself, if it is really himself in his past life, is there any way for him to control him? The words of the Dragon Clan super god and the information that Lin investigated showed that no one can precisely control the creatures of the era, even if it is just as a puppet. The biggest obstacle is the degree of fit. But he is different. His soul is likely to have traveled from the body of the previous era to this universe era. In other words, his soul may have a nearly 100% fit with his previous body. If he could directly control this super god body, Shiyu felt that he could take off on the spot. However, having said that, Shiyu did not dare to guarantee 100% that this body was his. After all, he was just an ordinary person. How could he have a super god body, and who sealed his body? His own crossing did not feel like an accident, but more like a carefully planned thing to allow the life of the previous era to successfully survive to the next era. Even cosmic creatures cannot exist for two eras, but he did it, which is simply incredible. Hey, Shiyu was worried, and he seemed to have aged for a second in an instant. Time came to the next round of the conferred god battle. During this period, Kongdi and Lin Feng did not let the 5 super gods disturb Shiyu, and Shiyu was at ease studying his previous life. As for the 11, they still ran to the competition happily. If nothing unexpected happens, their competition today will attract more attention. As soon as the top 10 newcomers list came out, it was hard for these monster newcomers who ranked ahead of the son of the Demon Emperor not to be noticed. The opponents who matched with them were also trembling and uneasy. Of course, in addition to the 11 of them, there was another battle that attracted much attention. That was Rin versus Minggu. As soon as the list of this match came out, the forum exploded. This newcomer Rin, who had to buy twice, was so lucky that a group of street players envied and hated him, and felt that it was outrageous. However, as the list of the third round came out, Rin, who was so lucky that he met the 101-time champion Minggu, and these street players were immediately happy. What is lucky luck? Good luck has reached the extreme. This time Rin, this time he was backfired. In addition to this battle, the audience paid the most attention to the battle between Pure World Demon Duck versus Goggles. Pure World Demon Duck ranks 6th among the top 10 newcomers. The reason why the audience paid attention to him was that among the top 10 newcomers, only the opponent he met was strong. For example, the players that 11 and the others matched with, who were ranked in the hundreds of thousands, there was no need to pay attention to them at all. They would definitely be defeated in one move. A new monster who mastered the power of the abyss was matched with a super genius from the Environmental Protection Association. This was obviously more gimmicky. It happened that the game of the Pure World Demon Duck was before Lucky Lin. As the game time approached, the audience entered the live broadcast room of the Pure World Demon Duck vs. Fangjing. Including players like Minggu who had won 101 championships, including most of the players in the top 100 of the conferred God War, they all came in with a solemn look. The main thing was that they felt a sense of crisis when they thought that there were 9 new monsters who were stronger than the son of the Demon Emperor. Until now, there were still people who were unwilling to believe that there were 9 newcomers who were stronger than the son of the Demon Emperor. This game might be a good duel to witness the strength of other new monsters. 2 figures emerged on an air island field suspended in the sky. On one side, it was the blindfolded Pure World Demon Duck. On one side, there is a female beastmaster with long black hair. She has a baby face and looks like a child. Although she has no distinctive features, she gives people a very clean feeling when she looks at her directly. Let's infer. Fangjing ranked 99th in the last session. The Demon Emperor's son Xianshan killed the 21st in the last session with 1 sword. His strength is far greater than that of the 99th. Is there any problem? And this Pure World Demon Duck is several ranks higher than the Demon Emperor's son. It is far greater than Xianshan, So is there any problem? So normal development of this game is that the pure world demon duck will kill Fengjing in an instant. That's not necessarily the case. Fengjing's master is the perfect god of the Environmental Protection Association, who is proficient in the power of purification. He has rich experience in dealing with the Abyss clan. Maybe he can use the restraint relationship to reverse the situation. The situation, one thing overcomes another, is also very common in the conferred god war. But the problem is, this Abyss clan is ranked above the Purifying Star Spirit. The Purifying Star Spirit is the strongest purifying race, ranked 77th among the Starry Sky 10,000 clans, just by its purification ability. Although Fengjing's contract object, the Wind Dancer, is also a strong purifying race, it is already hundreds of places away in the Starry Sky 10,000 clan ranking. While the audience was discussing, Fengjing had already summoned his contract partner, the 512th among the Starry Sky 10,000 clans, the purifying race, the Wind Dancer. An elemental creature, floating in the sky, their graceful posture when flying is like a dancer. The Wind Dancer clan often appears in various realms, purifying filth while flying, and is widely praised. In addition to the Wind Dancer appearing beside Fengjing, she also had a round mirror-like instrument-type head in her hand as her own weapon. Behind her, a white cloak appeared, emitting a faint glow that isolated all filth. A guardian equipment life, a mirror life, and a Wind Dancer are the complete contract configuration of this goggles. I know you are very strong, the goggles' light voice came out, looking at Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah was very calm, otherwise, there would be no chance, but this venue, the island in the sky, is interesting, and Zyagi should be the one to suffer. As soon as the voice fell, the Wind Dancer hummed softly, and directly summoned the storm formed by the three super purification skills of Spirit, Wind, and Dead Spirit, blowing towards Yeah. Light Wind. The strongest purification skill of the Wind Dancer family can purify all filth. After the creatures purified by the Wind Dancer, even after reincarnation, even if they reincarnate 100 times, they will become good people for 100 generations, and their bodies will have an absolute rejection of the pollution source. Of course, in addition to this perverted ability, purifying the enemy's fighting spirit is just a basic operation. This is a purification skill stronger than the simple spirit of the sea. Light of purification. Based on such a purification skill, the goggles cape fluttered, holding the goggles, aimed at the Wind Dancer, and used the purification amplification talent. His own purification amplification talent that had been cultivated to the god level, and after the secondary enhancement of the goggles weapon, formed a very strong enhancement ability, blooming all over the Wind Dancer. At this time, the Wind Dancer was like a wind dancer under a holy halo, dancing with light wind, purifying the filthy duck. This is not blood resistant. Seeing this, the audience swallowed their saliva. The ability of the Beast Masters of the Environmental Protection Association has always been blood resistant to the Abyss and other tribes. It shouldn't be a big problem to jump a level. Maybe this duck is also unlucky? Obviously, it may have a strength far beyond the goggles player, but because of restraint and being outnumbered, it fell into a disadvantage. This duck seems to have no contractor and is alone, while the goggles are fully armed. Boom. The next moment, the breeze enveloped and covered Yaya's whole body. Yaya stood in place, and the bandage on her eyes fluttered in the wind. The abyss breath permeating her body was like a flame meeting a stream of water, and white mist was rising wildly. She was completely purified, but Yaya was not moved at all, just like a dead duck that was not afraid of boiling water. She often drank the purified water as plain water, and said that she could still bear it. On the opposite side, Fengjing took a deep breath, but the next moment, the bandage on the eyes of the pure world demon duck was blown away by the wind. Blown away. This was the first time that Yaya had untied the bandage in the conferred god battle. It's over. In the Kanglan realm, Master Adolf and his apprentice Zyajin, the Environmental Protection Association that had assessed Yaya, and President Xingnan, who was watching the game, saw this scene and felt regretful. Hey, Fengjing, be more careful. Why are you blowing the bandage for no reason? As the bandage was blown away, Yaya opened her closed eyes, revealing her dark red pupils. A terrifying aura gradually spread over her body. Bang, 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 bang. Yaya's heart of the abyss began to beat strongly. Boom. The next moment, the strange, evil, huge, and deep power of the abyss pollution instantly spread to the goggles through the light wind and the air. The pupils of the goggles shrank, and she felt a dizzy shock in her brain. when she came to her senses. The entire island in the sky had turned into a terrifying abyss, filled with filthy fluctuations. Goggles, in mid-air, the wind dancer shouted in panic. Its originally light body of the wind element was now directly stained black. The power of the abyss slowly eroded its entire body, and it was unable to purify itself. Hand of Purification. Feng Jing wanted to use her other god-level purification ability to assist the wind dancer in purification, but suddenly, she also found that the purification cloak she was equipped with was also quickly filled with the power of the abyss, and it did not play a protective role at all. Her will was eroded in an instant. Feng Jing looked desperate, and felt a darkness in front of her eyes. She instantly knew why this demon duck ranked before the third son of the demon emperor. Even if it was a primary abyss god, it was impossible to possess such a terrifying abyss power. Is this the so-called abyss power that has been integrated with a super god-level pollution source? At this moment, the audience saw that Yu only emitted the power of the abyss, and the entire island, the sky, and even the land below, all turned into a place like the abyss purgatory. The terrifying pollution ability, coupled with the scene of Feng Jing struggling and crying in pain, and the wind dancer almost turning black into an abyss creature, instantly frightened countless viewers. This. Even Minggu showed a fearful expression. What kind of thing is this? Even the genius of the Environmental Protection Association, who is proficient in purification, can't resist the erosion power. It feels so dangerous. Hey, just when all the audience were terrified of Feng Yan's fate, this so-called purifying demon duck sighed, slowly turned around, picked up the bandage, tied it on his eyes again, and murmured, "This world is filthy again." After saying that, it put its duck paws together, and a blue-gold holy light emanated from its body. In an instant, the light enveloped the entire field. The deep power of the abyss, as if it had encountered some terrible existence, quickly disappeared. The light also enveloped the opponents, and the power of the abyss on them also faded quickly. However, the erosion of will just now has made them completely mentally unable to bear it, and they fainted. Yu turned his back to the crowd and slowly left the field. Only a few big words, "winner, purifying demon duck," were left. This, purifying world. At this moment, many people's expressions changed, and they understood the meaning of its name for the first time. The purifying demon duck, no wonder it is ranked before the purifying star spirit, it does have some ability. At the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Association, a figure smiled and spoke. It was the great god Bingling. She, a super god-level purifier, also paid attention to this battle. This session is really a pit, as the purifying demon duck showed the power of the abyss that was enough to ignore the super genius of the Environmental Protection Association and the purification power that far crushed the opponent, showing the terrifying talent of the Buddha and demon practitioners. Many old players felt the pain in their balls and felt the cruelty of this year's conferred god battle. The ranking of the rookie list seems to be fine. These guys are really outrageous. Fortunately, in a room, Minggu said to his silent contract partner. Fortunately, we are lucky and haven't encountered these monster rookies yet. If we encounter these guys too early, we will be a little tired. Although our next opponent is also a rookie, he is not on the list and should not be strong. Our opponent seems to have 2 buys, said a ghost-like creature next to Minggu. Well, it was lucky, but unfortunately it ran interest in the third game. I don't know whether it was good luck or bad luck. Minggu shook his head and didn't think about it carefully. Will the players who were given a buy have the chance to be tested by the supercomputer of the second world, and will they have the chance to be included in the list? Damn it! At the same time, in Shiyu's room, Shiyu looked at the amber that was gradually melting, fell into deep thought, and took a few steps back. Damn, can this thing melt by itself? Is it because it's too hot today? Shiyu looked at the naked body lying on the ground, and for a moment, he quickly found clothes and planned to put clothes on this body first. Even if he wanted to study, he couldn't study the naked body all the time, it would affect his thoughts too much. He flipped through his wardrobe, panda suits, ancient costumes for disguise, old people's clothes, children's clothes, white tiger armor, archaeological clothes, and a bunch of equipment with strange uses. For a moment, he suffered from choice difficulties and didn't know what to wear for this super god body, the body of the previous life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574 Luck is also part of strength. After the match between the Pure World Demon Duck and the Goggles, the audience began to believe in the strength of the top 10 newcomers. Maybe the son of the Demon Emperor is really only at the level of the 10th newcomer this year. People don't know what special day this year is. So many monster newcomers appeared at once. This year's 10 newcomers give people the feeling that their strength is not inferior to the top 10 among the old people. This is outrageous. Not only passers-by feel this, but the top 10 of the last conferred God War also feel the pressure. Some people are worried that they will be squeezed out of the top 10 this year. 11's opponent gave up again. The same is true for Chitong. Today's conferred God War is still the same as in the past. Weaker players will give up directly when they encounter two strong opponents. Such a battle is not necessary at all, and it doesn't even have a training effect. Just as the audience predicted, except for the battle of the Pure World Demon Duck, which is a little interesting, the battles of the other 10 newcomers are either given up or killed instantly. Minggu, in a certain battle facility, Minggu was meditating with his eyes closed, waiting for the next battle. Suddenly, a voice came, and Minggu, the second-ranked player for thousands of years, opened his eyes. Khan, seeing his old rival Khan, Minggu said, "What are you doing here? You're seriously injured, and you haven't gone home yet." Khan said with a bad expression, "I'm eliminated, are you happy?" Minggu chuckled, "Of course I'm happy. I also have to thank that 11 for eliminating you. Who knows, I can take advantage of it and get first place again this time." "I hope so," Khan said, "we are old friends. I know you need a permanent teleportation array, so I'll give you a chance." After that, he took out a memory crystal ball and threw it to Minggu, saying, "After activating this crystal ball, you can experience a battle with that 11 from my perspective. My ability is more restrained against you, but your ability is not restrained by that 11. Come on," Khan said. "You?" Minggu took the crystal ball, his expression was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Is it a compensation for suppressing me for 79 years? Then I will accept your kindness." He really needed a permanent teleportation array. On the contrary, the Crow Khan participated in the conferred God War just to challenge himself and for honor. The Crow clan already had a permanent teleportation array. Although the more the better, it was not so urgent. Otherwise, with Khan's strength, he would definitely be able to pass the level with a few contract pendants. "Take the first place," Khan said, turned around and left, leaving Minggu alone. "Don't worry, Khan, I will take your share and take the first place." Minggu didn't expect Khan to send such a big gift. When watching the battle between Khan and 11, he did have a lot of confusion, but with this, he probably could understand 11 better. Before that, let's get rid of that lucky guy Lin first. That's it. On the other side, Shiyu picked for a long time and chose a set of panda pajamas for his previous life. The reason is that it is easy to put on and take off, very loose, and more convenient to study. It would be very difficult to put on the other messy clothes. It's a pity that Chong Chong is not here. Otherwise Chong Chong could just imagine a set of clothes to put on. Meow. At this moment, Xiao Zi flew over in the room and told Shiyu that the battle between Lin and Minggu was about to begin. It and Qi and the body were already waiting to watch the battle, and asked Shiyu if he wanted to watch it together. Well, Shiyu glanced at his previous life on the sofa and said, "I won't watch it. Anyway, it's Lin who won." Xiao Zi and Qi watched it by themselves. They felt that this battle was still quite interesting, because Lin said that although he could beat the opponent, he might consume a lot of energy. Battlefield number 71,717 was opened not long after. The protagonist of this battle is Minggu versus Rin. The attention of this battle can at least be ranked in the top 5 among all the battles currently underway. The reason is simple. The 79-time champion Khan has been eliminated, and among the veterans, only the 101-time champion Minggu is the strongest. The two of them almost swept the first place in the past 200 years. The other old players could only linger behind the third place, and their strength was obviously different from theirs. Now that Khan is on his knees, it depends on how far Minggu can go. Will he continue to be the second, or will he finally defeat the 11th and defeat the opponent that Khan has not defeated? In addition, there is another point, that is, Minggu's opponent is very interesting. He had 2 buys and his luck was so good that it seemed to be the first time in 10,000 years. However, after the good luck, he was unlucky to meet the 101-time champion Minggu. This contrast of luck, first good luck and then bad luck, is also a gimmick. It topped the hot search and attracted a large amount of traffic. On the Starry Sky field, two figures slowly emerged. The venue of each game of the conferred god battle is random, and any environment may appear. This game is the venue of the universe and the Starry Sky, a huge arena suspended in the universe and the Starry Sky. Such a rare venue is actually drawn. After Mingu came in, he sighed slightly. The Starry Sky venue was the one with the lowest probability of being drawn among all the maps, with only a 1% probability. But it didn't matter what venue it was. He didn't have any requirements for the venue, and no venue could weaken their combat power. When Mingu came out, he also summoned his contracted ghost. This was a strange life with a black and purple armored body, and blue and white flames on its feet and shoulder armor. It did not belong to any of the major tribes of the Starry Sky 10,000 races. It was purely a fighting monster cultivated by Mingu. Mingu suddenly looked at his opponent. He found that his opponent was actually a model-like white mini battleship, and it was actually a mechanical life. Not only Mingu, at this moment, most of the audience were slightly stunned. They looked at Rin, who appeared opposite Mingu, and fell into deep thought. Rin, who had two eyes, was a mechanical life. Because on the official website, Rin's avatar was a white-haired virtual human image, the audience thought Rin was also a human. Just when the audience was confused, a virtual mechanical spirit appeared above the space battleship, which was the lucky Rin in people's impression. It's really a mechanical life? Where is your mechanic? Mingu said lightly. Generally speaking, other races may not have contractors. But mechanical races basically have a mechanic. Because in the universe, the mechanical race was originally created by humans. Although some mechanical races in other parts of the Starry Sky may become stronger and break away from humans and become the host, on King Kai, the mechanical system is still firmly controlled by humans. It's enough for me alone, Rin said. The master is watching the game, then your mechanic is quite strange. Let the mechanical pet sign up for the competition by itself, and watch the game from behind. Even if you want to test the mechanical performance, you should come to the scene in person. Are you a special type of machine that can get two buys with such a large base? Mingu asked again. Lin said, I guess so you have to be careful and go all out. Mingu was stunned. He talked to Lin Duo for Lin's good luck of getting two buys, but he didn't expect to get such an answer from Lin. The reason why Lin talked to Mingu Duo was that he, like Khan, had a certain copy value. However, the copy value of Mingu's contracted ghost god was much smaller than Khan's, because Mingu's 101 crowns were not actually led by his pet, but he was very strong. Lin had naturally investigated this. Mingu's talent was very high, and his god's contract ability was very abnormal. God's contract was a special contract method developed by the Beastmasters of the universe and the stars, which was equivalent to the ultimate development of the Beastmaster space. It was a contract that could only be completed by Beastmasters with certain talents. The ordinary Beastmasters and pets signed contracts only in the Master-Servant contract, an equal contract. The signer of the Master-Servant contract, the Master, had a strong control over the servant, and could even decide the life and death of the other party with a single thought. The equal contract is a more normal contract method. These two types of contracts are very popular on Blue Star. In addition to these two major contracts, there is actually another contract model called God's Contract, which is the mainstream contract method on King Kai. When a Beastmaster with strong talent and potential signs a God's Contract with a pet, he can achieve some incredible transformations of himself and his pet through the equivalent exchange contract method. For example, when a Beastmaster with outstanding talent signs a contract with a pet, he can set rules for himself. After the contract is signed by both parties, the growth rate of the pet in the beast control space is 100 times that of the ordinary beast control space, and the price he has to pay is that he can only sign a contract with his pet for life. Depending on the talent of the Beastmaster, the form of the God's contract is also different. 99% of the Starry Sky Beastmasters choose to contract only one pet in exchange for their own enhancement and the pet's several times growth rate. And there are also a small number of Beastmasters who can complete a more powerful God's contract because of their own talent and potential. Mingu is such a genius. The contract of God he completed is the effect of the beast control ability can reach 10 times the normal. As for the price, people don't know. It is estimated that only one pet can be contracted. However, this also allows Mingu to not rely on any powerful beasts. Even if it is just an ordinary pet. It can also kill gods under the amplification of his 10 times beast control talent enhancement effect. This ability is also the reason why Mingu, who was born in the second level realm and is not a super god, can reach this point. Even if the pet is not from a big family, it can occasionally kill Khan under his enhancement. If Khan cannot be resurrected twice, Khan really can't beat Mingu with one life. What is that Lucky Lin talking about? Let Mingu go all out. At this moment, the audience talked about it, as if they heard something funny. Let me go all out. Mingu also laughed. If Khan, 11, and Akame said this, he might be more serious. But this little machine in front of him, who doesn't even have a mechanic around, said it. Why? Is it just luck? Mingu said with a smile. Haven't you heard that luck is also a part of strength? Lin also smiled slightly. Look, there seems to be a change in the starry sky. As soon as Lin finished speaking, Mingu and his contracted ghosts changed their expressions, and suddenly felt that something was wrong with the starry sky battlefield. White waves like waves slowly spread in all directions of the starry sky battlefield, and a huge circular eye of the storm seemed to surround the entire arena at this time. This change startled the audience, and also made the battle elves who were observing the battle situation quickly analyze. Incredible, the prototype of the starry sky storm appeared in the 71,717 battlefield. As we all know, the competition venues in the second world are perfect simulations of various natural environments. The weather and disaster changes in the natural environment, such as heavy rain, blizzards, thunder, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, earthquakes, and typhoons, will also appear randomly, adding more possibilities to the battle. Among them, the disasters that may occur in the starry sky venue, the starry sky storm is one of them, but the probability should be very small. Yes, Mingu and Lin actually encountered a starry sky storm. Under the starry sky storm, it is very likely that the battle will be difficult to continue. Both sides will probably have to spend all their strength just to resist the starry sky storm. It is even possible that both sides will die in the disaster. Next, if the two sides continue to fight, it will be dangerous. The best choice is to end the battle quickly before the starry sky storm takes shape, or for one of the parties to choose to admit defeat. Otherwise, after mistakenly entering the storm, the battle situation will be extremely uncontrollable. After the battle elf finished speaking, the audiences from all realms who were paying attention to this conferred god battle were dumbfounded. Starry sky storm. Fuck, there's a starry sky storm. Damn, is this Rina machine created by the goddess of luck? A battle that was supposed to be suspenseful actually had a cosmic disaster come out to mess things up. Being caught in a starry sky storm is completely based on luck. If you're lucky, you might be caught in a weak area, and if you're unlucky, you'll be caught in a severely affected area. This Rin won't be so lucky that he can win this battle by relying on an unexpected cosmic disaster. In the second conferred god battle, Hades encountered a starry sky storm in the battle, and in an instant, this hot topic became a hot search. This forced players like Khan, who had not paid attention to this battle, to pay attention to it. The starry sky storm is not a big problem. The starry sky storm in the second world is far less powerful than that in the real universe. Besides, Hades only needs to kill this Rin in an instant, and there's no need to gamble with it. I'm sure now that this mechanical life is definitely a mechanical race created to specialize in luck. Its luck is too amazing. The battle, which was already very popular, became more popular again with the appearance of the cosmic disaster starry sky storm. In the starry sky venue, Mingu's mouth twitched. If he had known, he would not have said so much nonsense to this Lin. Damn, the other party is really lucky. This time he believed it. But do you think you can win like this? Mingu said, and at the same time activated a strengthening talent, with a light in his eyes. Beside him, the contracted ghost god immediately stretched out his palm and slapped it in the air. Above Lin, the space ripples floated, and this space seemed to be connected. A huge palm of 100 meters long was slapped directly from the other dimension. Although the palm was not big, it swept the power of the monstrous dark space, as if it contained the power to cover a planet, and slapped it towards the small battleship. Mingu made a move. It seems that he wants to make a quick decision and kill the opponent in seconds. The audience witnessed it and felt that the battle was almost over. However, at this time, the mini battleship seemed to start fighting back. The scale gradually increased under the 9-color light. The 9-color divine light continued to shoot out during the warship's growth, making Lin look like a hedgehog with hair blowing. Boom 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 boom. The palm fell, and the light pierced out. The next moment, The two sides came into contact. The dark palm was pierced with holes by the nine-colored light. The palm disintegrated in an instant, and the space behind it also collapsed under the light. At this time, the battleship also expanded to a length of nearly 1,000 meters. The audience was shocked when they saw this. This Lin actually blocked this attack. You missed the best time to attack. In the huge space battleship, the mechanical spirit Lin sat in the cockpit, looking at everything outside, and spoke lightly. On the opposite side, Minggu also frowned. He didn't expect that this guy's strength was not weak. He couldn't hurt the other party with a normal enhancement range. I admit that you have some abilities, but that's it. Minggu felt that he couldn't save his strength anymore. He waved his hand, and a huge light burst out from his body. The contracted ghosts and gods next to him also had a rising aura. Soon, just like the ginseng baby activating the time fruit, they obtained the power comparable to the god level, or even surpassing the primary god. However, just as Minggu was about to attack again, just as Lin said, he missed the best time to attack. The speed of the starry sky storm in the distance increased sharply. In just an instant, the storm took shape. The originally white storm waves began to be stained with red, green, blue, gold, and purple. Gas, electricity, heat, light. The moving and chaotic starry sky energy storm swept up, looking very much like a turbulent sea, directly swallowing up the starry sky battleship on the opposite side, making Minggu and his team lose their attack targets. Moreover, they also swallowed Minggu and the contracted ghosts from all directions. Is it too late? Seeing this, Minggu instantly merged with the contracted ghosts and activated the tenfold fusion amplification state. However, even so, the instant swallowing of the starry sky storm still made Minggu and his team feel great damage. Under the sweep of the starry sky storm, the ghost Minggu screamed, and after merging, he activated the defense enhancement talent and life enhancement talent. Only then did the ghost Minggu get a breath in the starry sky storm. Hoo 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 hoo. The ghost god Minggu stood firm in the erosion of the starry sky storm, and flew quickly to the space battleship Lin and said, even in the starry sky storm, Minggu is still invincible, but I have to say that you are really a lunatic. Aren't you afraid that you will die in this chaotic storm? The ghost god Minggu moved directly in the starry sky storm. Seeing this scene, the audience was shocked. It's worthy of Minggu, even the starry sky storm can't trap it. Rin is finished. Although the mechanical department has more experience in fighting against cosmic disasters, it has to face a strong enemy in this disaster. I'm afraid it will be torn apart and there is no way to survive. The audience locked their eyes on the space battleship Lin again, wanting to see how Lin resisted the starry sky storm. Even if the mechanical department has more experience in fighting against cosmic disasters, it is definitely dangerous in this environment. However, what made the audience stunned was that Rin, who was in the starry sky storm at this time, was floating quietly in the storm as if nothing had happened. There was not even a trace of her on the ship. It was as if these storms had consciously avoided her. I found you, finally, Minggu, who relied on his own strength to shuttle through the starry sky storm, tore open a storm and found Lin's true body. He looked unkind and was about to attack, but a violent storm rolled directly towards Minggu and blew him away. What's going on? Minggu roared, this damn storm. He shuttled again, but a storm swallowed him again. The audience looked at Hades, who was targeted by the starry sky storm everywhere, and then looked at Rin, who was not affected at all. For a moment, they could not understand. This starry sky was created by you. Only Hades, who was attacked by the storm one after another, changed his expression again and again. It seems that you finally realized it. This starry sky storm was indeed created by me, not naturally generated. I said that luck is also a part of strength, and I have the absolute strength to defeat all opponents. A calm voice came from the battleship. The next moment, under the shocked eyes of Hades, who was blown away, and under the incomprehensible eyes of the audience, a channel slowly formed in the starry sky storm, and the battleship Rin calmly turned around and sailed out. Impossible. At this moment, not only Hades in the storm, but also a large number of mechanics and space disaster researchers in the audience were shocked by Rin's words, and the changes in the starry sky storm after encountering Rin. At this time, the battle elf was also a little sluggish. She quickly investigated and traced the field data, and then froze. Starry sky storm, starry sky storm. It seems that it is not born naturally, but artificially created. The battle elves did not expect that there would be a player who mastered disaster skills. This is even more outrageous than Khan being defeated by a newcomer. After the battle, elves finished speaking. Countless starry sky creatures who were troubled by cosmic disasters looked at the battle screen incomprehensible. At this time, the battleship had left the starry sky storm area, and a beautiful mechanical spirit figure also stood on the battleship, looking at this beautiful storm scene. Swallow, in the starry sky storm, the ghost god Mingu lost his ability to think and could not understand. Facing the terrifying pressure from all directions, he activated his swallowing ability. His body was like a black hole, swallowing the energy that caused them harm. Facing Mingu's struggle, the mechanical spirit Lin just stretched out her slender hands, and gently pointed her fingertips to the inside of the starry sky storm. A spirit bead immediately appeared at her fingertips, and then slowly, this spirit bead was dyed with orange-red light, emitting hot fluctuations, just like a mini-star, floating towards the starry sky storm. Boom! The wind spirit pearl touched the starry sky storm, and directly branched out multiple solar storms. The violent storm was once again chaotic and escalated, sweeping out at the same time, rolling towards the ghost god Mingu. The huge energy surged, and in an instant, it seemed to burst Mingu's body. With a bang, they exploded and were seriously injured and blown away by the storm. Until this moment, all the audience were completely stunned. Khan, who had entered early and looked at Mingu being abused, and entrusted the first hope to Mingu, also fell into deep contemplation, his body trembling slightly. Mingu, what are you doing? What, are you kidding? The audience all spoke hoarsely. What is going on here? The lucky Lin, who had a eye twice, can actually control the starry sky storm at will? This starry sky storm, it seems that she really created it? The 101-time champion Mingu is being beaten by her? The audience, who originally thought that Lin was in big trouble this time, were dumbfounded. Is my god still asleep? Outside a stadium in the Central Realm, a conferred god battle player wearing glasses muttered. What's the situation with this Lin? Isn't she a newcomer? Isn't she ranked among the top 10 newcomers? Why can she have such strength? Wait a minute, is it because she was given 2 buys, so her strength was not detected? So, the son of the demon emperor, Tian Shuang, can't even be ranked among the top 10 newcomers. The son of the demon emperor, who had just walked out of the hospital and was about to leave the Central Realm and go home to practice hard, heard the shocked voices of passers-by, stopped in place, clenched his fists, and lost his gentlemanly demeanor, with messy hair fluttering. Super upset. Another super upset. The unrecorded monster rookie Lin directly stepped on the head of the century-old runner-up Mingu and topped the hot search. The name of the genius mechanical girl who controls this starry sky storm swept across Qingkai in an instant. But at this moment, people want to know more about who the master in Lin's mouth, the mechanic who created her, is. Lin turned out to be a forbidden machine that mastered disaster skills. This completely shocked all the major forces. At this time, above the Central Realm, in the battleship of the Universe Overlord Corps, a top god ran back here in panic. Captain Zijian, who was sitting in his seat, reading ancient books and eating ice cream, looked at his subordinates and said, "Why, did you find the Emperor Kenshin?" They came from the garrison outside King Kai's planet just to find the Emperor Kenshin, who could make the fruit of cultivation. For this reason, Zijian even sent top gods to find him. However, at this time, this top god seemed to have a wrong expression. Captain Zijian, I found the trace of the Emperor Kenshin, but I just followed it for a while, and was instantly locked by the thoughts of at least 5 super gods. The power behind this Emperor Kenshin is too terrifying, the top god said with lingering fear. We can't afford to offend. What? Captain Zijian was shocked and instantly became terrified. 5 super gods? What a joke. Wait, we are here to make a deal, not an assassination. What are you afraid of, Captain? 5 super gods? In the Central Realm, King Kai City, the 5 super gods of Blue Star gathered together and asked Emperor Kong and Lin Feng. What's going on? How could Shi Yu's pet be targeted by the top gods of the Universe Overlord Legion? The 5 super gods of Blue Star were very nervous and fearful. They couldn't afford to offend the Universe Overlord Legion. Seniors, I don't remember Shi Yu offending the Universe Overlord Legion, but it's just a top god, don't worry, Emperor Kong said. The Kilin Clan super god said, this is not a matter of level, that's the Universe Overlord Legion. Chapter 575, the name that cannot be avoided. Shi Yu's residence. Lin Feng returned here. He saw the ancient corpse of Jian thrown on the sofa in panda pajamas. He fell into deep thought and looked at Shiyu, who was typing on a laptop. "What are you doing?" Lin Feng said. "Where's the amber?" "I melted it myself and looked up some information," Shiyu said. "Senior Lin Feng, what's wrong?" "It's nothing serious. It's just that not long ago, your pet, Shen Bao, was followed by people from the Universe Overlord Legion," Lin Feng said, "but the other party has been scared away by us." Shiyu stopped what he was doing, looked at Senior Lin Feng, and said, "Shen Bao?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Do you have any judgment?" Shiyu pondered and said, "The only intersection between me and the Universe Overlord Legion is that I have met Captain Zijian, an archaeologist from the Zijian Special Warfare Team. She admires my talent very much. You also know that she has invited me to join them many times. However, I don't think it was because of this incident that my pet took the cultivation fruit and the reincarnation fruit. It's actually sold to the Zijian Special Forces. If they are only following the ginseng baby, it is probably for this matter. The amount sold at the beginning. I guess it has been used up," Lin Feng said. "So, is it for a deal? Then why are they running?" "Who knows?" Shiyu said. "Wait, Senior Lin Feng, didn't you say that they were scared away by you?" "How were they scared?" Lin Feng pondered. "Probably those 5 super god seniors saw someone following the ginseng baby, locked the other party with their minds and warned them for a while." Shiyu's mouth twitched and said, "Anyone who is locked by 5 super god level minds will run. Can you confirm which unit they are from?" "There are too many troops in the Universe Overlord Legion. Even those stationed on King Kai's planet are divided into several legions with different purposes." Lin Feng shrugged and said, "I haven't had time to confirm yet. The forces here are too complicated. But if it's the Zijian Special Forces, maybe it's really for a deal. These 5 seniors are much more reliable than I thought," Shiyu said. "Anyway, they're all here. When I have time, I'll let them accompany me to the Shineling Realm, and we'll move the 4 saints' relics away. It's good to have a big boss to protect us. This must be done. Besides, they are not as reliable as you think." Lin Feng's mouth twitched and he said, "You don't know how nervous they were when they saw the Universe Overlord Legion following your pet. We also discussed it and decided to warn 5 of them together to give them courage, for fear that a single warning would not be taken seriously." Shiyu, "Of course, they are not afraid of the top god who is following Shen Bao, but they care about the brand of the Universe Overlord Legion." "I understand," Shiyu nodded. "However, people like them, knowing that you are going to take away the 4 saints' relics, will probably be cautious for a long time. They may worry about provoking the 4 saints' families, but it's not a big problem. As long as the permanent teleportation array is in your hands, they will definitely obey you." Shiyu was speechless. "These seniors," Lin Feng chuckled and said, "I can understand them. Who made them become super god level? It's all because of their luck. Moreover, there is a story behind their behavior." "What story?" Shiyu was curious. Lin Feng said, "Probably when these 5 predecessors had just become super gods not long ago. At that time, they were also full of energy and determined to do something big together. After all, they were the 5 most talented people among the 5 great gods. But during that time, a big thing happened. On King Kai, a particularly powerful god appeared. He single-handedly killed 7 first-level realm masters, that is, 7 super gods. Moreover, one of the 7 super gods had a good relationship with the 5 super gods and had just discussed cooperation not long ago. You say, when encountering such a thing at that time, could the ancestors of the 5 great gods of Blue Star not have psychological trauma?" "What?" Shiyu was stunned and said, "A god single-handedly killed 7 super gods." Lin Feng nodded and said, "This kind of thing is also a legend from a long, long time ago. It is said that the entire King Kai was in turmoil at that time, and not many people dared to mention it afterwards. The 5 super gods of Blue Star probably knew about it for the first time at that time. I thought that the gods could be so awesome, and they immediately kept a low profile, fearing that others would also regard them as boss says that explode resources." Shiyu said, "Who is this person? Killing 7 realm masters on King Kai's planet." "King Kai doesn't care," Lin Feng said. "The other party challenged according to the rules, and he himself is also a member of King Kai's lineage, so King Kai doesn't bother to care. As the saying goes, even if all the super gods in the universe are dead, it will not affect the status of these universe-level powerhouses." This sentence was said by the Universe Overlord. He killed several disobedient super god-level subordinates at that time, and then it was spread as a famous saying. In short, The gods can challenge the super gods across levels to prove themselves. This is an unspoken rule. There is nothing to say. It's just that the other party chose to kill the realm master instead of going to the battlefield to kill the enemy. What is the inside story? We don't know, and we dare not ask around. I only know that the god is now one of the 3 strongest super gods on King Kai's planet, Lin Feng said. What a fierce man, Shi Yu said. He killed 7 and scared at least 5. He's so fierce, it's really fierce, Lin Feng said. I feel that you, kid, have this potential after reaching the god level, but, in the final analysis, it is also related to the fact that some super gods are too weak. Senior Lin Feng, what is the current level of your and Senior Kangdi's combat power? Shi Yu asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, it has been a long time since we made much progress. Now our goal is to cultivate a perfect god. When the time comes, the 2 of us will work together to face the super god level, like the 5 major gods of Blue Star. We should have a good chance of winning. Compared with the monster I just told you, there's still a big gap. I guess he may have broken the limit of perfection. Can the limit of perfection be broken? Shi Yu asked. He still remembered that when he first arrived at King Kai's planet, Lin Feng and Kongdi told him. The god level is the process of condensing the heart of the god, practicing the level of divine skills, and enhancing one's own divine power. When you just step into the god level, you are a primary god or a low-level god. As the power in the heart of the god increases, you will be promoted to an intermediate god, a high-level god, and a top-level god. At each stage, after breaking through a threshold, you will be tempered by the power of the god and then reborn, making a qualitative leap in strength. Among them, the highest level of god-level cultivation of divine skills is the perfect level. After reaching it, there will be a bottleneck, and you will not be able to cultivate the divine skills to perfection. Generally speaking, there are 2 types of top-level gods. One is a god who relies on various enhanced resources and cultivates a large number of ordinary and garbage divine skills to slowly accumulate divine power and raise his own divine power level to the level of top-level gods. This kind of top-level god has a huge divine power, but he may not master the perfect level divine skills and cultivate the divine skills to the perfect level. On King Kai, most of the top-level gods are of this type, and they are promoted by relying on resource advantages. There is also a top-level god whose own divine power meets the standard and masters the perfect level divine skills. This kind of top-level god is stronger and is called a perfect god. In addition to having abundant resources, he must also have certain talents. Most of the 10 pets of Lin Feng and Kongdi have reached the top god realm, but they are all the first type of top gods, not perfect gods. However, this does not mean that they are weak in talent. Hundreds of years of cultivation time is just the beginning for the god level, and they still have a long time to improve. In addition, relying on the huge combat power of the Beast Master, it is not difficult for them to defeat ordinary perfect gods. Otherwise, they would not have the qualifications to assassinate the seriously injured super god level. If they can cultivate a top god pet that masters the perfect level of divine skills, then their strength will undoubtedly be further improved. It can be said that the perfect god is the peak combat power of the god level, because the divine skills cannot be cultivated to the superb level. This stage is the extreme. If you want to be promoted to the super god, you can only rely on the source of transcendence. But at this time, Senior Lin Feng said that he suspected that the god level who killed 7 super gods had broken the limit of the perfect divine skills and cultivated the superb divine skills, so he could be so fierce. This undoubtedly broke the common sense circulating in the universe. I don't know either, but I only know that the other party is so powerful. There must be something different from ordinary people. Lin Feng shrugged and said, do you know how the god level circle calls this kind of person? Epic god. It means that there are not many such peerless, ruthless people in a universe era. It is like slaughtering a dog for a god level to defeat a super god. Tisk, Lin Feng said, originally, I didn't want to tell you this. After all, you are only quasi-god level. However, looking at your performance, the perfect god will definitely not be able to stop you. I'll look forward to you cultivating a bunch of perfect gods and even epic gods. In short, Senior Kongdi and I don't know much. When you meet seniors like the great god Bingling in the future, you can ask for more advice. I'll try my best. Shi Yu smiled bitterly. The super god ancestors of the 5 major gods of Blue Star should not have reached the level of perfect gods when they were promoted to super gods, Lin Feng said. It should be. As long as you have the power of a top-level god, you are qualified to refine the source of transcendence. However, it is said that the top-level gods are only initially qualified to refine the source of transcendence and cannot perfectly absorb the source of transcendence. Strength. The stronger the divine power is when refining, the stronger it will be after breaking through the super-god, so the 5 super-god predecessors are only the weakest super-gods after breaking through. If it is a perfect god, the strength will be stronger after refining the source of transcendence, so at the god level, the more divine power can be improved, the more divine power will be improved. If you are not even a perfect god, you are lucky enough to pick up the source of transcendence. Even if you become a super god, it would be strange if you can be strong. And those epic gods who live in legends and can kill super gods at the god level, even if they don't become super gods, they are not weak. If they become super gods, they will be even stronger. So you know why the 5 super gods from the 5 major gods of our blue star are so afraid of things. In general, although the talent is good, it is not enough to reach that level. It is purely lifted up by luck. Well, I guess Senior Shitty is in a similar situation, but Senior Shitty experienced so much before becoming a god, and his character should be stronger than those geniuses of the big clans who have smooth sailing in the gods. Lin Feng touched his chin. That's for sure, Shi Yu said. Okay, I'm here to remind you to pay attention to the Universe Overlord Corps, and some other forces, such as the undercovers of the Abyss clan. However, there is the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Association here, and those guys should not dare to approach. At least in King Kai City, even the Universe Overlord Corps dare not easily cause trouble. Everything must be done according to the regular procedures. Okay, I'll be careful and remind them later. Shi Yu nodded. Senior Lin Feng left, and Shi Yu looked at his previous life and fell into thought. Primary God, Intermediate God, Advanced God, Top God. The top god who has cultivated perfect divine skills is called Perfect God, and the top god who is suspected of breaking the limit of perfection is called Epic God. Perfect God can slightly threaten the weakest super god level, and Epic God seems to be able to kill weaker super gods. Shi Yu is very curious, wondering if the skill illustration can break this perfect limit. Central Realm, King Kai City, Conferred God War Committee. The Conferred God War has just started, and the site is forced to hold a meeting. In a splendid conference room, there was a long conference table. 8 perfect gods from various races who were in charge of the Conferred God War sat on both sides and looked at the old human with a goatee who walked into the room. Ha, everyone, have you been having a headache recently? As soon as the old man with a goatee came in, he took out 10 photos and took them one by one on the conference wall. The 10 photos were of 11, Chong and others. That's right, Chairman Sachi, one of the headless people said, from 11 defeating Khan, to Chi Tuong defeating Bianshong, to Lin defeating Minggu. This group of guys listed as the top 10 strongest newcomers have turned this Conferred God War upside down. This is the first time since we took office that it's been so lively. That's right, a ball of hair in a box said, all our departments are about to be annoyed to the point of exploding. At present, there are more than 100,000 media, family forces, and special institutions coming to inquire about their information. If their information spreads like this, it will cause huge turmoil. A colorful planet floated on the seed and said. That's right, Chairman Sachi looked at the photo and said, who would have thought that these 10 monstrous newcomers all came from the same realm? And it's a second-level realm? Their recommenders for the Conferred God War are all the Realm Master of the Suspended Realm, Wang Kong. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that most of them have an unavoidable name behind them. Chairman Sachi took out another photo and snapped it in the middle of the 10 strongest newcomers. It was a photo of a human. Shi Yu, many members below were talking about it. If they were not members of the Conferred God War Committee and could directly retrieve the player registration information, they would definitely not believe that these 10 monstrous newcomers all came from the same realm. And the most bizarre thing was this Shi Yu. It seemed like a clue connecting everything, allowing them to make a bold guess. If nothing unexpected happens, the champion of this year's Conferred God War will be one of them, Chairman Sachi said. Let's see what they want to show us later. Will the Suspended Realm, this second-level realm, rise because of this? But before that, Chairman Sachi posted another photo. In the photo, there is a huge human-shaped skeleton wearing a white wizard robe. Its eye sockets are filled with white flames, deep and cold. Rust, the head of the 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Corps, a super god-level undead. Just yesterday, the 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Corps and the Purple Scene Special Forces applied to enter the Kai King City. Among them, the Purple Scene Special Forces did not make any significant moves, but the 177th Army made obvious moves. Rust brought a group of 9th-level Beastmasters and Quasi-God-Lives from the Universe Overlord Corps, and wanted to communicate with the Quasi-Gods of King Kai. Obviously, they are here to kick the scene, Chairman Sachi said, and they are targeting our conferred god war. These guys are really good at making trouble, the box god said unkindly. This bastard army is using our Quasi-Gods as training props, the headless man said angrily. It's not enough to kidnap so many people last time. I remember it was 300 years ago. The 177th Army came here once. Yeah, Chairman Sachi nodded and said, we don't have enough authority to stop them. However, considering public opinion, since they are here, we must not let them go back smoothly. We can't do it like 300 years ago. Don't disturb the normal contestants first. Box, you have a good relationship with Khan in private, so you can ask Khan to accept their invitation, Chairman Sachi said. Yes, Box Mayokyu nodded and sighed in his heart. This Universe Overlord army came to cause trouble at a really bad time. The 79th and 101st champions of the conferred god war in the past 200 years have just been eliminated, and their tempers are probably not going anywhere. This year's session is also the one with the most monsters. They must not be as arrogant as last time. I have to do it myself in the end. On the other side, Captain Zijian, an archaeological girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old, went to see Emperor Kanshin in person. She was wearing casual clothes and saw Emperor Kanshin, who was wearing a research suit, walking out of the battle facility triumphantly. She was about to go, but suddenly, Emperor Kanshin took out a teleportation stone and disappeared, leaving Captain Zijian speechless. He walked quite fast. She closed her eyes slightly, and then she flashed and teleported to a street. At this time, Captain Zijian suddenly felt a god-level consciousness locked on her. She raised her head and chased after him without fear. Just god level? Did they say there were 5 super gods? She said. Xiao Wang, this person, the 5 super gods of Blue Star, who had been responsible for protecting Shiyu and Shiyu's pets, were shocked when they saw Zijian's appearance. Well, the top archaeologist of the Universe Overlord Corps, Captain Zijian, has a status comparable to that of a super god in the Universe Overlord Corps. Sure enough, it was she who came to find Shen Bao Bao. The other party should not be an enemy. Let Shiyu handle this matter himself, Kongdi said. Yi, at this time, Shen Bao Bao also walked out from the other wall and looked at Zijian with a serious expression. Seeing that Emperor Kanshin was finally willing to show up, Captain Zijian smiled and said, Teacher Shen, it's really not easy to meet you. The cultivation fruit is your masterpiece. Yi, Shen Bao Bao nodded. You like to eat it too. Zijian didn't care what big forces were behind Shen Bao Bao and how many super gods there were. She said straight to the point, then I'll tell you my purpose. I want to have a long-term deal with you. I need you to provide me with a batch of the highest level cultivation fruits you can make every year. Are you interested? At this time, after realizing the powerful forces behind this Kanshin Emperor, Zijian also gave up the idea of directly inviting Kanshin Emperor to work here. Now he just wants to reach a cooperation. I can't make the decision on this. You come and talk to my boss. Follow me, Shen Bao Bao said. Okay, Zijian said. Teacher Shen, please lead the way. At this time, Shiyu had already known what was going on through telepathy with Shen Bao Bao, and was quietly waiting for Captain Zijian's arrival at his residence. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and Shiyu opened it himself. Outside the door, Captain Zijian, who came with Shen Bao Bao, was stunned when he saw Shiyu. Captain Zijian, long time no see, Shiyu said with a smile. It has been more than half a year since we last met at the Four Saints Relics. It's my boss, Shen Bao Bao said. Captain Zijian was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. So you are the one who sells the cultivation fruit and the reincarnation fruit behind the scenes. I remember your name is Shiyu, right? It's not been long, but you still remember your name. She smiled and observed Shiyu, and she never thought that she would meet him again in this way. Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, Captain Zijian is really a noble man who forgets things easily. I thought that since Captain Zijian invited me but failed, he would remember me. the archaeological genius that you personally identified. For the rest of his life, Zijian walked directly into the house and said, I am busy with work every day and have no time to remember you, but if the cooperation goes well in the future, maybe I can remember you. Shiyu invited Captain Zijian into the living room and said, I already know Captain Zijian's intention. We can cooperate, but I want to trade through a designated resource. What? Captain Zijian asked. Shiyu brewed a cup of tea and said, Super Godstone, I want Super Godstone. Of course, the price of Super Godstone is more expensive than the cultivation fruit. Captain Zijian can tell me how many cultivation fruits a piece of Super Godstone can be exchanged for. Captain Zijian looked at him and said, Super Godstone? You would like it? I like this thing very much. If I give it to you, I will have a lot less toys. Shiyu said, Isn't the cultivation fruit fragrant? Gambling on stones is so boring. Zijian? Do you have any special hobbies? Zijian suddenly thought of the disgusting taste of the cultivation fruit, and couldn't help but said with a dark face. Ahem, the nature of the cultivation fruit is like that, I mean, its effect. Captain Zijian, I don't know if you have noticed that the research on Shen is only at the quasi-god level, not yet at the god level. But even so, its cultivation fruit effect is already so significant. I guarantee that it will be promoted to the god level within 3 years. By then, the effect of the cultivation fruit will be more perfect, so you won't suffer a loss by exchanging it with the Super Godstone. I will make up for your loss in terms of quantity. Captain Zijian looked at the Shen baby who was resting his face next to him, and suddenly realized that yes, this Shen Xiandi is only at the quasi-god level at present, and the cultivation fruit is made by the quasi-god life. If Shen Bao reaches the god level, the effect of the cultivation fruit will be more helpful to her. If the taste of the cultivation fruit can be improved, the transaction can continue, Captain Zijian said. This can be done slowly, Shiyu said. He knew that Captain Zijian, as a top archaeologist of the Universe Overlord Corps, must have many channels to obtain the Super Godstone. Shiyu, who opened the stone and found his previous life, had fallen in love with this feeling. Betting on skill fusion and evolution is outdated. With a wish of the gem cat and Lin's good luck, Shiyu felt more fun when opening the stone. This can also be regarded as archaeology. At this moment, Captain Zijian's communicator suddenly rang. Zijian took it out and wanted to hang up, but after seeing Rust's name on it, he picked up the phone with a bad expression and apologized to Shiyu. Excuse me, I have a bone to look for. Shiyu? Rust, is there anything? Zijian picked up the communicator and asked directly. Girl Zijian, I heard from my subordinates that your special forces are also in Qingkai City. Are you interested in coming to watch our new recruits' performance? Is that all? I'm not interested. Zijian hung up directly and looked at Shiyu again and said, Let's continue. If you want a Super Godstone, I don't have any now. Huh? Captain Zijian was suddenly startled. And thought of something and said, Wait a minute, the 177th Army seems to have a piece of it. 177th Army? Super Godstone. Zijian smiled and said, Yes, the 177th Army seems to have obtained a Super Godstone not long ago, but I don't have a good relationship with them. If I can successfully get it, let's trade it first. After Shiyu sent Captain Zijian away, he leaned on the sofa and sighed. He didn't know whether it was right to trade with the Universe Overlord Legion, but this Captain Zijian was indeed generous. There were many ways to get things like Super Godstone. Master, at this time, Rin and the others also appeared one after another. Just now, when Shiyu was talking about business, they all chose to avoid it. Master, have you seen my battle today? Lin said. The dark devouring skill of the contracted ghost god of Hades seems to be good and very suitable for 11. It is a lower level substitute for the black hole skill. Unfortunately, it encountered my starry sky storm and blew them up. I took a look. Very good, Lin said. In addition, I heard your transaction conversation just now. The Super Godstone of the 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Legion is unlikely to be obtained by Captain Zijian. Why? Shiyu was stunned and asked, You still know the 177th Army? Lin said, The 177th Army of the Universe Overlord Legion is one of the 10 legions of the Universe Overlord Legion stationed in the Universe Sea. The person in charge is the Super God level undead strongman Rust, who is the one that Captain Zijian just hung up the phone with. Just last night, the 177th Army came to Qingkai City and decided to let the new recruits have an exchange with the geniuses of Qingkai's planet. The Super Godstone is the prize they announced. The 177th Army has arrived, and today has it's been a hot topic online. It's said that the Crow Khan is about to fight. Shiyu was startled and said, "What is this?" Lin said, "Master, you can probably understand it as the Universe Overlord Army coming to King Kai to challenge, just like you once represented the ancient capital university to challenge the Imperial Capital University. During the conferred God War, many King Kai geniuses gathered in the Central Realm. The 177th Army brought their geniuses to invite these geniuses to fight. Among them, the Super Godstone is one of the prizes they offered. Maybe if some conditions are met, they can take away resources from the Universe Overlord Army." Huh? Shiyu and the pets around him were stunned. Is this 177th Army coming to King Kai to do charity? Do you mean that if we defeat them, we can get the Super Godstone? Lin said, "That's probably what I mean, but it's definitely not charity. The new recruits of the Universe Overlord Army are all the best among the demigods. They are very strong. There are many who are not inferior to the top 10 in the conferred God War, and there are also some who are comparable to the first. They are all super geniuses they recruited from all over the universe. Don't forget, the Universe Overlord Army is the strongest force in the universe, and they won't do any business that loses money. Usually, this kind of kicking is the recruitment method. I investigated and found that 300 years ago, before, the 177th Army came to play once during the conferred God War. After that, the 177th Army, which showed its strong strength and financial resources, gained a lot of fresh blood the following year. Many geniuses from King Kai joined the Universe Overlord Army and became new recruits. Master, you can understand that they are here to advertise with resources, of course, considering our strength, you can also understand that they are here to deliver resources. Master, if you are interested, take action quickly, and don't let Khan and others who have been eliminated by us and who have nothing to do take advantage of the opportunity." P.Y. Book, the Master of Poor Elves, recommended. Yankebe woke up from his daze and was shocked to find that he had traveled to a parallel world where elves and reality merged. It's just, his beginner elf. Keely Duck. Sidic, don't sleep, ball. This is, the Pokemon battlefield. At your age, at your stage, can you sleep? Facing the trainer Yankebe's begging and urging, Sidic still stood still like a mountain, holding his head, frowning, unfathomable. However, he fell down at the touch. He will sleep where he fell. Yankebe, send. I will start to move. Sidic, when I fall into a dream, the whole world will tremble. Quack. Yankebe, stop quacking. Sidic, I don't know if the world will tremble, but I have already started to tremble. Sidic, you are my whole world. Quack. This is probably a light, happy, silly Pokemon article. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.